Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1 to Chapter 76. In a dark room, the young man was lying lazily on the bed, mumbling to himself, I didn't expect the owner of this body to be called Yichen as well. He looks like me, could it be that this body was prepared for me? In his previous life, Yichen was a physics student in a university in the 21st century. He was quite smart and observant. But because of an accident in the lab, all the machines exploded and his soul was sent to this world. If it was a normal person who was suddenly sent to a strange environment, and their soul entered a strange body, they would definitely go crazy. But Yichen did not feel anything, he was just a little surprised. Thinking about this, Yichen started to wonder if he was a psycho. If he did not feel anything when something this big happened, then what else could he feel? In this short period of memory fusion, Yichen had already digested all the memories of this body. In the memory, he was a disciple of a big family. He entered the Sky Cloud Martial School at the age of 12, and became an outer disciple at the age of 14. The only thing that was criticized was that in the 2 years between the ages of 12 and 14, besides training his chi to the mortal realm stage 4, the body's owner did not make any progress in other areas. He had only trained the basic cloud sword art to the 3rd movement. Looks like if I want to survive in this world, I have to get rid of the stupid title. Yichen was not happy that the body's owner was called stupid. After all, they were now one, and he, who was not stupid, did not want to be called stupid. After making up his mind, Yichen rolled his eyes, he could not help but remember the things that happened before he was 12 years old. The Sky Cloud Martial School was located in the north of the Windy Nation. Together with the other 4 martial schools in the country, they were known as One Valley, One Village, 3 Schools. Other than the 5 most powerful forces, the 8 big families controlled the Windy Nation's martial arts world. Even the royal court tried their best not to mess with them. And Yichen's family was one of the 8 big families, the Yi family. The Yi family developed more than 200 years ago. Their main business was tea and silk, and they had accumulated a huge amount of wealth. As the saying goes, no matter how much wealth you have, you still need to have enough strength to protect it. Otherwise, it would just be an unguarded piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. After experiencing countless setbacks and extortion, the head of the Yi family at that time pondered over the painful experience and decided to use his strong financial resources to develop the family into a martial arts family to compete with other forces. That was how the Yi family, one of the 8 great families of today, came into being. As a descendant of the Yi clan, everyone had their eyes on the top of their heads when they went out. Others couldn't wait to curry favor with them, but Yichen wasn't one of them. The reason was that his cultivation talent was too terrible, which was extremely disappointing. Fortunately, her father was the current leader of the Yi family, and her mother was an outer elder of the River Martial School, one of the top 3 martial schools, so no one dared to mock or disrespect them openly. Even so, Yichen was still bullied quite a bit. What he remembered the most was that his eldest uncle's son, his second son, and his third uncle's son would pick on him from time to time. They would even humiliate him in a secluded place. Even his maid, Chrysanthemum, was often looked down upon by the other maids. Every time, she would come to him and cry, complaining about her grievances. F***ck, I have to get my revenge. Yichen's eyes were filled with hatred, and he clenched his fists tightly. It was not unreasonable for him to be so angry. Right now, he was a combination of 2 Yichens. He had both the memories and emotions of his previous life, and the memories and emotions of his current life. In other words, both Yichens were him, and there was no difference between them. No matter which one of Yichens was humiliated, he would be furious. Trying his best to control his emotions, Yichen continued to recall, the Yi family's disciples started training their chi from the age of 10. Only those who reached Mortal Realm Stage 2 before the age of 12 would be chosen by the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation to become their disciples. However, to become an outer disciple, one had to at least reach Mortal Realm Stage 4. Maybe it was because of the pressure, or maybe it was because he didn't want to embarrass his parents, but Yichen managed to reach Mortal Realm Stage 2 within 2 years, and then he reached Mortal Realm Stage 4. He barely crossed the threshold and became an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, compared to the other disciples of the Yi family, he was still far behind. His eldest uncle's son, Yi Feng, and his third uncle's son, Yi Ming, both reached mortal realm stage 4 at the age of 12. The most powerful ones were his second uncle's son, Yi Tang, and his fourth uncle's daughter, Yi Xian. Both of them reached mortal realm stage 5 at the age of 12. They were definitely the rare geniuses of the Yi family. According to the difference in talent, the martial institutions they entered were naturally different. Yi Chen's talent was the worst, so he entered the rank 9 Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Feng and Yi Ming entered the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Tang entered the rank 7 North Snow Martial Academy. Yi Xian, who was as famous as him, also entered the rank 7 Emerald Martial School. There is only 1 year left until the Yi family's triennial family meeting. I can't lose face. Getting off the bed, Yi Chen washed up and went to the yard with his sword. The sword cloud art had 9 movements in total. The first 6 did not have names, and the last 3 were named gap-seeking, flowing clouds and water, and luminous movement. Closing his eyes, the sword cloud art's heart diagram appeared in his mind. Yi Chen stretched out his great steel sword and started to train from the first movement. Different from the past, when Yi Chen swung his sword, he did not feel any obstruction at all. It was like a river flowing when the channel is formed. Crack, a flying leaf was cut in half, but Yi Chen did not feel anything and continued to swing. The first movement, the second movement, the third movement, the 7th movement. Gradually, Yi Chen's sword attacks were freed from the restraints. Not only was his sword dancing speed extremely fast, but his movements were also light and agile. He was able to move freely without any restraints. Soon, he reached the 7th movement, finding the gap. All of a sudden, the sword light was like an agile mudfish, easily passing through a few different fallen leaves. Putting away his sword, Yi Chen was also a little surprised. For beginners, even the most basic martial arts were hard to learn. This was not only because of talent, but also because of the adaptability of new things. It was just like learning to swim. At the beginning, because of the fear of water, it was very difficult to learn. But once you got used to it, you would be able to do more difficult movements and even create your own movements. All in all, it was not hard to go from low to high, but it was hard to go from nothing to something. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen emptied his mind and started to perform the sword cloud art. The first movement, the 7th movement. The first movement, the 7th movement. After performing the sword cloud art more than 10 times, Yi Chen finally understood the 8th movement, flowing clouds and water. Under the morning sun, the great steel sword reflected the white sword light. It was like the clouds in the sky, or the water in the stream, endless. Correspondingly, the qi inside his body was also like the water. It slowly sped up, completing one small cycle after another, and finally returned to his dantian, and then flowed out again, repeating the cycle. Whoosh, his dantian slightly swelled, and Yi Chen woke up with a start. Middle Mortal Realm Stage 4? That's so easy. Yi Chen knew himself well. He knew that it would take at least a week to get from early Mortal Realm Stage 4 to Middle Mortal Realm Stage 4, but he did it in just an hour. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Yi Chen understood that there must be a reason for this change. But no matter how he thought about it, Yi Chen could not think of any changes in his body. So, the only explanation was because of the soul fusion, which gave him an extraordinary comprehension ability that allowed him to easily reach the 8th movement of the flying cloud arts. As for how inner chi improved, it was very simple. As everyone knew, the mental cultivation method of inner strength was tranquil skill, while the martial arts technique was dynamic skill. Although the two had different forms, they both had the effect of training inner chi. However, in comparison, the mental cultivation method of inner strength was completely used to train inner chi, while the martial arts technique was mainly used to attack the target, and the training of inner chi was secondary. After understanding the whole story, Yi Chen could not help but feel his heart beating faster. There were two most important talents for a warrior. One was to be gifted and have a great body, and the other was to have a great comprehension ability that allowed them to learn things quickly. The former had a much higher level of chi training than normal people, like Yi Tang and Yi Xian, while the latter could easily master the martial art and beat the stronger ones. If you really wanted to compare, it all depended on the warrior himself. God is on my side. If I keep this speed, reaching the mortal realm stage 8 in 1 year will not be a dream anymore. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Talented people might be able to reach the 5th stage in 2 years, but in the following 2 years, they might not be able to reach the 8th stage. The time needed to reach the 9th stage and the 10th stage would double, and it was even more difficult to reach the condensing reality realm from the mortal realm. In the history of the Yi family, only the 3rd leader of the family had reached the condensing reality realm at the age of 15. Knowing that he would not need much time to master the 9th movement of the flying cloud arts, Yichen decided to go to the martial art pavilion to get some more suitable martial arts. After lunch, Yichen hurried to the martial art pavilion. The martial art pavilion was usually a common place, the real martial arts would never be kept here. Plus, as an outer disciple, Yichen could only see the martial arts below the mid-rank mortal realm. Looking up, all kinds of martial arts almost made Yichen dizzy. Flying sky sword art, wind sword art, crossing sword art, lone peak of 13 swords. Cloud-breaking palm, limitless hand. Air-breaking fist, King Kong fist, 7-star mantis fist. There were 30 to 40 sword techniques alone, more than 50 palm and fist techniques each, 28 leg techniques, and only 8 finger techniques. The flying sky sword art had a very high requirement for Qin Gong, every movement must be light and elegant. The clear breeze sword art was a bit more complicated and required a certain level of comprehension. The crisscrossing sword art was full of killing intent, it was brutal and overbearing, it was suitable for those cold-blooded disciples to train. The lone peak of 13 swords was even more powerful than the previous dozens of sword arts. Alright, I'll choose the lone peak of 13 swords then. After thinking about it for a while, Yichen finally decided to train the lone peak of 13 swords. After all, his comprehension ability was extraordinary, training normal sword arts would not be very meaningful, and would be a waste of time. So it was either he didn't choose, or he chose the best one. As for fist, palm, and finger techniques, Yichen had his own requirements. He liked fist techniques, so he chose the Vajra fist. Finger techniques were more complicated and difficult to practice, and he was afraid that it would delay the cultivation of sword techniques, so he temporarily gave up on it and ignored palm techniques. Holding the 2 manuals, Yichen went to the pavilion elder to register. The lone peak of 13 swords? The pavilion elder frowned and said, I know everyone wants to learn better martial arts, but don't be too ambitious. You have to take it step by step. This lone peak of 13 swords looks like a mid-rank mortal realm manual, but it is as hard as a high-rank mortal realm manual. A lot of outer disciples don't listen to my advice and end up with nothing, wasting a lot of time. Yichen knew that the elder meant well, so he said, Master, I know that the lone peak of 13 swords is hard to learn, but I have confidence. The pavilion elder shook his head. The outer disciples used to be full of confidence as well, but what good would that do? Never mind, I don't have the right to stop him from choosing. I just hope that he knows how difficult it is and doesn't waste his time. Thinking about this, the pavilion elder said, You know the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Without the permission of the school, you are not allowed to teach martial arts without permission. Otherwise, you will lose your martial arts, and in serious cases, you will be beheaded. Also, you have to return the manual copy within 3 months. Don't worry, Master. I will not joke around with my life. Putting away the manuals, Yichen walked out of the pavilion of martial arts. The outer disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were free to do whatever they wanted, except for the morning and evening meetings, and the martial arts classes that were held once every 3 days. The next morning, Yichen took his great steel sword and walked deep into the mountains. The windy mountain was 3,800 meters high, and the top half of the mountain was covered in clouds all year round. It seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Other than some of the forbidden areas for the elders and core disciples to train, most of the open space in the forest could be used to train their own martial arts. After spending more than an hour, Yichen found a remote cliff. The cliff was about 10 meters wide, and 3 sides of it were covered in white fog. Sometimes it would turn into thousands of horses, sometimes it would turn into waves, and sometimes it would shrink and expand, changing constantly. Although a famous mountain in the 21st century is not bad, it is still lacking a little bit of magic. Only here can people forget everything else and focus on training their martial arts. Yichen sighed inwardly. In his opinion, it was not that easy to become a powerful warrior. One would have to be able to endure the loneliness. Those people who claimed that they would be able to become powerful as long as they were given a great martial art were completely daydreaming. Taking a deep breath, Yichen began his boring and monotonous training. He circulated his qi, stepped, swung his sword, shook his hand. In only one day, Yichen could perform the 9th movement of the traveling cloud sword art, night light movement. Once the sword was performed, the dark sword light was dazzling and difficult to adapt to. In terms of power, it had basically reached the level of a middle-rank mortal realm martial artist. It was definitely Yichen's most powerful attack at the moment. He came in the morning and went back at night. Before he knew it, another 3 days had passed. On top of the steep cliff, a man pointed his sword at the huge rock in front of him. The sword light was like the reflection of the moon in the water. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the boulder was like a piece of tofu. Sword marks were left on it, and each mark was an inch deep. Finally completed. The exhaustion of his qi made Yichen sweat profusely, but he did not care at all. He looked at the sword marks on the huge rock with satisfaction, and a light smile appeared on his face. The 9th movement of the sky cloud sword art was several times more difficult than the previous 8 movements, but its power was also several times greater. It took Yichen 4 days to complete it. Apart from that, these 4 days of hard training had made the qi inside Yichen's body even purer, making it easier for him to control it. The next day, Yichen came to the cliff to train as usual. But unlike before, Yichen was going to start training the extremely difficult Lone Peak of 13 Swords. The Lone Peak of 13 Swords had a total of 13 movements. The sword power was extremely dangerous, like a lonely mountain that was isolated from the rest of the world. It made people feel a chill down their spine, as if all of their hidden flaws were being seen through. Following the movements on the manual, Yichen had a rough idea of what it was like. He could vaguely feel that indescribable state of mind. Yichen believed that as long as he could complete the Lone Peak of 13 Swords, he would be able to kill people who were weaker than him in a second. But when facing people who were more powerful than him, he would still be able to find flaws, unless his opponent was extremely experienced and had gradually grasped the essence of returning to nature. 3 months passed by quickly. Outside the cliff, the sea of clouds was still tumbling. On top of the cliff, the young man was wearing a uniform, holding a great steel sword. Maybe it was an illusion, or maybe it was because of the environment, but the young man's sword aura gave off the feeling that he was at the top of the world. He was obviously standing in front of you, but it felt like he was standing on a lonely mountain far away. That kind of distance made people want to vomit blood. After 12 consecutive sword strikes, the young man's eyes were like lightning, piercing through the void. His figure suddenly leaped up, as if he was pouncing down from the peak of a mountain. With a flash of sword light, a terrifying sword mark of 3 inches deep and 3 feet long was left on the opposite boulder. It was clean, efficient, and merciless. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, the young man mumbled to himself, "No wonder the pavilion master wanted me to choose another sword art. This Lone Peak of 13 Swords is not just a simple mid-rank mortal realm martial skill. It contains such a profound artistic conception that it is way beyond the original scope." The young man was Yichen. In the past 3 months, he had completed the training of the Lone Peak of 13 Swords with his super comprehension ability. But recently, he realized that the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was not as simple as it seemed. It seemed like it was still missing something. In other words, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was just an incomplete manual. The real manual had probably been lost, which was why it had dropped to mid-rank mortal realm. Fortunately, the person who was training it was Yichen. After a lot of hard work, he not only learned the artistic conception that the Lone Peak of 13 Swords did not originally have, but also improved his qi circulation. He believed that he would be able to train his own Lone Peak of 13 Swords in no time. Also, because of the 3 months of training, Yichen's qi had reached the early mortal realm stage 6. His progress was really fast. It's time to return the manual. Thinking of the Sky Cloud Martial School's rules, Yichen did not dare to delay. On the way back, Yichen's ears twitched. He heard a feminine voice coming from afar. It was at least a mile away, but it was still very clear. It was as if the entire voice had been condensed together and exploded in an instant. Such powerful qi. How strong must one's body be to be able to release it? It sounds like a girl. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yichen carefully approached. After crossing a few thorny meadows, Yichen arrived behind a boulder. Poking his head out, he saw a small forest. Beside the small forest was a wooden hut, and in front of the wooden hut was a small pond. A few lotus leaves floated on the surface of the pond, giving off an artistic feeling. At the edge of the small forest, a young girl of about 16 years of age, dressed in snow-white attire, was practicing her fist technique while letting out a soul-stirring shout. Her figure was thin and frail, but each of her punches and kicks were domineering and had a sharp penetrative power. It's senior sister Su Jing. Is this a forbidden area? Seeing the other party, Yichen finally understood. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, except for the leader and the inner elders who had their own mountains, the rest of the people who wanted to practice martial arts had to find a suitable place. However, although the Windy Mountain was big, the best places to practice martial arts were also limited. Normally, the outer elders and core disciples would take the initiative to occupy a good place and make it a forbidden place. If a normal person tried to break in, they would be scolded, and if it was light, they would be scolded, and if it was heavy, they would be severely punished. In Yichen's eyes, senior sister Su was one of the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, ranked 23rd. She was at the mid-condensing reality realm and was extremely talented. Su Jing was using her footwork. Between her punches and kicks, she pressed her tongue against her teeth and channeled her qi into her abdomen. She kept yelling to increase the power of her fist technique. After throwing out a few punches, Su Jing's qi had reached its peak. She jumped into the air and attacked like lightning, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Her fist landed on a huge tree that was as thick as a bucket. Bang! Bang! An astonishing scene occurred. Dazzling golden light burst forth from Su Jing's fist and palm, which then converged into a solid substance. She easily broke 3 trees that were connected in a row. Her momentum was terrifying. It was Zhenqi release. Yichen squinted his eyes. When a mortal realm warrior transforms his qi into Zhenqi, it means that he has officially stepped into the condensing reality realm. Not only would a condensing reality realm warrior's combat power increase, their Zhenqi would also be able to leave their body and attack people from a distance. Come out. Su Jing had already noticed Yichen's arrival. She stared at Yichen's position with sharp eyes. Yichen swallowed his saliva and obediently showed himself. You are an outer disciple. Yes. Why are you peeking at me? Your voice traveled too far. I was curious, so I came to have a look. Su Jing looked at Yichen carefully. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, which made her a little curious. If it were any other outer disciple, they would usually stammer in front of her, but Yichen's way of speaking was very logical and well-mannered, which made it hard for people to dislike him. Not planning to cause any trouble for Yichen, Su Jing said lightly, you can leave now. Don't come here again. Yes. Leaving the place, Yichen let out a breath. Although Su Jing's attitude was calm, she gave off an intimidating vibe. He was willing to bet that even if he ran into a core disciple who was ranked higher than her, he would not feel so pressured. It seemed like the core disciple ranking was going to change this year. Suddenly, Yichen smiled. If it was before, he probably would not be able to say a word in front of Su Jing. But now, he was able to answer calmly. It must be because of his strong soul. But what caught Yichen's attention the most was Su Jing's personality. She was indeed cold and unsociable. Normal people would not be able to get close to her. Plus her powerful martial arts, she left a deep impression on people. Arriving at the pavilion of martial arts, the pavilion master looked up and recognized Yichen immediately. He said meaningfully, how is it? You haven't mastered the lone peak of 13 swords yet, right? It's still not too late to choose another sword art. Yichen smiled lightly, no need, I am here to return the manual. Okay, please register here. After signing his name, Yichen turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, the pavilion master asked curiously, there are only 2 months left before the Muren Gang, aren't you going to try harder? The Muren Gang was a traditional trial in the Sky Cloud Martial School. It was open once every half a year. Most of the participants were outer disciples. If one could pass the trial, it meant that one's fighting ability was high. If not, then one would have to keep trying. Half a year ago, Yichen was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in 3 breaths and became a laughingstock. I think the lone peak of 13 swords should be enough for the trial. Yichen thought that he would be able to increase his chi to the late mortal realm stage 6 in 2 months. Even if he could not make it into the top 10, he would not be too far behind. Of course, he had not experienced the trial yet, so he was not sure how strong he was. The pavilion master nodded subconsciously. Then he was shocked. You mean, you have mastered the lone peak of 13 swords? How is that possible? More or less. If the pavilion master knew that he had not only mastered the lone peak of 13 swords, but also understood the artistic conception and a deeper level of chi cultivation, what would he think? Not wanting to reveal too much, Yichen walked out. Even after Yichen had left, the pavilion master still could not believe it. He knew that the lone peak of 13 swords was incomplete. This sword art was created by the 3rd headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and was a top-rank mortal realm. But for some unknown reason, the original copy had been lost, and all that was left was an incomplete copy. Even so, the lone peak of 13 swords was still very hard to learn. After all, the foundation of the lone peak of 13 swords was already at the top-rank mortal realm. The outer disciples nowadays are too full of themselves. The pavilion master shook his head, obviously not believing what Yichen had said. Back in the yard, Yichen was stimulated by Su Jing's powerful fist art, and immediately wanted to learn the King Kong fist. However, after practicing a few times, he still felt that something was wrong. If I'm not wrong, senior sister Su Jing is training the top-rank mortal realm martial skill Monster Killer Fist, which is extremely powerful. Although my King Kong fist is not as powerful as the Monster Killer Fist, it is the same kind of powerful fist art. It's just that when I watch her fight, it's really powerful, but I don't have that kind of feeling. What is going on? Standing in the middle of the yard, Yichen frowned and thought. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene of Su Jing practicing over and over again. That's right, Su Jing's shout could travel a mile, and it was full of energy. That was because her body was strong. My comprehension was strong, but my body was still weak. In the end, I couldn't learn fierce fist techniques. Thinking about the key to the problem, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of not being able to learn, but he was afraid of not being able to find the source. Now, the first thing Yichen needed to do was to get into the horse stance. Only when the horse stance was stable, would he be able to use the powerful fist art. Otherwise, if he fought with someone, his lower body would be unstable, and that would be a big joke. The horse stance was to spread the feet slightly wider than the shoulders, in a half-squat posture. Because the posture was like riding a horse, and it was as stable as a stake, it got the name. Squatting well in the horse stance could strengthen the kidneys and waist, strengthen the tendons, replenish the chi, regulate the spirit, and stabilize the lower body, improve the balance, and increase the body's reaction speed. The horse stance was one of the basic skills before practicing martial arts. As the saying goes, if you don't practice the fist art, it'll all be in vain. It meant that if you only learned the moves from the fist art manuals, and did not actually train the whole body's strength and endurance, it would only be for show. With his thighs and calves at an angle of 90 degrees, Yichen looked straight ahead, and as his breathing rose and fell, he quickly and rhythmically performed the horse stance. Whoosh, 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 his fists were like cannonballs, and the sound of the wind was endless. Within a short while, he had already punched more than 300 times. About a quarter of an hour later, Yichen concentrated on his lower abdomen for a quarter of an hour according to his memory. Then, he would do it again at night. However, the speed of his punches had to be gradually increased. He had to strive for a breakthrough every time without stopping. Half a month later, Yichen stopped practicing the horse stance straight punch and only practiced the 4-level horse stance. He stood there quietly for half an hour. When he realized that there was no difficulty at all, Yichen clenched his hands into fists and bent his elbows in the double peaks piercing ear stance, which meant that the center of his fist was facing forward, the eye of his fist was facing his ear, and he pulled back as hard as he could. At the same time, he stood in the 4-level horse riding stance, bent his waist and puffed out his chest. Once the 2 hours were up, he intended to guard his lower abdomen for a quarter of an hour. By the end of the month, Yi Chen's body had undergone a huge change. His strength was almost 1,000 pounds, and he could walk as if he was flying. His chi could travel along his back, and he was full of energy. The most obvious change was the increase in his appetite. For every meal, he could eat 3 big bowls of rice and a roasted chicken. He slept very soundly, and towards the end, his chi was full, and he could walk at will, as if he had endless energy. However, these were not the key points. Now, Yi Chen could truly achieve the state of heart and hand, hand and heart, hand and heart. He could maintain his peak condition when fighting with others. One day, after Yi Chen finished the horse stance, he frowned and said, "My body's quality has improved, but my physical strength is still not enough. Senior sister Su Jing's strength is at least several times that of mine. When she uses the demon-vanquishing fist, it is even more indestructible and powerful." Looking around the yard, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he stared at a big stone in the corner. Lifting weights could undoubtedly increase one's arm strength, but it could easily damage one's muscles, so it was not a wise choice. However, running with a stone in hand was different. With the change of center of gravity and the shift of pressure, it could easily train every bone and muscle in the body, and it could also train one's endurance. As soon as he thought about it, Yi Chen ran to the corner, exerted strength in his arms, and easily lifted the big stone. He turned around and ran out of the yard. The windy mountain had dozens of side peaks, covering an area of dozens of miles. Except for the area above the mountainside, which was filled with buildings, the rest of the area was desolate and uninhabited. Of course, at the foot of the mountain, there were many disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School guarding the mountain, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. On the mountain road, there was a figure carrying a stone as if he was flying. Those who paid attention could see that there was no chi fluctuation in his body, which meant that he was not using chi at all, and was purely relying on his physical strength to train. "Look, isn't that Yi Chen?" "Yeah. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why doesn't he focus on training his martial skills?" There were 3,000 outer disciples and 500 inner disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Most of them did not want to stay in their own yards, and like Yi Chen, they liked to train in remote places. There were also some who would find like-minded people to train with, and they could even spar with each other. Yi Chen did not look around, and did not pay attention to these people's discussions. But some troubles could not be avoided. A human figure shot out horizontally, blocking in front of Yi Chen. It was a 14 or 15-year-old bulky teenager. Yi Chen stopped. "Wang Gang, what can I do for you?" The bulky teenager's name was Wang Gang. He was also an outer disciple like Yi Chen, but his cultivation was much higher than Yi Chen's. He had already reached the early mortal realm stage 7. He was good at martial arts, and had great strength. The two had a conflict before, and more specifically, Yi Chen had been beaten up by him, and had been bedridden for half a month. Wang Gang smirked. "Training like this won't work. Just like last time, I could beat you like a dead dog with only 30% of my power." Yi Chen sneered. He would have been fine if Wang Gang had not come to him, but now that he had come to him, he would not let it go. Half a year ago, he had accidentally talked back to Wang Gang, and he had been punched, breaking 2 of his ribs. Fortunately, the Yi family was not short of money, and they had a lot of healing medicines, which was why he was able to recover in half a month. "Really? Then how do you think I should train?" Yi Chen threw down the stone. "All talk and no action, let me teach you." Wang Gang's body suddenly rushed forward, appearing in front of Yi Chen in just a few steps. His palm, which was much bigger than a normal person's, chopped down like a steel plate, creating a loud sound. Looking at Wang Gang's powerful palm, Yi Chen did not try to dodge. Instead, he raised his left hand and used the King Kong Tower style to block. He had chosen to meet force with force. Boom, the sound of wood and stone hitting each other was heard. Yi Chen did not move an inch, but Wang Gang's lower body was a bit shaken, leaving him wide open. "How is this possible? His chi is obviously not as good as mine. How could he block my breaking monument palm? What the hell?" Wang Gang immediately felt that something was wrong. He did not care about his own weakness. He changed his right fist into a palm and chopped out. However, Yi Chen had the foresight. Before his opponent could launch the second attack, His right fist had already landed on Wang Gang's chest with an aggressive aura. King Kong fist, fifth movement, King Kong smash. With a cracking sound, Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, both of his feet left the ground and flew backwards. He rolled a few times on the ground before stopping, his whole body was dispirited. This time everyone was shocked. Wang Gang, who had always been known for his ferocity, had actually lost to Yi Chen in a direct confrontation, and in such a miserable way, it was like a dead dog. Only Yi Chen knew what had happened. Wang Gang's strength and chi were both higher than his, but in a real battle, Wang Gang's weakness of not being proficient in martial arts was immediately exposed. For example, that vertical chop just now, it was indeed powerful, but Yi Chen did not take it head-on. Instead, he chose to press down, first consuming part of Wang Gang's strength, and then he used all his strength to rebound, making Wang Gang's lower body unstable. As for taking it head-on, that was just an illusion because he was too fast, it could not be taken seriously. Looks like your training method is wrong. I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. Lifting the stone, Yi Chen continued to run. After Yi Chen left, the crowd's voices grew louder. I can't believe it. Yi Chen won. He used the King Kong fist. The King Kong fist and the breaking stone palm are both mid-rank mortal realm martial skills. They should be equally powerful. Plus, Wang Gang's cultivation is higher than Yi Chen's. What is going on? The reason is simple. The calm-looking teenager thought for a while and said, Yi Chen's King Kong fist has already reached a very high level. There is softness in the hardness. Someone asked, how did you know? The calm teenager smiled lightly. The headmaster once said, softness in the hardness is the way to go. The punch that Yi Chen used to stop Wang Gang seemed to be very powerful, but it actually contained a rebound technique. Of course, I only realized it after careful analysis. The mountain road was rough and bumpy. Drenched in sweat, Yi Chen ran around the mountain for dozens of miles before he reached a wide river. Boom, throwing the stone on the ground, Yi Chen took off his outer clothes and jumped into the river. Training at the bottom of the river was 10 times more difficult than training on land. The huge water pressure was pressing on from all directions, making people feel scared. Concentrating his chi and his dantian, Yi Chen stood steadily on the river bottom that was full of stones and mud. He casually swung his fist, and the undercurrent surged, but his strength was only 30% of his normal strength. But this was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. Otherwise, there would be no need to train at the bottom of the river. The river water quickly became turbid, rolling and swirling as if a huge water monster was hiding in the depths, stirring up trouble and wanting to come out. In this harsh environment, Yi Chen could feel that all of his bones and muscles were trying their best to fight against the muddy current. Gradually, they combined into one, increasing the efficiency. After a long time, Yi Chen could no longer hold his breath, and finally jumped out of the water. Huff. Huff. Huff, Yi Chen breathed heavily, and laughed. Training at the bottom of the river is so efficient, I wonder how many people know about this method. Cool Breeze Town was less than 10 miles away from Cool Breeze Mountain. Second floor of Lucky Fortune Restaurant, Yi Chen, whose stomach was already rumbling with hunger, couldn't care less about his image. He devoured the table full of fine wine and delicacies like a tornado. It turned out that Yi Chen would come to the windy town to have a meal every few days. After all, he was just an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so the food he ate was cooked in huge pots. Although it was not delicious, it was still nutritious. Although the windy town was not big, it still had some precious dishes. Moreover, Yi Chen also liked to listen to the rumors of the Jianghu people, so that he could be prepared to travel to Jianghu in the future. On the second floor, besides Yi Chen, there were also some people from the Jianghu. All of them were armed with swords and sabers, and they looked spirited. Have you heard? Quick Blade Wu Wanshan was defeated by a young bladesman. I also heard about it. That young bladesman seems to be called Lynch. He is the third disciple of the Northern Snow Manor. His saber moves are very sharp. He defeated Wu Wanshan within 10 moves. Are you kidding me? Wu Wanshan has already reached the early clasping Yuan realm. He is very powerful. How could he be defeated by him? Third brother, you are too ignorant. This news has been spread all over the world, how could it be fake? But that Lin Qi had beaten Wu Wanshan, who was at the early clasping yuan realm, when he was only at the late condensing reality realm, he was indeed powerful. I wonder how he compares to the head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chen's expression changed. He recalled the stories of Wu Wanshan and Lynch. Wu Wanshan, who did not belong to any sect, was in his 30s, and was said to have created his own swift blade technique, which could divide a drop of water into 5 parts in a split second. He once single-handedly killed more than 40 brave and skillful mounted gangsters, and cut a single plank bridge in half from a distance of 10 feet. He was named one of the swift blade techniques. Lynch, the third disciple of the Northern Snow Manor. He started cultivating qi at the age of 9, reached the condensing reality realm at the age of 13, reached the mid-condensing reality realm at the age of 15, and reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm at the age of 17. He was almost as powerful as the head disciple of the North Snow Martial School. Both of them were unreachable to Yi Chen right now, but Yi Chen did not think that Lin Qi had the power to beat the head senior sister. He had heard from the teaching elder that the head senior sister's talent in martial skills was no less than some of the inner elders. No matter what kind of martial skill she practiced, she could master it to perfection. She was a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School. I wonder how long it will take me to reach this level. Yi Chen did not doubt his potential. His only weakness was that he started late. Suddenly, a Jianghu man said, "Who do you think has the potential to compete with the top disciples of the other 4 martial institutions in the future?" Without a doubt, the head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword, is at the same level as the North Snow Martial School. As for the others, I think Jingju, who is ranked 4th among the core disciples. He is ruthless and has a lot of fighting experience. Jingju is not bad, but I think Tao Xiaofeng, who is ranked 3rd among the core disciples, is very powerful. He always wins against stronger opponents. The person who brought up the topic chuckled. You are talking about the top 5 core disciples. If it was in the past, I would have thought so too. But this time, it's different. I think highly of Su Jing, who is ranked 23rd among the core disciples. Why do you say so? The others looked curious. Yi Chen was also paying attention. He did not expect that someone would mention Sister Su Jing. 3 days ago, I saw her once. At that time, she was fighting with the Iron Destroying Hand. This person hadn't even finished speaking when everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Iron Destroying Hand Li Tong, this person isn't an ordinary person. He's treacherous, cunning, and incomparably ruthless. He's been chased for half a year, yet he's still safe and sound. It's said that his unique skill, Iron Destroying Hand, is passed down from the Rudra nation. It's truly able to destroy gold and break iron. Wrong. In a head-on fight, Su Jing had been suppressing Li Tong the whole time. Li Tong's arms were broken, and he vomited blood and died. What? Li Tong is at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, but he was being suppressed? What's so strange about that? If you saw the scene, you would know how powerful Su Jing's fist art was. Compared to her, Li Tong seemed to be very weak in terms of aura and fighting style. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He knew how powerful Su Jing was. Normally, there were 3 extremely high realms for powerful martial arts. The first realm was the combination of hardness and softness, the second realm was the combination of hardness and softness, and the highest realm was the combination of hardness and softness. Su Jing had already trained the demon-killing fist art to the second realm. Yi Chen himself had only trained the King Kong fist art for a short time, but he had also reached the second realm. He had only used 70 to 80% of his power when fighting against Wang Gang. Of course, these 3 realms were not that easy to reach. Those who were not talented could not even reach the first realm after spending years or even decades. For example, Wang Gang had not even mastered the breaking monument palm, not to mention the combination of hardness and softness. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed, and there was only 1 week left until the Muren Gang challenge. During this time, Yi Chen practiced the horse stance for 2 hours every morning and night, and spent the rest of his time training his physical strength and martial arts. Right now, he could already lift a 300-pound rock with one arm, and with both arms, he could easily lift a 1,000-pound rock above his head. Besides the improvement of his physical strength, Yichen found that he had enough physical strength, and his sword arts were much easier to perform. His speed and control had increased drastically, and he could easily split 7 to 8 falling leaves with a casual swing of his sword, pierce through a waist-thick tree, and leave a 4-inch deep mark on a huge rock. It's time to train my combat skills. Yichen felt that he had reached his limit, and there was no way he could improve even if he kept training. If he had the time, he might as well use it to increase his combat experience and improve his fighting skills. That way, he would be able to bring out his full potential. However, it was not that easy to train in a real battle. He was still an outer disciple, and he could not leave the mountain to wander around the world, so there was no need to talk about life and death battles. Although the inner disciples were only one level higher than him, if they were to fight in a real battle, even if you were at the same level as them, you would still lose within 2 or 3 attacks. This was the difference between fighting and not. Fortunately, it was not necessary to fight with humans to achieve the effect of a real battle. There were demonic beasts in this world, and they could train either actively or passively. When the demonic chi inside their body reached a certain level, they would mutate and evolve. For countless years, the ancient people had divided the demonic beasts into different levels. Rank 1 and 2 demonic beasts were equivalent to mortal realm warriors, rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts were equivalent to condensing reality realm warriors, and rank 5 and rank 6 demonic beasts were equivalent to clasping yuan realm warriors. Demonic beasts above rank 6 were very rare, and could only be found deep in the mountains. Fighting with demonic beasts was not any worse than fighting with humans. On the contrary, demonic beasts were usually more aggressive than humans. If a ferocious beast that had killed countless animals and humans appeared in front of you, you would only be able to use half of its power with just one look. Therefore, Yichen decided to go to the Silent Hills to train. There were often low-rank demonic beasts there. Wearing the great steel sword on his left waist, Yichen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the yard. On the way down the mountain, Yichen sighed in his heart as he watched the outer and inner disciples coming and going. No matter who it was, if they wanted to live a better life, they needed money. His Yi family had millions of assets, so he shouldn't be poor. Unfortunately, that was not the case. For example, the Yi family had a total of thousands of people. 600 to 700 of them were businessmen, helping the family to manage the business. The remaining 400 to 500 people focused on practicing martial arts and didn't make any money at all. However, if they wanted to protect their own assets, they had to have a strong martial force. This martial force also needed money to support it, and it would accumulate to an astonishing amount in a year. That was why even his father, the head of the Yi family, only had a few 100,000 taels of silver. As his son, his monthly allowance was 100 taels of silver. If there were other necessary expenses, he could claim them. What could he do with 100 taels of silver a month? The only thing he could do was eat well and dress well. There wasn't much of a difference in other areas. Using expensive medicine to train his body was not something he could enjoy. Only the core disciples of the family or the martial school could afford it. Going down the mountain, Yichen found the right direction and sped up his pace. In the afternoon, Yichen arrived at the outer area of the Silent Hills. Some rank 1 demonic beasts started to appear. This kind of dangerous place, normal mortal realm warriors wouldn't dare to enter. Even Yichen became more cautious. His hand was always on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack if there was any danger. Along the way, Yichen didn't meet any high-rank demonic beasts. Occasionally, a top-rank 2 demonic beast appeared, but it was only a red smelting bird, and it was badly injured. If it wasn't for the fact that he was flying in the sky, Yichen wouldn't mind fighting with it. After walking for a while and killing a few demonic beasts, Yichen suddenly stopped and injected his chi into his ears. There's the sound of fighting. The biggest difference between a warrior and a normal person was the use of chi. A normal person's 5 senses had a limit, but a warrior could use chi to enhance their 5 senses. Right now, with his chi, Yichen could hear loud noises from a mile away, and he could also identify the source of the noises. Following the sound, Yichen quietly rushed over. In front of him was a dense forest, and he could vaguely see human figures moving about. Other than that, there was also a huge shadow and the roar of a beast. When he was 30 steps away from the battlefield, Yichen took a deep breath and jumped onto a big tree, where he could see everything clearly from above. In the middle of the forest, there was an open space with a radius of 50 feet. Right now, it was occupied by 4 or 5 teenagers with weapons in their hands, attacking a huge demonic beast. The demonic beast was 10 feet long, shaped like a fierce tiger, with shiny black fur, a long red tongue dripping with purple liquid, and a mouth full of sawtooth teeth. Its claws were 3 feet long, sharp and curved. It was a top-rank 2 demonic beast, poisonous sawtooth beast. It was as powerful as a mortal realm stage 10 warrior. Its body carried a deadly poison that would cause the skin of the victim to ulcerate. The victim would need an antidote, otherwise, once the poison reached the heart, even a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to save them. After observing for a while, Yichen noticed the golden rings on their sleeves, and the name of an unranked martial school popped up in his mind. The Golden Light Martial School, a martial school close to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The leader of the school, Li Yu, was a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and was an expert in the golden rings. He used to be an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and later traveled to other countries besides the Windy Nation. When he came back, he founded the Golden Light Martial School, and now had 500 disciples. The 5 people attacking the poisonous sawtooth beast were not very powerful, but their teamwork was quite good. It seemed like they had been working together for a long time. A few sword lights landed on the poisonous sawtooth beast. The one who attacked was a young girl in a red dress. She was wielding a thin sword, and she seemed to be at the mortal realm stage 5. Beside her were 2 twin brothers who wielded blades. They were tall and muscular, and they would yell at the beast from time to time to suppress it, using their physical strength to stop it from moving forward. Although the 3 of them were working hard, they were not the main force, but the other 2. One of them was a young man in a black dress. His weapon was the Azure Dragon Halberd, which was 2 meters long and looked quite heavy. Every time the poisonous sawtooth beast was about to threaten the others, it would be pushed back by him, and he would take the opportunity to leave a bloody mark on his opponent's body. The one that caught Yi Chen's attention the most was the young man in blue. He was about 17 or 18 years old, and he had a flute on his waist. He was the most powerful one without a weapon. Every time he threw out a palm strike, it would bring up a sharp black wind, which pushed the poisonous sawtooth beast back. If Yi Chen's guess was right, the young man in blue was a mortal realm stage 9 warrior, and he was already able to mix his chi into the wind generated by his palm, and attack people from a distance. But of course, the power was much weaker than Jin Chi, otherwise the poisonous sawtooth beast would have been killed already. Beasts had always been powerful, but they would eventually run out of energy. Right now, the wounded poisonous sawtooth beast was exhausted. The poisonous smoke that it tried to breathe out was pushed away by the young man in blue's palm strike. It turned around and tried to run away. "Where do you think you're going?" The young man in blue's eyes were like lightning, and his palm strike landed on the back of the poisonous sawtooth beast. Roar! The poisonous sawtooth beast let out a cry, and its huge body flew out like a broken sack, its internal organs all shattered. Brother Liu is so powerful. The girl in red wiped her sweat as she put her sword back into its scabbard. She turned around and looked at the young man in blue with admiration. The young man in blue said gently, "What's so powerful about me? You guys will catch up in a few years." The young man in black with the Azure Dragon Halberd said, "I am now at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 7, I will be able to catch up to you in a few months." "That's true." The young man in blue did not seem to care. The girl in red curled her lips, as if she did not like the young man in black's arrogance. The twins surrounded the beast's body and laughed, "We've struck it rich this time. There is a poison pellet inside this beast's body." "Poison pellet?" The blue-clothed man and the black-clothed man's expression changed. The younger twin nodded, "It is indeed a poison pellet. It looks like it has only been formed for a few months. It's only the size of a walnut." A rank 2 beast was worth less than 1,000 silvers. 5 people would only get 200 silvers. However, a pellet inside a beast's body was different. Even a freshly formed pellet could be sold for 1,000 silvers in the market. A walnut-sized pellet could be sold for 2,000 silvers. Poison pellets were a type of pellet. They could be used as medicine or for training poison arts. The girl in red wanted to touch the black pellet, but the blue-clothed man immediately stopped her, Sister Yao, don't touch it. This pellet contains all the poison in the beast's body. It can even corrode iron. It's extremely dangerous. That powerful? The girl in red stuck out her tongue. The blue-clothed man took out a jade box and said, "It's not good to use a wooden or iron box. Only a jade box can keep the poison out." Then, he channeled his chi into his left hand and grabbed the black pellet. He carefully put it into the jade box. On the other side, the twins were already collecting the materials from the beast's body. Finally, they put them all into a golden silk bag. After everything was done, the twin brother frowned. "Brother Lu, it took us half a day to kill one beast. There were more than 3 of them in the cave. One of them was especially big." The girl in red suggested, "How about we go back and ask for help?" "But what if someone else gets it first?" The black-clothed man rolled his eyes. "No way. The Silent Hills is at least 1,000 miles wide. The terrain is strange and complicated. There are not many people here." The blue-clothed man shook his head. "Haven't you noticed? That poison heart plant is about to mature." "What do you mean?" The girl in red didn't understand. The black-clothed man was dazed and said, "Once the poison heart plant matures, those beasts will eat it." The blue-clothed man seemed to have made up his mind. He said in a low voice, "We can deal with normal beasts, but the biggest one is not something we can deal with. So let's give up. Otherwise, the possibility of dying is very high." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Just like what the blue-robed young man had said, a stalk of poison heartgrass was not worth it for them to risk their lives. "How about including me?" A clear voice sounded. "Who is it?" The black-clothed youth's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gripped the azure dragon halberd tightly. Yichen walked over step by step and said, "Don't be nervous, I just passed by here." The black-clothed youth sneered, "Just passed by? You heard everything we said. Don't be rash." The blue-clothed youth gave the black-clothed youth a look before taking a step forward and blocking the 3 of them behind him. He asked, "Who are you? I don't think we've met before." Yichen cupped his hands and said, "I am an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yichen. I heard the sound of fighting, so I rushed over to take a look. I don't mean to offend you." "I see." The young man in blue did not suspect anything. Poisonous sawtooth beasts were extremely ferocious, so it was normal for the sound of their battle to be heard. Not to mention, the other party was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so it was not a good idea to offend them. The black-clothed youth looked at Yichen carefully and said sarcastically, "You are only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, what can you do to help us?" Yichen glanced at the black-clothed youth and said to the blue-clothed youth, "If I'm not wrong, the bigger one is as powerful as an early condensing reality realm warrior. It is indeed hard to deal with, but I have a way to make it lose some of its mobility." "What way?" the girl in red asked curiously. Yichen knew that he wouldn't be able to convince everyone if he didn't show some of his skills, so he pulled out his great steel sword. The people in front of him saw him pull out his sword and immediately held on to their weapons, in case he suddenly attacked. Walking in front of a huge tree, Yichen took a deep breath, then abruptly stabbed out with his sword. Swoosh, the tree, which needed 2 people to wrap their arms around, was pierced through like a piece of tofu without any resistance. The blue-clothed youth was shocked, he said in a low voice, condensing the sword light at one point, such a powerful sword skill. It was normal for a mortal realm warrior to release sword light, but to gather all the sword light at the tip of the sword was extremely difficult. Even with the blue-robed young man's cultivation, he could not do it. Now that he saw Yichen was able to do it, he couldn't help but admire him. He thought to himself, no wonder he is a Sky Cloud Martial School disciple. Yichen turned around and said, "The poisonous sawtooth beast is very fast, and its defense is not low. But as long as one of its legs is broken, everything will be fine." The black-clothed youth was very competitive, he sneered, "It's easy to say, but the poisonous sawtooth beast is not a tree that will just stand there and let you hit it." Yichen didn't argue, he swung his great steel sword a few times. Swoosh, the sword was back in its scabbard. Just as the black-clothed youth was about to mock Yichen again, the leaves above Yichen's body suddenly split into 2, then into 4, the cuts were perfectly straight. Suddenly, everyone gasped. To be able to do this without using their eyes, even the outer elders of the Golden Light Martial School would not be able to do this. The blue-clothed youth took a deep breath, he smiled and said, I am Lu Tao, an inner disciple of the Golden Light Martial School. This is Wang Haichuan, these two are Yang Wen and Yang Wu, and this is Yao Qing, Sister Yao. Lu Tao pointed at the four of them and introduced them one by one. It was obvious that he recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen cupped his hands and said, It's my honor to meet you all. Yao Qing giggled, Are all the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School this powerful? Wang Haichuan said in a low voice, How is that possible? There was a hill hidden in the forest, it was only 10 meters tall, but it was more than a mile wide. Brother Yi, we will see the cave in 100 steps. If I am not mistaken, there should be 2 poisonous sawtooth beasts guarding outside, and 1 big one inside. The few of them had practiced Qigong, so they walked silently, like a group of ghosts. Yi Chen nodded, and said in a low voice, Brother Lu, you should have a way to lure one out, right? Lu Tao smiled lightly, the poisonous sawtooth beasts like to eat poisonous plants. I have 5 matured poisonous scorpion plants here. Although they are not as good as the poisonous heart plant, they are still effective. Previously, they had used the poisonous scorpion plants to lure out one of the poisonous sawtooth beasts. Soon, Yi Chen and the others saw the dark cave and the 2 poisonous sawtooth beasts 10 meters away from each other. They immediately held their breath. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tao took out a long jade box from his pocket and opened it. Inside were 5 purple plants with 9 leaves and a slightly fishy smell. It was the poisonous scorpion plant. Holding the poisonous scorpion plant in his hand, Lu Tao explained, the smell of the poisonous scorpion plant spreads very quickly. Once one of the poisonous sawtooth beasts smells it, we have to move away immediately. Otherwise, it will be bad if the other poisonous sawtooth beasts surround us. After 3 breaths, the poisonous sawtooth beast that was close to them raised its head. It's here. Yao Qing looked excited. It was like a game. When the poisonous sawtooth beast took 10 steps, the group moved back 30 steps. When the poisonous sawtooth beast took 30 steps, the group moved back 100 steps. Looking at the dead body of the beast on the ground, Lu Tao took a deep breath, only one left, I hope everything goes well. Yi Chen said lightly, it will go well. In the battle just now, Yao Qing didn't do much, because Yi Chen's sword was way too fast. Right now, she was full of hope. How did you train your sword art? Can you teach me? Lu Tao frowned, Sister Yao was being too reckless, he hurried to say, Sister Yao, don't mess around, how can you teach me sword art so easily? The rules of the True Spirit Continent were very strict, even a master would not teach his disciple everything he knew, not to mention that the 2 sides were not related at all. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen said, there is nothing to teach, but you can practice the basic sword art 100 times a day, and you will see the results in a month. Really? Yao Qing didn't believe him. Yi Chen smiled, but didn't explain. The beast in the cave was shockingly huge, its head alone was the size of a water tank, its huge eyes were shining with a bloody red light, it looked very cruel. Let's go together. Lu Tao took the lead, he threw out 4 palm attacks towards the beast. What followed closely behind was a snow-white saber gleam, dense and fine sword gleam, and twisted saber gleam. The saw-toothed poisonous beast, which had already been pushed back by Lu Tao, howled as it retreated again and again. In its rage, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple poisonous smoke. Lu Tao was shocked. He immediately gathered all the inner qi in his body, and a black arc of light appeared between his hands. All the purple poisonous smoke exploded the moment it came into contact with the arc of light. The shock forced him to retreat again and again, and his arms were numb. The others didn't dare to stay where they were, and they fled in panic. Right at that moment, Yi Chen moved, his body flew out, his great steel sword pierced through the beast's open mouth, he flicked it upwards, and the tip of the sword came out as if it was cutting through tofu. The beast struggled for a while, then its head tilted to the side, it died. It's dead? When Lu Tao saw that Yi Chen didn't act according to the plan, he thought that he had forgotten. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would kill the poisonous sawtooth beast with a single strike. Shaking off the liquid on his sword, Yi Chen slowly sheathed his sword and said, the poisonous sawtooth beast's poisonous smoke will pause for a blink of an eye. Above its mouth, there is a hole the size of a cup. That is its biggest weakness, and it goes straight to the brain. The younger twin brother, Yang Wu, said in admiration, amazing, you managed to find its fatal weakness after killing 2 poisonous sawed-tooth beasts. Yichen said, finding a weakness is something a swordsman must master. Hee, no matter what, the demonic sawed-tooth beast has been dealt with. Yao Qing laughed. The cave was not deep, only 7 or 8 feet. Lighting the match, Lu Tao gasped, it's not the poison heart grass, but the spider king grass. What? Spider king grass? Senior brother Lu, are you seeing things? Yang Wen exclaimed from behind. Lu Tao confirmed, the poison heart grass is purple, and looks like an orchid, while the spider king grass is black, and the top leaves look like poisonous spiders. There is no way I'm seeing things. Hearing this, even the usually calm Yichen couldn't help but breathe faster. Although the poison heart grass was precious, it was only worth 2,000 or 3,000 silvers, and was very useful for those who practiced poison arts. In comparison, the spider king grass could only be described as rare. Not only could it be used as medicine, but it could also be used in the practice of poison arts. What was even more precious was that there was an insidious martial art called 1,000 Poisonous Hands of 1,000 Spiders, which required the spider king grass in order to master. If those who practiced 1,000 Poisonous Hands of 1,000 Spiders found out that they had the spider king grass in their hands, not to mention 10,000 silvers, they would not hesitate to pay even more. Of course, the possibility of them killing and robbing them was very high. Yao Qing suddenly said, Senior brother Lu, it's too dark here, I can't see anything. That's true, let's go out. Lu Tao carefully dug out the spider king grass and walked out of the cave. In the bright environment, the appearance of the spider king grass was clearly revealed to everyone for the first time. The grass was 7 inches tall and had 7 leaves. Its entire body was ink black, and one could faintly see a flowing light flickering on it. At the top of the spider king grass, there was a fruit that looked like a black spider lying there. At first glance, it was hard to tell whether it was alive or not, and it was extremely creepy. This is the spider king grass, it looks so scary. Yang Wen and Yang Wu smacked their lips. Lu Tao recalled, when I joined the Golden Light sect, I was lucky enough to see the head elder obtain a spider king grass, it looked exactly like this one. I didn't think I would get one today. Wang Haichuan stared at the spider king grass and licked his lips. One spider king grass can be sold for at least 10,000 silvers, 666 silvers, I can't even make that much in half a year. Hearing Wang Haichuan's words, Lu Tao remembered to split the money equally. He said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi, you and I are from different sects, it's inconvenient to contact each other, and the spider king grass and spider king grass will take a while to sell, how about I give you the money directly? Yi Chen wasn't interested in the spider king grass, so he agreed. Alright, 2 normal poisonous sawed-tooth beasts are worth around 2,000 silvers, 1 elite poisonous sawed-tooth beast is worth 1,500 silvers, plus 10,000 silvers for the spider king grass, it's a total of 13,500 silvers, divided equally between 6 people is 2,250 silvers, or 225 silvers of gold. Here is a 100 silvers and a 10 silvers note, I'll give it to you first. Junior brother Wang, junior brother Yang, and junior sister Yao, gather the money and give it to brother Yi. The few of them gathered the money, but they were still short of 50 silvers, so they could only use the materials from the poisonous sawed-tooth beasts as a substitute. Putting away the gold note and the materials, Yi Chen's ears twitched, he said in a low voice, there's someone. Putting away the jade box with the spider king grass, Lu Tao shouted loudly, I am Lu Tao, a disciple of the Golden Light Martial School, please show yourself. Haha, the Golden Light Martial School, is it that small martial school? The grass rustled, and a group of big men walked out of the forest. The leader of the group was ugly, his head had been cut in half, leaving only 2/3 of it, looking very scary. Bull*T. Wang Haichuan was furious. The ugly man glared at Lu Tao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Tao knew that these people didn't come with good intentions, this group of people was most likely a group of outlaws. His face suddenly turned ugly, what do you want? Haha, recently I've been a bit short on money, if you were willing to give me some, that would be great. Lu Tao frowned, we don't have much money on us, but we can give you the beast materials, they should be worth a few thousand silvers. He couldn't see through the opponent's G level, but if he was not mistaken, they were at least at Mortal Realm Stage 10. If a fight broke out, besides him, the rest of his disciples would be in danger, even Yichen would be the same. The ugly man yelled, "Do you think we are beggars, trying to fool us with a few thousand silvers? Now I'll give you a choice, leave the Spider King grass and leave immediately." "Oh right, that little girl can't leave, let me vent my anger." As soon as he said this, the big men started laughing. Yao Qing's face turned pale, she bit her lips. Lu Tao's face darkened, he suppressed his anger and said, "You must be joking." "Who is joking with you? I'll count to 10, if you don't behave, don't blame me for being cruel." The ugly man reached out his hand and grabbed the blade on his back. Wang Haichuan's face turned red, "If you want to fight, then fight." The ugly man sneered, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if we really fight, none of you will be able to escape. Of course, we still have a chance, 1, 2, Lu Tao stopped smiling and said coldly, "Sir, do you really want to fight with us? 5, 6, 7. The ugly man did not answer, he just stared at them as if they were dead men. Yi Chen and Lu Tao looked at each other, the meaning in their eyes was clear. 9. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the ugly man pulled out his sword, jumped into the air and started to attack. Most people thought that they would count to 10 before attacking, but in fact, this was their tactic. They had used it many times, and they could easily catch their opponents off guard. The ugly man's name was Ma Wu, and he was a Jianghu thug who had fled from another city. He used to work as a guard for a small family named Wang. Later, he coveted the beauty of the young lady of the Wang family, so he decided to go all out and humiliate her in the middle of the night. His ruthless methods made people's hair stand on end. Lu Tao, Wang Haichuan, and the others were all shocked, but only Yichen was prepared for it. It was not because he had a lot of experience in the martial world, but because of his powerful soul power, he was able to see through Ma Wu's subtle movements. Pushing his chi to the limit, Yichen tilted his body and swung his sword horizontally, using the 8th movement of the cloud-walking sword art, flowing clouds and water. Ma Wu was stunned, he thought that Yichen was prepared, but he did not expect that he would meet a trap, and in the end, he was caught off guard. In a flash, Ma Wu tilted his sword and brushed past Ji Feng's great steel sword. Clang! Puchi! Sparks flew everywhere, and a sword mark appeared on Ma Wu's waist. Blood flowed out from the wound, it was a superficial wound. No one could believe their eyes. A Mortal Realm Stage 6 warrior had injured a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior with just one sword attack. What the hell, little did he know that Yichen was also feeling sorry for Magwu. If Magwu's reaction had been a bit slower, he would have been able to inflict a serious injury on Magwu. If Magwu had been a bit weaker, the blade would not have been able to deflect Yichen's attack, and the wound would have been an inch deeper. This was the power of the flying cloud swordsmanship. I really can't underestimate a mortal stage 10 martial artist. Yichen's second attack came after the first one failed. It was the 9th form of the flying cloud sword technique, luminous shift. All of a sudden, the sword light that was as dark as water diffused out. It was as if the air was no longer air, but a deep and unfathomable pool of water in the middle of the night. Damn it! Why is this kid's sword art at such a high level? Ma Wu's scalp went numb, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. His broadsword slashed towards the center of the sword light like a bolt of lightning, and he strived to destroy the opponent's sword momentum. Otherwise, the situation would not be good for him. Ma Wu's full-powered attack missed, and he was shocked. He kicked the ground with both of his feet and hurriedly stepped back. Yichen seemed to have expected this, and he dashed out like an arrow. The sword in his hand changed its direction, and with a beautiful arc, it was the dangerous lone peak of 13 swords. A fierce light flashed in Ma Wu's eyes, he slapped the sword with his left hand that was filled with chi, and yelled, "Damn little bastard, die." Boom, a Mortal Realm Stage 10 martial artist was not that easy to kill. A strong chi flow exploded like a hurricane, and it easily blew away Yichen's body. However, Yichen seemed to have lost his weight, he lightly touched the ground, and his aura suddenly changed. Like a collapsing mountain, he once again dashed towards Ma Wu, and the beautiful sword light pierced through his body. Swoosh, the tip of the sword pierced through Ma Wu's neck, and came out from the back of his head. A warrior who was about to reach the condensing reality realm was killed by Yi Chen with only one sword attack, and it was as easy as drinking tea or eating a meal. It also made Yi Chen realize how powerful his own fighting power was, and most importantly, how powerful the lone peak of 13 swords was. Pulling out the sword and shaking off the blood, Yi Chen tried to get rid of all the distracting thoughts after killing someone. He looked around, and found that the others had also started fighting. 7 or 8 ferocious-looking men were surrounding Lu Tao and the other 4, and the sound of their weapons clashing was like beans being fried. "Get the hell out of here." Lu Tao had the highest cultivation. He threw out a series of attacks with both of his palms, and instantly pushed back a few people. However, one of them only took 3 steps back. His clothes were torn open, but his body was not injured at all. Lu Tao's pupils shrank. Endurance Kung Fu. That man had a square face and a wide mouth. He was 2 meters tall, and his chest was like a small mountain. His chest was like an iron plate, and there was a faint dark blue color on it. It did not look like a human's body. "Hee, I have trained the iron shirt martial art, plus I have been soaking in the medicinal wine every day. I have already trained my skin to be as hard as iron. As long as I do not lose my chi, I will be fine no matter how many times you attack me. Come on. You are looking for death." It was Wang Haichuan who spoke. He swung the azure dragon halberd in a circle, and pushed back a few people who were attacking him. Then he turned his body and stabbed towards his opponent. This time, the tall man did not dare to underestimate Wang Haichuan. He knew that no matter how hard he trained the iron shirt, he would not be able to train his body to be as hard as iron. He was not afraid of ordinary blunt weapons, but if he was stabbed by a sharp weapon, he would be finished. Not to mention that Wang Haichuan's attack was so powerful that it could even pierce through iron armor. Putting his hands together, the tall man suddenly grabbed the azure dragon halberd, not letting it move an inch. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao landed in front of his opponent, and lightly pressed his palm on the halberd. Puff, like a hammer hitting leather, the tall man's mouth started to bleed, and a shallow palm print appeared on his chest. It was a patch of green and red. At this moment, 2 ferocious men took the opportunity to attack Lu Tao. Lu Tao cursed inwardly. Although he had wounded the tall man with his palm, his arms were numb from the recoil force, and he could not even breathe. Wang Haichuan was also powerless. The ferocious men, who had been pushed back by him, started to attack even more crazily, making him feel like he could not resist. On the other hand, Yao Qing and the twins could still hold on. After all, they were in a one-on-one situation. Seeing that Lu Tao was about to be killed, a beautiful and bright sword light suddenly shot out. It twisted twice in the air, and the 2 ferocious men's necks started to bleed, and they fell straight down. After the successful sword attack, Yi Chen did not stop. He stabbed the other ferocious man's heart with a gap-seeking move, helping Wang Haichuan reduce the pressure. "Thank you." Lu Tao, who had narrowly escaped death, said gratefully with a pale face. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Let's kill them first." In fact, after killing Ma Wu, their fates had been sealed. It was only a matter of time. In a short while, except for the man who practiced iron shirt, the others were all dead or injured. On Yi Chen's side, except for himself and Lu Tao, the others were more or less injured. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Haichuan noticed that the tall man was trying to escape, so he threw the 2-meter-long azure dragon halberd at him. Crack, the tall man, who had been through hundreds of battles, dodged the azure dragon halberd by a hair's breadth. However, the monk could not run away from the temple. Yi Chen's body followed the sword, and with one strike, he broke the man's iron shirt and pierced his heart. After the crisis was over, Lu Tao and the others let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were shocked. Killing a mortal realm stage 10 ugly man and a strong man with copper skin and iron bones all by himself, this kind of fighting power was really scary. Even the first outer disciple of the Golden Light Realm could not do this, and even those newly promoted inner disciples might not be able to do it. Even if they could, they might not be able to escape unscathed, unlike Yi Chen, who hid his power well. "Brother Yi, I, Lu Tao, have never admired anyone before, but today, I admire you," Lu Tao said with a serious face. Yi Chen did not say anything, he just smiled lightly. The group of strong men had brought them more than 3,000 silvers, and after splitting it evenly, each of them got more than 500 silvers, which was quite an unexpected windfall. Everyone, goodbye. After getting enough silvers, Yichen did not want to work with them anymore. He was ready to go to the Silent Hills by himself to gain more experience. Lu Tao said, "All right, we are about to go back, you be careful." When they were about to leave, Yao Qing could not help but say, "Yichen, remember to come and play with us." Yichen nodded, "Maybe next time." Soon, they were gone. Yichen thought to himself, "Not long after I came out, I have already gotten 2,700 silvers, which is enough to buy some expensive materials to train my body. As for the medicines that are good for training qi, forget about it, those things can easily cost more than 10,000 silvers, I can't even afford them." Aside from that, what really confused Yichen was why he did not feel much when it was his first time killing someone. Could it be because of his soul power? Shaking his head, Yichen really could not understand. The Silent Hills was 1,000 miles wide, and there were countless beasts. As far as Yichen knew, the outer 100 miles only had rank 1 and 2 beasts, and the chances of encountering rank 3 beasts were very low. Like that big poisonous sawtooth beast, it was actually not a rank 3 beast, it could only be counted as a quasi-rank 3 beast. Between 200 and 500 miles was the danger zone, where rank 3 to 5 beasts could appear at any time, and with his current strength, encountering them would only mean death. As for the area beyond 500 miles, it was the real forbidden zone. Decades ago, a powerful party sent their warriors to the deeper part of the zone to find some rare herbs, but unfortunately, they encountered a rank 7 beast, Ghost-Face Bull. Out of more than 100 people, only one escaped, but he died after a few days. The reason was because his body was too strong, and he went crazy. Since then, no one had dared to enter. Within 10 miles, Yichen had killed 3 demonic beasts. The third one was a rank 2 demonic beast, the Rampage Bull. Yichen had grabbed its horns and killed it with his fists. After collecting the demonic beast materials, Yichen decided not to go any deeper. Instead, he chose to explore the path horizontally. He did not want to run into any beasts above rank 3. Time flew by quickly. On the third day, Yichen carried a big leather bag on his back, heading back to the Windy Town. The Elixir Hall was the only medicine shop in the Windy Town. It was not that big, and the shop was not that luxurious, but in terms of wealth, it was definitely one of the best. After all, the richest people in this world were warriors, and most of their money was spent on medicines or pellets that could help them train. They did not even frown when it came to spending money. For them, money could be earned back, but increasing their cultivation was something that could only be found by luck. Stepping into the Elixir Hall, Yichen frowned. The shop was bustling with people, most of them were warriors in tight clothes, and some were young masters from rich families. There were also 1 or 2 people that even Yichen could not see through, they were probably condensing reality realm warriors. Walking to the counter, Yichen put the big leather bag with the materials on it. Shopkeeper, demonic beast materials. The shopkeeper was an old man wearing a black robe with golden edges. He had a calm temperament. He walked over and opened the leather bag. While counting the materials, he said, "Poisonous sawtooth beast material is worth 520 silvers, bald-tail wolf material is 85 silvers, violent bull material is 380 silvers. That's 1,650 silvers in total." Yichen said, "Change them all to gold notes." The gold notes were the same as the silver notes that Yichen knew. They could be exchanged for gold at the bank, or they could be bought and sold directly. The minimum amount was 5 silvers, and the maximum was 10,000 silvers. The storage fee was 3% of the total amount, which meant that if you deposited 100 silvers, you could only take out 97 silvers. As for the bank that issued the gold and silver notes, there was no need to worry about it going bankrupt. There was a saying that even if the Windy Nation was destroyed, the Bank of God would still be standing strong. This was referring to the stability of the gold notes. After all, as a super-large bank that spanned over 10 nations, it would be impossible for it to go bankrupt so easily. There were countless forces protecting it in the dark, and the country was one of them. After ordering the workers to keep the demonic beast materials, the shopkeeper opened the safe and took out a few shiny gold notes. He placed them on the counter neatly. Here, a total of 165 silvers. You can count it. Yichen took a quick glance at the notes, then nodded and put them away. He then shifted his gaze to the shelves on the side. As a shopkeeper, he was good at reading people's expressions. The old man smiled and said, "Young warrior, what can I do for you?" Yichen said, "I need some body-strengthening pellets or herbs, can you tell me about them?" "No need for such trouble. I will give you a list of body-strengthening medicines. The effects and prices are marked on it. It will be easy to understand." "All right." A moment later, the shopkeeper went to work, and Yichen took out a piece of paper filled with words. Tiger dragon bone refining pellet, refined with the blood essence of a blood-marked tiger and horned python, 5,000 silvers per pellet. Demon ox strength pellet, refined with the blood essence of a berserk bull and primordial grass, 3,500 silvers per pellet. Flying swallow pellet, 2,000 silvers per pellet. After a long while, Yichen shook his head. Body-strengthening pellets were just too expensive. They cost 2,000 to 3,000 silvers every time. He could only afford one tiger dragon bone training pellet with all of his money, and the effect of the pellet was only for 3 days. It was not enough for long-term training. Thinking of this, Yichen was a little envious of those who were blessed by the heavens. They received top-notch training from a young age and ate pellets and elixirs as if they were jelly beans. In a few years, the amount of money they spent could probably fill up a house. It would be strange if they didn't improve quickly. Of course, external help was still external help. Perhaps they could become an ordinary expert, but it would be difficult to reach a certain height. Looking at the bottom of the list, Yichen's eyes lit up. Got it. Body strengthening paste, refined with 3 sun grass, beef butter, ironwood juice, and 8 other ingredients. 100 silvers per bottle. That's it. Letting out a breath, Yichen raised his head and called over the shop assistant who was passing by. He said, "Give me 30 bottles of body-strengthening paste." "All right, please wait a moment." 30 bottles of body-strengthening paste filled an empty wooden box. After paying, Yichen carried it out of the elixir pavilion. Whoosh! 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 In the small yard, a shadow was steadily training. The strong and fierce fist power brought up a strong gust of wind that blew the dust on the ground into the air. Ha! After a set of punches, the silhouette suddenly exerted his strength and consecutively punched the waist-thick hard wooden pile twice. With a cracking sound, the wooden pile could not withstand the power of the punches and broke into 2. The upper half flew 7 to 8 meters away and disintegrated into small wooden pieces in the air. Finally, the punches have become soft and hard. There was only 1 day left until the Muren Gang challenge, but Yichen did not have any thoughts of relaxing. He focused on training his King Kong fist. His powerful soul power allowed him to clearly feel every inch of his body's power. He could easily combine the power from every part of his body and create a deeper level of explosive power. This was also the reason why he was able to train his King Kong fist to the highest level. I think the creator of King Kong fist did not train it to the highest level. I have the advantage in this aspect, but the opponent's advantage in creating his own martial art has made me lose. Bitterly smiling at his own stupid thoughts, Yichen shook his head and walked to the stone table not far away. On the round stone table, there was a white porcelain bottle with a red wooden stopper. It was the body-strengthening paste that cost 100 silver per bottle. Pop, Yichen opened the stopper and turned the bottle upside down. Soon, the milky yellow liquid flowed into his palm, and a light fragrance filled the air. Taking off his clothes, Yichen dipped his hands in the paste and wiped his body. So satisfying. After a couple of breaths, Yichen could only feel the heat slowly seeping in from the surface of his skin into his muscles, blood, and bones. It felt like there were ants trying to drill into his body, which was a bit itchy and painful. Looking down, Yichen could only see the muscles on his muscular body, shining like the most ferocious cheetah. His streamlined body was full of explosive power. It was hard to imagine that this was the body of a 14-year-old teenager. Of course, compared to Su Jing's seemingly weak body, Yichen's was at least twice as strong. After training for a while, Yichen put on his clothes, picked up his great steel sword, and walked out of the yard towards the announcement square of the West District of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The announcement square was the place where the Sky Cloud Martial School would announce important things. The opening of the Muren Gang should have already been announced. After all, many of the new disciples were still in a confused state, and did not know what to pay attention to, just like Yi Chen. In fact, Yi Chen didn't have to go there on purpose. He already knew what he needed to know, and there wouldn't be any changes. However, the current him was different from the past. He couldn't live passively. He had to take the initiative and strive to be meticulous. Sometimes, it was the details that determined success or failure. Moreover, the day before the Muren Gang Challenge, there would definitely be a lot of people gathered at the announcement square. This was a good opportunity to observe the strength of others. Along the way, Yi Chen realized that in the 2 years he had been in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he did not have a single friend that he could play with. Thinking about it, he felt like a failure. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen was a bit envious of the outer disciples around him. Seeing them talking and laughing, it was so fun. They arrived at the plaza. Looking around, a square marble plaza that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of them. In front of the plaza, there was a huge wall with a giant piece of paper on it, with the words Muren Gang Challenge Competition written in big black letters. Following the flow of people into the square, Yi Chen's ears were filled with all kinds of voices. Last year, the champion of the Muren Gang Challenge competition was the top outer disciple, Wu Zongming. I wonder who it will be this year. I think it will be Wu Zongming again. Who knows how much his strength has improved in the past 6 months. You're right, but I think the top outer disciple genius, Xianxia, will win. Xianxia. The one who reached the mortal realm stage 10 at the age of 13. Yeah, I heard that when he joined the Sky Cloud Martial School at the age of 12, he was already at the mortal realm stage 7. It has only been a year, and he has jumped from the mortal realm stage 7 to the stage 10. His speed is unbelievable. One of them sneered, no matter how talented Xianxia is, he has only just reached the mortal realm stage 10. Don't forget, Wu Zongming was already at the mortal realm stage 10 half a year ago, and now he is only half a step away from the condensing reality realm. To put it nicely, it is half a step away, but to put it bluntly, it is a failure, otherwise he would have reached the condensing reality realm already. The one who spoke had a square face and thin lips. How dare you insult Wu Zongming? The outer disciple who spoke for Fang Zongming said angrily. The square-faced disciple did not back down. I know you are Wu Zongming's friend, but I am not. I am just stating the facts, no matter where it is, it makes sense. What a good makes sense. Suddenly, a cold voice came, followed by a sharp aura that came out of nowhere, like a whirlwind. Everyone looked over. 10 steps away, a young man in blue with a long sword on his back was standing there, staring at the person who was mocking him. It was the top outer disciple, Wu Zongming. Yi Chen stood on the side with great interest, thinking to himself, this is going to be interesting. The square-faced disciple who called Wu Zongming worthless seemed to be scared by the aura. He stuttered, What I said was not the truth. Wu Zongming sneered, do you know what kind of people I hate the most? They are the cowards who talk behind people's backs. Now I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you can take one palm attack from me, I will let this matter go. Do you dare? One palm attack. The square-faced disciple's eyes flashed. He was at mortal realm stage 8, 2 whole stages lower than Wu Zongming, but it should not be a problem for him to take one palm attack. At most, he would be slightly injured, but if he did not take it, then he would really be a coward, and he would not be able to hold his head up high in front of everyone. Alright, one palm attack it is, what is there to be afraid of? After saying that, he slightly bent his body, his right arm hanging down, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Obviously, he was gathering his chi into his right arm. This is the starting movement of the little Yiksha palm. Someone saw through it and couldn't help but say. The square-faced disciple smiled proudly. The little Yiksha palm was a high-rank mortal realm martial skill. Normally, with his status, he would not be able to get this skill, but his uncle was an outer master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so it would be easy for him to prepare a high-rank mortal realm martial skill for him. With the little Yiksha palm, he was confident that he could take one attack from Wu Zongming, and maybe not be at a disadvantage, then he would be famous. Wu Zongming's expression did not change. He said lightly, are you ready? The square-faced disciple raised his eyes. Anytime. At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the two of them. One was the top outer disciple, and the other was a mortal realm stage 8 outer disciple. Although they had only exchanged one attack, they should be able to see part of their power. Even if they could not see anything, it would be good to learn something new. On the empty field, Wu Zongming walked slowly towards the square-faced disciple. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. Surprisingly, the first to attack was not Wu Zongming, but the square-faced disciple. His leg slightly bounced up and he took a step forward. His right arm drew a strange arc in the air and attacked Wu Zongming from below. Puff, the sound of the air shattering was heard, and a dark light flashed on the edge of the square-faced disciple's right hand. It was a sign that his chi was about to break through his body. Go back. Wu Zongming growled, and his palm landed on the square-faced disciple's right hand. Boom, the square-faced disciple's feet left the ground, and he was knocked back to where he stood. He took a dozen steps back and almost fell. Cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the square-faced disciple pointed at Wu Zongming. You. He only managed to say one word before he fainted. Suddenly, the field was filled with noise. Although everyone knew that the square-faced disciple might not be able to take even one attack from Wu Zongming, they did not expect the gap to be this big. It also seemed that Wu Zongming did not use any martial skills, and only used normal movements. The number 1 outer disciple was indeed powerful. Yi Chen's opinion was different from everyone else's. To be honest, the gap between Mortal Realm Stage 8 and Mortal Realm Stage 10 was not that big, not to mention that the square-faced disciple had used a high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Little Yiksha Palm, which was almost at the threshold of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Even if he could not beat Wu Zongming, he would not have fainted. The real reason was something else. If Yi Chen guessed it right, Wu Zongming's martial art was of a higher level than the square-faced disciples. Whether it was the quality or the quantity of qi, the two were not on the same level. Besides, Wu Zongming had obviously trained his martial art to a higher level, and his control of his qi was much better than the square-faced disciples. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could not help but smile bitterly. The world he lived in was called the True Spirit Continent. It was a vast continent, and no one knew how big it was. No one knew how many people and beasts lived on this continent. The only thing that was certain was that this continent was dominated by martial schools and martial artists. Although countries were important, they were not as important. On this mainland, there were two things that were extremely important to a cultivator. One was martial skills, and the other was cultivation techniques. Compared to martial skills, cultivation techniques were several times more important. The value of a low-rank Mortal Realm skill was definitely not lower than a mid-rank Mortal Realm skill, sometimes even higher. If martial skills allowed a person to display 2 or even 3 times their combat prowess, then cultivation techniques were a person's foundation. The stronger one's foundation was, the greater the innate advantage one would have. Normally, if a warrior's martial art was 1 rank higher, the total amount of his qi would increase by 30%. In other words, if 2 warriors were at the same level, and one of them was practicing a low-rank Mortal Realm martial art, and the other was practicing a mid-rank Mortal Realm martial art, the latter would have 30% more qi than the former. If the latter was practicing a high-rank Mortal Realm martial art, then it would be 70% more qi than the former, and a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art would have 10% more qi than the former. There was a huge gap between the two. In addition to the total amount of internal qi, the higher the level of the cultivation method, the greater the quality of the internal qi. For example, if the internal qi produced by practicing a low-level cultivation method was compared to a piece of wood, then the internal qi produced by practicing a high-level cultivation method was like a piece of stone, or even a piece of metal. How could wood compete with stone and metal? It was obvious that they were not on the same level. As the first outer disciple, Wu Zongming's skill was at least a mid-rank Mortal Realm, while Yi Chen's was a low-rank Mortal Realm. Even if Yi Chen was at the same level as him, Mortal Realm Stage 6, his qi would still be 30% more than Yi Chen's, not to mention that Yi Chen's cultivation was higher than his. Luckily, in terms of the quality of qi, Yi Chen was confident that he would not lose to Wu Zongming. A month ago, he had already trained his Cloud Qi spell to the peak level, which was 1 rank higher than what was described in the manual. It was roughly equivalent to the most common mid-rank mortal realm skill. Although Wu Zongming had defeated the square-faced disciple with one move, he did not look too proud. To him, the square-faced disciple was just a clown. Defeating him was not enough to make Wu Zongming happy. But teaching him a lesson was to let others know that even if he had failed in his breakthrough, he was still not someone that anyone could compete with. Clap. 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 A handsome young man clapped his hands and walked over. That was amazing. No wonder you are the first outer disciple. Wu Zongming, you are qualified to be my opponent. Wu Zongming turned his head and squinted his eyes. Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren's body looked a bit young, but his temperament was quite mature. He smiled lightly and said, "You are training the high-rank mortal realm art, the Peiyuan art. I wonder which stage you have reached." "Sorry, I just reached the peak of the 4th stage." No wonder Wu Zongming was able to knock out the square-faced disciple with just one palm attack. It turned out that he had been training the growing yuan art. As a high-rank mortal realm art, the growing yuan art might not be the best in other aspects, but there was one thing that stood out from the rest. The growing yuan art was extremely rich and powerful. It was even more powerful than other arts of the same rank. Besides, the growing yuan art was divided into 5 stages, and reaching the peak of the 4th stage was already quite impressive. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haoren smiled proudly. "Compared to ordinary people, you are indeed a genius. But today, you are no longer my opponent." Wu Zongming sneered, "Arrogant people never have a good ending." "Really? I am not afraid of hurting you, but I am training the high-rank mortal realm above the clouds art, but I have already reached the highest stage, the 5th stage. That is the difference between us." Hearing this, everyone in the square started to talk about it. This is ridiculous. Martial arts are the hardest to improve. Zhang Haoren has only learned the above the clouds art for 4 months, and he has already reached the 5th stage. How is this possible? That's right. High-rank mortal realm arts are usually divided into 5 stages. For an ordinary person to reach the 1st stage, it would take at least 3 to 4 days, 10 days for the 2nd stage, 1 month for the 3rd stage, 3 months for the 4th stage, and more than a year for the 5th stage. I remember there were some inner disciples who changed to a top-rank mortal realm art before, and they gave up on their previous high-rank mortal realm art. Looks like in terms of talent, Zhang Haoren is still the best. Different from the others who were shocked, Yichen thought it was reasonable. Geniuses were geniuses because they could not be judged with common sense. Otherwise, they would not be geniuses. As for Wu Zongming, he was not that bad either. He was only 1 step away from the 5th stage of the Peiyuan art. Maybe in another half a month, he would be able to reach the 5th stage. Wu Zongming was indeed surprised. He had obtained the high-rank mortal realm art half a year ago after winning 1st place in the Muren Gang. He thought that reaching the peak of the 4th stage in half a year would already be amazing. Normally, it would take about 5 months to reach the 4th stage from the 1st stage, and another 5 months to reach the peak of the 4th stage. He did not expect Zhang Haoren to be even more talented than him, reaching the highest stage of the 5th stage in just 4 months. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zongming said calmly, "Don't talk too much, power is not something you can compare with." Zhang Haoren grinned, "That's right. Therefore, I will be the champion of this Muren Gang competition." After he finished talking, he turned around and walked away, leaving everyone staring at his back. Watching Zhang Haoren leave, everyone was impressed and jealous at the same time. They were all human beings. How could he reach Mortal Realm Stage 10 and over the clouds art at the age of 13? Was there really such a huge difference between a genius and a normal human being? Yichen shook his head, turned around and walked towards the notice board. On the giant piece of paper, there were lines of fist-sized words written with a silver hook and an iron pen. Obviously, it was written by a master who was good at calligraphy. Looking at the paper, other than some things to look out for, there was also a list of rewards for successfully passing the Muren Gang. It was a chi-boosting pellet unique to the Sky Cloud Martial School, which could save 1 month of hard work. If it was used to break through to the condensing reality realm, the success rate would definitely increase. Of course, it was only possible to break through to the mortal realm, and not from the mortal realm to the condensing reality realm. Right now, what I need the most is time. This chi-boosting pellet can save 1 month of hard work. It is very useful for me. Yichen smiled and continued reading. The top 10 winners of the Muren Gang will be able to choose a high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill. The top 6 will be able to choose 3 Windy Dew pellets. The top 3 will be able to choose a high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, and the winner will be rewarded with a chi-boosting pellet. Yichen squinted his eyes. He did not really care about high-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, but the Windy Dew pellet was a magical pellet that could help with chi training. According to some people, after taking the pellet for 10 days, the warrior would feel refreshed and free of all distracting thoughts. Their training speed would also increase by leaps and bounds, and it would be much easier for them to learn martial arts. Even many inner disciples wanted to get their hands on it. It was worth more than 10,000 silvers. It could only be found by luck. The only downside was that it could not be used frequently. It was said that the effect would get worse and worse every time it was used, until the end, there would be no effect at all. As for the high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Yichen could feel that his training speed would increase by leaps and bounds, and the quantity and quality of his chi would reach new heights. In other words, with a high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Yichen's overall power could easily double. Looking at the prize for the first place, Yichen forced a smile. Without a doubt, the Yuan boosting pellet was the most valuable pellet. It could help a Mortal Realm warrior level up, and it could even help a warrior break through to the condensing reality realm. However, Yichen was not confident at all. Although Ma Wu was also a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior, he was nowhere near as talented as Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren. Both of them were geniuses. Their martial arts and martial skills were way better than the others, and their comprehension was also top-notch. It would be almost impossible to win against them, unless Yichen could break through from Mortal Realm Stage 6 to Mortal Realm Stage 8. Slowly letting out a breath, Yichen made up his mind. He wouldn't hope for the first or second place, but he had to get the third place. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The night was over, and the first rays of the morning sun shone from the east. In the courtyard, Yichen, who had just finished a set of fist techniques, was wiping the body refining paste. His body was as straight as a sword. After this Muren Gang, it will be the Yi family gathering in half a year. Whether or not I can amaze the world will depend on today's result. Yichen knew very well that the second son of his eldest uncle, Yi Tang, and the daughter of his fourth uncle, Yi Xian, were both rare geniuses of the Yi family. They had reached Mortal Realm Stage 5 at the age of 12, and now that 3 years had passed, they had probably reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, or even the Condensing Reality Realm. A Condensing Reality Realm warrior was not easy to defeat. Even if Yichen had amazing comprehension, he still could not ignore the gap between them. Before Yichen even left the house, half of the Sky Cloud Martial School was already in an uproar. The Muren Gang Challenge was an important day for most of the disciples. On that day, there would be some outer elders, inner disciples, and occasionally 1 or 2 inner elders would come to watch. As for the Muren Gang, it was located right in front of the plaza. It was usually closed, and no one would be able to see it from the outside. When Yichen arrived at the plaza, it was already filled with people. More than half of the 3,000 outer disciples had arrived, and they were all waiting on the plaza. There were also a lot of inner disciples and outer elders, all of them sitting on the high platform at the back of the plaza. Elder Lin, who do you think will be in the top 10 this time? The one who spoke was a teenager, about 16 or 17 years old. He was very handsome, and his skin was very white. The elder who was called Elder Lin laughed. Yun Tao, you are already one of the best among the inner disciples, and you are also interested in this. Yun Tao said, my talent is not that great, and people did not think highly of me when I was younger. So I understand how the outer disciples feel when they want to be in the top 10. That's true. Elder Lin nodded. From what I can see, most of the top 10 this time will be the same as the top 10 from last time, but with the addition of Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren? I have heard of him. I heard that he is the #1 genius among the outer disciples. Yesterday, there was news that Zhang Haoren had already trained his high-rank Mortal Realm Above Clouds art to the highest stage, the 5th stage. This kind of talent is really rare. The 5th stage of the Above Clouds art, no wonder the elder thinks so highly of him. Yun Tao looked surprised. When he was still an outer disciple, he also trained the Above Clouds art, but even after he became an inner disciple, he still had not reached the highest stage. Elder Lin looked at Zhang Haoren, and said happily, "The more geniuses there are in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the more potential we have. If one day we can become a rank 8 institution from a rank 9 institution, I, as the head elder of the outer sect, will die with a smile on my face." Yun Tao was excited by Elder Lin's words. "Don't worry, Elder Lin. Although I am not as talented as the head sister and the others, when that day comes, I am willing to work for the Sky Cloud Martial School and help it become a rank 8 institution. Hee, as long as you have the heart." It was time for the Muren alley to open. Crack! Crack, crack. Under everyone's heated gaze, the huge wall in front of the square suddenly cracked open, revealing a deep alley. No one knew where it led to. At this moment, Elder Lin stood up and said loudly to the sea of people, "Everyone, today is the semi-annual Muren Alley Challenge competition. All outer disciples are qualified to participate. As for the reward for successfully breaking the Muren Alley, you should have seen it on the notice board. I will not say much here. Now, let's enter the first round. Only those who have the ability to defeat a wooden guardian can enter the Muren alley." Elder Lin's voice was not loud, but with the help of his Xianxia, it spread out for miles, and everyone could hear him clearly. "Damn, last time I almost beat a wooden guardian, I can definitely do it this time." "Me too, but I heard that in addition to the wooden guardians, there are also wooden sword artists. This is a bit tricky." No matter what the crowd thought, the Muren Alley Challenge competition had officially begun. Kala, 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 a row of 20 wooden guardians walked out. These wooden guardians were 2 meters tall, and their bodies were made out of a strange kind of wood. Their eyes were 2 thin crystals, emitting a cold light. Obviously, they were not ordinary creatures. Yichen was not surprised at all. It was said that wooden guardians were a special kind of puppet, invented 5,000 years ago by a rank 5 institution, the puppet school. Although they did not have any intelligence, they could sense the people around them, and use them to attack. The Sky Cloud Martial School had obtained the method of making wooden guardians by chance. Unfortunately, these wooden guardians were not very powerful, only equivalent to a mortal realm warrior. Therefore, they were perfect for testing the outer disciples. In the first round, 20 people would be tested together. Those who passed the test would stand on the right side and wait to challenge the Muren gang, while those who failed would have to leave. Last time, Yichen only lasted for 3 breaths before he was injured. The test began. Surprisingly, Wang Gang was among the first 20 people. With his peak of Mortal Realm Stage 7 cultivation, he should be able to defeat the wooden guardian. At least he wouldn't be killed instantly, which would be a joke. The wooden guardian sensed that someone was approaching, so it moved its heavy body and threw a punch towards Wang Gang. The strong wind from the punch blew his hair into the air. Speed was not Wang Gang's forte, so he quickly crossed his arms and blocked the wooden guardian's punch. His body was pushed back 3 steps. Stone-breaking strike. After taking 3 steps back, Wang Gang jumped up, raised his right palm and chopped towards the wooden guardian's head. Bang! The wooden guardian's senses were indeed sharp. It blocked Wang Gang's deadly attack with its arms, then punched again with its left hand. The speed of the punch was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react. Damn, the wooden guardian is so fierce. Some of the outer disciples who had just joined the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't help but exclaim. Even Yichen couldn't help but admire the wooden guardian's power. There was no sign of life, but its movements were steady and powerful. All of a sudden, Wang Gang bent his left leg and used his knee to block the wooden guardian's second attack. He used the force to fly back and landed 5 steps away. After getting some distance from the wooden guardian, Wang Gang knew that he couldn't beat it with brute force, so he had to surprise it. Double Dragon goes to sea. Seeing the wooden guardian chasing after him, Wang Gang gave up on using his stone-breaking strike and used the crouching dragon fist that he wasn't familiar with yet. He twisted his arms, and like 2 evil dragons, he dashed out. Crack! The wooden guardian's fist was locked. Wang Gang shouted coldly. He used both of his arms to block the opponent's fist, then threw out a flying kick. Meteor kick. Boom! With a powerful kick, the wooden guardian fell to the ground. The examiner next to him immediately yelled, "Pass." Different from here, the word fail could be heard from other places. Soon, the first group of 20 people finished their tests. Only 4 people passed, and the rest were all eliminated. They had no choice but to leave the square. As for the wooden guards, it was unknown what kind of wood they were made of, but they were basically unharmed. Fortunately, as long as they were defeated, they would pass the test. Otherwise, they would be exhausted to death. Not long after, the second test also ended, and only one person passed. 5 people from the third group passed. 3 people from the fourth group passed. No one in the fifth group passed. In the 120th group, Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren stepped out at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and walked up to the stage indifferently. Facing the wooden guardian in front of them, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. Wu Zongming's figure flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in the arms of the wooden guardian. His right palm instantly pressed against the wooden guardian's chest, and with a ferocious shake, the wooden guardian was sent flying like a piece of straw. A clear palm print was left on the wooden guardian's chest, and it could be seen how pure this palm strike was. As for Zhang Haoren, he was even more terrifying. He stretched out his body and directly ignored the distance of 10 meters between them. In the blink of an eye, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the wooden guardian's head. Then, he stopped in his tracks and swung his arm. The wooden guardian was thrown more than 10 meters away. Damn, he killed the wooden guardian in 1 second. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they could not believe what they had just seen. Wu Zongming's performance was already amazing enough, and he had sent the wooden guardian flying with one palm strike. However, Zhang Haoren seemed to be even better. In front of him, the wooden guardian was like a child that had not yet learned how to walk. In the 123rd group, Yichen stepped onto the stage. Without the speed of Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren, Yichen only had the exquisiteness of his movements. With just a few punches and kicks, he had defeated the wooden guardian and successfully passed the stage. When the first round of the test ended, Elder Lin stood up and said, "A total of 365 people have passed. The second round will now begin. Now, everyone will enter the Muren gang. Haoren, you said you could help me get the third place, right?" Standing next to Zhang Haoren was a tall teenager, about 15 years old. At this moment, his breathing had quickened, and he could not help but ask. Zhang Haoren did not care and said, "Cousin, don't worry. With your strength, it is not difficult to pass the Muren gang. What is difficult is to get the first place, and I will stop the others at the right time." That's great. It turned out that this teenager was Zhang Haoren's cousin, who had joined the Sky Cloud Martial School before Zhang Haoren. He had also participated in the Muren gang competition before, but he was only in the 30s, far away from the top 10, not to mention the third place. This time, if he could get the third place, he would definitely get a high-rank Mortal Realm Martial Art Manual, a high-rank Mortal Realm Martial Skill Manual, and 3 Windy Dew pellets, which would be enough for him to reach the condensing reality realm. At this moment, Zhang Haoren changed his tone, "But I can't go too far, you know the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School." "I know, don't worry. Even without your help, I am confident that I can get into the top 10. "Good, let's go in." The Muren gang was like a bottle gourd. The entrance was very narrow, and could only fit 5 people side by side. Once inside, the space suddenly opened up, and there were 10 different alleys. 365 people were divided into 10 groups, and they all chose different alleys to enter. Shoo! 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 In the alley that Yichen had chosen, the walls and the ground on both sides suddenly cracked open, and a group of wooden guards and wooden sword artists jumped out. They cut down 5 to 6 people like a tornado, and screams were heard one after another. Dodging the attack of a wooden sword artist, Yichen took out his great steel sword from the scabbard and cut the wooden sword in half. Then, he lowered his body and went through the wooden sword in an instant. That was close. Luckily we were not in the crowd, otherwise there would be no space to dodge at all. As they moved forward, the number of people became fewer and fewer. From the original 30 to 40 people, there were only 20 people left, and 5 more alleys appeared in front of them, each with 4 or 5 people choosing the same alleys to move forward. On the other side, Zhang Haoren's feet flashed, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. All of the wooden guards and sword artists could not lock onto him. Occasionally, there would be 3 or 4 wooden guards in front of him, but they would also be blown away by his palm. The space became narrow, and Zhang Haoren stopped and thought, the place in front is the place with the most wooden guards. When everyone comes here, I can secretly trip them up and make them hesitate. That way, my cousin will be able to get the third place easily. As for the first place, Zhang Haoran thought that it would be a piece of cake. Even Wu Zhongming was not qualified to compete with him, which was why he wanted to help his cousin. Plus, this was the only way to the finish line. Even if someone could threaten him, he would have the chance to take action. Shoo, the first one to arrive was Wu Zhongming. He was only slightly slower than Zhang Haoran. Looking at Zhang Haoran with a confused look, Wu Zhongming did not know what he was planning. Didn't he say he wanted to be the champion? Could it be that he was waiting for me on purpose? This is ridiculous, this guy is way too arrogant. Although he was confused and angry, Wu Zhongming would not waste time on him because of this. He was about to pass through. Wait. Zhang Haoran blocked his way. Wu Zhongming's face darkened. What do you mean? Zhang Haoran said lightly, nothing else. Don't you think it's more fun with more people around? There is no need to rush. It has nothing to do with me. Move. Sorry, I can't agree to that. You are looking for death. Wu Zhongming was furious. His slowed-down body suddenly sped up, his right fist turned red as it punched towards Zhang Haoran. High-rank mortal realm martial skill, burning fist. Zhang Haoran smiled and threw out a punch as well. Dong, the two fists collided, the surrounding walls and the ground seemed to shake, a strong gust of wind spread out in all directions. Wu Zhongming felt his arm go numb, he could feel 3 layers of power coming from Zhang Haoran's fist. He immediately lost his balance and took 3 steps back, 3-layer flowing cloud force. The 3-layer flowing cloud force was the signature martial art of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Although it was only a high-rank mortal realm martial skill, many of the inner disciples were training it, not willing to give it up. The main reason was that the more powerful one was, the more powerful the 3-layer flowing cloud force would be. Zhang Haoran shook his hand to extinguish the fire on his fist. He looked a bit surprised. Looks like I have underestimated you. The burning fist can actually produce fire power. Same to you. Wu Zhongming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He pushed the inner qi in his body to the limit and kept it hidden, waiting for the critical moment to strike with a thunderous blow. The surprise on Zhang Haoran's face disappeared, and he laughed loudly. What do you mean by the same? Don't get me wrong. I only used 70% of my strength earlier. Zhang Haoran had the right to be arrogant. At the age of 13, he had not only trained his qi to the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, his over the Cloud's art had also reached the highest stage, the 5th stage, and his 3-layer flowing cloud force had also reached the completion stage. He was confident that he could even fight against a warrior who had just reached the condensing reality realm, not to mention Wu Zhongming. Wu Zhongming didn't say anything to refute, because he knew that any words were useless. The only thing that could be valued was strength. Pong, sparks appeared on his red fist. The sparks increased and finally formed a faint flame. The fist wrapped in the flame was like a red-hot soldering iron, hard and hot. Wu Zhongming sneered, aren't you the only one who hasn't used your full strength? Interesting, interesting? Zhang Haoran was taken aback. Anger could be seen in his eyes. His opponent had been hiding his strength time and time again, making him feel like he was being looked down upon. After all, when he fought with others in the past, no one dared to not use their full strength. Otherwise, they would have been beaten senseless. An even more intense battle was about to begin. Right at that moment, a human figure flashed past. Seeing the two confronting each other, he cautiously slowed down and moved to the other side of the tunnel. It was Yi Chen. Although he was much slower than Wu Zhongming and Zhang Haoran when he was using his full strength, he was still much faster than the others. After all, when facing the clumsy wooden dummies, the more subtle movements would give him the bigger advantage. Fighting with brute force would just be asking for trouble. I didn't expect these two to fight in the Muren alley without caring about the competition. Noticing the cracks on the walls nearby, Yi Chen knew without guessing that there had been a huge battle here. The result should be a tie, or maybe they were just testing each other. However, they didn't care about the ranking, but Yi Chen did. If these two still didn't want to give up, the first place would probably be his. Maybe it would be a bit unfair, but who wouldn't want a pie falling from the sky? Flashing his feet, Yi Chen was about to enter the tunnel. How dare you? Since when is it your turn? Zhang Haoren was already a bit annoyed. Seeing that Yi Chen was ignoring them and wanted to enter the tunnel, he immediately vented his anger on him. Zhang Haoren's right hand pulled and released, and a cold chi burst out. Wherever it went, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. High-rank mortal realm martial skill, soaking cold palm. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He and Zhang Haoren did not hate each other, but his first move was the soaking cold palm. With his mortal realm stage 10 cultivation, it was definitely more powerful than a top-rank mortal realm martial skill used by a normal outer disciple. If he was hit by this palm, it would not be as simple as lying in bed for a few months. His meridians would be frozen and he would become a cripple. Although the Yi family was rich and could buy a lot of precious medicines to cure his wounds, it did not mean that he would be willing to take this palm and suffer for nothing. Mountain collapse. Taking out his great steel sword, Yi Chen dashed to the side with the momentum of a collapsing mountain and a landslide. His speed was as fast as lightning. It was a movement from the lone peak of 13 swords that focused on speed and footwork. Ka-la-la, the place where Yi Chen was standing was covered in a layer of frost. It was not hard to imagine what would have happened to Yi Chen if he had not dodged it. Keeping his distance from Zhang Haoren, Yi Chen said expressionlessly, "This is too much. You are only a mortal realm stage 6 disciple. What makes you think you can be ranked third? Don't even think about being ranked first. Go away." Zhang Haoren did not take Yi Chen seriously at all, even if Yi Chen had just dodged his palm attack. Even a man made of mud had a temper, not to mention the young Yi Chen. His eyes were filled with coldness. Yi Chen's knuckles bulged as he tightly gripped the sword hilt. Although he did not have the confidence, if he really wanted to fight to the death, he might be able to hurt his opponent. What? You still want to fight? Believe it or not, I will cripple you right now. When the higher-ups find out, they will at most punish me a little. No one will give up on a genius like me for you. Zhang Haoren sneered, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wu Zongming, who was standing on the side, had no reason to let Zhang Haoren continue to be so arrogant. He said sarcastically, "Such arrogance, I would like to see how you are going to cripple him in front of me." Zhang Haoren said in a creepy tone, "Wu Zongming, have you made up your mind to go against me? Don't regret it." What a joke, what do I have to regret? Then let's see who will become a condensing reality warrior first. But I am definitely going to cripple this brat, right in front of you. His body suddenly lengthened. Zhang Haoren put his left hand behind his back, and his right hand was filled with frost chi. He moved like a dragon towards Yi Chen's head. Normal people would not have the chance to react to his sudden movement. In Zhang Haoren's eyes, Yi Chen would not be able to escape. Feeling the cold chi, Yi Chen felt a sense of danger for the first time. He held his sword with one hand and held it with both hands, forming a thin sword screen in front of him. Puff, just like ice meeting with boiling water, the sword screen melted under Zhang Haoren's palm power. Seeing that his opponent's palm was about to land on his chest, Yi Chen let out an angry roar and clenched his left hand into a fist. King Kong Infinite. This was the most powerful punch in the King Kong fist. Yi Chen had already practiced it to the point where it was both soft and hard. Combined with his anger, it was pushed to an unimaginable level. Before the two fists touched each other, there was already a slight cracking sound. Zhang Haoren was shocked, he had never seen such a powerful King Kong fist. It was almost as powerful as a high-rank mortal realm skill. But so what? In terms of quantity and quality of chi, he had an overwhelming advantage. Piss off. With a cold chi, Zhang Haoren increased his power again. He pressed his palm onto Yi Chen's fist like lightning. Boom, the ice exploded, and Yi Chen was pushed back. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and his left arm was covered in cold chi. He could no longer exert any strength. Next time, remember to be careful. Not everyone can be offended. Zhang Haoren paused for a second and attacked Yi Chen again. At this moment, Yi Chen did not care about anything else. He shook his right wrist, and the great steel sword turned into a bright cold light and pierced out. It was obviously very close to Zhang Haoren, but at the same time, it gave people the illusion that it was still very far away. Even Zhang Haoren was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly reached out his left hand that was behind his back, trying to catch that sword edge. Seeing this, Wu Zongming knew that even if Yichen managed to hurt Zhang Haoren, he would still be disabled. Plus, he would be disabled right in front of him. How could he accept that? Merciless fire. With sparks flying everywhere, Wu Zongming rushed out and threw a punch at Zhang Haoren from the side. Facing two attacks, Zhang Haoren could no longer stay calm. He took back his hands, waved his sleeves, and escaped from the encirclement in the blink of an eye. High-rank mortal realm skill, inching steps. Wu Zongming didn't expect to hit Zhang Haoren, but his opponent's strength made him more and more afraid. Zhang Haoren's over-the-clouds art had been trained to the 5th stage, the flowing cloud triple force had been mastered, and the soaking cold palm had been mastered. Now, he also had the footwork martial skill inch travel steps. Who knew what other powerful martial skills he had hidden? Brother, what is your name? Wu Zongming took a deep breath, and turned to look at Yichen. Yichen was activating his inner qi to expel the coldness from his left arm. Hearing the voice, he said, Yichen. You should know my name, so I won't say too much. However, your fist and sword techniques are very impressive. I almost made a mistake. He had also noticed Yichen's punch. Although he was injured when fighting with Zhang Haoren, but among the outer disciples, not many could take a hit from Zhang Haoren. Not to mention that Yichen was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. Excuse me. Yichen said calmly, but inside, he was anxious. The qi in his palm was like maggots in his bones, he could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Yichen started to regret his decision. If only he had trained a mid-rank Mortal Realm art. Even though his qi would not be as good as Zhang Haoren's, it would still be on the same level, and he would definitely be able to get rid of the qi. Of course, it was not Yichen's fault. A mid-rank Mortal Realm art was as valuable as a high-rank Mortal Realm skill. With his status as an outer disciple, he would not be able to get his hands on one. Although some of the more useless mid-rank Mortal Realm arts were available in the Martial Arts Pavilion, they were not easy to learn. It would take a lot of time and energy, and if one were to change their qi in the future, it would take up a lot of time to refine the original qi, which was not a good idea. Therefore, Yichen was planning to get a good art from the Murong gang, but he did not expect to run into a situation like this. Wu Zongming, you are looking for death. Being pushed back by the two of them, Zhang Haoren's face turned red, then white, then purple, and finally blue. It looked creepy. Wu Zongming said coldly, you don't have the right to say that. Very good. Today, neither of you will leave. Ice and Snow Universe. 10 layers of qi rose up, a blue light flashed across Zhang Haoren's body. That was the sign that he had pushed his above the clouds art to its limit. It was obvious that he was really angry and wanted to attack without caring about anything else. Zhang Haoren drew a half circle with both of his hands, and the sharp cold wind gathered into a ball, swirling around and pushing towards the two of them. Who? 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 The cold wind blew like a tornado, and the ground was covered with layers of frost, spreading quickly. Wu Zongming was taken aback. From the power of this palm, it was not difficult to see that Zhang Haoren was only one step away from condensing the fake into the real, and transforming his inner qi into true qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to display the soaking cold palm to such an extent. It was simply like a real blizzard. Prairie fire. Wu Zongming had not used all of his power for a long time, and this time, even his hidden power was forced out. All of a sudden, the heat wave was like a tide, and his face gradually turned red. In the end, it actually became like a fire jade, with steam rising up. And his two fists became even hotter, almost melting. With a terrifying power, he punched out, facing that sharp cold wind. The ground was shaking, and the walls were shaken by the power. Pieces of rubble fell down. There was a loud bang. Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming both stepped back, but Zhang Haoren only took 3 steps back, and Wu Zongming took 4. At this moment, a shocking sword light suddenly appeared, stabbing straight at Zhang Haoren's left rib. It was as fast as a fluttering rain, and it was silent. You are looking for death. Before Zhang Haoren could even take a breath, he saw Yichen attack with his sword. In a rage, he ignored the limits of his body, forcefully gathered his qi, and punched in the air. The fine steel sword was bent like a bow under the powerful qi, unable to move an inch forward. This made Yi Chen have a deeper understanding of Zhang Haoren's power. Zhang Haoren, take my punch. Wu Zongming seemed to have forgotten the fact that he was outnumbered. His feet shook, and his body directly pounced at Zhang Haoren. Without the support of enough qi, Zhang Haoren could not perform the inch travel steps. He secretly hated Wu Zongming as he exchanged punches and palms, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You forced me to do this. Using the impact of the opponent's punch, Zhang Haoren exaggerated 10 steps back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Hearing this, Wu Zongming thought to himself, does this guy still have martial skills that he hasn't used yet? Yi Chen also frowned. He had to admit that Zhang Haoren was the only genius that he admired so far. He had already mastered a few of his martial skills. Looking at the two seriously, Zhang Haoren clenched both of his fists. A strong blue light shone from his fists, and finally turned into a beautiful blue airflow. Accompanied by the blue airflow, a slight tiger roar came out of nowhere. It was terrifying. Tiger roar, dragon fist. Seeing this, Wu Zongming's expression changed drastically. He blurted out. Top-rank mortal realm martial skill, tiger roar, dragon fist. This is bad. How did this Zhang Haoren learn so many martial skills? Yi Chen had heard of this martial skill before. It was said that among the top-rank mortal realm martial skills in the Sky Cloud Martial School, only the monster-killing fist could compete with the tiger roar, dragon fist. Normally, only the inner disciples could learn top-rank mortal realm martial skills, but Zhang Haoren had obviously broken this rule. Zhang Haoren sneered and stretched his body. He then dashed towards the two of them like a dragon. While he was on the way, his fist, which was wrapped in blue qi, was thrown out with all of his strength. It left a beautiful trail of light in the air. At first glance, it looked like there was a blue qi dragon on his fist. The roar of a tiger shook the sky. Wu Zongming and Yi Chen had already lost their footing before this punch had even landed. They felt as if there was a peerless dragon swooping towards them, and its power was so great that they couldn't even think of fighting back. Of course, if they did not fight back, they would definitely die. When Yi Chen was about to make a move, he realized that Wu Zongming was already prepared. Zhang Haoren, don't think that you can beat me with your tiger roar dragon fist. Burning fire sacrifice spell. Wu Zongming put his palms together, his qi increased rapidly, fighting against Zhang Haoren's punch. He then jumped at Zhang Haoren and threw out a punch that seemed slow but was actually fast. Yi Chen was shocked. The burning fire sacrifice spell was an extremely powerful auxiliary martial art. By burning qi, it could increase the user's power to a new level. But when the time was up, the user's body would be damaged to a certain extent. If used too many times, the user could even become a disabled person. Boom, when the two fists collided, the debris on the ground flew in all directions. In the next second, both of them were blown back, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. No wonder you have the guts to fight against me, you have learned the burning fire sacrifice spell. The burning fire sacrifice spell was not a high-rank martial art, it was only a high-rank mortal realm martial art. But once used, it could increase the user's power by 30%. However, the side effect was too big, it could damage the user's body, or even cripple the user. So no one dared to use it frequently, it was listed as one of the forbidden martial arts in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if Zhang Haoren stopped Wu Zongming, he would have to pay a huge price for it, it might even affect his progress to the condensing reality realm. Wu Zongming was about to say something, but he realized that someone was coming from behind. He sneered, sorry, I can't keep you company. Shoo, with the help of the burning fire sacrifice spell, Wu Zongming's speed had reached its limit, he rushed into the tunnel with a wave of heat, and disappeared in a flash. I have to say, you're very lucky. Zhang Haoren wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson, but he was afraid that Wu Zongming would take the first place. Not to mention that he was not only injured, but the tiger roaring dragon fist had also consumed most of his internal qi. It was hard to say whether he could get what he wanted, so he had to leave behind a meaningful sentence and then dashed into the passageway. Yi Chen sneered in his heart and continued to expel the cold air from his body. Swish, 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 in a short while, at least a dozen people had entered the passage. After a short while, Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. His right hand tightened its grip on the hilt of his sword. He tapped the ground lightly and shot into the tunnel like an arrow leaving the bow. In the deep tunnel, the wooden machete men jumped out one by one, slashing at anyone they saw. The dozen people running in front of Yi Chen had no choice but to slow down, lest they were eliminated at the last moment. Damn, that person behind us is so fast. The person at the back saw that Yi Chen could ignore the attacks of the wooden swordsman and always escape from danger at the critical moment. He could not help but exclaim. Ah, just as he finished his words, he was slashed to the ground by a wooden machete man. He regretted that he did not pay attention. Yi Chen flew over from above and cut down the incoming wooden blade with one sword strike. Then he narrowly passed between two wooden machete men. His timing was perfect. As for the reason why Yi Chen could be so calm, it was all because of his powerful soul power. He did not need to use his eyes to sense everything within 5 meters around him. Moreover, after precise calculations, he could quickly choose the best route, which could save him a lot of time. Overtake 5 people, overtake 10 people, overtake 13 people. Yi Chen finally returned to the 3rd place, leaving the 4th place far behind. The exit of the Muren alley was actually in the same direction as the entrance. In other words, all the challengers had taken a big detour inside. It was hard to imagine how big the so-called Muren alley was. Although they could see the exit, it did not mean that they had succeeded. At the exit stood a slender and short wooden machete man. Its whole body was made from hundreds of pieces of dark red wood. It held a slender long blade in its hand. It did not seem to have any life force, but it was emitting a terrifying magical power. Bada, bada, the wooden machete man rushed towards Yi Chen. It was getting faster and faster. When it was 5 steps away, it waved its blade. Yi Chen felt like his great steel sword was about to fly out of his hand. He was shocked at the wooden macheteman's power. The first blade was blocked, but the wooden macheteman's second blade followed. It did not have any changes, only speed and ruthlessness. Find an opening. Yi Chen calmed himself down and shook his great steel sword. Like a mudfish, he stabbed the wooden macheteman's elbow joint at a weird angle. Although he did not manage to break his opponent's elbow, he managed to create a flaw in its movement. Thus, Yi Chen hurriedly threw a punch at its chest. Boom, the wooden machete man was blown away. He had succeeded. Outside the exit, Master Lin looked at Yi Chen with surprise. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on getting the 3rd place. Here are 3 windy dew pellets. As for the high-rank mortal realm martial skills and martial arts, you will have to go to the Pavilion of Martial Arts to pick them yourself. This is the tag for the 2nd floor of the Pavilion of Martial Arts. It can only be used once." Putting away the pellets and the tag, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to get the 3rd place. Wu Zhongming walked over with a smile on his face. A high-rank mortal realm martial art and not having one are 2 completely different levels. I am afraid that you will catch up with me in the future. Yi Chen blocked a punch from Zhang Haoren with his mortal realm stage 6 power. His martial arts were not that high, which made Wu Zhongming very curious about him. He wanted to make friends with him. After all, one more friend was better than one more enemy. Yi Chen said modestly, "You flatter me. If it were not for you, I would not even be able to stand here. Let's not talk about this. We should talk more in the future." Of course. Oh right, you need to be careful of Zhang Haoren. Although he could not do anything to me, he might come after you. You should be careful. Yi Chen nodded and looked towards Zhang Haoren's direction. Zhang Haoren's face was very pale. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. Not only did he not win against Wu Zhongming, he did not even keep his promise to his cousin. Luckily, he got the 1st place with his inch travel steps, otherwise, he would have been vomiting blood. As for Yi Chen, he did not care too much about Zhang Haoren. With a high-rank mortal realm martial art, he was confident that he could increase his power to the next level in a short period of time. If he had a few more months, he would have trained his chi to the 7th or 8th stage, and trained his martial art to the highest level. By then, it would not be impossible for him to fight against Zhang Haoren. Of course, Zhang Haoren's Tiger Roar Dragon Fist was a threat. It was quite hard to deal with, and could be considered as one of the best top-rank mortal realm martial arts. However, Yi Chen was not weak either. With the lone peak of 13 swords, with this unique sword art, Yi Chen had nothing to fear. After a night's rest, the next morning, Yi Chen once again came to the pavilion of martial skills. The pavilion master knew most of the inner disciples and all of the core disciples, but the outer disciples only knew a few people, such as Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming. But strangely, the moment Yi Chen entered the pavilion, he recognized him and smiled at him. Yi Chen felt strange, but still said politely, "Greetings, master." The pavilion guardian elder nodded and said, as a senior, "It's not a good thing to have too many martial skills. You should know what I mean." Yi Chen knew what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly, "Master, I am going to the second floor, here is my token." Yi Chen said as he handed the token to the elder. "Token? What? You got the third place in the Muren gang?" The pavilion master's face was full of surprise, he could not help but ask. "Yes." The pavilion master hesitated, "You really mastered the lone peak of 13 swords?" Seeing Yi Chen nodding, the pavilion master still could not believe it, but he had to believe it. Getting the third place with only an incomplete lone peak of 13 swords was too easy. After all, Yi Chen was only at the mid-mortal realm stage 6. Although he was the pavilion master, he could not ask too much. He reminded, "Those who can go to the second floor are all inner disciples and core disciples. They will more or less show their arrogance in front of you, an outer disciple, so remember not to mess with them. Also, you are not an official inner disciple, so you have to come down in 15 minutes, so you need to pick a martial skill as soon as possible." "I know." Yi Chen understood this. Although inner disciples and outer disciples were both disciples, their positions were completely different, and if he had a conflict with an inner disciple, he would be the one to suffer. As for picking a martial skill within 15 minutes, it was to prevent outer disciples from secretly memorizing other martial skills. The staircase was deep on the left. Yi Chen walked over with a calm expression. As soon as he went upstairs, Yi Chen felt an invisible pressure on his face. Looking around, there were about a dozen people on the second floor. Some of them were reading the secret manuals seriously, some were chatting in low voices, and some were holding a few secret manuals and making a choice. Among these people, the oldest was no more than 20 years old, and the youngest was about the same age as Yi Chen. All of them had an unfathomable temperament. They were inner disciples. The inner disciple who was closest to Yi Chen turned his head out of habit with a hint of doubt on his face. Then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "I almost forgot, yesterday was the Muren Gang Challenge, this person should be in the top 10. After muttering to himself, he turned his attention back to the secret manual and stopped paying attention to Yi Chen. Taking a few steps forward, Yi Chen looked around and realized that the layout was similar to the first floor, but it was more classical and elegant. The bookshelves were not made of normal wood, but were made of valuable sandalwood. The aroma coming from the sandalwood was rich, and it had the effect of calming one's soul. The bookshelves were divided into 5 layers. The bottom 3 layers were filled with high-rank Mortal Realm manuals, and the top 2 layers were filled with top-rank Mortal Realm manuals. There were 3 to 5 manuals on each layer, and at most 7 manuals. On the side of each bookshelf, there were labels, such as Training Art Type, Auxiliary Art Type, Movement Art Type, Attack Art Type, Defense Art Type, and so on. Without further ado, Yi Chen only had 15 minutes to make a choice. First, he went to the section with the martial skill manuals. Yi Chen randomly picked up a manual, flipped through the title page, then put it down. Then he picked up another one and put it down. Out of the dozens of manuals, there were only 9 that caught his eye. They were Burning Fist, Attack Art; Inch Travel Steps, a movement skill; 8 Steps Chasing Cicada, Movement Art; Yuan Chi Force, Defense Art; Formless Counterattack, Defense Art; Golden Swallow Art, Movement Art; 4 Parts Fist, Attack Art; Sword Draw Art, Attack Art; Deadwood Seal, Attack Art. These 9 martial skills might not be the best high-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, but they were definitely the most suitable for Yi Chen. Therefore, even he was a bit tempted by them. The Burning Fist was Wu Zongming's main martial skill. Its power did not need to be mentioned. Once he mastered it, he would be able to create a fire power, which would be able to deliver a fatal attack to the enemy. The inch steps was the footwork that Zhang Haoren trained. It was like shrinking the ground into an inch. It was very scary and practical. The 8 steps chasing cicada focused on the explosive power within 8 steps, which was enough to increase one's speed by 50% or more. No matter how fast the enemy was, they would not be able to escape from the palm of their hands. It was the best choice for chasing and killing enemies. The Yuan Qi force was a bit more mysterious. It needed the help of Qi to cultivate a special kind of Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi was just like Qi, it would be stored inside the body, and when it was used, it would automatically appear and protect the body. However, every time it was used, it would be used up. The first 4 were already the best. If there were no other choices, Yichen would definitely choose one of them. However, with the last 5, Yichen had no choice but to give up on them. The non-phase counterattack was a defensive martial skill, but it was also an offensive martial skill. It focused on being able to predict the enemy's movements and counterattack with defense. If the enemy was strong, I would be strong. If the enemy was weak, I would be weak. If the enemy did not move, I would not move. It was very hard to deal with. If one mastered it, he would be able to stand on the ground. The golden swallow art was a movement skill. It allowed the user to walk on water without a problem. When mastered, the user would be able to fly more than 100 meters in the air, as light as a swallow flying on grass. When he saw the introduction of the fragmented fist art, Yichen could not help but let out a sound of surprise. This martial skill was so fierce and overbearing, it did not even have a hint of softness in it. With one punch, the target would definitely be torn into pieces. It could be said that it had reached the pinnacle of hardness. It was quite extreme. Hardness cannot last long. Tai Chi is about yin and yang, hard and soft. Not to mention this martial skill, I'm afraid that if I can't defeat the enemy, I will be defeated by the enemy. It is too extreme. Yichen shook his head and gave up on the fragmented fist art. As for the sword drawing art, it was about the explosive power produced in the moment of drawing the sword. The strength and speed of the sword drawing art was much greater than the direct swing of the sword. Therefore, the first move was to hit the enemy first, and to kill the enemy in one move. Yichen practiced the lone peak of 13 swords. If he could combine it with the sword drawing art, then from drawing the sword to putting it back, there would be no flaws to speak of, unless the opponent's strength or martial skills were much higher than his. However, there were many things that were not the case. The sword drawing art was not bad, but it was not a wise choice for those who practiced sword arts. It was the same as the fragmented fist art, it was too extreme. The first move was to injure the enemy, and if it could not injure the enemy, the spirit would be wasted. Therefore, the sword drawing art was not suitable for swordsmen, it was suitable for assassins. The last martial skill was the Deadwood Seal. This martial skill was good at hiding its aura. When it attacked, it was silent. Often, the enemy would not even notice it and would be killed directly. In addition, the name of the Deadwood Seal seemed lifeless, but in fact, it contained infinite vitality. Before the attack hit the target, the essence chi would be tightly locked. Only at the moment when the attack hit the target, would it be like an old tree in the spring, radiating a terrible vitality and explosive power. Which one should he choose? Yichen thought for a while and quickly made his choice. He reached out his hand and picked up the golden swallow art. There was a reason for him to make such a choice. Compared to offensive and defensive martial techniques, movement martial techniques were more suitable for survival. It must be known that in the world of martial techniques, there was nothing that could not be overcome, only speed could not be overcome. When one's speed reached a certain realm, before the enemy could even hit you, you would already be able to injure them. This was more powerful than any offensive martial technique. Taking a step back, even if you could not defeat your opponent, you could still use your extraordinary speed to escape. Defensive martial skills could protect you for a while, but it could not protect you forever. As for the inch swim steps, the 8 steps chasing cicada, and the golden swallow art, Yichen didn't really care why he chose the golden swallow art, it was just a feeling. Now that he had chosen the martial skill, it was time for the martial skill. What do you mean? I had my eyes on this iron cloak technique first. At this moment, a commotion broke out from the third bookshelf. Yichen immediately knew who it was. He curiously walked out from between the shelves and looked towards the direction of the noise. 10 steps away stood 2 people. One of them was handsome, no more than 13 years old. He looked young and immature. He must be Zhang. Howren, who had just arrived. The other was about 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a yellow robe and had a strong body. His arms were even thicker than Zhang Howren's. He had a square face and a square chin. His eyes were long and narrow, giving off a cold light. He looked like a combination of a tiger and a poisonous snake. The two were fighting over a high-rank mortal realm defensive skill called Iron Cloak Art. This skill was not of a high rank, but it was very practical and effective. Its popularity was no less than a top-rank mortal realm skill. Zhang Howren wanted to take it back and train it to make up for his low defense, but he didn't expect that it would be snatched away by Zhang Howren. Zhang Howren even glared at Zhang Howren, telling him to get out of here. Zhang Howren couldn't take it anymore. He was furious. The yellow-cloaked youth chuckled and said, "An outer sect disciple dares to be so arrogant. Scram home and drink milk." Zhang Howren's face darkened. "Don't think I don't know who you are." Huang Bingwen, 17 years old, early condensing reality realm, the second young master of the mayor's mansion. "It's good that you know," Huang Bingwen said proudly. "Pooh. 17 years old and only at the early condensing reality realm, and you still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself? What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me?" Zhang Howren's words were shocking. As soon as this was said, the onlookers started to discuss. This person is Zhang Howren, right? No wonder he dared to go against Huang Bingwen. However, his tone was sharp enough. "I'm afraid he will offend many people. Peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 at the age of 13. If he could break through to the condensing reality realm by the end of the year, he would be one of the top 5 geniuses in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Looks like Huang Bingwen has kicked an iron plate. I heard that Zhang Howren is favored by the inner disciple Elder Liu. He even made an exception and allowed Zhang Howren to learn the top-rank mortal realm martial skill, Tiger Dragon Fist." Huang Bingwen's face darkened as he heard the discussions around him. He said in a creepy tone, "Little brat, you have guts. You only dare to be so arrogant because of your connections? What a joke. I, Zhang Howren, need my connections. Do you dare to make a bet?" 2 months later in the Martial Arts Plaza, the loser has to apologize to the winner. Zhang Howren threw out another bomb. Huang Bingwen and the other inner disciples were all shocked. What kind of joke was this? An outer disciple challenging an inner disciple? All right. As you wish, I, Huang Bingwen, will accept. Although fighting with an outer disciple would be beneath his dignity, as long as he could beat his opponent easily, people would think that Zhang Howren was too arrogant and would not blame him. Shoo, grabbing the Iron Cloak skill manual from Huang Bingwen's hand, Zhang Howren walked down the stairs without looking back. Huang Bingwen's face turned green. He had nowhere to vent his anger. When he realized there was another outer disciple on the 2nd floor, he yelled, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Yi Chen was shocked. He did not expect to become Huang Bingwen's punching bag. Annoyed, he said coldly, "My eyes are on my face. Do I need your permission to look anywhere?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding inner disciples were shocked again. What was going on? This year's outer disciples were getting more and more arrogant. The first one was still okay, as he was at least at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, and he had the support of an inner master. But this guy in front of them was only at the mid-Mortal Realm Stage 6. He was not famous, and no one knew him. But his tone was not any lower than Zhang Howren's. Huang Bingwen was furious. His clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind. A dark brown light shone out of his body. It seemed like he was about to attack. "Huang Bingwen, what are you doing? Do you know what this place is?" One of the inner disciples with black hair scolded. Huang Bingwen shivered. He had almost forgotten that this was the pavilion of martial skills. Fighting was forbidden here. Once caught, he would be severely punished, and would not be allowed to enter the pavilion for half a year. Withdrawing his Zhenqi, Huang Bingwen looked at Yi Chen fiercely and threatened, "Once we leave the pavilion of martial skills, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Chen frowned. This guy was like a mad dog. He would bite anyone he saw. But Yi Chen's cultivation was still low, so he would not be able to beat him. If he did not think of a way, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After making up his mind, Yichen raised his head. I will also make a bet with you. 2 months later, we will fight in the Martial Plaza. Whoever loses has to apologize to the other. Do you dare? Like a bolt from the blue, Huang Bingwen himself was shocked. Haha. As if he had heard the funniest joke, Huang Bingwen pointed at Yichen and said, You? Do you think you can beat me in 2 months? You must be dreaming. What? You don't dare? Damn, I know you are trying to provoke me. Why would I not dare? In 2 months, I will teach you and that Zhang Haoran a lesson together. Huang Bingwen was still a bit patient. He knew that the more he suppressed his desire, the better it would be when he exploded. Anyway, 2 months would pass very quickly. If that is the case, then I will not disturb you anymore. 15 minutes were almost up, and Yichen still had to choose a martial art. He did not dare to waste any more time. Looking at Yichen's back, the other inner disciples showed their interest. They were hoping that 2 months would pass quickly. Who knows, they might be able to see something interesting. Next to the bookshelf of martial arts, Yichen was seriously making his choice. 6 Sun Art, Extreme Yang. Dead Tree Art, Restrained Qi, Silent and Silent. Flowing Cloud Art, Fast Qi Circulation, Fire Force. Little Star Skill, Using Small to Win Big, Pure Inner Qi. There were not many martial arts, but it was enough to dazzle Yichen. There were all kinds of martial arts, and there were even some that were not so popular. Time passed by slowly. Yichen was a bit anxious. If he did not hurry, time would be up. Annoyed, he randomly picked up a martial art manual. Yichen's eyes were fixed on it. Under this martial art manual, there was another martial art manual. It seemed like it was accidentally left there. On the cover of the martial art manual, there were 3 words written in black, Pure Yuan Art. Picking up the Pure Yuan Art manual, Yichen opened it to the first page. Pure Yuan Art, Qi First Qi Revolution, 100 Rivers Flow, Second Qi Revolution, Third Qi Refine the Body, Fourth Qi Revolution, Fifth Qi Revolution, Sixth Qi Integration. Alright, that's it. With only one glance, Yichen had already made up his mind. Training the Pure Yuan Art to the 5th twist, it would have the effect of combining the 6 elements into one. What was the meaning of combining the 6 elements into one? Combining the spirit, qi, soul, hands, eyes, and body into one. Combining the 6 elements into one, achieving the combination of the spirit and qi, the soul and qi, the hands and the eyes and body. Perhaps its attack and defense were not as good as other arts, but the purity of its qi was definitely one of the best. There were not many mortal realm arts that could achieve spirit, qi, soul, hands, eyes, and body. Suddenly, an inner disciple appeared next to Yichen. He was reading a manual. Noticing Yichen's gaze, he smiled politely, but when he saw the manual in Yichen's hand, he was shocked. Pure Yuan Art? Yichen nodded, yes. The disciple hesitated for a second, then said, the Pure Yuan Art is indeed a rare art, but in the past 100 years, no one in the Sky Cloud Martial School has reached the 5th Qi Revolution, and only a few have reached the 4th Qi Revolution. I suggest you choose another art, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Since this was the case, Yichen was more than happy that no one else was training the same art as him. As for the disciple saying that no one in the past 100 years had reached the 5th Qi Revolution, it was only because of mortal realm warriors. Once they reached the condensing reality realm, they would be qualified to receive a top-rank mortal realm art. Therefore, most people would give up on their original art. After all, a high-rank mortal realm art would not be as good as a top-rank mortal realm art. My time is up. After saying goodbye, Yichen walked downstairs with the 2 manuals. The disciple shook his head. He warned Yichen out of kindness. As for whether Yichen would listen or not, it was none of his business. It was hard to say if he would still remember Yichen in the future. On the bed, Yichen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands formed a series of hand seals, one above and one below, at the position of his dantian. Along with the rise and fall of his breathing, strands of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from the surroundings, forming a whirlpool that quickly seeped into his body, circulating ceaselessly in his meridians. If someone could see through Yichen's body, they would discover that other than the cyclone in the center of Yichen's dantian, there was another cyclone forming slowly and forcefully. Phew. Slowly letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yichen opened his eyes. An extremely obscure light flashed across his pupils. 6 hours to cultivate to the first revolution. It seems that I have underestimated my own ability. Yichen was very satisfied with his efficiency. For a moment, he felt proud of himself. However, this was just the beginning. The pure yuan art had a total of 5 revolutions, and each revolution was extremely difficult. It would take at least a few days to reach the second revolution, and the third revolution would take a few times longer. The fourth revolution would take another few times longer, and the fifth revolution would not be as simple as just doubling the time. Although Yichen already had a preliminary understanding of his own potential, he was still a little surprised that he had reached the second revolution on the third day. Now, the second cyclone in his body was already 1/10 the size of the cyclone from the Cloud Chi spell, and it was even purer and more refined. It was like a transparent crystal, without any impurities. On the 6th day, all the meridians in Yichen's body had been cleared. The pure yuan qi inner qi continued to circulate without any hindrance. Bit by bit, it trained his body, and extracted a very pure yuan qi from his bones and blood, merging it into his body and strengthening the cyclone. On the 7th day, the third revolution of the pure yuan art was completed. Now, the second cyclone was already 1/5 the size of the first cyclone. Not only was it incredibly pure, but it was also spinning at an extremely fast speed. It was like a powerful gear, sucking in and spitting out a huge amount of yuan qi and the inner qi from the first cyclone. Yichen thought to himself, the pure yuan qi inner qi is at least twice as pure as the Cloud Chi spell inner qi. It's time to refine it. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to have 2 types of inner qi in my body, and it would be hard for me to reach the 4th or even the 5th revolution of the pure yuan art. Yichen put all his effort into activating the pure yuan art, and started to attack the Cloud Chi inner qi. When the Cloud Chi inner qi was attacked, it tried its best to fight back. It used its advantage in numbers to set up layers of defense, blocking the pure yuan qi inner qi. However, the inner qi of the pure yuan art was too pure. It was like a sharp knife, breaking through layer by layer. Every time it reached a place, it would refine the layer of defense formed by the inner qi and strengthen itself. Then, like a rolling snowball, the more it attacked, the stronger it became. Feeling the dominance of the pure yuan qi inner qi, Yichen sighed in his heart. Quality was always more reliable than quantity. The Cloud Chi inner qi was 5 times more than the pure yuan qi inner qi inner qi inner qi, but it still couldn't compete with the pure yuan qi inner qi inner qi. Time passed by slowly. When there was only 1/5 of the Cloud Chi inner qi left, the qi whirlpool suddenly collapsed and scattered. It became a disorganized mess. How could it still be a threat to the pure yuan qi inner qi? Pop! As the Cloud Chi inner qi was completely refined, Yichen's dantian swelled up, and his cultivation broke through from the mid-mortal realm stage 6 to the late mortal realm stage 6. Letting out a mouthful of mist-shaped qi arrow, he stretched his body. All of his bones started to make cracking noises, which sounded like they were connected together. Only 10 days of hard work and I have reached the late mortal realm stage 6, no wonder it is a high-rank mortal realm martial art. Training a martial art was too important for a warrior. When both warriors had the same talent, the warrior who trained a high-level martial art would always have a higher achievement than the warrior who trained a low-level martial art. This was an unchanging truth. Yichen had trained the pure yuan art to the 3rd qi coil in 10 days, and had already accumulated a lot of qi. Now that he had refined the Cloud Chi inner qi, it would be strange if his cultivation did not increase. Just when Yichen was full of confidence, a group of guests arrived at the foot of the Sky Cloud Martial School's mountain. There were 2 men and 2 women. The leading man was an old man in his 60s, with a withered face and a cold expression. He was wearing a long green robe and had an emerald tag hanging on his waist. Next to the old man were 3 young men and women. The young man was about 17 or 18 years old, with a cold face and sharp facial features. On the left of the cold-looking young man was a pretty girl who was about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a green dress with a long sword hanging on her waist. On the right was another girl who looked a little older than the pretty girl. She had a beautiful face and a proud temperament, like an orchid in a valley, or a peony among flowers. The 2 different temperaments mixed together made her look even more outstanding. The pretty girl said to the beautiful girl, Sister Shui Yan, no matter what you do, I will respect your decision. Yi Xian, I am not a picky person. Yi Chen's mother and my mother are both outer elders of the river martial school, they are like sisters. She used to take care of me when I was little and treated me very well. However, when it comes to marriage, I don't want anyone else to make the decision for me, and I don't want my future husband to live under my shadow. The beautiful girl spoke clearly, which made her look even more attractive. The pretty girl Yi Xian nodded and stopped talking. At this moment, the indifferent old man said, Don't worry, our Emerald Martial Palace is the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. We will not force you to compromise. With your talent, you will definitely become an inner elder in the future. Why would you waste your time on worldly affairs? Who are you? At the foot of the mountain, 4 guarding disciples stopped a group of people. The cold-looking young man took a step forward and said loudly, We are from the Emerald Martial Palace. This is the inner master Mu Fengyuan. Let us in. Emerald Martial Palace, inner master. The guarding disciple was shocked. In the Windy Nation, the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace could do whatever they wanted when they were outside, not to mention that there was an inner elder, who was basically an overlord. Even the emperor had to treat him with respect. This way, please. The guarding disciple at the front smiled and winked at the people next to him, Go inform the master. Soon, the Emerald Martial Palace had shocked the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. In the reception hall of the Sky Cloud Martial School, other than the few inner masters sitting on the left side, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the main seat. He was about 40 years old, with a huge frame and a pair of tiger paws on the armrests of the chair. He looked like a tiger or a dragon. He was indeed the most powerful warrior in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the leader of the school, Luo Xianxia. Normally, if it was a normal inner master, Luo Xianxia would not have to greet him personally. He could have asked the headmaster or the second master to do so. However, this time, Mu Fengyuan was not simple. He was one of the top 10 inner masters in the Emerald Martial Palace. He was at the late clasping Yuan realm, which was not much weaker than Luo Xianxia. The headmaster, the second master and the third master might not be weaker than him, but it would be hard for them to suppress him. For the sake of his reputation, Luo Xianxia did not want to see a situation where the host was weaker than the guest. Therefore, he had to come personally, because he was the only one in the Sky Cloud Martial School who was obviously more powerful than him. On the right side, Mu Fengyuan and the 3 young men were sitting in order. Haha, Master Mu, what brings you here? Sorry for not greeting you earlier. Luo Xianxia laughed brightly first, then looked at Mu Fengyuan. Mu Fengyuan smiled lightly, put down the teacup in his hand and said, I hope Leader Luo will not blame us for coming without an invitation. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School was also an old man, slightly chubby. Of course not. Our leader heard that you are here, so he came out to greet you personally. Luo Xianxia nodded, then changed the topic, I wonder what Master Mu is here for. You can't be here just for a visit, right? Of course I am here for a visit, and also to take care of my junior's personal affairs. A junior's private matter? What is it? Luo Xianxia was a bit surprised. Mu Fengyuan cleared his throat and asked, I wonder if there is an outer sect disciple named Yi Chen? This is his sister Yi Xian, and the other one is also related to him. As soon as she said that, Luo Xianxia and a few of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders looked at Yi Xian and the beautiful girl and couldn't help but compliment them. The 2 women's beauty was secondary. What caught everyone's attention was their cultivation. Yi Xian looked like she was not even 15 years old yet, but she had already reached the early condensing reality realm. Her Xianqi was a bit messy, so she should have just reached the condensing reality realm not long ago. In terms of talent, the Sky Cloud Martial School did not lack geniuses like her, but there were not many of them, not to mention she was a girl. The other beautiful girl was a bit scary. She was only slightly older than Yi Xian, but she had already reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. If she was given a few more months, she would definitely be able to reach the late condensing reality realm. She was so talented that she could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the Sky Cloud Martial School, maybe even higher. Luo Xianxia sighed quietly. The Emerald Martial Palace really had a lot of geniuses. Any one of them could compete with the most talented disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School. No wonder they had always been the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. Even the North Snow Martial Academy was slightly weaker than them. "Young lady, what is your name?" the head elder could not help but ask. The beautiful girl looked calm. "Greetings, head elder. I am Ji Xueyan." "Ji Xueyan, are you a disciple of the Ji family?" "Yes." Luo Xinglia laughed. "With a disciple like you, the Ji family's position as one of the top 8 families will be even more stable." "Congratulations." "Yeah." The other inner elders nodded in agreement. "Someone, bring Yichen in." Luo Xinglia did not know who Yichen was, but he was the leader of the martial institution, so he only needed to say one word. The cold-looking young man, who had been silent the whole time, got Mu Fingyuan's permission. He stood up and said, "Leader Luo and all the elders, Lu Wuxiang has a request. He hopes that before we take care of Sister Ji, he can have a fight with Child Hantan of your martial institution." Luo Xinglia's face froze. "You mean my son, Luo Hantan?" Mu Fengyuan smiled and said, "Lu Wuxiang is one of the top 4 core disciples of our martial institution. Fighting with Child Hantan should not be a disgrace to him, right?" "Of course, but my son is not feeling well. He might not be able to accept this." Luo Xinglia seemed to be troubled. Looking closely, one could see that there was a hint of sadness hidden deep in his eyes. Lu Wuxiang was a bit disappointed. He still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mu Fengyuan. "Dad." Suddenly, a young man in blue appeared outside the guest hall. Luo Xinglia looked over in surprise. "Hantan, why are you here?" The young man in blue looked at Lu Wuxiang and said, "Dad, just accept his request. I also want to see the power of the absolute palm, Lu Wuxiang. But, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The young man in blue was indeed Child Hantan, Luo Hantan, the son of Luo Xinglia. He was ranked second among the core disciples, just below the hidden fragrance sword, Zhu Mei. Lu Wuxiang stood up. 2 years ago, the 4 most powerful young warriors of the Windy Nation were named as the top 4 child. They were our head disciple, Child Emerald, Child North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy, Child Duanmu from the Duanmu family, and Child Hantan from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Right now, my head disciple and Child North Snow are trying to break through to the Clasping Yuan realm, but you have lost the title of the #1 core disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is really hard to understand." Luo Hantan responded calmly, "Zhu Mei beat me fairly and honestly. I think you all know about her power. Hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei is indeed very powerful, but to be honest, she is much weaker than my head disciple. Maybe your understanding of my head disciple is still the same as 2 years ago, then you are completely wrong." Luo Hantan didn't want to argue with the young man. He said, "Let's cut the crap. How are we going to compete?" His opponent was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, and was called the Absolute Palm by the young generation of the Windy Nation. His Jin Qi and palm art were extremely powerful. It was said that he was only slightly weaker than the Emerald Young Master. "Very simple, 3 palm attacks will do. It is not time for the real battle yet." "As you wish, let's do it right here." On the stage, Luo Xinglia, Mu Fengyuan and all the inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were all staring at the two without blinking. It was rare to see a battle between the most powerful young warriors, especially Luo Xinglia. He couldn't hide the nervousness on his face anymore. He was both worried and expectant at the same time. Ji Xueyan and Yi Xian's eyes were even brighter than before. To be able to witness the battle between their brother disciple Lu Wuxiang and Child Hantan, this trip was definitely worth it. "Please." Luo Hantan took a few steps forward. One of his hands was held behind his back, while the other hand was slightly raised. Lu Wuxiang walked over with big steps. "I hope you will try your best, otherwise you won't be able to compete with me." "Of course." The two stood 10 steps away from each other and started accumulating their power. After a few breaths, Lu Hanshan's face was covered in a dense purple mist. No one knew what kind of martial art he had been practicing. He let out a deep growl, then suddenly rushed towards Lu Wuxiang while launching a palm attack with his right hand. Before he arrived, his power had already arrived, and a light ripple appeared in the air. Lu Wuxiang had a serious look on his face. He stomped on the ground and cracked it, then darted out like a bolt of lightning and launched a palm attack against Lu Hanshan's. Boom, a transparent stream of air spread out in all directions, sending the tables and chairs flying. At the same time, the two figures separated and shot backwards. Yi Xian was shocked. She didn't expect that a fight between two late condensing reality realm martial artists would be so powerful. Even the heavy red sandalwood tables and chairs were blown away by the force of the impact. Ji Xuan was only one step away from the late condensing reality realm, so she wasn't too surprised. Of course, she knew that she was no match for these two, she wouldn't even be able to take one palm attack from them. The two of them tried their best to control their bodies, then simultaneously moved towards the middle of each other. Their bodies were releasing an intense fighting intent that could even be sensed from a long distance away. I don't think we need the third palm attack. If this is all you've got, the second palm attack will be enough to decide the winner. A cyan-colored stream of air rose up from Lu Wuxiang's body. This stream of air was extremely sharp, the air that came into contact with it was twisted and cut apart, making a sizzling sound. Blue murderous qi. Lu Hanshan said in a low voice, the look on his face turned even more serious. Luo Xinglia, who was sitting in the main seat, was even more nervous than Lu Hanshan. This blue murderous qi was one of the most powerful martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace. It was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, and had a very obvious effect on breaking the internal Zhen qi. It was only taught to the most core disciples, even ordinary core disciples couldn't do it. Judging from the power that was showing from Lu Wuxiang's body, he had obviously reached the 8th level of the blue murderous qi. How amazing! But how would Luo Hanshan deal with it? Lu Wuxiang said blandly, I don't think there's any need to continue. Not necessarily. Lu Hanshan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a blue vein bulged on his forehead, then a second one, a third one. Something amazing happened. His eyes turned from black to red, then from red to purple, and at last, 2 purple streams of air came out of his eyes, drifting out. Purple Eye Ice Heart, the 8th level of the extreme purple art. Good job. Luo Xinglia was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. The other inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School all showed smiles on their faces. The extreme purple art was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, divided into 9 levels, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before, they all thought that Luo Hanshan wouldn't be able to rival Lu Wuxiang, but now, they didn't have to worry anymore. Seeing Luo Xinglia's excited face, Luo Hanshan was also very happy. Thinking about what he had been through in the past 2 years, he had been stuck at the 6th level of the purple extreme art, unable to make any progress. After that, he had lost to the current number 1 disciple, Zhu Mei, in the core disciple exam. Everyone thought that he had reached the end of his potential, and that he might not even be able to keep the number 2 disciple in the future. Now, no one would suspect him. This time, it was Lu Wuxiang who attacked first. His palm, which was wrapped in cyan airflow, was violently thrown out, as if it was going to destroy the entire hall. Luo Hanshan remained calm and collected, he threw out his palm to meet the incoming attack. Different from Lu Wuxiang, when his palm attack was thrown out, it didn't even make a swooshing sound. However, wherever his palms passed through, the air suddenly started to vibrate intensely, as if it was boiling water. 2 palms collided, a few cracks appeared on the ground, and the violent power spread out in a spiral shape, shattering all the tables and chairs in the surroundings, as if they had been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Facing the incoming sharp power, Ji Xuan released her qi and threw out her palm in front of her body. Crackle, the incoming power was blocked by Ji Xuan's palm, causing a series of explosive noises, which even made Ji Xuan's face slightly pale. Fortunately, it was only the aftermath of the attack, and the power had already been reduced by 70 to 80%. Yi Xian, who was sitting next to Ji Xuan, exclaimed, if it weren't for you, Sister Xuan, I would have been seriously injured by the aftermath of that attack. Ji Xuan said, the cyan great murderous qi is especially good at breaking internal Zhen qi, combined with the pure purple extreme arts Zhen qi, its destructive power is extraordinary. Except for Ji Xuan and Yi Xian, the rest of the people in the hall turned a blind eye to that fierce qi, as if there was an invisible wall in front of them, which had absorbed all of the power. Outside the hall, Yi Chen's heart was beating fast. Is this what a late condensing reality realm fight looks like? It's so intense, it's not any weaker than the top martial artists in the 21st century TV series. I wonder when I will be able to reach this level. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the explosion of chi, Lu Wuxiang's body swayed, and he took 13 steps back in a row, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Luo Hansan took 15 steps back, and on the last step, he even broke the bricks under his feet, sinking 3 inches deep into the ground. In the end, Lu Wuxiang was slightly better than Luo Hansan. Throwing a complicated glance at Luo Hansan, Lu Wuxiang said, I am good at palm arts after all, so this time we are even, what do you think? Luo Hansan said, let's start the third palm attack. No need, I have already understood your power. Although you are not as powerful as my head disciple, you have finally regained your Prince Hanshan's power. Lu Wuxiang shook his head. Luo Xianxia saw that the fight was over, so he laughed out loud and said, the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are indeed worthy of their reputation, young heroes. Mu Fengyuan said, sorry, Leader Luo. Hehe, it's nothing. Luo Xianxia was very happy. His son Luo Hansan had returned to the top of the martial geniuses, and he, as a father, was also proud. He grinned and said, Hansan, find a seat and sit down. Luo Hansan nodded and said to Lu Wuxiang, tell Pei Wuxuang that I, Luo Hansan, am back. I will. Both of them found their seats and sat down without saying anything else. Outside the hall, Yichen came back to his senses. He bowed to Luo Xianxia and said, Leader, elders, disciple Yichen greets all of you. The head elder said blandly, come in. Walking into the hall, Yichen saw Yi Xian, and Ji Shuiyan, who was sitting right next to her. He knew her as well. They had met a couple of years ago. She was no longer the little girl she used to be. It was just that the world had changed, and he had basically guessed why they were here. After all, their relationship was not good enough for them to visit each other yet. Luo Xianxia calmed himself down and said seriously, Yichen, do you know these two? Yes. Yichen took a deep breath. Since it is a private matter, then you can solve it in private. What do you think? Luo Xianxia was not in the mood to care about the personal matters of the younger generation. They were not even core disciples. Yes. Ji Shuiyan stood up. She said to Luo Xianxia and Mu Fengyuan, please allow me to talk to him in private. Luo Xianxia and Mu Fengyuan nodded. Walking in front of Yi Chen, Ji Shuiyan said blandly, let's go out and talk. Yi Chen did not say anything, he just followed her out of the hall. As for Yi Xian, she hesitated for a second, but after saying goodbye to everyone, she also followed. Outside the hall was a plaza paved with white marble. A screen wall was erected on the plaza. It was 33 feet tall and 24 feet wide. It was extremely grand. Beside the screen wall, Ji Shuiyan looked Yichen up and down. After a long time, she said, I'm here because, Yichen interrupted her and said, I know. You know? Ji Shuiyan was a little surprised. In her impression, although he was not stupid, he was definitely not smart. But this time, he seemed to have changed. Yichen said self-deprecatingly, it can't be that you're here to see me. Ji Shuiyan shook her head, of course not. Regardless of whether you've guessed it or not, I have to tell you personally that it's impossible between the two of us. So you're here to discuss the annulment of the engagement. After all, if I don't agree, it will be very troublesome for you to resolve the engagement alone. At the very least, you will have to face the dissuasion of many elders, especially since you won't be able to face my mother. She treats you very well and is like a sister to your mother. If we both agree, those elders won't be able to say anything. Ji Shuiyan opened her mouth and found that she did not know what to say. This was different from what she had imagined. She had thought that he would be very angry. No matter what, it was humiliating to have the engagement annulled by the female side. She had already prepared a way to deal with this. That was to let him know the difference in strength between the two of them. The two of them were not compatible, and continuing to be entangled would only bring humiliation to themselves. But now, these countermeasures had become useless and she was caught unprepared. Taking a deep breath, Ji Shuiyan found that she had underestimated Yi Chen. At the same time, she felt a little sullen and said in a stiff tone, you're right, but there is one thing you must remember. Even if you don't agree, I will still annul the engagement. You should have heard of the saying dragons don't cohabit with snakes. The two of us are not people of the same world. I still have a long way to go in the future, and the gap between us will only grow bigger. Dragons don't cohabit with snakes. Yichen chuckled and said, "What a good metaphor. You think of yourself as a true dragon, and I as a little snake. However, it's too early for you to make a metaphor. It's not certain who is the true dragon. Moreover, even a little snake has the chance to transform into a dragon." Ji Shuiyan could not help but let out a cold smile. The other party was simply boasting shamelessly. Based on the current situation, it was obvious who was the real dragon and who was the little snake, but he actually said that it was uncertain who was the real dragon. Did he think that one day he could become a real dragon and soar through the heavens? Alright, I'm not interested in arguing with you about the established facts. I just want to ask you one thing, do you agree to break off the engagement? Yichen replied without hesitation, why wouldn't I agree? I agree to cancel the engagement. Yichen knew his potential very well. As long as he had enough time, reaching the condensing reality realm, clasping Yuan realm, or even the astral reaching realm would not be a problem for him. Why would he bother with a woman? Besides, even if he didn't agree, so what? She had even invited the inner master of the Emerald Martial Palace. If he didn't agree, he would only be humiliated. Now that he had agreed, he had turned from passive to active, and had kept his last bit of dignity. Of course, what she had given him today, he would definitely return it in the future. He wanted to let her know that whether or not she was a real dragon was not determined by words, but by actions. Both of them remained silent for a while. After a while, Ji Shuiyan slightly scratched the crystal ring on her left hand with the middle finger of her right hand. A dim light flashed, and a manual suddenly appeared in her hand. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. A storage ring. A storage ring was a legendary treasure for normal people, but it was a must-have item for high-level martial artists. The inside of the ring had its own space, and could store a huge amount of items, such as gold, pellets, herbs, clothes, weapons. They could all be stored inside, and it would be weightless. He didn't expect her to have a storage ring. Among the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only 2 or 3 people had a storage ring. This is a top-rank Mortal Realm manual, Ironbone Godly Palm. If you can learn a thing or two from it, you will be able to beat other martial artists at the same level. But don't worry, this is not a martial art from the Emerald Martial Palace. I got it from a Jianghu bandit that I killed. It will not be a threat to you. Consider it my compensation to you. Ji Shuiyan slightly raised her chin, as if she had just thrown out an ordinary item. I will take what I want myself. Yichen rejected without hesitation. What a joke, it was only a top-rank Mortal Realm manual, there was no need for him to sell his pride. Not to mention, if he accepted it, she would look down on him and think that he was a coward. Ji Shuiyan frowned, don't you understand? With your talent, I don't know when you will become an inner disciple. Yichen said coldly, you don't have to worry about canceling the engagement. I will do what I said. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. After saying that, Yichen turned around and walked towards the main hall. He needed to report to Luo Xinglia before he could leave. Ji Shuiyan was shocked, then she sneered. She thought that Yichen was doing it on purpose for her to see. Otherwise, why would he let go of a top-rank Mortal Realm manual? After all, a top-rank Mortal Realm manual was not easy to find. Unfortunately, Yichen was just wasting his time, she would never like him. On the way, Yi Xian stopped Yichen. Why are you so stubborn? Just take it. Why are you so angry? Yi Xian had a lot of power in the Yi family. Before, even Yichen did not dare to argue with her. There are so many manuals in the Sky Cloud Martial School, there is no need. Yi Xian shook her head and said, you have changed, you have become unreasonable. I know you are feeling humiliated, but to be honest, you and Sister Shuiyan are not a good match. Her future husband should be someone like the 4 childs, not a nobody like you. Of course, I am not belittling you, a nobody also has his own way of living, you are better at living a stable life. I am being unreasonable. Never mind, Yichen did not want to talk to these 2 arrogant women anymore. Sometimes, the more reasonable your words were, the the more likely they would think that you were being calculative. If you were being unreasonable, the more aggressive they would be, the better it would be. Therefore, the best way would be to ignore them. See you at the end of the year. After saying that, Yichen walked into the guest hall. In the hall, Mu Fengyuan glanced at Yichen. At least you know yourself. Ji Xuan is one of the most talented disciples in the Emerald Martial Palace. She is indeed not compatible with you. Yichen cursed in his mind, old man, it's none of your business whether I'm qualified or not. You people from the Emerald Martial Palace are all the same. Arrogant, thinking that you are no longer a normal human being. Now, even Yi Xian has gotten this weird habit. One day, I will beat all of your disciples one by one. I will let you know that we are all humans, and the Emerald Martial Palace is nothing special. Although he thought so, Yichen would not say it out loud. Talking back to a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, who was also an inner master of the Emerald Martial Palace, would be suicidal. Leader, I will leave now. Yichen bowed to Luo Xinglia. Luo Xinglia waved his hand, since the problem is solved, you can leave now. Yes. Turning around, Yichen did not even look at Ji Xuan and left without hesitation. Yi Xian, who was standing right next to Ji Xuan, twitched her mouth. She felt a bit embarrassed. They were all disciples of the Yi family, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Ji Xuan said softly, I hope he will not tell Aunt Hui about this. I don't think he would dare. Yi Xian said without hesitation. It had been 10 days since the engagement was cancelled. In these 10 days, Yichen had taken the first Windy Dew pellet. This pellet was just like the rumors said, after taking it, all the distracting thoughts would disappear, and he would feel refreshed. It helped Yichen to open up all the meridians in his heart, allowing his qi to flow freely under the training of the heart fire. The heart movement and qi flow were also the fourth pure yuan art rotation. Besides that, Yichen had already started training the golden swallow art. This qigong required a lot of qi, it had to be pure and without any impurities, or else it would be very difficult to train it to the highest level. The good thing was that the qi from the pure yuan art was unimaginably pure, and the impurities had already been removed during the second qi rotation. When he reached the fourth qi rotation, after being trained by the heart fire, his qi had gained more spirituality, which made training the golden swallow art much easier. These few days, my qi is getting restless, it should be a sign that I am about to break through to the mortal realm stage 7. The training speed of the pure yuan art's fourth qi rotation is indeed amazing, but to reach the condensing reality realm is still very difficult. What can I do? To be honest, I have only been in this world for half a year, unlike other people who have been training for 4 to 5 years, or even 7 to 8 years. There is no way to compare. Ever since he knew that Yi Xian had reached the early condensing reality realm, Yichen knew that he had to work even harder, or else he might not be able to compete with Yi Xian at the Yi family meeting. Besides Yi Xian, the second son of his uncle, Yi Tang, was not easy to deal with either. After all, he and Yi Xian were the two geniuses of the Yi family. He took out a jade bottle from his pocket, opened the cork, and a blue pellet rolled out onto Yi Chen's palm. Qi boosting pellet, the most commonly used pellet for mortal realm warriors, it was worth more than 3,000 silvers. Right now, Yichen was only one step away from the mortal realm stage 7. He might be able to break through in a week, but he couldn't wait that long. He was planning to use the qi boosting pellet to increase his cultivation and break through to the 7th stage. This way, he could save 7 days of hard work. 7 days of hard work might not mean much to normal people, but to Yichen, it meant a lot. With his comprehensive ability, he could learn a high-rank mortal realm skill in 7 days. Even the top-rank mortal realm skill, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords, only took him 2 to 3 months. And that was because the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was incomplete and needed to be perfected. Otherwise, a month would have been more than enough. Therefore, these 7 days had to be saved and not wasted. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yichen flicked his finger. The blue qi replenishing pill flew into his mouth in an arc and slid down his throat into his body. Gulp, the qi replenishing pill melted the moment it came into contact with water, turning into an extremely pure vital energy. All of a sudden, the pure yuan qi rushed out of his dantian like a hungry wolf that had smelled blood. Within a few breaths, it had wrapped around the pure yuan qi from the qi replenishing pill and started to refine it. Such a powerful refining ability. If it was the cloud qi spell, the efficiency would be at least 2 times lower. The higher the quality of the qi, the faster the yuan qi could be refined. This was a well-known fact in the true spirit continent. Of course, if the total amount of qi was high, it would also help a lot in refining yuan qi. Under normal circumstances, it was not uncommon for quantity to beat quality. An hour had passed. A light popping sound came from Yi Chen's body. His dantian, which had already expanded a lot, swelled up again, like an inflated balloon. In the center of his dantian, the pure and transparent cyclone suddenly sped up, like a spiritual nebula, constantly swallowing and changing, absorbing the new internal qi. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly let out a breath. His face was filled with joy. He had finally reached Mortal Realm Stage 7. There was not much difference between the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 6 and Mortal Realm Stage 7, but that was only for normal people. If it was Yi Chen, even a little bit of improvement would greatly increase his fighting power, and he would be able to use more of his martial skills. Today is not a good day to continue learning the pure yuan art. I should consolidate my cultivation first. Yi Chen knew the importance of a solid foundation. If the foundation was solid, then he could continue to improve. If the foundation was not solid enough, then he would be like a castle in the air that could collapse at any time. He might even lose his mind and become a cripple when he tried to break through. After a day, Yi Chen had completely consolidated his cultivation and had even made some progress. This qi replenishing pill could save him a month of hard work. Subtracting the 7 days he used to break through, he still had 21 days left, which was just enough for him to take another step forward. In the following days, Yi Chen took the second windy dew pellet and tried to break through to the 5th qi coil of the pure yuan art. Of course, life was not like a pool of stagnant water. After the first time he met the outer disciple Wu Zongming, the two became friends. They would chat and spar with each other during their free time. Wu Zongming thought highly of himself. He thought that although Yi Chen's achievements in martial skills were high, there was still a gap between him and Wu Zongming. He did not expect that after limiting his cultivation to Mortal Realm Stage 7, Wu Zongming would be at a disadvantage in a real fight. His high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Burning Fist, did not seem to be able to win against Yi Chen's King Kong Fist. He did not know that Yi Chen's King Kong Fist had already reached the highest level. Under the condition of limiting his cultivation, it would be strange if the Burning Fist could win against him. There was no sun or moon in the mountains, and another half a month had passed. That night, Yi Chen applied the body-enhancing paste on his body, planning to break through to the 5th qi coil of the pure yuan art. He wanted to combine his spirit, qi, hands, eyes, and body into one. As for applying the body-enhancing paste, it was not useless. The body was one of the 6 forces of the human body. Only when the body was strong and full of energy could it increase the success rate. Pushing his pure yuan art qi to its limit, Yi Chen put his tongue on the roof of his mouth, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and he quickly entered the state of meditation. Walala, the outside world was silent, but inside Yi Chen's body, the sound of his qi flowing was like a small river, endless. For a warrior, the inner 3 forces of the 6 forces had almost been combined into one. For example, the spirit and qi, the first step for a warrior was to convert the spirit and qi into qi. The spirit and qi were already inseparable, and could be converted at any time. The combination of the spirit and the spirit was the spirit, and with a high degree of concentration, the two could also be combined. The difficult part was how to combine the qi and the spirit, which was called the combination of the spirit and the qi. After many days of meditation, Yi Chen already had an idea. With a thought, the qi flowed along the meridians to the center of the eyebrows, where the soul resided, and the soul was the spirit. After 36 revolutions, the qi that was contaminated with the soul power returned to the dantian. Yi Chen knew he had succeeded. He had successfully combined the spirit, qi, and the spirit. Next was the outer 3 forces. The outer 3 forces seemed simple, such as the eyes, the hands, and the body. But in fact, it was very shallow, and even a normal person could do it after hard training. The outer 3 forces of the pure yuan art was to extract the 3 types of yuan qi from the limbs, eyes, and the center of the body. These three types of yuan qi were closely related to the three forces, and they could sense each other. This was the real outer three forces. First, he extracted the hidden yuan qi from the center of the body. Yichen did not dare to be careless, and he was very careful. The center of the body was one of the most important parts of the human body. If there was a slight mistake, the person would become paralyzed, and it would be very difficult to cure, so he could not be careless. The qi slowly seeped into the center of the body, and then it pulled out a very obscure yuan qi, and slowly merged with the qi. When the two completely merged, Yichen released the yuan qi that had merged with the qi back into the center of the body. Using the same method, when Yichen also merged the outer three forces with the qi, big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body was completely wet. But it was all worth it. Now that his qi contained the yuan qi in his limbs, eyes, and the center of the body, it also contained his spirit. In terms of reaction speed, subconscious speed, attack speed, and the sensitivity of his eyes, there was a qualitative change. Besides that, after the pure yuan art had entered the fifth transformation, the speed of absorbing and refining yuan qi had reached a very impressive level. 1 day of training was basically equivalent to 3 to 4 days of training in the past. Outside the boundless mountain range was a very complicated environment. There were forests, swamps, wild mountains, and endless water bodies. These days, a human figure could often be seen flying back and forth, killing beasts after beasts. My luck is not that good. None of the 13 rank 2 beasts managed to condense an inner pellet, and there were even 4 top rank 2 beasts. Yichen cut open the beast's body with his great steel sword and found nothing inside. He was a bit annoyed. Ever since his pure yuan art reached the highest realm of the fifth transformation, Yichen knew that if he wanted to improve quickly, he would have to rely on external objects, such as the inner pellet of a beast. The inner pellet of a beast was the essence of the beast after absorbing the natural yuan qi. Theoretically, a 1-year-old inner pellet could save a warrior a year of hard work, and a 5-year-old inner pellet could save 5 years of hard work. However, it was only in theory. The inner pellet contained not only the essence of yuan qi, but also the beast qi. If a normal warrior touched a little bit of the beast qi, he would be in danger of going crazy, and if he touched too much, his body would explode. Therefore, no matter how much yuan qi essence there was in the Naiden, a normal martial artist would not be able to fully utilize it. They would have to use an evil warding potion to dissolve the demonic qi within. It would already be considered good if the remaining yuan qi was 1/5 or 1/10. If they were unlucky, the entire Naiden would be dissolved, and all their efforts would be in vain. Of course, if a warrior reached the clasping yuan realm, he could use his Jin qi to absorb the beast qi and use the inner pellet perfectly. However, the inner pellet had to be below the clasping yuan realm, which meant that a clasping yuan realm warrior would not be able to do anything to an inner pellet that was above rank 4. The strong smell of blood attracted a lot of beasts. Yichen closed his eyes and used his powerful soul power to sense a powerful beast qi within 30 meters. It should be a top rank 2 beast. Shoo, his body flashed, and Yichen jumped into the air like a huge bird. He glided 20 meters in the air, and fiercely jumped towards a big tree. Swoosh, the big tree was cut in half, and a beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger was exposed. A top rank 2 beast, the tiger-wolf beast, Yichen flicked his wrist, the great steel sword turned into a bright sword light and pierced forward. It was the most powerful sword move of the lone peak of 13 swords, the peak of perfection. The tiger-wolf demonic beast did not expect Yichen to act so quickly. Just as it moved its body, its chest was stabbed. The injured tiger-wolf demonic beast was extremely fierce. It clawed at Yichen's arm. Courting death, winding road around peak. Yichen ignored his opponent's attack and poured his inner qi into his fine steel sword. He swung it in the opposite direction and split open the beast's chest. Then, he chopped off the beast's claws. The powerful peak grade 2 demonic beast could not even withstand 2 moves from Yichen. Its body went limp and it slumped to the ground. It was obvious that it would not survive. Looking at the tiger-wolf demonic beast's wound, Yichen's eyes lit up and he said in ecstasy, "My luck is really changing. This tiger-wolf demonic beast has an inner core in its body." Cutting open the tiger-wolf demonic beast's body, Yichen reached out his hand and took out an egg-sized, milky yellow inner core with a hint of pink. According to the information on the demonic beasts, once a rank 2 demonic beast had an inner core, it would have a higher chance of becoming a rank 3 demonic beast. If there was a slight change in the color of the inner core, it meant that it was not far from becoming a rank 3 demonic beast. This inner core was milky yellow with a hint of pink. It was obviously a sign that it was about to become a rank 2 demonic beast. It was much stronger than a normal rank 2 demonic beast, and judging from its size, it should have been at least a year old. A year-old inner core, even if 90% of its demonic chi and yuan chi were removed by the evil warding potion, it would still save at least a month of hard work. Not to mention this inner core that was about to become a rank 2 demonic beast, it might even double its original value, which would save at least 2 months of hard work. Looking at the inner core in his hand, Yichen could not control his emotions no matter how calm he was. 2 months of hard work. It would at least help him reach the late mortal realm stage 7. If he was lucky, after using the evil warding potion, the inner core would still have 1/5 of yuan chi left. That would mean 4 months of hard work and he would definitely be able to reach the mortal realm stage 8. Taking out a jade box from his pocket, Yichen carefully put the inner core into the box and closed the lid to prevent the demonic chi and yuan chi from leaking out. Taking a deep breath, Yichen woke up from his ecstasy and looked at the dead body of the tiger wolf demonic beast. The materials from a peak rank 2 demonic beast can be sold for at least 1,000 silvers. I can't waste it. After all, I still need to save money to buy the evil warding potion, which costs 5,000 silvers per bottle. Yichen mumbled to himself as he squatted down to collect the materials from the dead beasts. He did not miss a single thing. After collecting all the materials, Yichen frowned. The big leather bag he brought was almost full. If only he had a storage ring. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Among the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only his senior sisters Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan had a storage ring. How could he possibly have one? However, from this, it could be seen how powerful the Emerald Martial School was. Even Ji Xueyan, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, had a storage ring. There were countless geniuses in the Emerald Martial School, and there must be a lot of disciples who were more powerful than Ji Xueyan. Sigh, a rank 7 martial school is indeed a rank 7 martial school. They are rich and have all kinds of treasures. My Yi family is one of the top 8 families. Only my father and some of the elders of the family have a storage ring. My mother is one of the most powerful outer elders of the River Martial School, so it is normal for her to have one. It is impossible for anyone else to have one. Shaking his head, Yichen tied up the leather bag and was about to leave. Suddenly a strong wind suddenly appeared in the woods. Sand and pebbles were blown into the air. Some small plants were uprooted and flew into the air along with the strong wind. Yichen was shocked. What kind of strange wind is this? This is too sudden. Oh woo, a horrifying roar was heard. It sounded like it was coming from hundreds of meters away. Not good, it was a rank 3 beast. Only rank 3 beasts and above could release their demonic chi and create a gust of wind to confuse people's sight and senses. Before Yi Chen's soul had traveled to this world, he had seen the part where Wu Song was fighting a tiger in the water margin. Before the tiger came out, there would be a gust of wind. But now, this rank 3 beast was way more powerful than the tiger. The wind it created could be compared to a typhoon. Without further ado, Yi Chen activated the pure yuan art with all of his strength. He jumped up and flew out like a huge bird, trying to avoid the attack of the rank 3 beast. Crack, crack, the sound of trees breaking was heard. After a few breaths, a beast the size of a water buffalo appeared where Yi Chen had been. It was tall and muscular. There was no hair on its body, but it was covered with black scales. Its tail was a long scorpion's tail. The hook at the end of the tail was shining with a gray light. Obviously, it was coated with poison, and anyone who got hit by it would die for sure. Yi Chen turned around and took a look. He immediately pushed his chi as hard as he could, pushed his golden swallow art to its limit, and ran as fast as lightning. This strange beast was a scorpion-tailed demonic wolf. Even among the rank 3 beasts, it was a dominating existence. Even a mid-condensing reality realm warrior would have to stay away from it. Run. Run as fast as you can. Yi Chen knew that even if he reached the peak of mortal realm stage 10, he would still not be able to fight against the scorpion tail demon wolf. The gap of one cultivation level was not that easy to make up for. As for the third disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Lynch, he was able to beat Wu Wanshan mainly because of his martial arts and martial skills. The North Snow Martial Academy was a rank 7 martial institution, which was a huge power that had been developed for hundreds of years. They had countless rare martial arts and treasures, and their resources were unimaginably deep. However, Wu Wanshan was only a lone wolf, even his most powerful sword art was created by himself. The Golden Swallow art had been trained to perfection by Yi Chen. When he performed it at full power, his feet would not even touch the ground, and he would run along the grass and trees. Every second, he would be able to cover a distance of 10 meters, which was no less than a real wild goose. Oh whoa, before Yi Chen could let out a sigh of relief, a cloud of strong demonic chi shot towards him from behind. Yi Chen did not even need to look to know that it was the scorpion tail demon wolf's demonic chi bullet. Any warrior below the condensing reality realm would have their blood dried up and their limbs go numb. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen's body flashed, and he easily dodged the attack. Boom, the ground on the right in front of him had been blown up, and all the plants nearby had withered instantly. Such a powerful demonic chi bullet, the scorpion-tailed demon wolf's pellet must be very powerful. If I could get it, it would save me at least half a year of hard work. Wait, what am I thinking? Yi Chen felt that his thoughts were ridiculous. Whether or not he could escape was still a problem, and he was still thinking about the pellet of the scorpion-tailed demon wolf. How reckless, boom. Boom, waves of demonic chi bullets came from behind, but Yi Chen could always find the best route to dodge. It gave people a feeling that he was walking in a rain of bullets. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf was furious. It stopped shooting the demonic chi bullets, and started to chase after the human in front of it. 50 steps, 45 steps, 40 steps, Yi Chen's scalp went numb. He hurriedly threw the big leather bag into the air, and accurately landed on the top of a huge tree. It would be hard to see from below, and it would also be prepared for him to come back later. Whoosh, after throwing away nearly 100 pounds of demonic beast materials, Yi Chen's speed increased drastically. He was now as fast as an early condensing reality realm warrior. Added with his powerful soul power, he was unpredictable. But even so, the scorpion-tailed demon wolf was still slowly closing in, albeit by a very small margin. The two of them, one chasing the other, unknowingly entered the depths of the silent hills. The surroundings were dead silent. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf that was chasing behind seemed to be a little afraid. It slowed down quite a bit, its huge head looking left and right from time to time. Suddenly, a huge black shadow jumped out from the bushes and bit the scorpion-tailed magic wolf's neck. Because it was too fast, its body slid on the ground for more than 10 meters. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf struggled with all its might and held in fear. Unfortunately, the black shadow was much stronger than the scorpion-tailed demonic wolf. With a single swipe of its claw, it shattered the scorpion-tailed demonic wolf's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. When Yi Chen turned around, he happened to meet the eyes of the black shadow. The pair of blood-red eyes were sharper than the edge of a knife, extremely evil. Rank 4 demonic beast, red blood demon beast. Yi Chen was extremely frustrated. He did not expect that after the scorpion-tailed demon wolf, an even more powerful red blood demon beast would appear. If that was it, then he might still have a chance of survival. But the problem was that he was lost, and he did not know if he had reached the depths of the silent hills. Although he was still hoping for a miracle, Yi Chen rationally believed that he was in the depths of the silent hills, otherwise there would not be a rank 4 demonic beast. Seeing that the red blood demon beast was chasing after him, Yi Chen forced himself to calm down. He looked around with his sharp eyes, and finally fixed his eyes on the rock mountain in front of him. There was a huge horizontal crack. It looked like it was cut out by a blade, it was immeasurably deep. Without caring about what would happen next, Yi Chen stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his body flew out diagonally into the crack like a swallow returning to its nest. Boom, the rock mountain was shaking. The red blood demon beast's body was too big, it could not follow Yi Chen in, but its huge power still caused the rocks to crack, and small rocks to fly everywhere. Yi Chen did not think that the entrance outside would be able to stop the red blood demon beast. He took out the luminous pearl from his pocket, and with the help of the dim light, he walked deeper into the cave. After walking for a long time, Yichen could no longer hear anything from the outside. Drip, a water drop fell. Yichen instinctively dodged it. Before, I did not know how fast my reflexes were, but I could not believe that I could even sense a drop of water and dodge it so easily. If it was before, even if Yichen could sense a drop of water, his body would not be able to react. But now that he had trained the pure Yuan art, his body and mind were almost at the same level. After walking for a while, Yichen felt a breeze on his face. He was instantly excited. He quickened his pace, and pulled out his great steel sword with his right hand. He started to accumulate his qi in his body. A cool breeze blew past, and Yichen's eyes suddenly opened up. In front of his eyes was a huge space. It was 4 to 5 meters tall, and he did not know how long or wide it was. It was an underground world. There was a river, trees, and a stone room in the underground world. Outside the stone room was a stone pavilion. Inside there was a stone table and 4 stone chairs. Did someone live here before? Yichen was shocked. He thought he had found the exit, but he did not expect to find himself underground. Walala, the water in the river splashed everywhere. It seemed like there were fish in the river, and the sound of water breaking could be heard from time to time. As for the trees, they were very strange. They were different from the big trees on the ground. The gray branches were like rocks, and there were only a few dozen gray leaves hanging on the branches. Not daring to be careless, Yichen walked towards the stone room. Is anyone here? Outside the stone room, Yichen raised his voice. He called out a few times, but there was no response. Yichen took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked into the stone room. The stone room was not big. It was only 3 meters in length and width, and the walls were inlaid with long incised luminous stones, illuminating the inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was the huge human painting on the wall in front of him. There was a beautiful woman in the painting. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. She looked like a spirit in the wind, like the king of flowers. She looked like she was one of a kind. On the bottom right corner, there was a name, Xianxia. Seeing this name, Yichen was shocked. It was Xianxia. There were countless powerful warriors in the true spirit continent, but there were only a few who could truly rule the world, such as Su King, Evil King, Dragon King, and Xianxia. As the only female among the top warriors, Xuanho's life was legendary. She became a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, reached the clasping yuan realm at the age of 14, reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 18, reached the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, becoming the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. She was so powerful that she was called the Xianxia. How powerful was Xianxia? No one could say for sure. Some said she was in the top 5, some said she was weaker than the Evil King and the Dragon King, some said she was second only to Su King, and some said she was the most powerful in the world, and she was so mysterious that she had already touched the edge of the Great Tao. Of course, all of these were just speculations. But, it was undeniable that the mysterious queen had indeed reached an unimaginable level. She had killed 3 master-level warriors from 100 miles away, broken through the earth vein with one palm attack, caused a volcano to erupt, changed the environment, and moved her own mountain to a place tens of thousands of miles away. Even a nameless brat like Yichen had heard about all of these things. Looking at the portrait carefully, Yichen found that he could not see Xuanho's face clearly, as if the painter could not describe Xuanho's face, and could only blur it to create a hazy beauty. After a long time, Yichen withdrew his gaze, and a question arose in his mind. Who are the people who live here? How could there be a portrait of Xianxia? It should be noted that Xianxia had ruled the world for more than 10 years, and only a few people were qualified to see her. Judging from the ink, this portrait was not more than 10 years old. Also, where was the owner of the stone room? He hung this well-preserved portrait on the wall, which obviously showed that he valued it a lot, and should have brought it with him when he went on a long trip. What is this? Yichen fixed his eyes on the center of the stone room, where there was a scorch mark. If he looked carefully, he could see an inconspicuous ring in the pale white ashes. Picking it up, Yichen wiped it with his sleeve. On the back of the green ring, 2 ancient characters were engraved, mid-rank. Yichen was shocked at first, and then he was overjoyed. This inconspicuous ring was a storage ring, and it was a priceless mid-rank storage ring. If a low-rank storage ring was enough to bankrupt a normal mid-rank family, then a mid-rank storage ring would be enough to make a big family like the Yi family bleed. Probably only the big martial institutions would have one or two of them, and they would only be owned by the leaders. Normal people would not even dare to dream about it. Taking a deep breath, Yichen operated his internal qi, and slowly poured it into the storage ring. Buzz, the storage ring shook slightly, and a trace of faintly discernible vibration spread out, which was captured by Yichen's soul power. In the next moment, Yichen saw the space inside the storage ring. It was a standard cube with a length, width, and height of 20 feet. Its entire body shone with a misty light and was slightly transparent, as if it had been cut out from the void. It was even larger than the living room of an ordinary family. There were 2 secret manuals, a sheath-long saber, and a pile of jagged jade stones the size of an egg, glowing with a faint white light. Could it be that this is a spirit stone? Focusing his attention on the jade, Yichen's originally calm emotions began to fluctuate again. With a thought, Yichen took out a piece of jade, closed his eyes, and sent his inner qi into it. Boom, as if the floodgates had been opened, the majestic yuan qi within the spirit stone ferociously gushed out and rushed into Yichen's meridians with unstoppable force. Not good, warriors below the condensing reality realm are not qualified to train with spirit stones. Yichen's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly operated his pure yuan art, and forcibly cut off the connection with the spirit stone. Who? Taking a few deep breaths, Yichen still had some lingering fear. He did not expect that he would be so happy that he would forget about the taboo of being a warrior, and almost lose all his meridians. Fortunately, the pure yuan art's inner qi was extremely pure, and it had been trained to the highest level of the 6 meridians, so he could barely cut off the connection. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if their meridians were not damaged, they would still pass out due to the yuan qi. Although the meridians in his arms were still aching, Yichen still laughed out loud. Spirit stones were the same as storage rings, they were both essential for a high-level warrior. The latter was used to store objects, while the former was used to provide yuan qi for training, which could only be produced by natural veins. According to the quality and amount of spirit stones, they could be divided into low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. For ordinary people, it would take more than 5 years to train from Mortal Realm Stage 1 to Mortal Realm Stage 10, more than 10 years to train from early Condensing Reality Realm to late Condensing Reality Realm, and at least 20 to 30 years to train from early Clasping Yuan Realm to late Clasping Yuan Realm. For most people, 40 to 50 years was way too long, terrifyingly long. But with spirit stones, it would be different. Apart from the mortal realm, the warriors would need to train by themselves. Once they reached the Condensing Reality Realm, they would be able to absorb the yuan qi from the spirit stones. According to some people's calculations, the quality of the yuan qi in the spirit stones was equivalent to 5 times the quality of the yuan qi in the world. In other words, excluding the problem of breaking through to the next level, it would be 4 times faster than normal training speed. In other words, only with the spirit stones could a genius be seen. After all, geniuses had extremely high comprehensive abilities, and could break through to the next level at an unbelievable speed, which would maximize the value of the spirit stones. But for those who were not talented, even with the help of the spirit stones, when it came time to break through to the next level, they would still have to focus on the spirit stones. Otherwise, they might be stuck at the same level for the rest of their lives. Yichen estimated that there were at least 10,000 spirit stones in the storage ring, and each spirit stone was worth more than 1,000 silvers. In total, there were 10 million silvers in the storage ring. What did 10 million silvers mean? It was enough to support a medium-sized family for 1 or 2 years. It was definitely a huge amount of money. Don't show your wealth, I have to keep this secret. Before I become powerful enough, I can't keep it to myself. Yichen warned himself. Moving his eyes away from the spirit stones with difficulty, Yichen took out the 2 manuals. The first one was a fist art manual. The Tyrant Fist was a low-rank Earthrealm martial skill. The practitioner must have absolute confidence, never give up, or else it would be hard to bring out the essence of the Tyrant Fist. The tyrant fist had 4 movements. The first movement, tyrannical rampage, the second movement, dominating the world, the third movement, dominating the world, the fourth movement, tyrannical millennium. Remember, the tyrant fist was extremely powerful. Before the practitioner had mastered Xianxia, his body must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would injure himself, which was not worth it. The fourth movement, tyrannical millennium, was extremely mysterious. Only the body and Xianxia could be used to its limit. It was a low-rank Earthrealm fist art. It would be a lie if Yichen said he was not excited. Normally, only the core disciples were qualified to learn low-rank Earthrealm martial skills. Only a few of the inner disciples could learn low-rank Earthrealm martial skills, not to mention the outer disciples. Yichen then looked at the second one. The second one was a body-strengthening manual. Pure Jade body boosting spell, low-rank Earthrealm, passed down from hundreds of years ago. It can increase the capacity of Yuan Qi that a mortal realm warrior can store. If a mortal realm warrior trained it, he or she could directly absorb the Yuan Qi from the soul stones with his or her strong body, without worrying about safety. The Pure Jade body boosting spell had 5 movements. The first movement, body training, the second movement, hard and soft force, the third movement, Pure Jade body boosting spell, the fourth movement, Broken Jade rebirth, the fifth movement, King Kong Jade body. Note, the first and second movement focused on body training. Talented warriors could directly train the third movement. If they could reach the highest level of the fifth movement, they would be invincible among warriors of the same level. Another low-rank Earthrealm martial skill. After being shocked by the storage ring and the soul stones, Yichen was not that excited after seeing the low-rank Earthrealm manual. But of course, he was happy. Putting away the manual, Yichen took out the last item. It was a long saber with a scabbard. The scabbard was clear in color, carved with mountains, rivers, birds, and fishes. The handle was long, and the handguard was a tiger's head, which swallowed the saber. Xiaoqian drew his saber, and a bright saber qi shot out. It left a 1-meter-long mark on the walls of the stone room, looking exceptionally sharp. What a great saber, it can even produce saber qi. Yichen's eyes brightened. A weapon that could produce saber qi had already surpassed the category of ordinary weapons, and had risen to the level of a godly weapon. In his memory, the Yi family also had a great sword, called Vanishing Shadow. With one thrust, it could break through the air and kill without leaving a trace. If he was not mistaken, this great saber was worth more than 1,000,000 silvers. The only unfortunate thing was that Yichen did not use a blade, but a sword instead. In his opinion, the sword was the king of all weapons, and the overall evaluation was the highest. Plus, the number of people who trained in the sword would usually take up half of the total population, but the ones who could actually train it well were very, very few, even less than the other weapons. The cold saber was covered by the scabbard. Yichen looked back at the burnt ground. If he guessed it right, the owner of the stone room was already dead. He had lost his mind while training, and was burned into ashes by the Xianxia fire. Naturally, the storage ring had fallen into the ashes. Bowing 3 times to the ashes, Yichen murmured, "Elder, although you did not leave many things, but they are very useful to me. I, the outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, bow to you. I hope you will not blame me for taking your things." After bowing 3 times, Yichen felt a bit emotional. Judging from the belongings, this deceased elder had quite a high cultivation, at least above the clasping Yuan realm, or even reached the astral reaching realm. Unfortunately, he still could not escape the fate of losing his mind. From this, one could imagine the cruelty of training. Even if one had to deal with external disasters, one had to overcome one's own body. Yichen, who could not find a way out, decided to train the Pure Jade body boosting spell. He had already mastered the first spell of the Pure Jade body boosting spell a long time ago, and the second spell had already reached the level of toughness and softness. The only thing he needed now was to be like his senior sister Su Jing, to have a godly power inside his body. What was divine power? The most common horse on this true spirit continent was called the dark brown horse. It could run as fast as flying, and it had a strong body. Without increasing its speed, it could have a force of 2,000 pounds with a light bump. Right now, Yichen's strength was around 1,500 jin. He was not far from 2,000 jin. However, he knew that the further he went, the slower his strength would grow. The time needed to reach 500 Jin would definitely be longer than before. Yichen took out a few bottles of physique tempering paste from his pocket and took off his clothes, rubbing them on his body meticulously. Only when his skin shone with a glossy sheen, accentuating his muscles, did Yichen get into a stance and start practicing his punches in detail. The punches were still the King Kong fist. The more aggressive the punches were, the more thorough the training of the body would be. Of course, the King Kong fist was different from before. Instead, it was combined with the second spell of the pure jade body boosting spell. The effect was even more obvious. King Kong crossing the river. King Kong smash. King Kong dive. King Kong unlimited. Practicing the movements of the King Kong fist, Yichen gradually got into the zone. He forgot about everything around him. Vaguely, there came the sound of blood flowing inside Yichen's body. It sounded like a huge river. On the contrary, his heartbeat was getting slower and slower, but it was still very powerful. The thumping sound was like a huge drum, vibrating his bones. Not knowing how long had passed, Yichen suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up and threw a punch at the huge gray tree trunk. Boom, the tree trunk was extremely hard, there were only a few cracks on it. What a hard tree. But my strength has increased a lot, it should be 1,500 pounds now. I didn't expect the pure jade body boosting spell to be so useful. Within 2 to 4 hours, his strength had increased by almost 100 pounds, it was something that the King Kong fist could not achieve. After resting for a while, Yichen felt a bit hungry. What he had just done had used up all the extra energy in his body, he needed to replenish it. Walking to the river, Yichen thought to himself, the fish in here should be edible. The river was deep and clear, through the water, he could see the shadows. The smaller ones were about a foot long, and the bigger ones were more than 5 feet long. They were swimming very fast, with just a swing of their tails, they could swim 7 to 8 meters away, out of people's sight. Picking up a stone from the ground, Yichen yelled in a low voice, "Hit it!" With the force of more than 1,000 pounds, the stone was even sharper than a hidden weapon. It drew a straight line in the air, and instantly sank into the water. Originally, Yichen was just testing the distance of the fish and the refraction of the water. He did not expect that he would hit a 5 feet long black shadow. Whoosh, all of a sudden, the black shadow flipped over and broke out of the water. As the water splashed, a dark brown weird fish appeared in front of Yichen's eyes. There were thorns on the side of its gills, its body was thick and powerful, and its surface was uneven. Opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, the weird fish bit towards Yichen's head. Yichen smiled lightly, he bent down and punched the weird fish's abdomen. Chin, the weird fish's skin was as hard as steel, which surprised Yichen a lot. With his current punch, he could shatter a huge rock into pieces, but he could not break through its defense. Paw, the weird fish backed off half a meter under the impact of the punch, it swung its tail, which was as thin as a cow's tail. Even Yichen did not want to be hit by it. At this critical moment, Yichen did not choose to back off, he took out the great blade from his storage ring and waved it. Puff! The weird fish's tail was chopped off. The weird fish fell into the river, trying its best to swim deeper, not daring to attack Yichen again. Forcing a smile, Yichen knew that without the great blade, it would not be easy to deal with this weird fish. Whether or not he could break through its defense was still a problem. But judging from the fish's body, it did not seem to be releasing any beast chi, so it could not be a beast. It should be an ancient species with special talents. The fish's tail was 3 feet long, and was as thick as a bowl, enough for Yichen to eat. He always carried a fire starter with him, so Yichen started a fire quickly and put the fish tail on the grill. After 15 minutes, a smell that he had never smelled before spread out, which made Yichen's mouth twitch. Grabbing the fish tail, Yichen bit down. The meat was so tender that he almost bit his tongue. This is amazing. This fish is like beef, but also like chicken. It has an indescribable rich aroma, and it is very chewy. Wait, why is my body heating up? As he swallowed the fish, Yichen's body suddenly felt hot. A wave of heat spread out from his stomach to the rest of his body, seeping into his muscles, blood, and even his bones. Wave after wave, it felt very warm. After about 15 minutes, the heat flow finally dissipated. Yichen felt that his body was filled with strength from the inside out. He was brimming with energy, as if he could kill a ferocious tiger with a single punch. Could it be that the flesh of this strange fish has the effect of strengthening one's body? Yichen revealed a joyful expression as he devoured the fish tail in big mouthfuls. He only chewed 3 times before swallowing the fish tail. Chi-chi, his body rapidly heated up, and sticky black impurities seeped out from his pores. A foul stench filled the air, and Yichen almost fainted from the suffocating smell. I can't take it anymore, I have to go take a bath. Yichen couldn't care less about the strange fish in the river. He stood up and leaped lightly into the river. Whoosh, the cool river water touched his skin, and it felt extremely comfortable. All 48,000 pores on his body seemed to have opened up, greedily breathing in. However, the owner of the river water wasn't willing. The strange fish in the vicinity heard the noise and attacked in a frenzy. Yichen laughed coldly. He took out his treasured saber and swept it horizontally, slashing out a circular arc of saber energy in the water. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 strange fish were slashed into 2, unable to retaliate at all. Yichen threw their corpses onto the shore, one in each hand, preparing to use them as food in the future. When the other strange fish saw how fierce Yichen was, they all fled like birds. It seemed that they weren't as courageous as they appeared to be. After taking a refreshing bath, Yichen jumped out of the river. He subconsciously lifted his feet, and his entire body felt light and healthy. Other than that, the fish meat in his stomach had been completely digested, and he had to replenish it. The largest of the 9 strange fish was no longer than 3 feet. Yichen picked up 3 of them, cut their stomachs, and poured out their intestines. After washing them, he skewered them with a thin branch and roasted them over the bonfire. The aroma filled the air. After a while, the fish meat was cooked again. My strength has increased a lot now. I wonder if I can reach the divine power stage by eating fish. Strength above 2,000 pounds was considered to be super strength. Some people were born with super strength when they were 8 or 9 years old, but some people couldn't even when they were in their 20s or 30s. This was the difference in talent. Originally, it would take Yichen at least a week to reach this level, and that was with the help of the pure jade body boosting spell. But now, he could reach his goal by eating the fish, which would save him a lot of time, so why not? After eating the 3 fish, black impurities oozed out of Yichen's body again, but they were much less than the first time and were slightly transparent. At the same time, Yichen's stomach churned with extreme pain. He hurriedly rushed to the toilet in the underground world and squatted down impatiently. There was a continuous puffing sound, and the surroundings were filled with a foul stench. After he had completely excreted, Yichen did not feel too exhausted. Those were just impurities that could not be excreted from his pores. He did not want to take a second look at them. Naked, Yichen poured some vanilla powder around him to cover the stench in the air, and then walked into the river. As the black impurities were washed away, Yichen's skin became smooth like silk. It was tough and dense, and even swords would not be able to cut it. His tender body seemed to have been trained countless times. His muscles were well-defined, and his broad shoulders were strong. Yichen calmly felt that his body was continuously absorbing yuan qi. Even the river could not stop it. Furthermore, the yuan qi was changing slightly, and its capacity had increased by more than 30%. It was almost automatically pouring into his body, and quickly merging with his qi. The qi whirlpool in his dantian gradually tightened, and the pressure in the center increased, as if it was turning his qi into Jin qi in advance to strengthen his body. It seems like not only my body's quality has increased, but the speed of absorbing yuan qi has also increased. This is not as simple as the super strength. That's right, Yichen's strength had already surpassed 2,000 pounds, and was approaching 3,000 pounds. In terms of pure strength, the core disciple Su Jing was not that much stronger than Yichen, at most 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Eating fish, practicing boxing, and training his qi, time passed by slowly. On this day, Yichen stood in front of a big gray tree. If I could break this tree with one punch, it would mean that my strength had reached 3,000 pounds. By then, it would be easier for me to train the 3rd level of the pure jade body boosting spell. Once I have mastered the 3rd level, I would be able to use the yuan qi from the spirit stones to replace the natural yuan qi. Yichen's mind was like a mirror. He had already planned out all the steps for the future. Letting out a breath, Yichen punched the big tree. Crack, the big tree broke instantly. The top half of the tree fell down and landed on the ground. Done. Yichen took a deep breath. It is even stronger than I thought. It should be 3,500 pounds. Although he did not know how much time had passed outside, Yichen's intuition told him that it had not been more than 3 days, maybe even less. In just 2 to 3 days, he had mastered the second level of the pure jade body boosting spell. This horrifying speed even surprised Yichen himself. He was wondering how strong he could become by eating fish. Would it be more than 5,000 pounds, or even 10,000 pounds? Shaking his head, Yichen could not imagine it anymore. As time went on, Yichen started to feel annoyed. This place was too depressing, isolated from the rest of the world. It would be fine if it was just 1 or 2 days, but to live here every day, Yichen suspected that he would go crazy. Making up his mind, Yichen was ready to leave this place. Looking at the river, Yichen planned to catch some weird fishes and put them in his storage ring before he found a way out. These fishes could easily be worth more than 10,000 silvers, especially that huge fish that was 5 feet long. Just its tail alone was more effective than the other small fishes. It was obvious how effective it was. Making up his mind, Yichen took out his great blade and dove into the river. The river was very deep, and it was pitch black. Yichen had already expected this situation, so he took out a few luminous stones and threw them into the river. The valuable luminous stones slowly sank into the river, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the environment within a radius of 10 meters. Whoosh, the river rippled, and the huge shadow quickly swam away. Where do you think you are going? Yichen gathered his chi and threw out a blade attack. The bright blade chi could not even stop the river water. It was cut open and chased after the shadow like lightning. With a puff sound, the shadow froze in place. Yichen was afraid that it might be a trap, so he threw out another blade chi attack. As expected, the huge shadow struggled for a while, and the river water became murky, making it hard for the naked eye to see clearly. Of course, this was not a problem for Yichen. With his powerful soul power, Yichen easily caught the shadow, and with a push of his feet, he jumped up. Breaking out of the water, Yichen threw the dead fish on the shore and continued to dive. 1, 2, 5. Only when there were no more strange fishes in the river did Yichen stop. It's time to go back. That red blood demon beast must have gone somewhere else to hunt. Yichen was still a bit worried. A rank 4 beast was unimaginably powerful. Even if he had 10,000 pounds of strength, he would not dare to fight against it, unless he reached the condensing reality realm. Following the path he came from, Yichen carefully walked back. From afar, there was a light coming from the huge crack in the rock mountain. Yichen held his breath, tightly holding his blade as he walked quietly. The entrance was a mess. Broken rocks were everywhere. Looking at the walls, there were claw marks that were a few feet deep, as if they were made of tofu. Yichen secretly felt lucky. He did not dare to stay any longer and flew back the way he came. Yichen had already remembered the lesson from last time. Therefore, in this dangerous area, Yichen did not rush on the ground. Instead, he jumped from one big tree to another. Along the way, he released his soul power to the limit. Once there was any movement, he would immediately hide his aura and hide. In the afternoon, Yichen finally arrived at the place where the big leather bag was placed. There's someone? Hiding behind the big tree, Yichen's eyes were sharp. Under the big tree, 3 teenagers were standing there. One of them had a big leather bag in his hand. It was very bulging. It was Yichen's harvest from a few days ago. Haha, our luck is too good. Walking on the road, we can pick up demonic beast materials. There is even an inner pellet inside. We can sell it for at least 20 to 30,000 silvers. The slightly older teenager sneered, I wonder which idiot hid the demonic beast materials on the tree. He thought no one would find them. What a joke. Another one flattered, Xianxia, you are the best. You could tell with one glance that there was something on the tree. We did not know anything. Xianxia said proudly, that's why I said that following me is your good fortune. Wait until my cousin, Xianxia, becomes an inner disciple. Then we can do whatever we want in the outer court. Of course, of course. The two nodded and complimented. Yichen could not stand it anymore. He walked out and said, "Put down the demonic beast materials." Zhang Kuan looked back, "It's you." That day in the Muren gang competition, Zhang Kuan had Zhang Haoren's help, so he should have been able to get the third place easily. But unfortunately, his plan could not keep up with the changes. Yichen suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took the third place, which made Zhang Kuan very annoyed. "Zhang Kuan, who is this little bastard? Do you want us to teach him a lesson? Make him kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit his mistake." The square-faced youth next to him observed the situation and understood that Yichen had offended Zhang Kuan. "That's right. I have the most experience in dealing with low-level outer sect disciples. I can make them cry for mercy. Hey, little bastard, crawl over here yourself." Thinking that he was at Mortal Realm Stage 9, the young man did not take Yichen seriously at all, his face full of disdain. Zhang Kuan grinned and said, "He offended my cousin, so he definitely won't have a good time. But now, we can humiliate him and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Yichen said coldly, "Are you guys done yet? Put down the demonic beast materials and slap yourselves 10 times. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." "What?" Hearing Yichen's words, Zhang Kuan and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. It was not that they had never seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen anyone with a low cultivation base who could be arrogant. This Yichen was simply courting death. Anger gave birth to courage, and the three of them thought of killing him to silence him. "I dare you to say that again." Zhang Kuan did not hide the killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, "If you kowtow and apologize now, you can still be saved. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Little bastard, prepare to die." The square-faced young man took a step forward and opened his right palm, aiming towards Yichen's face. If this palm hit him, even if Yichen did not die, his face would be disfigured. His attack was indeed vicious. Seeking death. Although the opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Yichen did not care about it at all. With a casual step forward, his body suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the young man's neck, slamming him down. Boom, a shallow pit appeared on the ground, and the square-faced young man's head sank half a foot into the pit. "Bastard, if you dare to make a move, I will take your life." Zhang Kuan and the other young man were shocked. They joined hands to attack Yichen, and each of them performed the martial skills that they had been practicing for a long time. Limitless Sanzhou. Collapsing Cloud Palm. Facing the two's fierce attacks, Yichen's feet shook, and the hard ground was immediately crushed. His whole body became extremely powerful, and without moving, he punched out with both of his fists. Bang! Bang! What's going on? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 7. Zhang Kuan and the other young man felt like they were struck by lightning. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and both of their feet left the ground. On the way, Zhang Kuan's face flashed with a vicious expression. He waved his hand and shot out a black light. "Go to hell. Don't forget that it was I, Zhang Kuan, who killed you in hell." Shoo, the black light was a poisoned willow dart. It was extremely fast, and almost as soon as it was shot, it was already in front of Yichen. The head of the dart was shining with a purple light. Just as Zhang Kuan was laughing coldly, his face suddenly froze. In his sight, Yichen had only pinched the willow dart with his index and middle fingers of his right hand. Impossible. Even a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to handle my hidden weapons. Staggering on the ground, Zhang Kuan's face was half angry and half frightened. Yichen did not bother to explain, he flicked his hand and threw the willow dart back. "I hope you have the antidote with you." With a puff, the willow dart deeply stabbed into Zhang Kuan's arm, and the poison instantly invaded his body. "Bastard! I want your whole family dead, my cousin will not let you go." The poison on the willow dart was the 5-step snake poison. Mortal Realm warriors would definitely die from it, and even condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to handle it. Seeing that he had been poisoned, Zhang Kuan's face turned pale. He was afraid that the poison would attack his heart before he could detoxify the poison. He quickly took out a bottle of antidote, opened the cork, and poured the whole bottle on his wound. Yichen hated it when people humiliated his whole family. He was so angry that he pushed his golden swallow art to its limit. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out, trying to kill Zhang Kuan. At that moment, a cold shout came out. "Get back!" A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Kuan, blocking his way. Yichen could not hold back his power, he threw out a punch. The fierce qi spread out in all directions, the grass and trees were all bent over. Yichen lightly flew back to where he was standing, and looked at the young man in front of Zhang Kuan. The young man was about 18 years old, he had a gloomy face and a sarcastic smile on his face. "Li Bu." Zhang Kuan was surprised. Li Bu was one of the top outer disciples, he was at the same level as Zhang Haoran, peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. However, because he had not been able to break through to become an inner disciple for a long time, he had been in closed-door training, hoping to break through before the end of the year. Plus, he did not participate in the Muren Gang competition, otherwise Wu Zongming would not have been able to get the second place. With him here, no matter how powerful Yichen was, he would still be killed. "Li Bu, my cousin asked you to protect me. Kill him for me now." Zhang Kuan was seriously injured, and as he spoke, there was a lot of blood coming out of his mouth. Li Bu said calmly, "You can't even beat a Mortal Realm Stage 7 warrior, you are a disgrace to your cousin. As for him, don't worry, I will let him know what it feels like to kneel down." Zhang Haoran was known as a genius, so Li Bu could not ignore him. In the future, when he becomes an inner disciple, he would be able to take care of him. Turning around, Li Bu said, "Little brat, I will give you one chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will know what I, Li Bu, am capable of. I will also give you a chance, leave now." Yichen had only used half of his power, he had not even used his real power yet. Li Bu laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not even try to hide the murderous intent in his laughter. Obviously, Yichen had pissed him off. "Looks like you won't give up until you die. Kneel down." His laughter was still echoing in the air. Li Bu had already charged towards Yichen. Along the way, his blade flashed, and the air was cut open. It carried a powerful aura, as if it wanted to see blood. Yichen stood where he was without moving, looking like he had been scared out of his wits by the sharp blade light. Seeing this, Li Bu grinned. He was thinking if he should cut off one of Yichen's arms first, or one of his ears, or both. Still want to fight back. Li Bu saw Yichen's right hand on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes looked empty. In the next second, a bright sword light appeared out of nowhere. It stabbed out at an incredible speed, and then went back into its scabbard. Li Bu stood there, dumbfounded. He looked down and saw that there was a hole in his left abdomen. The hole went through his back, and blood stained his shirt. No way. No way. I was already at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 a year ago. How could I be killed in 1 second? Li Bu's expression was ferocious, but it gave people a feeling of weakness. Yichen said lightly, "I won't kill you today, but if you mess with me again, the consequences will not be so simple." Picking up his big leather bag, Yichen turned his back to them. Freshwind Town. The Elixir Pavilion. The shopkeeper was shocked as he looked at the beast materials on the counter. It was not that there was something wrong with the materials, but the person who was selling them was too amazing. If it was a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior who had gotten so many beast materials, he would not be so surprised. But the problem was that the person was only at the early Mortal Realm Stage 7. Red Armored Spider materials, 900 silvers, Earth-cracking centipede materials, 1,200 silvers, Red Smelting Bird materials, 1,300 silvers, Earth Viper materials, 800 silvers. Tiger Wolf materials, 1,100 silvers, a total of 28,800 silvers. Same old rules, change them all into gold notes. Also, give me a bottle of evil warding potion. The inner core of a monster beast was much more effective than spirit stones alone. Yi Chen would not waste it. You have a demonic beast core? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. What's the problem? The shopkeeper said, "Can you sell this inner core to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion?" Yichen shook his head. "I don't lack money. What I lack is time." What if I use an essence chi pill to exchange with you? To tell you the truth, our spirit medicine pavilion's pavilion master is currently experimenting with a new kind of medicinal pill, which requires a large amount of monster beast inner cores. An origin chi pill's effect is absolutely not inferior to an inner core that has matured for 3 months. It can also help you save the money needed to buy evil-repelling potions. Yuan chi pellet? Yichen froze for a second. This kind of pellet could save a mortal realm warrior 3 months of hard work. Although the inner pellet of a demonic beast was great, it could only save 2 to 3 months of training after using the evil warding potion to get rid of its beast chi. Not to mention that it would save a bottle of evil warding potion that was worth over 10,000 silvers. Okay, I agree to the exchange. Yichen nodded. Walking out of the spirit medicine pavilion, Yichen walked towards the restaurant. Young master, please do me a favor. Give my poor daughter some food. I am willing to work like a horse in my next life. At the entrance of the restaurant, there was a middle-aged woman with a little girl. Both of their clothes were tattered and their faces were dirty. The little girl seemed to be extremely hungry. She sucked on her fingers with her mouth and looked hopefully at the customers coming and going. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. They thought they were dirty, and didn't even want to look at them. Yichen felt sorry for them, so he took out a piece of silver from his money bag and threw it to them. For him, he was not short of money, only big money. Normally, a meal would cost at least 10 to 20 silvers. In terms of living, it could be said that he was quite rich. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged woman was so excited that she was speechless. She had brought her poor daughter to the windy town for a few days, and the people who gave her money were mostly ordinary people, or some old beggars. Yichen waved his hand and walked into the restaurant. The little girl next to the middle-aged woman stared at Yichen's back in a daze. There were many things in her eyes that could not be erased. On the second floor. Sitting by the window, Yichen was still thinking about what had just happened. Compared to the warriors and the rich, the lives of the ordinary people and the poor are way too hard. I can earn hundreds or thousands of silvers just by killing one beast, but they are still struggling to eat 3 meals a day. Who knows how many people have starved to death? Does fate really exist? Only now did Yichen feel that he had integrated into this world. He felt the joys and sorrows of this world, and the sufferings of all living beings. Before, he had always regarded himself as an outsider, a passerby. Forget it. There are millions of poor people on this true spirit continent. I can't help them all even if I wanted to. I can only promise to help every single one I see. After finishing his meal and leaving the restaurant, the mother and daughter were already gone. They probably went to some steamed bun shop to buy steamed buns. Yichen sighed and walked towards the tall windy mountain in the distance. When he returned to the independent courtyard, the sky was already dark, and a bright moon was slowly rising. Yichen first took a shower to get rid of the dust on his body, then he sat on the bed with his legs crossed, preparing to refine the yuan chi pellet into his own chi. The yuan chi pellet was light yellow in color, and there were fine cloud patterns on its surface, making it slightly transparent. Gulp, after swallowing the yuan chi pellet, Yichen concentrated his chi and slowly started to operate the pure yuan art. Boom, a loud noise seemed to come from his inner world. The yuan chi pellet turned into pure yuan chi and flowed into all of his meridians, merging with his chi. 2 whole hours passed. Yichen opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed through them. From early mortal realm stage 7 to late mortal realm in one go, I don't think the yuan chi pellet has such a big effect. After 3 months of hard work, it was already quite good for him to reach the mid-stage, since his body condition was not that great after all. It was barely above average, and could not compete with those martial geniuses at all. His only advantage was his powerful soul power, and his extraordinary comprehensive ability. He could train any martial art to perfection. However, it did not have much to do with his cultivation. At most, he would be able to reach the next level faster, and it would not take him too long to do so. Could it be that the fish meat had changed my body quality, or that my body was extremely lacking in yuan chi, so it was more efficient and could convert more chi into chi? Yichen would not think about the things that he could not figure out for the time being. He needed to think about how to train the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell. Different from normal martial arts, body-boosting martial arts were usually very hard to train, and it had nothing to do with comprehension ability. It required opportunities and methods, or else it would be useless. Of course, it was not that Yi Chen did not have the ability to train it, but the training method of the third spell was a bit weird. It required him to absorb the jade qi from the jade stones and merge it with his body. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen opened the box next to his bed and took out a blue jade pendant with dragon patterns. It looked a bit broken. This jade pendant was something Yi Chen had his eyes on at the pawn shop. At that time, he already felt that it was different from the others, but he did not know what was different about it. But now, Yi Chen could see through it with just one look. There was a blue qi circulating inside the jade pendant, and it was constantly repairing the broken parts. Natural blue jade. Yi Chen shouted in surprise. Jade was divided into innate and acquired. The latter was formed slowly after thousands of years, while the former was formed when a wisp of innate vital energy entered the jade and developed a faint spiritual nature. It often had indescribable hidden benefits for the wearer. However, these two kinds of jade were extremely hard to tell apart. If it were not for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to recognize it. With this natural blue jade, it can save me a lot of time. Just when I am about to doze off, someone sends me a pillow. Yi Chen smiled and held the jade in his hand. Calming himself down, Yi Chen took a deep breath and pushed his pure yuan art to its limit. His pure yuan art flowed into the blue jade through the meridians in his arm. Pop, the yuan qi in the blue jade had already merged with the jade qi, forming a special kind of spiritual qi. It was quite thick and sticky, and it was a bit troublesome to absorb it with his pure yuan art. He could only pull out one stream at a time. One stream was fine, he could take it slow. As the spiritual qi entered his body, it did not merge with his qi. Instead, it spread to every part of his body, as if his body was a jade body. Next was the most important part. The pure jade body boosting spell flowed through his mind. Yi Chen used his powerful soul power to gather all the scattered spiritual qi and used it to cleanse his body. In the end, he simply merged it with the spiritual qi. Looking closely, one could see that there was a faint jade light on the surface of his skin, but it was so weak that it was almost negligible. 6 days had passed. Yi Chen had finally reached the entry level. His body had merged with 133 streams of spiritual qi. The blue jade's luster was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it had lost its spiritual qi. Once he started the pure jade body boosting spell, the surface of his body immediately shone with a jade-like luster, making him look indestructible. Picking up a fruit knife from the table, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and used 60% of his strength to stab at the less fatal spot on his chest. After all, the fruit knife was no match for a fine steel sword. It broke into two, but there was only a white mark on Yi Chen's skin. Withdrawing the jade qi, Yi Chen's skin became soft again, and the luster of the jade disappeared. It was as delicate as a brocade, full of elasticity, but it didn't lose its explosive power. I'm only at minor success in the third art, and it already has such a defense. I really wonder what the fourth and fifth art will be like. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to cultivate with spirit stones only after he had mastered the third art. However, Yi Chen felt that it was about time. His meridians and physical body could withstand the impact of the spirit stone's yuan qi, so he didn't have to worry about any side effects. The result was just as he expected. The energy within the spirit stones was still boundless and pure, but it was already under his control and could not cause any more waves. With the huge amount of spirit stone's yuan qi turned into qi, Yi Chen soon broke through the mortal realm stage 7 and reached the early stage 8. Looking at the low-rank spirit stone in his hand, Yi Chen thought to himself, a low-rank spirit stone is enough for an early condensing reality realm warrior to use for 5 days, and I am only a mortal realm stage 8 warrior, so I should be able to use it for 10 days, maybe even more. That deceased senior left me a huge fortune. The Martial Plaza, the place where the Sky Cloud Martial School Disciples competitions were held. Today was not an important day, and there were no competitions, but there were a lot of people gathered here from all directions. Most of them were outer disciples, and there were a few dozen inner disciples. Huang Bingwen, don't underestimate Zhang Haoren. He is called a genius, so he must have some skills. Brother Cui is right, cross-realm challenges are nothing new in the Windy Nation. Don't fail miserably and embarrass us inner disciples. 3 inner disciples were walking side by side, 2 of them were talking to each other. Huang Bingwen, who was dressed in yellow, proudly said, "Of course I won't underestimate him. I gave him 2 months because I was about to break through to the 5th layer of the Heart Sutra. You should know that the gap between each layer of the Heart Sutra is very big. That way, I would have more confidence." It had been 2 months since the incident at the Pavilion of Martial Arts. Huang Bingwen did not forget about the bet with Zhang Haoren, and he also wanted to try out the power of the 5th level of the Heart Sutra. The 5th level of the Heart Sutra, you hit it so well. Zhang Haoren won't be able to do anything now. Oh right, I heard that you also made a bet with another outer disciple, it is also today. Huang Bingwen said with disdain, him? He is only at the late mortal realm stage 6, I can kill him with 1 finger. Late mortal realm stage 6? You're overestimating your own capabilities. Hee, this year's outer disciples are all itching for a beating, I can't help but teach them a lesson. Huang Bingwen was the star of today's show. As he arrived, everyone's eyes were on him, making him feel like he had never felt before. Standing on the stage, Huang Bingwen shouted, "Zhang Haoren, come up and die." Below the stage, Zhang Haoren, who was wearing a blue shirt, sneered, "Huang Bingwen, if you want to die, you don't have to rush. You should take care of that stupid outer disciple first." He had already known about his cousin being badly wounded, but he was not in a hurry to take revenge. For him, letting Yi Chen be stepped on by Huang Bingwen in front of everyone would not be a bad idea. There was no need to dirty his own hands. If he fought with Huang Bingwen first, then Huang Bingwen would definitely lose, and he would not be able to see that scene. Alright, I only need 1 move to take care of him, he can't run away anyways. Huang Bingwen did not care about such a small thing, he looked around, trying to find Yi Chen. In the crowd, Wu Zongming said worriedly, "Yi Chen, although you have reached the late mortal realm stage 9, your opponent has been at the early condensing reality realm for a long time, his martial skills are all more powerful than yours, it will be very hard for you to win. Just try not to lose too badly." In the history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was rare for an outer disciple to defeat an inner disciple, and all of those outer disciples were extremely talented. Although Yi Chen was quite talented, it would be very difficult for him to compete with Huang Bingwen, almost impossible. Yi Chen smiled lightly, "I know what I'm doing." Pushing through the crowd, Yi Chen walked towards the battling stage, he shouted, "Stop looking, I'm here." Huang Bingwen's eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, he laughed evilly, "Looks like you have been here for a long time, why did you only come out now?" Shoo, with a jump, Yi Chen landed on the huge battling stage. To be honest, it was a mistake for you not to fight with Zhang Haoren first, because you won't have the chance anymore. Huang Bingwen raised his eyebrows, "What a boast, I will let you know what it feels like to be stepped on soon." An outer disciple, he did not even care about him. "This brat is looking for death, do you guys know him?" "I know him, his name is Yi Chen. Half a year ago, he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 4. Even I can't see through him now, no wonder he is so confident. No matter how fast he improves, it doesn't matter. Although brother Huang Bingwen is ranked in the top 300, he is still an early condensing reality realm warrior. Us outer disciples are no match for him at all." "That's true, Yi Chen is going to be unlucky." The outer disciples were all talking about it, while the inner disciples were just watching coldly. "Brat, go to hell." On the stage, Huang Bingwen didn't even prepare his power, he just took a big step forward and grabbed Yi Chen's head with his claw. The black claw light made a swishing sound. Demon Finishing Claw. Yi Chen recognized his opponent's martial skill, it was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill. With 1 attack, it could even break a steel plate. The power of the claw could penetrate through the Xianxia of a warrior of the same level. Shoo, Yi Chen lightly touched the ground and flew backwards, dodging the claw light. Huang Bingwen had a strange look in his eyes, he yelled, "Trying to dodge?" Skynet attack. Early condensing reality realm warriors could already release their Xianxia and kill people from a distance. Huang Bingwen waved his hands in the air, and a dark ghost claw made of Xianxia shot out. Releasing Xianxia? Indeed troublesome. When fighting against a condensing reality realm warrior, the mortal realm warrior was not only weaker in many aspects, but also couldn't attack from a distance. At most, he could send out a palm wind mixed with chi from 3 to 4 meters away, which was not very powerful. But condensing reality realm warriors were different, they could kill people from 10 meters away. Some of their martial skills even needed a certain distance to be effective. Pushing the golden swallow art to its limit, Yi Chen's body flashed, leaving a shadow on the ground. He dodged the claw light and attacked Huang Bingwen. "You are looking for death, I was waiting for you." Huang Bingwen did not expect Yi Chen to be so fast, but he was not worried at all. With a backhand claw, he tore at Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen lowered his body and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. His sharp eyes stared at Huang Bingwen. 10 steps, 7 steps. 5 steps, a sword light that was as twisted as water instantly attacked, and like a loach, it pierced through the gaps of the claw shadows. Flowing clouds and flowing water, 7th move, seeking gap. The simpler the move, the more effective it was, because it had no flaws at all. Before the sword arrived, Huang Bingwen's chest already had a reaction. It was cold and numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. However, he was an early condensing reality realm warrior after all. He had been in the martial world for quite a while, and had experienced quite a few battles. After the initial shock, he let out an angry roar, mysterious heavy aura. Buzz, the air vibrated. Looking at it with naked eyes, the space 3 feet around Huang Bingwen's body seemed to have been twisted. The sword light flew past him without leaving any damage. It is the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. A few of the inner disciples frowned, and looked at Huang Bingwen in a different light. Yi Chen frowned, and quickly backed out. Huang Bingwen said confidently, "In front of my mysterious heavy aura, all your attacks will be useless. But my attacks will be able to affect your balance." "Not necessarily," Yi Chen thought to himself. "This time I will beat you with one attack." Huang Bingwen's face did not look good. He had planned to beat Yi Chen with one attack, and then teach Zhang Haoren a lesson. But he did not expect Yi Chen to be so hard to deal with. Yi Chen's movement was so fast that it was impossible to track him down. Even after a few attacks, he still could not touch Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword art looked simple, but it forced him to use all of his power to activate the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. Swimming dragon step. Extending his body, Huang Bingwen strode forward. With a few steps, he was like a soaring divine dragon as he charged toward Yi Chen. Huang Bingwen has even used the mysterious heavy aura and a swimming dragon step. Is this Yi Chen really that powerful? Many of the inner disciples had never fought with Yi Chen before, so they did not know what was going on. "I can see that this Yi Chen is definitely a sword genius," an inner disciple said slowly with a serious face. "What do you mean?" "I have seen senior sister Zhu Mei fight with other core disciples before. She also used the flying cloud sword art. Although it is not that powerful, it is very hard to defend against." "You think too highly of him. How can he be compared with senior sister?" "Don't ask me, I don't know either. Only some powerful inner disciples or core disciples would be able to see it. No matter what, this Yi Chen is now famous." Facing Huang Bingwen, who was rushing towards him, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. As he moved his feet, he used the 9th movement of the flying cloud sword art, moving night. The night light was like water, and the sword light was everywhere. Huang Bingwen's eyes were dazzled. He never knew that the flying cloud sword art was this powerful. However, it was not enough to make him back off. His left hand formed into a claw, and his right hand formed a fist. He threw out a punch at the same time. Demon slaughtering wind claw, crazy fist. The sword and the claw clashed, and a cracking sound was heard. Yi Chen suddenly left the ground and flew back a little. He then made a fist with his left hand covered in a faint golden light, and clashed with Huang Bingwen's right fist. Boom, 2 different forces pressed against each other, and eventually exploded, causing waves of air to ripple. Right at that moment, Yi Chen floated backward in order to get rid of some of the power. Right then, as soon as his feet landed on the ground, his aura changed drastically. It was like a collapsing mountain as he shot out a sword attack towards Huang Bingwen. Not good. Huang Bingwen was caught unprepared. He increased his heavy chi field to its limit, and tilted his head at the same time. Swoosh, the tip of the sword was twisted by the chi field, and brushed past Huang Bingwen's cheek, bringing up a stream of blood. Infinite King Kong! Yi Chen yelled. His left fist shone with a golden light, as if it was made of gold. He took the opportunity and punched towards Huang Bingwen, making an ear-piercing sound. Huang Bingwen's eyes were wide open, and he screamed, "Brat, I want you dead." The first one to fly out was Huang Bingwen. His heavy chi field had been broken, and his chest had been punched by Yi Chen. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, along with the sound of his ribs breaking. Yi Chen was also sent flying. Huang Bingwen was still able to use his fist power after being punched, and it landed on Yi Chen's left chest. However, Yi Chen had already started the pure jade body boosting spell. This fist power only made his chi and chi flow not smooth, and made his chi boil, but it had no effect at all. Yi Chen won. He is so powerful. Under the stage, everyone was shocked. They looked at Huang Bingwen, who had been defeated, and Yi Chen, who was still standing, in disbelief. Zhang Haoran sneered. He was indeed surprised. 2 months ago, Yi Chen, who he did not take seriously, had now gained the power to beat an inner disciple. But in his eyes, Huang Bingwen was nothing, because he was also a condensing reality realm warrior now, and his power had increased by more than 1-fold. Yi Chen, do you dare to take 3 punches from me? Zhang Haoran did not seem to have moved, but he had already landed on the stage, completely ignoring the distance between them. Zhang Haoran did not try to hide his Zhen Qi. All of the inner disciples could feel the vibration of his Zhen Qi. Some of them were surprised. It's Zhen Qi, he has reached the condensing reality realm. Another genius has been born. With his natural talent, I'm afraid he'll be able to surpass us very soon. Although Zhang Haoran was a rare genius, the inner disciples did not take him seriously. After all, most of the geniuses could train very fast, but when it came to breaking through to the next level, they were not even as good as some of the disciples. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level would be taken seriously. Sigh, looks like we have to work even harder. Being surpassed by others is not a good feeling, and there are still a bunch of people above us. That's true, let's not think about the core disciples for now, but there are a few freaks among the inner disciples. They have trained their top-rank mortal realm arts to the peak of the 7th stage. How can they let others live? The higher the rank of the art, the harder it is to improve. Even if I was given a low-rank earth realm art, I would not be able to train it. While the inner disciples were still discussing, Wu Zongming walked onto the stage. Zhang Haoran, you are not the only one who has reached the condensing reality realm. Whoosh, a stream of pure qi spread out from Wu Zongming's body. The dust on the stage was blown away. Wu Zongming had also reached the condensing reality realm. A lot of people were interested. Zhang Haoran sneered, you were not my opponent when you were at the mortal realm, you are definitely not my opponent now. Wu Zongming said, let's see what you have got. Yi Chen, you go down first. Actually, he did not have any confidence in fighting against Zhang Haoran. The reason why he stood out was to let Yi Chen recover his qi. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He said to Zhang Haoran, you want to exchange 3 punches with me? I know you've consumed a lot of your inner qi. If we really fight, you'll be at a disadvantage. Now, as long as you can take 3 of my punches without being defeated, you win. What do you think? Zhang Haoran stood with his hands behind his back. His green robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Wu Zongming quickly said, Yi Chen, don't agree. You're good at swordsmanship, but he's good at kung fu. Then he turned to Zhang Haoran and shouted, Zhang Haoran, you can't be so shameless. Zhang Haoran said lightly, did I say that he wouldn't use a sword? I promise you. It's time to resolve the conflict between us. Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly calmed his boiling blood. All right then. Wu Zongming knew that it was none of his business, so he quickly landed off the stage. On the stage, looking at Zhang Haoran, who seemed to have a card up his sleeve, Yi Chen remembered what had happened in the reception hall a month ago. One of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang, had fought against the 2nd core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Luo Hanshan, with 3 punches. Now, he also had the chance to fight against someone with 3 punches. Although both of them were far weaker than the previous 2, it was still enough to make people's blood boil and feel proud. Let's start. Yi Chen did not seem to want to take out his sword, he just put his hands together. Zhang Haoran sneered and said disdainfully, "If I don't take out my sword, you won't even be able to take two of my moves. Do you think I'm as easy to deal with as that useless Huang Bingwen? To be honest, when I fought against Huang Bingwen, I didn't even use my full power." Yi Chen smiled lightly. What? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 9, and he didn't even use his full power when fighting against Huang Bingwen? Is he just trying to be mysterious, or is he just bluffing? Suddenly, the crowd of disciples started to chatter. In the crowd, Huang Bingwen's face turned pale when he heard what Yi Chen said. He said angrily, "This is ridiculous. If I didn't look down on him, this wouldn't have happened." The inner disciple next to him sighed and said, "Huang Bingwen, no matter if you admit it or not, a loss is a loss, there is nothing to say. I just can't take it anymore." Huang Bingwen clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Haoran laughed out loud, "Alright, take my first attack, Ice Snow Universe." When he was still at stage 10 of Qi, Zhang Haoran's soaking cold palm was already extremely powerful. Now that he had reached the condensing reality realm, he was able to summon a blizzard as soon as he attacked. The entire stage was covered in layers of frost, and the frost was quickly spreading towards Yi Chen's direction. Along the way, the blizzard intertwined and moved towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen clenched his right fist, which made a metal clashing sound, and threw out a punch without any hesitation. The blizzard covered both of their figures, making it hard for the naked eye to see them clearly. Even some of the inner disciples were shocked by the power of the battle, not to mention Huang Bingwen, who had just lost to Yi Chen. How is this possible? This is only a high-rank mortal realm martial skill, why is it so powerful in Zhang Haoran's hands? Huang Bingwen looked like he had just been shocked. Of course, Zhang Haoran did not hear Huang Bingwen's words, and even if he did, he would not care. The difference between a genius and a mediocre person was something that he would never understand. In the blizzard, Yi Chen's eyes could not see, nor could his ears hear, but with his super-sensitive senses, he could clearly see Zhang Haoran's movements and expressions, without missing a single detail. Go to hell. Zhang Haoran threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen's chest. Not necessarily. Yi Chen waited patiently, and threw out a punch. Boom, the blizzard exploded, Yi Chen's fist and Zhang Haoran's palm collided, both of them did not want to give way, and stood there motionlessly. Facing this situation, Zhang Haoran grinned, he turned his left palm into a fist, and threw out a lightning-fast punch towards Yi Chen's chest. But to his surprise, he did not know when he had also been hit, and it was also on his chest. The crowd only heard two clashing sounds, and the two people on the stage were both blown back, their bodies staggering. Haha. My Iron Cloak art has already reached the highest level, you can never hurt me. Zhang Haoran patted his chest, looking like he did not care. The clothes on Yi Chen's chest had already been shattered, he looked down, and saw that his strong muscles had a jade-like luster, and was covered with a layer of frost. With a shake of his qi, the frost was quickly shattered, and fell off like crystal dust. Raising his head, Yi Chen said, "You did not hurt me either." This time, Zhang Haoran's face looked terrible, "I did not expect you to have trained a body-strengthening art as well, I have underestimated you. But with this punch, you will definitely lose." Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. Compared to a few months ago, Zhang Haoran's mastery of the Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist, had become much more proficient. Boundless blue qi gathered around his palms, letting out waves of tiger roars. Soon after, a gorgeous light tail was drawn out as it charged towards Yi Chen, like a flying dragon soaring into the sky. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen pulled his right fist back, and roared in his heart, "My current strength is more than 10,000 pounds, I can even kill an elephant. Today, I will let you be the first person to experience it." Swoosh! Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's fist was more powerful than any weapon, instantly tearing the air apart, and a thin layer of qi was squeezed out in front of his fist, continuously tightening. The two fists collided, and Zhang Haoran flew out in fear, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Standing in the middle of the battling platform, Yi Chen's body was like an unsheathed sharp sword. This guy is really scary. If beating Huang Bingwen proved how powerful he is, then beating the genius Zhang Haoran only proves that he is a freak. That's right, it's not scary for a genius to challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him. What's scary is that the one who is defeated is also a genius, just like when someone challenged the head disciple. That's impossible. Among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, no one can challenge the head disciple. I'm just giving an example. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, Xianxia held his broken right arm with his left hand and raised his head. His lips were covered in blood and slid down to his chin. He said viciously, "No one can beat me, Xianxia, not even you. Yi Chen, wait for me, you have to become an inner disciple in 5 months, then I will challenge you again." Everyone shook their heads. Yi Chen could already beat you when he was only at the mortal realm stage 9. When he becomes an inner disciple, would you still have a chance? Yi Chen admired Xianxia a little. Although he was arrogant and thought that no one could compete with him, his fighting spirit was amazing. He never knew when to retreat. Huang Bingwen, on the other hand, was much worse. Once he lost, he would hide in the crowd. Maybe he was planning something bad behind the scenes. With this kind of personality, it would be hard for him to achieve anything great. Alright, I will give you a chance to challenge me, and in 5 months, I will definitely become an inner disciple. Facing someone with fighting spirit, Yi Chen did not say anything sarcastic. Standing up unsteadily, Xianxia looked deeply at Yi Chen. "You are very powerful. I, Xianxia, did not feel bad losing to you. But if you want me to submit to you, that is impossible." After saying that, he walked off the stage with determination. Wow, such a proud character, not bad. The battling platform was surrounded by stands for the audience. They went up step by step until they reached a height of 6 meters. On the edge of the stage, a young man in green was waving a fan in his hand, looking relaxed. On the side, the young man with the iron sword in his arms said lightly, "Reaching the condensing reality realm at the age of 13, he should be in the top 5 of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the past 10 years. The green-clothed youth nodded. "When he grows up, he will be our opponent. As for the other one, I'm very curious as to why he has such great strength. Even the core disciple Su Jing can't compare to him. He is nothing to worry about." After reaching the condensing reality realm, physical strength will no longer be able to determine the outcome of a battle. But his defense is a bit tricky, and I have never seen it before. Everyone has their own secrets. Didn't you also obtain a sword art in the Ghost Weeping Forest? The green-clothed youth smiled and said, "Let's go. We're too relaxed." The sword-wielding youth nodded and left the martial arts square with the green-robed youth. If someone saw these two, they would definitely recognize them. The sword-wielding youth was one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. His name was Li Quan. His sword art could even make ghosts worry, and he was known as the Ghost Sword in the northern part of the Windy Nation. The green-clothed youth was called Pei Xiaoqing, and he was ranked even higher than Li Quan. Although he was young, he had a friendly attitude. The two had just returned from a school mission. They saw a lot of people on the martial arts square, so they came to have a look. They didn't come to watch the battle. On the way back, Wu Zongming looked at Yi Chen strangely. "Yi Chen, you've improved so much. You've left me far behind." Yi Chen couldn't explain what had happened to him, so he said, "Improved a lot. I don't feel anything. Think about it, when you were in the Muren gang, you were only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. Now you are at Mortal Realm Stage 9, and not just any ordinary Mortal Realm Stage 9. When you reach the condensing reality realm, who knows what kind of monster you will become. Maybe I've been enlightened all of a sudden." Hearing this, Wu Zongming nodded unexpectedly. "You're right. Some people are mediocre in the beginning, but suddenly rise in the middle. You might be one of them." Yi Chen was speechless. As the days passed, Yi Chen was not as high profile as everyone thought he would be. Instead, he stayed in his house all day. Even when he went out, he would go to his training spot, the cliff. During this time, Xianxia and Wu Zongming had officially become inner disciples. Every inner disciple had a special tag on their waist. On the back of the tag was their name. With it, they could freely enter and exit the Martial Skill Pavilion, read the top-rank Mortal Realm manuals, accept missions from the school, travel around the martial world, and build their own business and reputation. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years of the Sky Cloud Martial School, countless inner disciples had died. Some were ambushed by the Jianghu, some were killed by the martial artists of the underworld, some were killed by the disciples of other martial schools, and some had completely disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Even so, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not take any measures to reduce the number of inner disciples who died. To them, no matter how beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse were, they would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Only by letting them travel the martial world would they be able to grow up and build a solid foundation for the future. However, Zhang Haoran and Wu Zhongming did not need to do any missions for now. Within half a year of becoming an inner disciple, the leaders allowed them to focus on training their martial arts. After half a year, they would be able to use the martial world as a grindstone to train their willpower and martial arts talent. While everyone was working hard, Yichen worked even harder. Every day, besides training the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell, he would train with the soul stones. After Yichen had absorbed all the qi from the blue jade, he did not need to absorb the jade qi anymore. What he needed to do was to master the martial art, which made every inch of his body have a connection with each other. Once this connection was established, his defense would be flawless, and he would not have any weaknesses. Without a doubt, the meat of the strange fish had helped Yichen a lot. Otherwise, he would not be able to train the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell to this level in such a short time. Even early condensing reality realm warriors would not be able to hurt him. Seeing that he was about to finish the meat of the strange fish, Yichen's strength had stopped at 12,000 pounds. Towards the end, every increase of 10 pounds of strength would be 10 times more difficult than before. It was almost the limit of his body. If he wanted to continue to increase his strength, he would have to make a breakthrough. At night, a bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone through the window, making the room look hazy. Outside the window, the shadows of the trees stuck to the ground, which added a sense of serenity to the room. Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a soul stone in each of his hands. Originally, Yichen did not dare to train with 2 soul stones. Although it would double the speed of increasing his qi, the huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones would break his meridians and turn him into a useless person. However, since his body condition had been greatly improved, and the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell was almost completed, using 1 soul stone to train was already a piece of cake. Using 2 soul stones at the same time was just right. As the huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones turned into qi, the qi whirlpool in Yichen's dantian kept expanding, and finally filled up his dantian. Fortunately, the pure jade body boosting spell could strengthen his dantian, and the meat of the strange fish had also strengthened his dantian. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to have problems. Whoosh, the qi whirlpool suddenly shrunk by 30%, and became the same size as before. Yichen opened his eyes, and slowly let out a breath. Finally, the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. The condensing reality realm is even harder than I thought. In order to reach the condensing reality realm, one had to liquefy the qi into Jin qi, which was a very difficult process. The further one advanced, the harder it would be to compress the qi, and there might even be a rebound effect. Compared to other people, Yichen's breakthrough was already much easier. The pure yuan art was famous for its purity, and it was easy to control. However, when it was time to break through to the condensing reality realm, Yichen would not be able to continue refining the yuan qi from the soul stones. No matter how pure the yuan qi was, it would still take some time to merge with the qi inside the body, which would have a huge side effect on reaching the condensing reality realm. Standing up and walking to the window, Yichen looked out at the night sky, and said to himself, "The Yi family meeting will start in half a month, it's time to go home." The distance from the Sky Cloud Martial School to the Maple Leaf City where the Yi family lived was about 12,000 miles. Even with 1,000 miles horse, it would take 12 days to get there. If there were any delays in the middle, half a month would be just enough. However, this world was different from the world where Yichen came from. 1,000 miles horse was nothing. The fastest horse in the Windy Nation was the Ghost-Eye Jade Lion, which had the bloodline of a demonic beast. It could run 3,300 miles a day. It was produced in the Devil Grassland in the east of the Windy Nation. It was extremely hard to catch and tame. Even the most common one could be sold for 100,000 gold. Although warriors could make a lot of money, only a few could afford a Ghost-Eye Jade Lion. The reason was that warriors spent money like water. For example, Yichen could earn 10,000 or 20,000 in 4 to 5 days. However, after he bought the pellets, he would not have much left. Especially the higher the level of the pellets, the more expensive it would be. It could even be more expensive than a ghost-eye jade lion. After asking for 1.5 months leave from the outer master, Yichen hurriedly started his journey back. He was riding a Xian mane horse, which could run 1,200 miles a day, which was worth 5,000 silver. As for the dark brown horse, which could run 2,000 miles a day, it was not that he could not afford it, but he could not control it at that time. Hiya! At the foot of the mountain, Yichen squeezed the horse's belly with both of his legs and sped away. After the Windy Town was the closest city to the Sky Cloud Martial School, the Windy City. Walking out from the south gate of the Windy City, Yichen's vision suddenly widened. The sky was blue, the clouds were pure white, the wind was wild, and the land was flat. Everything was presented in front of Yichen's eyes. Riding on the horse at lightning speed, Yichen had an urge to roar into the sky. He had never thought that one day, he would be able to be like the martial artists in the martial arts novels, traveling in the martial world alone with a sword, although he was not really traveling in the martial world yet. Tat 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 tat, nearby, a few martial artists rode over. Little brother, let's go to the Silent Hills to hunt some demonic beasts, how about you join us? Yichen had no intention of slowing down his horse. He turned his head and said, I'm sorry, I still have something to do. What could be more important than making money? You should know that with our strength, killing a third-level demonic beast is nothing difficult for us. The leading guest of the Jianghu wore a bamboo hat and had a scar on his face. He was still trying to persuade them patiently. Yichen sneered, sorry, I will take my leave now. Go. With a shake of the reins, the Xian mane horse's speed reached its limit. Humph, this brat is too cunning. I won't be able to scheme against him. Scar-faced man's expression was cold. Boss, why didn't you stop him just now? He's riding a Xian bristled horse, so he must be very rich. If we did this, it would be enough for us to enjoy ourselves for half a month. Yeah. Judging from his appearance, he should be a young master of some family. The scar-faced man reprimanded, what do you know? This brat's eyes are sharp, and he has a murderous aura about him. He's definitely not a good person. Be careful not to fail miserably. After saying that, his tone changed. It's almost the end of the year. All the disciples of the small sects within 1,000 miles have returned home. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't take your life as a joke. That's right. Boss, you have great foresight. Alright, let's go. The group turned their horses around and headed back to the Windy City. Far away from them, Yichen sneered. These people must have thought of him as one of those arrogant martial artists who had never traveled the martial world. Once he agreed to go to the Silent Hills with them, he would definitely show his true colors as a robber and kill them for their treasures. Unfortunately, even though Yichen had never traveled the martial world, he had a lot of experience. It was all thanks to the dozens of wuxia novels he had read during his high school and university. Tens of thousands of miles away, a young man was also riding a Xian mane horse, running as fast as lightning. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying a great blade on his back. He had a handsome face, and looked a bit similar to Yichen. The Purple Sun Martial School is right in front of me. I said I would meet up with my big brother. I wonder if he is waiting for me there. The young man looked into the distance. A majestic mountain was standing there. It was faintly glowing with a light purple color. It looked majestic, and purple chi was coming from the east. After a while, the young man arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yi Tang, you are here. There were a lot of Purple Sun Martial School disciples at the foot of the mountain. They were all wearing purple robes with a fire sun embroidered on the back. One of them, a young man with big eyes and bushy eyebrows, said. The handsome young man rode his horse and walked over. Big brother, your Purple Sun Martial School is not bad. It is not like the North Snow Martial Academy, where it snows all year round. The bushy-eyebrowed young man was the eldest son of Yichen's eldest uncle. His name was Yi Feng, and the handsome young man was his younger brother, Yi Tang. One of them had entered the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School, and the other had entered the rank 7 North Snow Martial Academy. Both of them were much more talented than Yi Chen. Yi Feng said, I would like to go to the North Snow Martial Academy, but I am not talented enough. Don't be too greedy. Yi Tang smiled and looked at Yi Feng carefully. Big brother, you have reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9. Not bad. Reaching the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9 from early Mortal Realm Stage 4 in 3 years was already considered above average. The martial school would also pay attention to such a person. How can I be compared to you? You should be at Mortal Realm Stage 10 now. Yi Feng could not see through Yi Tang, or rather, he had never seen through him. Yi Tang said with a bit of pride, I barely reached the condensing reality realm, my Xianxia is not stable yet. You have reached the condensing reality realm? Yi Feng was shocked. Although the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 was only one step away from the condensing reality realm, it was extremely difficult to cross the threshold. Many disciples with above-average talent had to spend more than half a year to cross the threshold and officially become an inner disciple. There was no need to show off in front of his brother, so Yi Tang changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Speaking of the family meeting, I wonder how that trashy Chen is doing. Don't tell me he has not reached Mortal Realm Stage 7 yet? It is so embarrassing to be in the same family as him. Yi Feng put away his jealousy and chuckled, the more you train, the harder it is to improve. I think he might not even reach late Mortal Realm Stage 6. Let's go back and teach him a lesson, let him know how useless he is. Now that I think about it, I miss those days. There were people waiting on me every day, and I could bully Yi Chen when I was unhappy. But he was quite stubborn, he never told his parents. Humph, what's the use of telling them? Our father is an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, he is not afraid of Yi Chen's father, although he is the leader of the Yi family. Oh, right, is father coming home this year? Yi Feng nodded, father said he would be a few days late, so we should go back first. I see. Then let's go back first. I think that Trashy Chen should be leaving the Sky Cloud Martial School soon. And Yi Xian, I wonder what level she has reached. If there was one disciple in the Yi family that Yi Tang valued, it would be Yi Xian. When he was at Mid-Mortal Realm Stage 5, she was at Late Mortal Realm Stage 5, which made him depressed for a while. But now that 3 years had passed, he should be ahead of her. Yi Feng no longer expected to surpass Yi Tang, not to mention that Yi Xian was his own brother. In the future, when Yi Tang became successful, he would be proud as well. In the True Spirit continent, there are very few women who can become powerful warriors. Maybe her cultivation is just at the same level as mine. Yi Tang thought it was reasonable, let's go. All right. The two rode their horses and left. Qingyuan River, the biggest river in Luo City, it was 2,700 miles long, the widest part was 12 miles, and the narrowest part was only 2 to 3 miles. Wooden boats were crossing the river, scattered all over the place. Yi Chen stood at the front of the boat with his horse, looking into the distance. There was a magnificent city, square in shape, with a tall tower in the center, which could be seen clearly from miles away. Young warrior, are you going home to visit your family? The boatman who was paddling saw Yi Chen wearing a blue robe with a great sword on his waist. No matter how the boat moved, he could not move at all, so he couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen nodded, I haven't been home for 3 years. During the last 2 family meetings, Yi Chen did not go back, because even if he did, it would still be embarrassing. But this time was different, even if the family did not send an announcement, he would still go back and take back his dignity. Going back is a must, nothing is better than home. The boatman seemed to think of his wife at home, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he did not feel tired anymore. Yi Chen was actually a bit conflicted. Going home meant seeing his parents. Although he had merged with Yi Chen's soul from this world and accepted all of his feelings, he was still the one controlling the body. In other words, Yi Chen's consciousness had disappeared, and he was still himself in the 21st century. When the boat reached the shore, Yi Chen threw a whole piece of silver to the boatman. Young warrior, there is no need for this much. The boatman was dazed for a second, then he said honestly. Yi Chen waved his hand, jumped on his horse, and rushed towards Luo City. Looking at Yi Chen's back, the boatman was both envious and happy. He envied the warrior's generosity, never having to worry about money, and he was happy that 10 silvers would be able to buy a couple of beautiful clothes for his wife, and there would still be more than half left. He thought she would be very happy. Luo City. After showing the Yi family's disciple badge to the guards, Yichen rode his horse and flew into the city. The Yi family was located in the south of Luo City, covering 1,000 acres of land. In front of the gate, there was a pair of stone lions that were as tall as 2 people. The red gate was decorated with shiny copper nails and rings, and the guards at the gate were all dressed in bright clothes. They were obviously mortal realm warriors. Young Master Chen has returned. Hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, the servants looked over. When they saw the young man dressed in blue, their eyes lit up and they called out loudly. Young Master Chen, I'll take the reins. A servant hurriedly ran over to take the reins. After getting off the horse, Yichen asked, Are my parents home? The servant said, Master and Mistress are both here, I've already sent someone to inform them. Alright, I'll go pay my respects to them right away. After passing through the entrance, Yichen was led by a servant to the entrance of the main hall. Taking a deep breath, Yichen stepped inside. The main hall was spacious, and inside stood a man and a woman. The man was about 40 years old, his face was pale and beardless, and his body was tall. Just by standing there, he emitted an indescribable sense of majesty, making people unable to look at him directly. The woman looked like she was in her 30s, she was extremely beautiful, graceful, and had a pair of bright eyes just like Yichen's, and her body was just like a young girl's. These two were Yichen's father, Yi Tianhao, and his mother, Xianxia. Father, mother. At this moment, Yichen naturally bowed down, as if there was an invisible force controlling him. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement, she walked over and helped him up. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yi Tianhao smiled and nodded, he was about to say something, but suddenly he was surprised. Chen, you've reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Is it true? Xianxia was so excited to see her son that she didn't notice anything. Looking at Yichen's qi again, it was so pure and powerful that it was only one step away from condensing Zhen qi. If it wasn't the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, then what else could it be? Chen, what's going on? Normally, Xianxia should be very happy, very happy. As an outer elder of the Rudra martial school, an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and her husband was the leader of the Yi family, she would never want her children to be weaker than others and be called trash by others. But now that her son had suddenly become a genius, she didn't know what to do. Although Yi Tianhao didn't say anything, his eyes had revealed what he was thinking. Yichen had already thought of what to say, he cleared his throat and said, I don't know what happened, I suddenly realized that training is very easy, just like eating and drinking. The more complicated a lie was, the easier it was to be exposed. Yichen knew this. Suddenly realized? Yi Tianhao didn't understand. Xianxia thought for a while, then said to her husband, It's not like this hasn't happened before. There was a disciple in our Rudra martial school, he was just an ordinary disciple when he first joined the school, but after 1 or 2 years, he unexpectedly became smarter, he made a breakthrough in his cultivation and is now a core disciple. So, our Chen is also a genius. Yi Tianhao didn't care about the Rudra martial school disciple, he only cared about his son. Xianxia said, to be exact, he is an acquired genius. No matter if he is an acquired genius or an innate genius, he is still a genius. Haha, my Chen is a genius, I am so happy. Yi Tianhao laughed out loud, he was in high spirits. Seeing his parents so happy, Yichen said seriously, Don't worry, from now on, I, Yichen, will not be weaker than anyone else. Of course, in just 3 years, he went from early Mortal Realm Stage 2 to peak Mortal Realm Stage 10. Who dares to say that my son is weaker than anyone else? Xianxia gently pushed Yi Tianhao, I know you are happy, but Chen came back in a hurry, let him rest first, we will talk after dinner. You are right, Chen, your yard is ready, go take a bath to get rid of your fatigue. Then I will leave now. Leaving the hall, Yichen followed his memory and went back to his yard. Hello, young master. A girl in green was already waiting for him in the yard. Yichen smiled, Cui, long time no see, you have grown up. Cui blushed, young master, you have grown up too. Hee, you are right, is the bath water ready? Cui saw that Yichen was still so approachable, she let out a sigh of relief and said, It is ready, young master, this way please. In the bathroom. White steam filled the air. After letting Chui air go out, Yichen took off his clothes and jumped into the tub naked. So comfortable. Moaning, Yichen lied down and closed his eyes. The situation was smoother than he had imagined. The most important thing was that he did not feel unfamiliar with Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing, as if they were his parents. Thinking of this, Yichen was deeply moved. In the 21st century, he did not know who his parents were. He was picked up from an orphanage, then went to primary school, middle school, university, just like everyone else. There was nothing special about him. He did not expect that after coming to this world, he would also have his own parents. This kind of blood is thicker than water. It made him feel nostalgic. The dinner was very rich, but of course, it was not about eating. Chen, why didn't you go to the South River Martial School? If you were there, your mother would have been able to take care of you. Xin Yuqing was an outer master of the South River Martial School. Although he did not have as much power as an inner master, he could go back home often. Plus, the South River Martial School was not far from Luo City, only 2 or 3 days away. Yichen said, I just wanted to live alone. Isn't it nice now? Xin Yuqing sighed, you are right. If you went to the South River Martial School, you might not be able to achieve what you have now. I almost ruined you. Yi Tianhao took a sip of wine and laughed. Do you have any hope of reaching the condensing reality realm? The Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition will start in a few months. Probably at the end of this month. So confident. Xin Yuqing put down his chopsticks. Yichen explained, I have already condensed a little bit of Zhen Qi in my body. Plus, I am training the pure Yuan art. I have already reached the peak of the 5th stage. Gasp, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing gasped. Many of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation had repeated Mortal Realm martial arts. The South River Martial School also had the pure Yuan art. However, only a few people could reach the 5th stage of the pure Yuan art when they were still in the mortal realm, not to mention the peak of the 5th stage. With a bitter smile, Xin Yuqing said, back in the day, when I was still an outer disciple of the South River Martial School, I was also training the pure Yuan art, but I could only reach the peak of the 4th stage. I did not expect that my son would be even more successful than me. Yi Tianhao nodded. He finally understood how talented Yichen was. At least in terms of martial arts training, he was as talented as most of the other geniuses. Oh right, I have some bad news for you. Yi Tang and Yi Xian have already reached the condensing reality realm. Xin Yuqing said seriously. She didn't want to say it at first because she didn't want to hurt Yi Chen's enthusiasm. However, it was better to say it out loud so that he wouldn't have to bear a bigger contrast. Yi Chen nodded, I know about Yi Xian breaking through to the condensing reality realm, but there is one more thing you don't know. Ji Xuan had already gone to the Sky Cloud Martial School and asked to cancel the engagement with me. Cancel the engagement? The chopsticks in Yi Tianhao's hand were broken into 2. His expression was very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, Yu Qing, I already said that this marriage is not reliable. Now the consequences are here. The marriage has been broken off in front of everyone. How do you expect Chen to live? Xin Yuqing was stunned for a long time. When he recovered, he said, Ji Xuan's mother and I are like sisters. I'll go and talk to her later. What are you talking about? Is there no one who likes our Chen? Yichen looked calm. You don't have to worry. This incident didn't affect me. If you want to cancel the engagement, so be it. I don't plan to get married too early anyways. Xin Yuqing was a mother after all. Her son was wronged. She felt bad too. She said sarcastically, in a few years, she will know that she made the wrong choice. She is wrong now. My son is already a genius. He can have all kinds of women in the future. Yi Tianhao was even more extreme than Xin Yuqing. Not wanting to continue this topic, Xin Yuqing said, Ji Xuan, let's put this thing aside for now. Right now, the most important thing is the family meeting at the end of the year. There will be a total of 18 people from the Yi family. The top 3 will get the full support of the family, and the champion will get a low-rank storage ring. A low-rank storage ring? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The mid-rank storage ring he had was too eye-catching. Not only the condensing reality realm warriors would want it, even the clasping yuan realm warriors would want it. It was not safe at all. If he had a low-rank storage ring, he could avoid a lot of trouble. In the family meeting at the end of the year, I will be the champion. In other people's eyes, Yichen was very arrogant when he said this, but he did not think so. Good, very aggressive. I like it. Whether you get the champion or not, your mother and I will buy you a low-rank storage ring. Xin Yuqing nodded and said, as long as you work hard, you can have anything you want. After all, I have been an outer master of the river martial school for so many years, I still have some savings. Yichen smiled. He was lucky to have parents like this. However, he still preferred to fight with his own hands. Of course, he could not say too much right now. He knew that his parents did not have much hope for him to get the champion. After all, the condensing reality realm and the condensing reality realm were two completely different things. After dinner, Yichen went back to his yard. The moonlight outside was like water. The whole Yi family was silent. Inside the house, Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. His breathing was steady and powerful. Contrary to the quietness outside, Yichen's body was filled with turbulence. His qi was circulating at a speed 3 times faster than usual. And with each cycle, the qi whirlpool in Yichen's dantian would have an extra trace of liquid qi, gathering in the center. After an hour, Yichen opened his eyes and mumbled to himself tiredly, no wonder so many people are stuck at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 for more than half a year. Converting qi into qi is too hard. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it in one day. But at this speed, I should be able to reach the condensing reality realm in 10 days. Seriously speaking, very few people could predict when they would make a breakthrough, but Yichen was different. His soul power was twice that of normal people, and the highest level of the pure yuan art, his qi was also extremely pure, which allowed him to accurately predict the timing of his breakthrough with very little error, which he had already tested before. Slowly letting out a breath, Yichen got off the bed and went to the yard to practice his sword arts. The next day, the Yi family was bustling with noise and excitement. It was not because the family meeting had started, but because the 2 geniuses of the Yi family had returned. Yi Tang and Yi Xian, not just the Yi family, even the whole Luo city knew about them. One of them had reached the early mortal realm stage 5 at the age of 12, and the other had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 5. One had joined the rank 7 martial school, the North Snow Martial Academy, and the other had joined the rank 7 martial school, the Emerald Martial Palace. It was hard to tell who was better. Besides them, Yi Feng was also quite famous, but compared to these two, he was not as famous. Besides these 3, there were many other disciples in the Yi family. Some of them had joined martial institutions a few years ago, some were training outside, and some were traveling the world with their masters. Now, they were all returning to the Yi family, preparing for the family meeting that was going to be held in a few days. For the servants of the Yi family, guessing who would get the first place was their biggest pleasure, and this year was no exception. It was said that they had secretly started a bet. The ones with the highest winning rate were obviously Yi Tang and Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng did not get the 3rd place, but the 5th place. The 3rd place was taken by Yi Hai, who was traveling the world with his master. The 4th place was taken by Yi Ming, who was training outside. And Yi Chen was the 18th place. Yi Chen did not know any of this, but even if he knew, he would not care. After all, the 1st place was not something that could be won easily, it was all about strength. On the west side of the Yi family's training ground, a few people were walking and chatting. The leader of the group was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a black robe, carrying a blade on his back. He had a determined look on his face, and his body was emitting a faint murderous vibe. Brother Yi Hai, I think only you and Yi Tang and Yi Xian can compete for the 1st place in this year's family meeting. The teenager who was talking seemed to admire the teenager in black a lot. Yi Hai said lightly, I was apprenticed to my master when I was 13. For the past 3 years, I have followed him around the world. I have been to the Devil Grassland in the Windy Nation, the Rudra Nation, the Black Dragon Empire with billions of people. I have fought sharks on the Changbai River, lived in the Mud Dolls Desert for a month, and did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without eating anything. Therefore, for me, the first place in the family meeting is nothing. As for Yi Ming, although he has also trained hard outside, he is only at Mortal Realm Stage 10, so he is not a threat. Huh, what's so great about training? You will never know the importance of a martial institution if you have never been in one. Not far away, another 3 or 4 people walked over. Yi Tang, who was wearing a white robe, looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Hai glanced at Yi Tang. Indeed, the training system of the martial institutions is perfect, but in front of me, who has killed dozens of people, how much of your power can you use? Killing. I thought you were going to say something. Yi Tang laughed, pointed at Yi Hai and said, our North Snow Martial Academy is trained in the art of killing. Although I am not talented, I have killed dozens of people. Your so-called killing is bullying people who are weaker than you, right? Have you ever challenged someone who is stronger than you? Have you ever felt like you were on the verge of death? Do you have any experience of turning defeat into victory? You have nothing, you just kill people to show off. Yi Hai's 3 questions made Yi Tang speechless. He retorted, it is useless to say anything now. We will see who is better at the family meeting. Let's go. After Yi Tang and his people left, the teenager next to Yi Hai said, Brother Yi Hai, I support you. That Yi Tang is nothing special. Yi Hai shook his head, no, seriously speaking, he is not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. The North Snow Martial Academy's art of killing is the best in the Windy Nation, no one can compete with it. But winning or losing is not just a competition of power. By the way, are there any new powerful figures in the Yi family recently? Yi Hai asked. The top 5 would be you, Yi Xian, Yi Tang, Yi Ming, and Yi Feng. The others wouldn't catch your eye. What about that Yi Chen? Yi Chen is still a piece of trash, at most Mortal Realm Stage 6. Strange, it's been 5 years and I'm still at Mortal Realm Stage 6. On average, I've improved a little more than 1 stage every year. Are you guys mistaken? How is that possible? Apart from being the patriarch's son, that guy has nothing good about him. He's really a disgrace to our Yi clan. Since there aren't any powerful disciples, I have a 60% chance of winning first place. Yi Hai was very confident in himself. He firmly believed that these 3 years of life and death tempering would be an unshakable driving force for his future development. 3 days passed in a flash. The clan meeting at the end of the year began. Early morning. After washing up, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes and walked towards the Yi family's training ground with his great steel sword. The drill ground was packed with people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Almost all the servants and warriors living in the Yi family had come to watch the family meeting martial arts competition. In addition, some of the big shots in Luo City had also come, taking the opportunity to observe the strength of the new generation of the Yi family. Looking around, Yi Chen found a relatively quiet contestant seat and walked over. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were sitting next to each other. On the right side of Yi Tianhao was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. His body was a little fat, his every movement carried an invisible pressure. It was obvious that he was a big shot, and not just any big shot. Patriarchy, may I ask which one is your son? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Yi Tianhao had already noticed where Yi Chen was. He pointed over and said, Mayor Lin, that is my son. Sorry for the embarrassment. The middle-aged man was none other than the mayor of the Luo city. He was in charge of the city's military, and was an early clasping Yuan realm warrior himself. However, no matter who he was, he would still be a level lower in front of Yi Tianhao. As one of the top 8 families, the Yi family was not something that a mayor could compare with. To put it bluntly, the Yi family was in charge of the Luo city. Whenever the mayor made an important decision, he would have to consider the Yi family's opinion. Mayor Lin looked at Yi Chen, he looked at him carefully, and said confusedly, looks like the rumors can't be trusted. This kid is obviously at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, just one step away from the condensing reality realm. Xin Yuqing, who was standing right next to Yi Tianhao, showed a proud smile. To be honest, even us parents are surprised. It seems like the training outside is working for him after all. Hehe, this year's Yi family gathering will not be easy. I will wait and see. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen sensed that someone was staring at him, and there was more than one of them. One was his parents and Mayor Lin, the second was his third uncle and his son, Yi Ming, and the third was Yi Hai, who had been traveling with his master. Yi Ming's cultivation was lower than his, only at the late mortal realm stage 10. Yi Hai was much more powerful, already at the early condensing reality realm. Perhaps he did not have any powerful martial skills or martial arts, but after traveling outside for so many years, he could not be underestimated. Plus, this time, his master must have taught him one or two of his trump cards, which would help him win the first place. Interesting. I knew it. How could he reach Mortal Realm Stage 6 in 5 years? He has already reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Yi Hai nodded slightly, but he did not seem to care. In his eyes, only Yi Tang and Yi Xian were his opponents. All of a sudden, a powerful aura swept across the entire field, which made everyone quiet down and looked towards the east. Ha 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 ha, how could I, Yi Badian, be absent from the family gathering at the end of the year? The crowd automatically parted, and a burly middle-aged man walked over with a majestic gait. He wore a purple brocade robe, and there was a fiery sun embroidered on the sleeves of his robe. There were also exquisite patterns on the edges of the robe. A pair of tiger-like eyes glared at someone, and the people in that area even stopped breathing for fear of attracting his attention. This man was Yi Chen's eldest uncle, the inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, Yi Badian. Next to him were Yi Tang and Yi Feng. The two walked with Yi Badian, looking quite proud and arrogant. Their eyes were almost looking down on the crowd. Although Yi Badian was not as powerful as Yi Tianhao in the Yi family, his status was not lower than Yi Tianhao's. Sometimes, Yi Badian would even go against Yi Tianhao and embarrass him. Yi Tianhao could not do anything about it. Yi Badian was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, one of the most influential people in the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Baishan's cultivation was extremely high, reaching the late clasping Yuan realm. He could be called the most powerful warrior in the Yi family. Although the Yi family was one of the top 8 families, it was still far behind the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School. Perhaps only the Duanmu family, which was the leader of the top 8 families, could compete with the Yi family. Brother Badian, I did not expect that this year's family meeting would even disturb you. Yeah, Brother Badian, you haven't been back for years, right? This year's family meeting is over, let's go have a few drinks to welcome you back. All the powerful people around started to flatter Yi Badian, even more so than Yi Tianhao, as if they were slaves. Yi Badian waved his hand, alright, I will give you face. After saying that, he walked to the VIP seats in big steps, and signaled Xianxia to leave with his eyes. His eyes were full of undeniable power and dominance. Yi Tianhao had a bad look on his face. Xianxia knew that the situation was not in his favor, so he stood up and said, Brother, please sit. Alright, then I will do as you say. He sat down and put his palm on the table, making a muffled sound. In the distance, Yi Chen's eyes were burning with anger. Recalling the past, Yi Chen finally realized why Yi Chen in this world did not tell his parents when he was being bullied. The biggest reason was because of Yi Badian. Yi Badian was extremely protective, even if it was his own son who was in the wrong, he would protect him till the end, which would inevitably lead to a conflict with his father, Yi Tianhao. Plus, the Yi family was not just ruled by Yi Tianhao alone, there was also the Elder Council. With Yi Baishan's status as an inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, there would be a lot of elders supporting him, which would not solve any problems. Plus, it was best for the younger generation to solve their own problems. If Yi Tianhao got involved, his reputation would definitely drop, which would be exactly what some people wanted. Yi Badian was extremely sensitive, he immediately noticed Yi Chen's gaze, as if he was surprised by his cultivation. He said to Yi Tianhao who was standing next to him, I haven't been back for 3 years, even a useless person has become a normal person. Too bad, he is still not in the top 3. Yi Tianhao said in a low voice, please be more respectful. Mayor Lin sensed the tension between the two, so he tried to be the peacemaker. Today is the Yi family meeting, don't let the outsiders laugh at you. Brother Badian, I'll buy you a drink in a few days. Hee, how could I say no to Mayor Lin's invitation? Yi Badian did not want to have a conflict with Yi Tianhao, so he gave him a chance to step down. When the competition was about to start, Yi Xian finally arrived. She was accompanied by 2 female disciples of the Yi family, both of them were at least Mortal Realm Stage 7. Mayor Lin's eyes brightened when he saw Yi Xian. This girl is very talented, she is already at the peak of early condensing reality realm at such a young age. Yi Tianhao nodded. Indeed, her cultivation speed could be said to be the fastest in the history of the Yi family. Yi Wenhao has a good daughter. Mayor Lin was a bit jealous. Yi Badian felt a bit uneasy. Although his second son Yi Tang was a genius, he had only reached the early condensing reality realm 2 months ago. Obviously, he was much weaker than Yi Xian. Fortunately, she was his fourth brother's daughter, not his second brother's. Thinking about this, Yi Badian glanced at Yi Tianhao. When the time was up, Yi Tianhao stood up and said in a loud voice, "The Yi family's year-end clan meeting will officially begin. Same old rules, during the competition, you are not allowed to intentionally injure others. Those who break the rules will be severely punished." After saying that, Yi Tianhao glanced at the third elder on the judge's stand and nodded at him. The third elder was in charge of the Yi family's activities. He cleared his throat, stood up and said, "There are a total of 18 contestants. Everyone, go to the wooden box and draw lots. The contestant who draws lot 1 will fight against contestant number 2. The contestant who draws lot 3 will fight against contestant number 4, and so on. Everyone, draw lots now." With regards to these rules, the Yi clan's disciples could not be more familiar with them. One by one, they ran to the big wooden box in the corner and stretched out their hands to take the wooden sticks. Yi Chen was the last one to go, and he drew lot 7. After everyone had drawn lots, the third elder yelled, "The competition begins now. Contestants 1 and 2, please come on the stage." Contestant number 1 was a disciple of the Yi clan who was not that famous. His name was Yi Chao, and his opponent was Yi Tang. "I give up." Yi Chao raised his hand in frustration. Hearing him, no one laughed at him. One was a Mortal Realm Stage 8 warrior, and the other was an early condensing reality realm warrior. There was no need for them to compete, it would just be a waste of time. The third elder stood up again before he even sat down, contestant number 3 versus contestant number 4. Yi clan's disciples had to admit that other than Yi Xian and the other geniuses, there were still some geniuses. Contestant number 3 and contestant number 4 were both at Mortal Realm Stage 9. Neither of them were willing to give in to the other, and they were fighting in the middle of the training ground. Sunset Palm. Mountain-splitting fist. The two did not continue to fight, they both performed their martial arts and clashed against each other. Boom, contestant number 4 was slightly weaker after all, and was pushed back a few steps. Contestant number 3 did not stop there, and after a few attacks, he kicked his opponent away. Contestant number 3, Yi He wins. Then it was contestant number 5 and 6. The winner was contestant number 6. Contestant number 7, Yi Chen, against contestant number 8, Yi Feng, come on. The voice that had not been heard for a long time came. Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the stage. Yi Feng's face was very pale. He thought that Yi Chen was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, and would not be able to threaten him at all. Who knew that Yi Chen would be so lucky to reach the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, which was one stage higher than him? Yi Chen, don't think that you can win just because you have a higher cultivation. My mastery of martial skills is not something you can compete with. The only thing Yi Feng was confident about was his advantage in martial skills. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen said lightly, "Are you done? Let's begin." Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anger. His huge body rushed out like a cheetah, and arrived in front of Yi Chen within a few breaths. He threw out a palm attack. Burning Sun Cloud Hand. Swoosh, the air suddenly boiled, and an intense heat wave swept towards Yi Chen without mercy. King Kong Smash. Yi Chen did not need to use any tricks, he just threw out his King Kong fist, which went through the heat wave and clashed with Yi Feng's palm. Pooh, Yi Feng felt a huge force attack his body, and he was blown away, puking out a mouthful of blood. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao was a little surprised. He thought that the two would fight for a while, but it was only one attack, and the winner was decided. Yi Badian sneered, and his face turned green. On the contestant seats, Yi Tang sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while, but don't ever meet me, or else I will make you lose all your face." Yi Xian was a little surprised. The last time she saw Yi Chen, he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. How did he improve so fast? Could it be that the incident with Sister Xueyan had stimulated him? Well, it made sense. But he did not have this kind of talent. Maybe he had used some kind of pellet to increase his power. The first round of the competition ended quickly. The contestants who made it to the next round were number 2 contestant Yi Tang, number 3 contestant Yi He, number 6 contestant Yi Jun, number 7 contestant Yi Chen, number 10 contestant Yi Hai, number 11 contestant Yi Ming, number 14 contestant Yi Xian, number 16 contestant Yi Jin, and number 17 contestant Yi Lin. Although Yi Chen had performed well, he did not attract too much attention. The most eye-catching contestants were obviously Yi Tang, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian. The opponents of these three had either forfeited or were blown away by one attack. Their power was way beyond the other disciples of the Yi family. In many people's eyes, the top 3 would definitely be them. The top 3. I really don't know who will win. Mayor Lin was actually more optimistic about Yi Xian, but he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would make Yi Badian unhappy, and he would feel uncomfortable. Yi Badian finally showed a smile. Yi Xian is not bad, Yi Hai is also very experienced, and Tang had learned the Blizzard Sword art from the North Snow Martial Academy. I wonder how much he has mastered it. As for that Yi Ming, other than his lower cultivation, he should be able to get the 4th place. As for the 5th place, it should be the number 6 contestant Yi Jun. After all, he is also a disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Tianhao did not care about Yi Baixian's words. What he cared about was Yi Chen. He did not know if Yi Chen would give him another surprise and kill Yi Baixian's spirit. After a 15-minute break, the second round of the competition began. Just like the first round, the second round was also a battle between 2 contestants next to each other, Yi Tang against Yi He, Yi Jun against Yi Chen, Yi Hai against Yi Ming, Yi Xian against Yi Jin. As for the number 17 contestant, Yi Lin, he could choose the remaining contestant. If he won, he would take his opponent's place. If he lost, he would be eliminated. On the field. Unexpectedly, Yi He did not give up. He said to Yi Tang in white, I will not let you win so easily. Yi Tang sneered, that's for the best, otherwise it would be too boring. The third elder saw that the two were ready. He yelled, begin. Shoo, almost at the same time as the third elder spoke, Yi He had already flashed out. His crouching figure did not move in a straight line, but in a random arc, like a ferocious viper hunting for its prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. High-rank Mortal Realm Step Art, 9 Snake Twisting Steps. Someone recognized the martial art that Yi He was using. I heard that to train the 9 Snake Twisting Steps, one's body must be extremely flexible, and only the user knows the pain. Yi He is not easy to deal with. Indeed, Yi He is one of the top outer disciples in the Rudra Martial School. Even a normal peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to win against him. Yi Tang had just reached the condensing reality realm 2 months ago, so his Zhenqi is not stable yet. If he could win against Yi He within 10 attacks, maybe even more. Contrary to everyone else's opinion, Yi Chen did not think Yi He would win. Although the Sky Cloud Martial School did not have the 9 Snake Twisting Steps manual, it did not stop him from commenting. Yi He's 9 snake twisting steps seemed to be untraceable and fast, but every time he turned, there would be a moment of pause. This was because Yi Tang had not mastered it yet, and if Yi Tang still had good eyesight, he would not let go of this flaw. Just as expected. Just as Yi He was about to turn and attack again, Yi Tang moved. A white shadow flashed, and his palm was as straight as a blade. He chopped down 3 times. The first and second blows shook off Yi He's left and right arms respectively. The third blow landed heavily on Yi He's chest, making a crisp cracking sound. In an instant, Yi He's entire body was sent flying. He fell on the ground more than 10 meters away, unable to get up for a while. This Yi Tang is really ruthless. Yi Chen could clearly hear the sound of ribs breaking. He could not help but frown. On the VIP seats, Yi Badian chuckled, warriors should have a kind of ruthlessness, otherwise they won't be able to achieve great things. Well done. Yi Tianhao retorted, we're all family. There's no need to be so heavy-handed. Sometimes, members of the same family are not necessarily on the same side. Besides, if he loses to his own family, he will at most be bedridden for a month or two. If he loses to an outsider, he will never wake up. If we don't let him know the cruelty of the outside world, how can he survive better? Yi Badian didn't take Yi Tianhao's words to heart. As an inner elder of the Ziyang house, he naturally had his own theories. In the midst of the commotion, the second round of the competition began. Yi Jun was just like his name, he was quite handsome. His handsomeness was different from Yi Tang's handsomeness, and it was also different from Yi Chen's handsomeness. His handsomeness was just perfect. Just by looking at his facial features, it was hard to find any flaws. Walking slowly to Yi Chen, Yi Jun said lightly, "You're going to lose." "Really?" Yi Chen smiled. Hearing him, Yi Jun's eyebrows twitched. His opponent's casual tone made him feel a little uneasy, but he quickly got rid of that thought. He had joined the Purple Sun Martial School 1 year earlier than Yi Feng, and he was already 16 years old. He had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 10, and he had always been a low-key person, so who would know that he had already surpassed Yi Feng? Everyone thought that he was still at the mortal realm stage 9. "Sister Yi Xian, who do you think will win?" On the side of the female contestants, Yi Xiaomei, who looked like she was only 13, asked. Yi Xian said calmly, "Yi Jun has a higher chance of winning." Yi Xiaomei did not believe her, but before, Yi Chen beat Yi Feng with only one punch. Yi Jun can't do that, can he? Yi Jin, who was going to fight Yi Xian in the 4th round, shook her head and said, "Little girl, Yi Xian is the fastest genius to reach the condensing reality realm in the history of our Yi family. She must have a point." Yi Xiaomei made a face. Did a genius words always have to be right? Xiaomei is right. In terms of cultivation, Yi Chen is definitely stronger. But the battle is not just about cultivation. Before, Yi Chen could beat Yi Feng with only one punch because of his powerful qi. Next, Yi Jun will definitely not do what Yi Chen wants and fight head-on. With his experience and mastery of martial skills, he has a high chance of beating Yi Chen. Yi Xian said calmly. While the three of them were discussing, the two on the stage had already started fighting. "Huh." Yi Jun let out a breath and his eyes suddenly lit up. His tightly clenched fists started to emit hot air, like two pieces of burning iron. His feet moved, and Yi Jun jumped 7 to 8 meters, attacking Yi Chen crazily. Burning Fire Fist? No, it should be the Purple Sun Martial School's Burning Fire Fist. It is even more powerful than the Burning Fire Fist. Facing the incoming fist shadows, Yi Chen took them all in. He drew a half circle with both of his hands, and pushed out his King Kong Infinite. Boom, a loud explosion was heard, and the dust on the ground was blown up. At the same time, a human figure jumped out of the dust. It was Yi Jun. He spread his arms like a giant bird spreading its wings, and his long and powerful legs kicked out continuously. 18 kicks of ghost fire. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sharp power rubbed against the air, creating a faint blue color, just like the ghost fire in the graveyard at night. Yi Badian was surprised, and then he said to Yi Tianhao proudly, "Second brother, your son is going to lose this time." The 18 kicks of ghost fire is a leg skill derived from the low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, Great Sun Ghost King Kick. It is more than twice as powerful as normal top-rank Mortal Realm martial skills. In our Purple Sun Martial School, only 1 out of 100 outer disciples could master it, and even the inner disciples would have to spend a lot of time to learn it. I can't believe that Yi Jun has mastered it. The winner has not been decided yet, no matter what you say, it is meaningless. Although Yi Tianhao said so, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Xin Yuqing, who was sitting in another VIP seat, also had a serious look on her face. She had heard about the 18 kicks of ghost flame a long time ago. An inner disciple from the Ridra Martial School had gotten into a fight with an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School when he was out on a mission. During the fight, the inner disciple's bones were all broken by the opponent's 18 kicks of ghost flame. He didn't even have the power to fight back, and since then, he had been disabled. "Chen don't force yourself," Xin Yuqing murmured. Yi Chen did not know what his parents were worried about. For him, this 18 kicks of ghost fire was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for it to hurt him. He just did not want to reveal all of his power yet, and he even wanted to save half of his power. After all, this was his ace card, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Let's try to break it up first. Yi Chen stepped back in a regular pattern, and used both of his fists to block, or to meet the incoming attacks with brute force, or to counterattack with brute force. The King Kong fist seemed to come alive in Yi Chen's hands. It was able to block all of Yi Jun's kicks. Hard and soft as one, yin and yang, this is the highest level of hard and fierce fist arts. Mayor Lin gasped. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses, but very few of them could reach Yi Chen's level in terms of martial arts. Yi Jun's face darkened. He had already thrown out 11 kicks, but still could not hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. For swirling ghost fire. 3 kills. The next 7 kicks could be combined into 2 special attacks. Yi Jun used all of his chi and threw out a deadly attack towards Yi Chen. Right then, Yi Chen felt that he did not have enough martial skills. Excluding his sword arts, he only had one high-rank mortal realm skill, the King Kong fist, and the Tyrant fist, which was way too powerful. With his current level, it would be extremely hard for him to train it, and it might even hurt him. Before I go back, I have to reach the condensing reality realm. Once I become an inner disciple, I will be able to get as many top-rank mortal realm skills as I want. At least I won't be in such an awkward situation like now. Facing the dangerous situation, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He increased his power to 30% of his peak and threw out 7 punches. Boom 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 boom, clouds of chi exploded in the field, blowing Yi Chen back a couple of steps. He felt like he was floating on the ground. Looking up, he saw Yi Jun in purple robes like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before landing at the edge of the crowd. Good, did I win beautifully? Only now did Yi Tianhao let out a breath of relief. He exchanged a look with Xin Yuqing and smiled. Yi Badian, who was standing on the side, laughed dryly. He looked at Yi Tang, hoping that his favorite son could help him. On the other side, Yi Xiaomei laughed heartlessly. I knew it. Yi Chen will win. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. In that instant, she clearly felt that Yi Chen's strength had doubled, or else he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Jun so easily. Yi Chen wins. The third match, Yi Hai vs Shi Ming. Although the third elder was a little surprised, he didn't think much of it. After all, Yi Chen's cultivation was higher than Yi Jun's, so it was only natural that he would win. The battle between Yi Hai and Yi Ming was very intense. Moreover, both of them had the same style. Every move and every technique was ruthless and decisive. They were not sloppy at all. Most of the time, it made people think that they had a grudge against each other and wanted to kill each other even if they had to risk their lives. Yi Ming, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your low cultivation base. Finally, Yi Hai unleashed the strength that he should have. He sent Yi Ming, who was fighting like a cornered beast, flying with 2 consecutive palm strikes. Yi Hai wins. The fourth battle, Yi Xian vs Yi Jin. In the crowd, Yi Jin thought about it and raised his hand. I give up. The third elder nodded and said to the last contestant, Yi Lin, now, you can choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace him. If you lose, you will be eliminated. Yi Lin looked at Yi Xian, Yi Tang and Yi Hai and shook his head. He then looked at Yi Chen and shook his head again. Third elder, I give up. He knew that he would not be able to win against the first 3. As for Yi Chen, although he was not a condensing reality realm warrior, but judging from his previous 2 battles, he knew that he would not be able to win against anyone who was below the condensing reality realm. So, why bother humiliating himself? He might as well just give up. At this point, he no longer cared about the top 3. Alright. Now, there are 4 people left. They are Yi Tang, Yi Chen, Yi Hai and Yi Xian. The first battle will be Yi Tang vs Yi Chen, and the second battle will be Yi Hai vs Yi Xian. The winner will enter the finals and fight against the other winner for the first place of the Yi family gathering. After that, there will be battles for the second and third place. Do you have any objections? The third elder glanced at the 4 people. Including Yi Chen, the 4 people shook their heads. The third elder then said, if that is the case, why don't you all rest for 15 minutes and try to recover your lost Shen Qi? just in case you run out of Xianxia. After he finished talking, he sat down and started to drink from his teacup. In the field, only 4 people looked at each other. More accurately, it was Yi Tang, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian who looked at each other. Only Yi Tang glanced at Yi Chen for some reason, as if he was telling him that he was going to get it later. The other 2 almost ignored Yi Chen. After all, they were fighting for the first place, and with Yi Chen's peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 cultivation, he would not be able to interfere. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and went back to his seat to rest. Yi Xian, until now, you have only used 30% of your power. Am I right? Yi Hai had already considered Yi Xian as his biggest opponent, so he tried to test her. Yi Xian flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said lightly, "Besides you two, no one else has the right to make me use more than 60% of my power." More than 60%? Don't flatter yourself. After I defeat Yi Chen, I will show you the Northern Snow Martial Academy's Blizzard Sword Art. Yi Tang sneered. Yi Xian turned around and walked back to her seat, leaving behind a sentence, "I have seen a lot of geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace, such as the head disciple Young Master Emerald, the second disciple Absolute Palm Lu Wuxiang, and the third disciple Sherpadian. Compared to them, you are just a mid-level genius. You do not have the power to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. So, against me, you will definitely lose." The finals had not started yet, but Yi Hai could already feel the tension in the air. He was breathing heavily. Up until now, he was not only fighting for the first place, he was also fighting for the sake of fighting. After all, they were all geniuses, but a winner had to be decided. 15 minutes passed quickly. Without the third elder's notice, Yi Chen and Yi Tang had already come to the center of the field and stood 10 meters away from each other. "Stop the useless struggle. You are definitely not my opponent. After I beat you, I will still have to beat Yi Xian and Yi Hai." Yi Tang could not wait to fight against Yi Xian. He was not interested in Yi Chen anymore, he just wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible. Yi Chen said, "Being impatient is the biggest taboo for a warrior. You have already lost. Cut the bull *T and lose." Yi Tang activated his Xianxia. His white robe fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. A white cold air appeared around his body, causing the temperature to drop drastically. He stomped on the ground and jumped out like a bird. Countless hand blades were thrown towards Yi Chen. 1,000 mountains full of snow. This was a blade attack, but Yi Tang had turned it into a hand blade attack. Although it was not as powerful as before, it was more than enough to deal with warriors below the condensing reality realm. Shoo! Shoo! The air was sliced open instantly. Layers of white hand blades appeared, covering the entire field. Break! His power had been increased to more than 60%. Yi Chen did not back off, he threw out both of his fists continuously. It was like hundreds of arrows shooting out at the same time, like a raging river. It clashed violently against the countless hand blades. All of a sudden, the sound of air exploding could be heard everywhere. The explosions created a strong wind current in the middle of the field, which could easily blow away a fierce tiger. Yi Tang's expression changed. "How is this possible? Although my hand blade's power is not even half of my blade's power, it is still not something a mortal realm warrior can handle." What he did not know was that Yi Chen's physical strength had already exceeded 12,000 pounds. 60% would be more than 7,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the power of 2 or 3 buffaloes running at full speed. Controlling crane capturing hand. Yi Tang's attack changed, his clothes fluttered in the wind. While he was flying, his right hand's 5 fingers were like iron hooks, aiming at Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. He knew that he could not let his opponent lock him down, otherwise, even if he did not get hurt, he would lose control. Shoo! Activating the golden swallow art, Yi Chen's body floated into the air, leaving only a faint shadow where he was standing. Yi Tang tore apart the shadow to vent his anger. He looked up, and suddenly a dot appeared in front of him. It was the sword light, the sharp sword light. It was almost in front of Yi Tang as soon as it appeared. Ah! Yi Tang did not expect his opponent to still have enough energy to fight back, and the first attack was so fast that he could not dodge it. Break it! Yi Tang yelled. His right hand was as white as jade, his two fingers clamped together, trying to stop Yi Chen's attack and break the great steel sword. Yi Chen sneered, "In your dreams." The great steel sword's momentum was unstable, like the moon in the water. The sword light spread out and pointed at Yi Chen a few times. Shoo! A bloody hole appeared on Yi Tang's finger, which was filled with Xianxia. Thin blood sputtered out, but it was completely shattered by the sword light, turning into nothingness. Tanger's freezing ice finger was broken. Yi Baixian's face suddenly changed, he could not believe his eyes. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were also shocked. Although they knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but how could he be this powerful? Was he really going to beat Yi Tang? Not good. Yi Tang took a few steps back and pulled out a treasured saber from his back. The saber was 4 feet and 1 inch long and 2 inches and 6 feet wide. Its blade was smooth and shiny, and its whole body was suffused with a chilling yin qi, which proved that this was not an ordinary saber used by ordinary people, but a rare saber, a saber for killing. In fact, this blade was called the Vibrant Snow Blade in the North Snow Martial Academy, and only the inner disciples were allowed to use it. Great snowfall. As soon as the colorful snow saber appeared in his hand, Yi Tang's aura surged. With a wave of his hand, the saber lights that filled the sky rushed towards Yi Chen's position, as if the winter snow had arrived early. Yi Chen gripped his sword with both hands and swung it vigorously. All of the saber lights that were spreading over were shattered and could not advance an inch. This showed how fast and precise Yi Chen's sword swings were. Adding insult to injury, Yi Tang was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. His saber light contained a threatening frost qi that easily froze the moisture in the air. It was as if he wanted to freeze the entire place. Crack, 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 crack. Just as Yi Chen was about to make a move, cold air suddenly rose from the ground. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, with Yi Tang as the center, forming a semicircle of snow. Retreat. Yi Chen took back his sword aura, tapped his feet on the ground, and his body flew backwards. Yi Chen, it is not bad for you to exchange so many attacks with me. Unfortunately, you are still going to lose. Proud Snow Frost. Yi Tang gripped his saber with both hands and swung it downwards. Chin, the colorful snow blade released a 5-meter-long saber light that sliced through the air, bringing with it an unstoppable aura. It seemed like it was going to cut Yi Chen in half in the next second. Chen'er, watch out. Xin Yuqing was worried about his son, so he stood up and prepared to help. Yi Badian sneered and pressed his right hand in the air, blocking Xin Yuqing's movement, making it impossible for him to move. Sister, we are in the middle of the competition. Don't be presumptuous. Yi Tianhao couldn't take it anymore. Waves of qi exploded from his body, and he stepped forward with his right foot. The entire VIP stand was blown away and shattered into pieces. The battle was about to start. Guys, wait, the situation has changed. City Lord Lin hurriedly used his qi to protect himself and said to Yi Badian and the other two. Hearing this, the three's attention returned to the battlefield. Yi Tang's saber light cut the air into pieces, and the shockwave left a 3-inch deep mark on the ground. This time, Yi Chen is going to lose, and he might even die. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. Facing this horrifying saber light, Yi Chen's body shook, and the blood in his body made a rumbling sound. His aura suddenly increased, like an ancient god. Destroy. Shouting, Yi Chen's body didn't move, but his left hand formed a fist and punched out. Crack, 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 the saber light exploded into pieces in the air, and it didn't do anything. What is going on? How can he be so powerful? Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Yi Hai's face was also very serious as he stared at Yi Chen. Yi Tang's eyes popped out, and his movements froze. Mountain collapse. Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords. He leapt forward and arrived 3 steps away from Yi Tang. His great steel sword was placed on Yi Tang's neck. You lost. Yi Chen said lightly. Yi Tang came back to his senses, and he couldn't accept the reality in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, I didn't lose. Die. The colorful snow blade in his hand turned, and he was about to attack. Yi Chen was a little angry. He swung his left hand and slapped away the colorful snow blade in Yi Tang's hand. Then, he stepped forward and knocked away. Yi Tang's body. Wretch, puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Tang fell 10 steps away. Yi Chen won. He actually won. I can't believe that even Yi Tang, who had reached the condensing reality realm, couldn't compete with Yi Chen. How powerful is he? It seems like the first place is going to be very difficult. Indeed, Yi Tang is one of the top 2 geniuses of the Yi family, and he is also a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. His power is even more powerful than the older generation of early condensing reality realm warriors. But he still lost to Yi Chen. This is really unexpected. If Yi Chen also reached the condensing reality realm, how powerful would he be? He would definitely be able to defeat all the early condensing reality realm warriors. Even mid-condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to win against him. A cross-realm battle, this is the legendary cross-realm battle. So it is true. The whole place started to boil like boiling water. Seeing Yi Chen beat Yi Tang, no one would think that he did not have the right to be the champion of the family meeting. If there was, then that person must be crazy, or blind, and could not see the truth. Yi Xian still could not sit down. She remembered that a few months ago, Yi Chen was only a mortal realm stage 6 warrior. But now, he had the power to challenge her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable and depressed. She could not explain it with words. If she had to explain it, then it would be that the difference was too big. Bastard, all of you shut up. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yi Badian let out a roar from the messy VIP seating. His violent chi spread out like a raging river. All of a sudden, the crowd was thrown into chaos. Yi Tianhao saw this and shouted angrily, Yi Badian, what are you doing? Trying hard to suppress his anger, Yi Badian glared at Yi Chen and yelled at everyone on the field, it's a competition, why are you making so much noise? Quiet down. Hearing him, the whole field went silent. No one dared to provoke Yi Badian, who was in a rage. Not to mention the fact that he was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, he was also a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was one of the most powerful people in the Yi family and even in the Luo city. In other words, Yi Badian could shake the entire Luo city with a single stomp. Yi Tianhao let out a sigh of relief and said to the servant next to him, bring another VIP seat here. Yes. The few servants left with their heads lowered. Mayor Lin saw the situation was a bit awkward, he smiled bitterly to Yi Tianhao and said, Leader Yi, I didn't expect your son to have hidden so much, it really surprised me. Chen just came back a couple of days ago, I don't know much about his power. Yi Tianhao was full of pride, as if he had just eaten honey. On this true spirit continent, besides personal power, having a good younger generation was something that everyone dreamed of, especially for the big families or martial institutions, since the younger generation disciples were not talented enough. If the younger generation did not have enough talent, then the family would fall sooner or later. But if there were more geniuses in the younger generation, the whole family would continue to prosper forever, and could even lead the family to the next level. Before, Yi Tianhao had already given up on this idea, but now, it was rekindled, and it was getting more and more intense, making him more energetic. Yi Badian said in a gloomy tone, at such a young age, he is already so cunning. What will happen when he grows up? Yi Tianhao, you have taught your son well. Yi Tianhao sneered, winning and losing are normal for warriors. You can't just let your son win and my son lose, can you? To do such a dirty thing just to win, forgive me for being honest, he will never be able to achieve anything in the future. Let's wait and see. The two had been fighting against each other for a long time. Ever since they were young, they had never liked each other and would often fight to the death. Later, when Yi Tianhao became the leader of the Yi family and Yi Badian was promoted in the Purple Sun Martial School, the fight had finally calmed down a bit and was no longer as intense as before. On the judge's seat, the third elder was still in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until the elder next to him patted him that he came back to his senses and announced loudly, Yi Chen wins. The next battle, Yi Hai vs Yi Xian. Sitting down, the third elder sighed, what an amazing junior. Yi Tianhao has given birth to a good son. Isn't that right? Beating Yi Tang, who is at the early condensing reality realm, with only the peak of mortal realm stage 10, is even more difficult than a normal cross-realm battle. I really don't know how he did it. The second elder stared at Yi Chen, as if he was trying to see through him. The great elder, who was sitting in the middle, reminded the two of them, "It's fine to talk about it in front of me, but don't ever mention it to Yi Badian." "Of course we know that. The battle has started, I wonder if there will be any surprises after this." In the middle of the field, Yi Hai and Yi Xian tried their best to calm down. After a while, they both raised their heads and stared at each other. "Within 100 attacks, you will lose," Yi Xian said lightly with her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yi Hai laughed, "I didn't expect that I would be able to last more than 100 attacks from you." "Not bad, but I want to last more than 300 attacks. What do you think?" "Try me then." Chin, taking out her sword, Yi Xian's feet touched the ground. While she was flying, the long sword in her hand shone with starlight, covering all of Yi Hai's major meridians. "Good sword art, but it is not enough," Yi Hai said proudly. The blade on his back automatically came out of its scabbard and landed in his hand. If you looked closely, you would see that the blade was covered in blood, as if it had been soaked in human blood when it was made. Blood Blade 8. The blood-red blade light danced in the air, surrounding Yi Hai. From time to time, 1 or 2 blade lights would fly out and attack Yi Xian. Ding, 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 Yi Xian was not Yi Tang. She had already stabilized her Xianxia and made a huge step forward, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Her Xianxia was rich and powerful. No matter how tight Yi Hai's defense was, no matter how strong his attacks were, he could not stop her from moving forward. The sword light penetrated into the blade light, and the clothes on Yi Hai's shoulder suddenly split open. "Damn." Yi Hai frowned. The moment he jumped back, he threw out a sword attack. Shoo, a blade light sliced through the air, flying towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered. Her left hand was covered in a layer of colored glaze, and she shattered the blade light with one palm attack. At the same time, her right hand shook the long sword, and the sky was filled with starlight, dazzling Yi Hai's eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 10 steps. Yi Hai backed out for a whole 10 steps before he could get rid of the power. He was a bit shocked. Yi Xian's power was even higher than he had expected. If it were not for the ace attacks that his master had taught him, he would not be able to compete with her. Even so, his chance of winning was less than 60%. There was no other way. Yi Hai took a deep breath, and his robe expanded. Broken Mountain River. He threw out a blade attack, and the air rippled like water. The heavy chi was like a mountain, pressing down on Yi Xian. The VIP seats had been changed, and Yi Tianhao's eyes brightened. That is the Broken Mountain Blade art, the famous skill of the Broken Mountain Blade art. No, it should be the simplified version of the Broken Mountain Blade art. I wonder what Yi Xian can do. City Lord Lin nodded, the Broken Mountain guests. Broken Mountain Blade technique is rare even in large sections. With one blade, he can even split a small mountain in half. Facing Yi Hai's sudden attack, Yi Xian's expression did not change. She switched the long sword to her left hand, and her right hand's index and middle fingers touched the blade. To be able to force me to use this skill, you are already very impressive. Shoo, as Yi Xian's fingers slid along the blade, a sharp starlight suddenly shot out and smashed onto Yi Hai's blade light. Then, the second, the third, boom. Boom. Boom, like fireworks, Yi Hai's body had completely disappeared, and no one knew what had happened. The next second, the fireworks were blown away, and Yi Hai jumped out, laughing, "That's the 108th attack already." Yi Xian said coldly, "No matter what the Broken Mountain Blade taught you, you are no match for me." What she had just performed was a low-rank Earth Realm sword art, the Star Sword spell. Of course, it was only the first half, the second half could only be trained by the core disciples. The reason why she was chosen was because she was talented enough, and she was considered one of the top geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace. Otherwise, even an inner disciple would not be able to learn it. Words are no proof. Take my broken sun and moon. Yi Hai shouted, and his blood-red long blade was thrown out with an aura that could cover the sun. Yi Xian frowned, and the speed of her fingers slid twice as fast. Countless starlight turned into sharp blades and shot out like lightning. Yi Hai's cultivation was lower than Yi Xian's after all, and his blade art was not as good as Yi Xian's as well. After a while, his blade stopped moving, and his Xianxia was a little messed up. He was hit in the chest by a starlight, and he puked out a mouthful of blood. Outside of the stage, Yichen was a little surprised. Yi Xian's power was indeed immeasurable, and she still had some power left. No wonder she looked so arrogant, after all, she had a trump card. Yi Hai lost. It seems like only that Yi Chen can compete with Yi Xian among the younger generation. To be honest, I don't think Yi Chen will win. It is not because he is not as powerful as Yi Xian, but because he cannot attack from afar. You saw Yi Xian's sword art just now, it was endless, he could not even get close to her. You are right, but Yi Chen might still have some hidden cards. Let's just keep watching. Yeah, it is still too early to tell. All of the important people from the Luo city who came to watch the battle started to discuss among themselves. On the judge's seat, the third master nodded with approval. With this girl in the Yi family, even if they could not make it to the next level, they would not fall. Yi Xian won. The last battle will be the finals. The winner will get a low-rank storage ring, 100 low-rank soul stones, and 10,000 gold. Yi Xian, Yi Chen, I hope you two will try your best in the upcoming battles. Of course, the second and third place will not get a low-rank storage ring, but the soul stones and gold will be the same. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. 100 low-rank soul stones, how could it be so little? Yi Chen was a bit confused. In fact, Yi Chen thought that since the deceased senior had left behind more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, as one of the top 8 families, the Yi family must have even more. Indeed, the Yi family's low-rank soul stones were counted in the tens of thousands, but there were more than 600 warriors in the Yi family, and more than 300 condensing reality realm warriors. Even if each of them only used 100 low-rank soul stones per year, it would still cost them 30,000 soul stones, which was a huge amount, enough to make a normal family go bankrupt in a few years. Moreover, an early condensing reality realm warrior's consumption rate was 1 soul stone every 5 days, which meant that they would only need 70 soul stones a year. Even if they had more, they would only be used for other purposes, and would no longer be useful for their own cultivation. Therefore, the reward of 100 low-rank soul stones was made after careful consideration. As for the 10,000 taels of gold, it wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. In Yi Chen's memory, his father, Yi Tianhao, had no more than 100,000 taels of gold. Of course, as the head of the Yi family, he didn't need to spend his own money. Everything was covered by the Yi family, such as buying medicinal pellets, weapons, or secret manuals. However, if there were other private matters, he would have to pay for them himself. Off the field, Yi Xian took out a low-rank soul stone and tried to recover her lost Xianxia. As her Xianxia was getting stronger and stronger, Yi Xian looked at Yi Chen and thought to herself, no matter how powerful you have become, I will still defeat you. The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are not allowed to lose, in the past, present, or future. Dang, the bronze bell for the finals was rung. The third elder let out a long breath and shouted, "Time's up. Let the competition begin." Yi Xian put away the soul stones and walked to the center of the field step by step. She stood 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Yi Xian and said, I haven't seen you for a few months, I didn't expect you to have improved so much. You have reached the peak of the early condensing reality realm. The last time they met, Yi Xian was at the same level as Yi Tang, her Xianxia had not stabilized yet. But after a few months, everything had changed. My training speed should be one of the best in the Sky Cloud Martial School, but in the Emerald Martial Palace, it is nothing. There are a lot of people who have improved faster than me. Yi Xian used her words to attack Yi Chen's confidence. Yi Chen smiled carelessly and said, let's begin. Your sword art is not bad, I wonder how it would compare to mine. Just as she finished talking, Yi Xian's body flashed and appeared 5 steps away from Yi Chen like a wisp of smoke. The long sword in her hand casually shook and started to vibrate violently. The tip of the sword exploded with bright sword light that looked like fireworks, which covered the area in front of Yi Chen. Great! Yi Xian's sword art was very good, but it had ignited Yi Chen's fighting spirit. He took out his great steel sword and attacked back at an even faster speed. Within a second, he had stabbed out 36 times. Puff, 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 the tips of the 2 swords clashed together, creating bright sparks that covered both of their bodies. Only sparks could be seen flying everywhere. Xian had been famous for her sword art since 3 years ago. In the 3 years since she joined the Emerald Martial Palace, her sword art had improved by leaps and bounds. Right now, when she used all of her power, it was impossible for the naked eye to see the sword's trajectory. It was like lightning in the sky, or stars in the night sky, flashing and dancing. But Xian did not have such great talent before, and was called trash by others. Ever since he had merged with the other Xian's soul, his comprehension ability had increased tremendously. No matter what kind of martial art he learned, he would be able to reach the highest level in a short period of time. He was like a monster. With a sword in his hand, Xian performed all of the lone peak of 13 swords. His sword art was unconstrained, without any trace. It was also like an antelope's horn. With one stroke of his sword, he was able to block out 3 of his opponent's sword attacks. The two fought from the center of the arena to the outside of the arena, and from the outside of the arena to the podium. The intense sword art shocked the younger generation of the Yi family. They all stared at the fight without blinking their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene. On the VIP seats, all of the important people gasped. This is unbelievable. Are they still 14 or 15 years old? They are even better than some of the older generation who have been practicing sword arts for a long time. The student has surpassed the master. The future is indeed the world of the young. To be able to watch this battle, this trip was not in vain. The discussions of the crowd did not affect the two. Instead, the battle was getting more and more intense. The peak of perfection. With his powerful strength, Xian was not afraid of his opponent's Xianxia attack at all. He stabbed out with his sword, as if he was standing on top of a mountain. Xian's eyes were wide open. The long sword in her hand turned into a glazed color. She threw out a sword attack and yelled in a low voice, "Break!" Crack, the great steel sword in Xian's hand made a noise. It was a sign that it was about to break. But it was no wonder. Xian's sword was the famous glazed sword in the Emerald Martial Palace, while Xian's was just a normal great steel sword. The two were not even on the same level. Naturally, it would not last for long. Pushing his chi to its limit, Xian suddenly let go of the great steel sword in his right hand. He drew a circle in the air and fiercely slammed out. Shoo 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 shoo, the great steel sword turned into thousands of pieces, flying towards Xian like a swarm of locusts. So cunning. But it doesn't work on me. Being shocked by Xian's strange attack, Xian was enraged. She also drew a circle in front of her with her left hand and spread out a layer of glazed Xianxia shield, blocking out all of the incoming fragments. Ha ha ha. Take my punch. After losing his long sword, Xian's aura did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The qi and blood in his body started to flow. The second he rushed out, he threw out a punch. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The Xianxia shield was broken. Xian used the short time to fly backwards. She switched the sword to her left hand and raised her right hand's index and middle fingers. She then quickly touched the sword. It is the Star Sword spell. This time, Xian is in trouble. But it seems like Xian has indirectly proved that her sword art is not as good as Xian's. So what? Battles between warriors only care about the result, not the process. You are right. While the crowd was shouting, beams of sharp starlight shot out one after another, blocking all of Xian's escape routes. Other than taking it head-on, there was no other way for him to escape. Xian did not panic. His body started to shine with a jade-like light. He yelled, "Let's see if your spear or my shield is stronger." Boom, the first ray of starlight was blown away by Xian's punch, then the second, the third. In the end, Xian's punching speed could no longer keep up with the number of starlights. His upper body was hit a few times, making a loud noise like metal hitting metal. When they looked again, Xian's body was unharmed except for a few holes in his clothes. His tough skin was covered with a layer of jade light, which was the sign of the completion of the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell. He was only one step away from the fourth spell, Broken Jade Rebirth. What kind of defensive martial art is that? It can block the attacks of the Point Star Sword spell. This is too shocking. What other tricks does this guy have up his sleeves? Every time he is in a critical moment, he can always turn the tables. I think Xian is in danger as well. This guy is too scary, he keeps on playing all kinds of tricks, no one knows what he is doing. Hearing the discussions of the big shots around him, Yi Tianhao had the same feeling. Thinking back, Yi Chen first beat Yi Feng with one punch, then beat Yi Jun with ease, then beat Yi Tang with an unexpected win, and now he was fighting with Yi Xian. It was so surprising that he was a bit numb to it. He looked at Xin Yuqing, and the two of them looked at each other. Yi Badian was also numb. He wanted to see the scene of Yi Chen's defeat, but who would have thought that even Yi Xian could not beat him? Didn't that mean that Tanger was no match for Yi Chen? This is ridiculous. How did this brat get so powerful? After a few heavy breaths, Yi Badian stared down at the stage. On the stage, Yi Xian bit her lips and cursed, "Let's see how many attacks you can block." Gathering all of her Xianxia on her finger, Yi Xian rubbed her finger on the crystal sword. When the Xianxia and the crystal sword rubbed against each other, a miraculous change occurred. It was as if the Xianxia and the crystal sword had merged together, forming the unbreakable starlight blades. Shoo, 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 some of the starlight blades lost their aim and left thousands of holes in the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Some of the spectators even had their weapons cut in half, and they jumped away in horror. What a terrifying force. How did that Yi Chen block it? Only now did everyone deeply understand the power of the point star sword art. It was absolutely not something an ordinary person could block. The clothes on Yi Chen's upper body burst open, revealing his slightly tender but abnormally strong muscles. Several starlight blades shot over, and the moment they were just a hair's breadth away from his skin, the jade-like light on the surface of his skin immediately erupted with an astonishing power, easily shattering the external attacks. Roar! Yi Chen's long hair danced in the wind as he dashed towards Yi Xian with a mountain-like pressure and threw out a punch. Yi Xian was a little annoyed. Yi Chen's power was slowly shattering her confidence. She doubted if she could take that punch, or else she wouldn't be thinking about it. I want to see if your fist is harder or if my glazed sword is sharper. Regaining her confidence, Yi Xian yelled and switched the long sword back to her right hand. With her usual arrogance, she thrust the sword straight towards Yi Chen's fist. Shoo! The tip of the sword and the fist made contact, sparks were ignited. It was as if the fist was not made of flesh and blood, but made of the hardest metal. The glazed sword was bent by the powerful force, but it soon straightened back into a straight line without any signs of breaking. However, the rebound force from the sword had also blown Yi Xian back, and blood dripped out from the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen's aura was even more intense. He chased after her and threw out another punch. Pooh! This time, Yi Xian finally could not handle the rebound force of her Xianqi. The long sword in her hand flew out of her hand, and her face was pale white. Her eyes lost their luster. The training ground was quiet for a second, and then a huge uproar broke out. So many twists and turns. I cannot believe that Yi Chen would be the champion. Who would have thought this would happen? If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Yi Chen to win. 5 silvers would have been 10 times better. Damn, I bet 10 silvers on Yi Tang? That's a month's worth of my salary. After the competition, the ones who were the most worried were not the others, but the servants of the Yi family. They had secretly set up a gambling house, preparing to make a fortune from it. However, once the result was out, most of the people were shocked and regretful. Only the people behind the gambling house were ecstatic. This time, they had made 5 times or even 10 times more than usual. It would be enough for them to live a happy life for a long time. The third elder was the first to come back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "The champion is Yi Chen. Now, we will compete for the second and the third place." Hearing this, the servants who had lost all their money just remembered that they had also bet on the second and third place. They might be able to get back some of their money. As for making money, there was no need to think about it. It was all their fault for having such bad taste. Yi Hai easily beat Yi Tang, who had lost his confidence, and became the third place, while Yi Xian naturally became the second place. The champion was, of course, Yi Chen, who had made it through all the obstacles in his way. At the same time, he was also the most famous person in the Yi family. When it was time to give out the rewards, the third elder smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Keep up the good work, don't get too full of yourself." Yi Chen said, "I will, third elder." Good, with you geniuses in the Yi family, we, the older generation, can finally relax. With the low-rank storage ring in his hand, Yi Chen immediately put it on his finger and threw in 100 low-rank soul stones and 10,000 gold notes. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen turned his head and realized that Yi Xian was looking at him. "Next time we meet, I will beat you." Yi Xian had already gotten over the shock of losing. What she could not accept was that she had lost her confidence at such a critical moment. It was something she could not accept. Yi Chen did not mind, he said, "Then you need to pick up your pace, I have already started." "Huh." Yi Xian sneered and did not say anything else. "Haha, Yi Chen, you are also my goal, don't be too weak." Among the contestants, Yi Hai was just like his name, he had a heart as big as the ocean. He was also more accepting of losing than the others, so he started to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen quite liked Yi Hai. "After this family gathering, are you still going to travel the world with your teacher?" Yi Hai nodded heavily. "Of course, traveling the world is my dream, and I will never give up. This time, my teacher said that he will take me to the most dangerous place in the Black Dragon Empire, so that I can gain some experience. However, after today, I think we will only see each other again at the end of next year. I am looking forward to it." "Me too, I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you for your kind words. Let's go out for a drink later, I guess you haven't had a drink yet." "I have had a little, I believe I can handle it." After the award ceremony, Yi Tianhao stood up in high spirits, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you all for coming to the annual family gathering of the Yi family. Next is the banquet, I hope everyone can come." "Alright, it would be a waste if we don't eat. I am just afraid that the leader of the Yi family would feel bad." Someone joked. Yi Tianhao laughed, "Of course not, everyone, eat as much as you want. I am very happy today." When everyone was walking towards the banquet hall, two people in the corner of the field were especially eye-catching. "Elder Hai, how is this guy?" "Very powerful, but still not as powerful as the geniuses of our Hai family, unless he can reach the condensing reality realm." Hearing him, that person sighed, "These years, there are so many geniuses in the Windy Nation. I wonder what kind of sparks they will create in the future. Maybe they can lead the Windy Nation and make a name for themselves in the whole South River region. It will be difficult. Our Windy Nation is the weakest in the whole South River region, and our geniuses are not as powerful as the other countries. If we can have a leader, then we might have some hope." The banquet only ended in the evening. Most of the guests were drunk to the point that their faces were red and their eyes were hazy. On the other hand, Yi Chen, Yi Hai, and a few other disciples of the Yi family were sitting at the same table, chatting while eating, drinking, and forming a preliminary friendship. At this time, Yi Tianhao suddenly called Yi Chen over. "Chen, this is the chief escort of the Riding Wind Escort Agency, Uncle Su Tai, and this is his second daughter, Su Mei." Yi Tianhao pulled Yi Chen aside and introduced them with a smile on his face. "Hello, Uncle Su." Yi Chen sized up the two. Su Tai was a burly man in his 40s, wearing the chief escort's uniform, looking majestic. His second daughter, Su Mei, was no more than 16 years old, wearing a red outfit. Her figure was graceful, her face was delicate, and there was a sense of heroism in her charm. At this time, when she saw Yi Chen looking at her, a trace of shyness could be seen on her face. Su Tai was also sizing up Yi Chen. After a while, he laughed and said, "As expected, heroes come from the youth. At such a young age, you already have a decisive and murderous aura. You are not a fish in a pond." These words were not nonsense. Su Tai had roamed the pugilistic world for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. He could see the difference of some peerless characters when they were young. Although Yi Chen looked delicate and handsome, like a scholar, there was a faint cold aura between his brows that could not be underestimated. Yi Chen said modestly, "Uncle Su, you flatter me." Su Tai shook his head, "Your Uncle Su is a boorish man, I don't know what modesty is. To me, modesty is hypocrisy. No, I like you, and my daughter also likes you. Why don't we find some time to get to know each other?" Although Yi Tianhao knew that Su Tai's personality was like this, he was still speechless. However, he wanted to see how Yichen would answer. Uncle Su, since you're so straightforward, then I'll also say it clearly. Before I reach my father's strength, Yichen will not consider love affairs, Yichen said seriously. After being stunned for a moment, Su Tai helplessly said, it seems like my daughter is unlucky. Fine, you will definitely become a true dragon in the future. Mayor will not be able to protect you. Yi Tianhao was very satisfied with Yi Chen's ambition, but he scolded, nonsense, a real man is never afraid of love. He then turned to Su Tai and said, Brother Su, let them settle their own matters. We can't interfere even if we want to. Don't you agree? Su Tai nodded. That's true. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll meet again in the future. Mayor, let's go. Yi Tianhao urged him to stay. Brother Su, you're leaving so soon. It's still early. I won't stay. My wife made me some soup at home. Su Tai waved his hand and started to leave. Su Mei followed closely behind him. Waiting until the two were far away, Yi Tianhao turned around and stared at Yi Chen, which made the latter's hair stand on end. After a while, Yi Tianhao said, You're quite tired from today's competition. Go back and rest. Yeah, I'll say goodbye to Yi Hai and the others. Looking at Yi Chen's back, a smile appeared on Yi Tianhao's face. God had indeed given him a surprise, and it was in a situation where he did not have much hope. Shen Yuqing walked over and said, Tianhao, what's wrong? Yi Tianhao laughed, what do you think Chen will be able to reach in the future? Our Luo city has not had an astral-reaching realm warrior for more than 100 years. You are quite daring. But our Chen is indeed different from before. Have you noticed? It seems like I have noticed something, but it seems like I haven't seen anything. Who cares? As long as he is our Chen it will be fine. In the dead of the night, a crescent moon hung above the trees. The light in Yi Chen's room was still on, illuminating the screen window. On the clean and spacious bed, Yi Chen sat in the middle of the room with his legs crossed, mist rising from the top of his head. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he would only be able to step into the condensing reality realm after 7 days. But after the few battles today, his qi had become even more condensed, showing signs of liquefaction. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and Yi Chen did not want to miss it. Therefore, once he got back to his room, he immediately cleared away all distracting thoughts and focused on breaking through. As his qi continued to circulate and compress, the liquefied qi in Yi Chen's dantian gradually increased. Before, it was just a strand, but now it was like a ribbon, clearly separated from his qi. 2 hours. 4 hours. 10 hours, the sky gradually brightened. The servants of the Yi family all woke up and started their daily work. No one knew how much time had passed. The screen window in Yi Chen's room was shaking, making a cracking sound, as if it was being blown by a strong wind. Inside the room, with Yi Chen as the center, the invisible airflow formed a funnel shape, and all the lighter objects rose up and floated in the air. Whoosh, a strange vibration spread out from Yi Chen's dantian, and the floating objects immediately fell back down, making a series of messy noises. Finally, the condensing reality realm. Slowly letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in the air like lightning. After a long while, the light disappeared, and a confident smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In fact, before last night, he did not even have a 50% chance of breaking through to the condensing reality realm, maybe only 30 to 40%. After all, it was not easy to liquefy qi into Zhen qi, it needed a long time to compress and compress it. Otherwise, there would not be so many people stuck at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 for half a year, and some even took a year to break through. Even the top outer disciple, Wu Zhongming, took more than half a year to break through and become an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. As for geniuses like Zhang Haoren, who managed to break through to the condensing reality realm in just 1 or 2 months, it was rare to find 1 in 10,000. In other words, only warriors who reached the condensing reality realm could be considered as real warriors. Before reaching the condensing reality realm, they were at the bottom of the true spirit continent, just like apprentices. However, once they reached the condensing reality realm, their power would not just increase by a few times, but by a few times, and they would be able to kill people from 10 steps away. Right now, if Yi Chen and Yi Xian were to fight, he was confident that he would be able to defeat her within a few attacks, and it would be effortless. Maybe I should take a look at the Xianxia first. Yi Chen mumbled to himself, as he focused his mind on his dantian. The huge Xianxia whirlpool had disappeared, and was replaced by a whirlpool of Xianxia. No matter in terms of quality or quantity, it was a level higher than qi. It spun like a nebula in the sky, or a whirlpool in the water, full of power. Pushing the pure yuan art with all his might, Yi Chen's robe began to expand. He threw out a punch, and the window 10 steps away suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces, shooting everywhere. A strong wind blew all the way into the yard. From today onwards, I can start training the tyrant fist. I wonder how powerful it is. Since he did not feel tired, Yi Chen did not sleep anymore. He got up and washed up, then opened the door and walked out. In Luoyang City, if one were to ask which mansion was the largest, it would definitely be the Yi family. The Yi family, which occupied 1,000 acres of land, was 3 times larger than the city lord's mansion. Inside, there were pavilions, small bridges, flowing streams, bamboo forests, and a sea of trees. It was like a miniature version of Luoyang City. After passing through a few corridors and a 10-feet-long white jade bridge, a huge training field appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. The martial arts field was quite lively. Those warriors of the Yi family who did not need to work and only needed to practice their martial arts were all diligently practicing. They were either pondering on their own, consulting others, or fighting in pairs, honing their skills. It was a scene that was in full swing. Greetings, young Master Chen. Outside the field, 5 middle-aged men and women greeted Yi Chen respectfully. Yi Chen nodded. Is it your turn to teach martial skills today? These 5 people were the martial skill teachers of the Yi family. The Yi family claimed to have more than 300 warriors who were above the condensing reality realm. 2/3 of them were the direct family members, and the rest were warriors who did not have the same surname as the Yi family. According to their cultivation level, their positions were also different. For example, the clasping yuan realm warriors would be the external elders of the Yi family, the late condensing reality realm warriors would be the deacons, and the mid-condensing reality realm warriors would be the martial skill teachers, just like these 5 people in front of Yi Chen. The early condensing reality realm warriors would be the apprentice teachers, who did not have the right to teach directly. Yes, the training field has 3 shifts every 3 days. Today is our turn. The middle-aged woman on the left answered. I was just passing by. You guys go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked away. In the middle, a middle-aged scholar in a gray robe sighed, young Master Chen has reached the condensing reality realm. Even you and I might not be able to beat him. Geniuses can break the rules easily. How can we compare? Alright, stop complaining. One day, when we reach the clasping yuan realm, we will be able to become the external elders of the Yi family. Then we will be able to live a peaceful life. You are right. The training field was 400 meters away from the dining hall. After a while, Yi Chen finally walked to the entrance of the dining hall unhurriedly. When Yi Chen walked in, some of the people were already having breakfast. Chenair, you're up so early. Yi Tianhao was a busy man, so he always got up early. Yi Chen said, I didn't sleep yesterday. I've been cultivating until now. A hint of surprise flashed through Yi Tianhao's eyes. You have reached the condensing reality realm? I just broke through. He really broke through? Yi Tianhao only said it subconsciously. He didn't expect Yi Chen's answer to be so certain. For a moment, he was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. If the previous Yi Chen could only be considered a fighting genius, and his training wasn't eye-catching, then the current Yi Chen was a true genius. No one could take away the glory that belonged to him, and he was now on par with Yi Xian, Yi Tang, and the others. Let me have a look. Yi Tianhao put his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Although it was easy to tell Yi Chen's cultivation level from the surface, under some special circumstances, warriors at the peak of mortal realm stage 10 would also emit a slight Xianxia vibration, which could easily be mistaken for warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm. When the clasping yuan realm Xianxia entered Yi Chen's body, it immediately received a strong counterattack. Yi Tianhao was afraid of hurting Yi Chen, so he hurriedly cut off the Xianxia and let go of his hand. You are indeed at the early condensing reality realm, and your Xianxia is quite stable. Just one more step and you will reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Yi Tianhao couldn't believe it. Yi Chen was also not sure, he guessed, could it be the effect of the pure Yuan art? Yi Tianhao nodded, it should be, there are not many people like you who have trained the pure Yuan art to the highest level. The Zhenqi produced by the pure Yuan art is extremely pure. Once it is liquefied into Zhenqi, your foundation will be much more stable than most people, and you won't need to spend too much time to consolidate it. That's not bad, it saves me a lot of hard work, Yi Chen thought. Alright, let's have breakfast first, I will tell your mother when I get back, she will be very happy. Yi Tianhao was already full, he was so happy that he started eating with Yi Chen, chatting as they ate. Soon, Yi Hai, Yi Xian and the others arrived. When they saw Yi Chen, they didn't pay much attention at first, but when they took a closer look, they immediately realized that he had reached the condensing reality realm. They were all shocked. Yi Tianhao saw that it was getting late, he said to Yi Chen, take your time, I will leave now. Yes, father. After Yi Tianhao left, Yi Hai walked over and said, Yi Chen, have you reached the condensing reality realm? Yi Chen laughed, why don't you try and find out? Come on. Yi Hai got into a fighting stance. Standing up, Yi Chen said, one punch is enough, come on. Yi Hai did not dare to underestimate Yi Chen, he threw out a punch filled with Zhenqi, the air started to ripple and spread out. Yi Chen did not move his body, he threw out a punch as well. Boom, the air was torn apart, and the two fists collided, producing a crackling sound. No, you are too abnormal, you just broke through and your Zhenqi is already so stable. Yi Hai took 10 steps back, he had a bitter smile on his face. Yi Chen sat back on the chair, let's have breakfast together. The two sat face to face, without any pretense. Yi Xian, who was not far from them, had a depressed look on her face. She thought that once she reached the mid-condensing reality realm, she would be able to suppress Yi Chen, but he had already reached the early condensing reality realm, and his Zhenqi was so stable, it would be impossible for her to win against him now, even if she reached the mid-condensing reality realm. Yi Chen, I forgot to tell you, Sister Xueyan has already reached the late condensing reality realm. Yi Xian did not want to admit defeat in front of Yi Chen, so she mentioned Ji Xueyan to hurt him. Yi Chen said casually, she is not my goal, my first goal is to dominate the younger generation of the Windy Nation, as for the second goal, I have not thought about it yet. Yi Xian heard him and said scornfully, in your dreams. There are so many powerful young warriors in the Windy Nation, not to mention the famous 4 young masters, even our Emerald Martial Palace's inner disciples could easily suppress you. Of course, you might think that I am just bragging, but you just have to go back and ask your senior brothers and sisters, in the martial world, who has never been bullied by our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Yi Xian, I don't like what you just said. You are indeed a disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, but first of all, you are a direct disciple of the Yi family, how can you always use outsiders to attack your own people? Yi Hai did not like Yi Xian's attitude, he put down his chopsticks and said. Yi Xian sneered, I just don't like him. Yi Hai said straightforwardly, I think you just can't accept the fact that you lost. That's right, before, Yi Chen was just a normal talent, he could not compete with you at all, you never thought that you would lose to him, so when Yi Chen showed that he was way more powerful than you, it made you feel uncomfortable, am I right? Don't be too happy yet, just because he is more powerful now does not mean that he will continue to be like this in the future. The Emerald Martial Palace is the top martial institution in the Windy Nation, all the disciples they raise are the best. Yi Xian was dazed by Yi Hai's words, she said excitedly. Yi Xian is right, you two are like frogs at the bottom of a well. The North Snow Martial Academy and the Emerald Martial Palace are ranked 7 martial institutions, their power is not something you can imagine. Just you wait, in 1 year, I will definitely beat you too. Yi Tang had arrived at the dining room. Yi Chen sneered in his mind, although the two of them were quite talented, their temperaments were a lot worse. They were fine when everything went smoothly for them, but once they encountered some kind of setback, they would be even worse than normal people. Plus, they liked to dwell on something and never let it go, which eventually led to a mental imbalance. To put it simply, they were blinded. There was no need to argue with them, Yi Chen said lightly, everything needs to be proven with your actions, you can just say whatever you want. Alright, don't disturb my breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Yi Hai went to the famous antique street in Luo City. The history of the antique street was almost as long as Luo City. The buildings were also the oldest, but the owners of the shops had changed a lot. Of course, most of them were inherited by their fathers, generation after generation. Walking on the street, Yi Chen was overwhelmed by the variety of goods in the shops. Yi Hai said, the antique street is usually full of opportunities. There was once a man who bought an inconspicuous top-rank soul stone with 10 silvers and sold it to a clasping Yuan realm warrior. He made more than 2 million silvers and never had to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. Yi Chen smiled. He knew about this as well. Soul stones were divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. The difference between each rank was huge. Normally, a mid-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 low-rank soul stones, and a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 mid-rank soul stones. In other words, a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 2,500 low-rank soul stones, which was 250 silvers. It was enough for a normal person to live a peaceful life for 10 lifetimes. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Yi Hai pointed at the antique building 20 steps away. Yi Chen nodded. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was a 1,000-year-old shop on the antique street. It had the most connections. In the middle of the lobby, there was a bronze cauldron. The leader of the Yi family wanted to buy it, but was rejected. It was said that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion had a very powerful background. Even the Yi family had to think twice before making a move on it. As they crossed the threshold, no one came to greet them. They were all busy with their own business. Yi Chen and Yi Hai did not care and walked straight in. The first thing they saw was a huge bronze cauldron that was as tall as 3 people. It was cyan with a hint of black, perfectly round shape. There were many different ancient characters carved on its surface. It was supported by 9 legs, which looked very stable. It looked like it could hold up the sky and bring great shock to people's souls. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The last time he came here was 4 years ago. At that time, he was not very sensible. When he saw the 9-legged bronze cauldron, he did not feel much. He only felt that it was very imposing. Now that he saw it, he felt as if his soul was trembling, and his lively Xianxia was showing signs of stagnation. Turning his head to look at Yi Hai, Yi Chen saw that Yi Hai was unmoved. Yi Chen felt strange, but he didn't say anything. Let's go to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is filled with small toys, Yi Chen suggested after casually looking around and seeing that there were no antiques that caught his eye. Yes, the antiques on the 1st floor are no different from other antique shops. The two of them walked side by side and arrived at the quaint and elegant 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, there were very few people on the 2nd floor. Including the shop assistants who were waiting at the side, there were only 15 to 16 people. It seemed extremely empty. However, those who could come to the 2nd floor were all rich. After all, even the most common antique on the 2nd floor cost nearly 1,000 taels of silver to buy. As for whether it was a profit or a loss, it all depended on one's luck. TSK, these stone figurines have at least a few hundred years of history. Yi Hai was attracted by the stone figurines that were as tall as a person and were covered in cracks. Yi Chen looked at them and lost interest. He separated from Yi Hai and walked to the other side. Right then, there were already people who had chosen their favorite antiques. However, it was this antique that surprised Yi Chen. Hey, tell your shopkeeper that I want this wooden shelf. No matter how much it costs, it's not a problem. The person who spoke was a fat man with a rich face. He was wearing extravagant clothes and all 10 of his fingers were covered with rings. He looked like a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune. He seemed to be impatient. The shop assistant was depressed. Why did you want the wooden shelf that displayed the antiques? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? He smiled and said, Okay, I'll go and ask. Please wait a moment. Go and come back quickly. The fat rich man waved his hand and stared at the wooden shelf. He was afraid that it would run away. Yi Chen felt that it was funny. However, he, who was always calm, started to think about it again. He could not judge a book by its cover. This wooden shelf might have some tricks up its sleeves. After thinking about it, he focused on the wooden shelf and released his soul power. Buzz, there seemed to be an invisible ripple in the air, slowly seeping into the wooden shelf and searching carefully. As long as there was something special, Yichen would be able to sense it. Eh? This wooden frame actually contains a spirit stone, and the yuan qi contained in it is dozens of times that of a low-grade spirit stone. So, it must be a mid-grade spirit stone, which is equivalent to 50,000 silvers. But how did this fatty sense it? Or maybe he just wanted this wooden frame and had no other intentions? Chen Fan wondered. Yichen was shocked. However, a mere 50,000 silvers was not worth his attention. With his current power, it was easy to earn money. Of course, it was even easier to spend money. The shopkeeper of the 9-tripod pavilion hurried up and said to the fat rich man with a smile, "Sir, are you sure you want this wooden shelf?" The fat rich man rolled his eyes. "Name your price." The shopkeeper raised one finger. 10,000 silvers. "All right, very cheap. My father-in-law should like this old wooden shelf a lot." The fat rich man did not even frown as he took out 1,000 gold note from his storage ring. "As long as he likes it. Shaoli, hurry up and help the customer clean the wooden shelf." The shopkeeper took the gold note and said to the worker on the side. Yichen was speechless. If what the fat rich man said was true, then he really did not see anything special about this wooden shelf, and was only using it to please his father-in-law. Moreover, the shopkeeper did not know where he got this wooden shelf from, and used it as a decoration on the second floor. Therefore, he did not lose anything. It seemed like there were too many strange things happening in the 9-tripod pavilion. Shaking his head, Yichen walked past them. There were too many antiques on the second floor. There was a half-bronze mirror covered in rust, a black vase, and some cloth from an unknown era. There were even more broken armors and weapons, such as chainmail, steel armor, 7 exquisite armors, long sabers, broken spears, broken swords, bent iron rods, meteor hammers without chains, and so on. Releasing his soul power, Yichen looked through them one by one. His eyes were as calm as water. Finally, the only thing that caught his eye was that meteor hammer. If it could be restored to its original form, its value would not be lower than the great blade in Yichen's storage ring, and it might even be more valuable. Unfortunately, the broken meteor hammer had lost its sharpness, and after thousands of years of erosion, it had lost all of its spirit qi. If he took it back, it could only be used as a decoration or an antique, and could not be used. This was something that Yichen could not accept. Putting down the meteor hammer, Yichen was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a broken sword in the gap between the wooden shelf and the wall. This broken sword only had a hilt and a small part of the blade. Its surface was dull and inconspicuous. Who knew how many years it had been hidden here without anyone noticing it? Reaching out his hand to pick up the broken sword, Yichen observed it for a while, and then pushed his soul power into it. Ha 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 ha, a desolate and vast laughter rushed into Yichen's mind. All of a sudden, Yichen felt like he had come back to the ancient times, where the world was chaotic, and only the laughter could be heard. What is going on? Yichen cut off his soul power, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The ability to use soul power to detect objects was something that Yichen had discovered not long ago. Different from soul power could detect deeper than the surface. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect the mid-rank soul stones in the wooden shelf. Hey, I want this sword. How much is it? Yichen didn't put it back. Instead, he asked the shop assistant who was waiting on the side. The shop assistant glanced at the broken sword. The owner said that all these ancient weapons are 20,000 silvers, no bargaining, no raising price. Okay. This price was within Yichen's price range, so it was worth it. On the other side, Yi Hai also chose a stone statue and a broken bronze bell, which added up to 15,000 silvers. With this calculation, the annual profit of the 9-cauldron pavilion was an astronomical figure. After all, some of the ancient weapons were only worth a few dozen silvers. When the two walked out of the 9-cauldron pavilion, it was already noon. Yichen, let's go eat at the Sun restaurant. It's my treat. Yi Hai had a storage ring, which was given to him by his master, the Broken Mountain guest. He put the stone statue and the broken bronze bell in it. The Sun restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Yichen had not been there for a long time, so he nodded immediately. After 15 minutes, the two arrived at the Sun restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they went to the second floor. "Masters, would you like a private room, or would you like to eat in the lobby?" the waiter asked. Yichen said, "Let's eat in the lobby." "Okay, there is a table by the window, this way please." The waiter first gestured with his hand, then quickly picked up the towel on his shoulder and wiped the table. Sitting down, Yi Hai looked at the street outside and said, "Looks like Luo City is more familiar. You don't know, but my master and I travel almost every day. Today, we might be in this city, and the next day, we might be in some unknown town thousands of miles away. Sometimes, if we are unlucky, there will be no one in a radius of 10,000 miles, so we can only sleep in the wilderness." Yichen asked, "Have you encountered any danger?" "Of course, my master and I were once chased by a level 6 top-tier demonic beast in the Black Dragon Empire's great desolate mountain. We were also besieged by the famous underworld experts of the Rudra Nation. Luckily, we were lucky enough to escape without any mishaps." Recalling the past, Yi Hai still had lingering fears. Yichen admired Yi Hai. He was obviously a playboy. Of course, his master, Broken Mountain guest, was also a playboy. It was no wonder that the two of them had become master and disciple. When the dishes were served, the two of them ordered a pot of wine and ate with relish. Thud thud thud, while they were eating, the sound of messy footsteps came from the staircase. There were many people. "Brother Chui, the Sun restaurant is the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Many famous warriors have dined here before. You will not be disappointed." A crisp female voice was heard. It was Yi Xian. Since junior sister Yi praises Sunrise Restaurant so highly, there must be something extraordinary about it. Junior brothers, please have a good taste later. Of course, it's rare for me to come to junior sister Yi's territory, so I have to make some memories. Sister Yi, although Luo City is good, it is not a good place to stay for long. The Emerald Martial Palace will be your home in the future. Someone tried to persuade her. The footsteps were getting louder and louder as they arrived at the second floor. Yi Xian was about to say something when she saw Yi Chen and Yi Hai sitting by the window. She snorted and frowned. "Junior sister Yi, who are these two?" The teenager with small eyes noticed the change in Yi Xian's gaze. He turned his head and saw Yi Chen and Yi Hai's silhouettes on the second floor. Yi Xian said lightly, "They are disciples of the Yi family." "Disciples of the Yi family, I wonder which sect they are from?" another teenager asked. "One of them is in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the other one is traveling with the Broken Mountain Traveler." Yi Xian answered honestly. The Sky Cloud Martial School is a big martial institution in the Windy Nation. Unfortunately, it is not comparable to our Emerald Martial Palace. They are 2 ranks apart. As for who is the Broken Mountain Traveler, I have never heard of him. Could he be a scammer? The teenagers joked with each other. Yi Hai had already noticed their arrival. He didn't want to talk to them, but he didn't expect them to directly insult his master, the Broken Mountain Traveler. He was annoyed. He put down his chopsticks, turned around, and said, "Who are you? Do you know that it is rude to insult someone's master?" The teenager with small eyes sneered, "I am just reminding you, don't fall for some scammer's tricks. Otherwise, it is not worth it if you lose your life." If it was a normal day, they would definitely give Yi Xian some face. But when they heard that Yi Xian had lost to a guy named Yi Chen, they felt very uncomfortable. Although Yi Xian didn't say it clearly, but once they heard that he was from the Sky Cloud Martial School, they immediately understood. Therefore, they mocked him without holding back, showing off the power of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Hai's face darkened, "Take back what you said, and I will not hold you accountable." What a joke. Words can never be taken back. What do you want to do?" The teenager with small eyes looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Xian looked troubled. These people were all disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, they were at the same cultivation level as her. The one with the highest cultivation level was Brother Chui Shiming, who had been quiet the whole time. He was already a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, and was considered one of the top inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although Cui Shiming didn't say it out loud, Yi Xian could clearly feel that he was interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the Emerald Martial Palace just to see her. On one side were disciples of the Yi family, and on the other side were disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Xian didn't want any conflict between them. She didn't want to see the Yi family or the Emerald Martial Palace being humiliated. Lu Zhao, forget it. Yi Xian finally stopped him. The teenager with small eyes named Lu Zhao glanced at Yi Hai, nodded and said, I will give Sister Yi some face. Otherwise, you will be the one suffering. You have to try. Mountain Fist Art. Yi Hai roared, all of his Xianxia was activated, and he threw a punch towards Lu Zhao. You are looking for death. A cold light flashed through Lu Zhao's eyes. He took a step forward and blocked Yi Hai's way, then threw out a palm attack. Boom, a few tables nearby were flipped over by the strong wind, and the diners all ran away. Yi Hai backed out 3 steps, and yelled, again. Another punch was thrown out, and it was even more powerful than the first one. Broken jade palm. Lu Zhao's face looked a bit bad after failing to beat Yi Hai with 1 palm attack. He immediately performed the top martial art of the Emerald Martial Palace, and a light jade crack appeared on his palm. The fist and the palm clashed, and the sound of jade breaking exploded. Yi Hai was slightly weaker than his opponent in terms of cultivation, so he couldn't stop the power and was forced to back out. He knocked over 3 or 4 tables in a row, but still didn't stop. Seeing that Yi Hai was about to fall out of the window, Yi Chen made his move. His palm lightly patted on Yi Hai's back, and the Xianxia from the pure Yuan art destroyed Lu Zhao's Xianxia, which saved Yi Hai from making a fool out of himself. You are that Yi Chen, eat my palm attack. Lu Zhao didn't have the chance to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Seeing that Yi Chen had made his move, Lu Zhao didn't care anymore. He took a big step forward, and threw out a broken jade palm attack. Piss off. Yi Chen didn't move his body, he threw out a punch, and then took it back immediately. Pooh, as if he was hit by a couple of horses, Lu Zhao was shocked. His body flew back at an even faster speed, and he puked out a huge mouthful of blood. Right then, Cui Shiming, who was called Brother Cui by Yi Xian, caught Lu Zhao and said lightly, Brother Lu, in the future, either you don't fight, or when you fight, you have to make our Emerald Martial Palace famous, remember that. Then, his tone changed, and he said to Yi Chen, you have hurt our Emerald Martial Palace's disciple. Do you know what you have done? Yi Chen responded blandly, in this true spirit continent, strength is everything. What does it have to do with me if he is not as powerful as others? Strength is everything? So, I can beat you to death without a problem? Cui Shiming narrowed his eyes and said coldly. As long as you have the ability, come at me. But, I have to warn you, if you are injured by me, will another top 10 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace appear? Cui Shiming looked angry. Even if he was an idiot, he could tell that Yi Chen was mocking him. He said scornfully, who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I will destroy your cultivation in front of everyone. I will let everyone know what happens to those who bully the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Xian saw that the fight was about to break out. She tried to stop him. Brother Cui, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't make a big fuss. Sister Yi, you don't have to worry about this. It's not that I don't want to give you face, it's just that this Yi Chen is way too arrogant. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he is a little bit powerful. If everyone learns from him in the future, then we, the Emerald Martial Palace, would have any prestige left. No matter what Cui Shiming did, he liked to gain the upper hand in the grand scheme of things and then easily defeat his opponent. He wanted his opponent to suffer a double blow both mentally and physically, never to recover from this setback. Taking a heavy step forward, Cui Shiming felt as if he was stepping on a tornado. An endless gust of wind rose up and burst out, pressing towards Yi Chen with a great pressure. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the tables and chairs around him floated up into the air and were smashed out of the window. Yi Chen's feet were rooted in the ground, and didn't move at all. He was like a rock that had been standing by the river for thousands of years. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, they couldn't move him even a little bit. Cui Shiming's expression changed, a shadow split out from his body. This shadow was thin, and was made of countless air currents. It was like a sharp blade, and it flew straight towards Yichen. Shadow cut. It's the secret skill, shadow cut. Brother Cui, you've tried to kill him right from the start. This Yichen is dead for sure. The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace yelled out in surprise. The so-called secret skill was a secret martial skill. This kind of martial skill was very difficult to guard against, and was basically used as a trump card. If caught off guard, even a martial artist with a higher cultivation would be injured, or even killed. However, secret skills were very difficult to cultivate, several times harder than martial skills of the same level. Moreover, there were too few secret skills. Most of them were passed down from ancient times. Cui Shiming's Shadow Cut was a top-rank mortal realm skill, which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was to create a sharp stream of qi from the user's body, which could be used to cut the target. The second level was the level he was currently at, where the sharp qi could form into a shadow, which was extremely flexible and could kill people as easily as chopping vegetables. The third level was said to allow the user to transform into a human shape, which could confuse people's vision and self-destruct, which was extremely lethal. With the shadow cut, Cui Shiming had once killed a late condensing reality realm warrior, which made him quite famous in the martial world. Faced with the shadow's attack, Yichen raised his fist and punched out. Whoosh, the wind generated by the punch blew the table in front of him into pieces. The shadow sensed the qi wave, so it twisted its body in advance, dodging the attack that was enough to shatter it, and continued to attack Yichen from another angle. Yichen frowned, such a strange martial skill, it was 10 times more flexible than a human's body, and it was very sensitive to the qi wave, it was hard to hurt it directly. The shadow sometimes turned into a human figure and tried to entangle Yichen, sometimes it turned into a sharp awl, sometimes it stretched its body and attacked like a whip, sometimes it performed a set of sword art, and the sword light shone brightly. Break! After a while, Yichen pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the shadow's forehead. Such a fast sword. Cui Shiming was shocked, he sneered, don't even think about breaking my shadow cut. But I don't have time to waste with you, shadow rain kill. Puff 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 puff, the shadow, which had been stabbed in the forehead, dimmed a little. Its body shook in the air, and countless needle-like qi flew towards Yichen at an extremely fast speed. Shoo, since reaching the condensing reality realm, it was the first time that Yichen performed the golden swallow art. His body flashed, as if he had wings on his back, he instantly disappeared from where he was standing. In the next second, the place where Yichen was standing was full of holes, it seemed like it was even more powerful than the small-caliber bullets in the 21st century. If I am not wrong, you and the shadow should have some kind of connection, then I will cut it off. The sword light flashed, Yichen's sword landed in the space between Cui Shiming and the shadow, it met with some obstacles along the way, but it still went all the way to the end. Crack, the sound of a thin thread breaking was heard, the shadow changed its shape a few times, and finally scattered, it turned into countless qi waves and disappeared into the air. Bastard! Cui Shiming's face turned pale, this shadow was formed by 1/3 of his Jin Qi, and was controlled by 13 Jin Qi threads. Right now, Yichen had cut off all of his Jin Qi threads, which meant that he had lost more than 1/3 of his Jin Qi. What? Brother Cui's shadow cut was broken. This is one of the 13 minor secret martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace, how could it be broken so easily? Has he seen it before? So this is the secret of the shadow cut, how did he know? All the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace had different expressions on their faces. After cutting off the Jin Qi thread with one sword attack, Yichen looked at Cui Shiming, the secret martial art that is made public is no longer a secret martial art. I am afraid that all the disciples behind you have already known about it. Brother Cui, don't listen to him, we will keep it a secret for you. That's right, I swear with my dignity, I will never tell anyone about the secret of the shadow cut. Hearing him, Cui Shiming's face darkened, he said ferociously, you are dead, you are definitely dead. Do you really think that I am relying on the shadow cut? Let me tell you, the shadow cut is only one of my tricks, now I will show you my real power. Crack Jade Claw. Crack. The floor of the second floor was completely broken, 5 claw marks extended all the way to the other side of the second floor. With his clothes fluttering in the air, Yichen avoided the range of the claw power by a hair's breadth. His body floated backwards, and when he was about to hit the wall, he kicked his right foot back. Boom, the wall was shattered, and Yichen flew towards Cui shimming like a huge bird, stabbing out with his sword. The amazing sword light condensed into a single point, and even the sound of the wind had disappeared completely, which made people feel like they were going deaf. Cui shimming roared out, and threw out a claw attack towards the sword edge. Chin, intense sparks flew out, and the calm air started to boil up, creating circles of transparent patterns, which pushed the two away. Turn of the road. In midair, Yi Chen's body twisted, and he once again dove towards Cui shimming, stabbing into his shoulder. The tip of the sword came out of his back. At that moment, everyone was stunned as they stared at the scene in front of them. Swoosh, pulling out his sword, Yi Chen landed a few meters away and put his sword back into its scabbard. You are not as good as me, I believe you have nothing to say. On the other hand, if I lose to you, my cultivation will definitely be destroyed. I will not kill you now, nor will I destroy your cultivation. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being cruel. Plus, I believe that the Emerald Martial Palace will not start a war with the Sky Cloud Martial School just for an inner disciple like you. You are not qualified yet. Yi Hai, let's go. All the food was knocked over. Fortunately, the two had almost finished eating. Yi Hai stared at Yi Chen's back in shock. He knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but he was still shocked. Defeating a mid-condensing reality realm warrior within 10 attacks, what kind of skill was that? Compared to Yi Chen, all he had learned was blood qi, nothing else. At the top of the stairs, Yi Xian watched the two leave. She could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps, he could really dominate the young generation of the Windy Nation and achieve what even her head disciple could not. After all, he had just reached the condensing reality realm, but he had already defeated Cui shimming, who was at the mid-condensing reality realm. When he becomes a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, wouldn't he be able to challenge late condensing reality realm warriors? Damn it, I will not let you go. Cui shimming yelled, his face looked evil. Yi Xian frowned as she looked at Cui shimming. Although she still did not like Yi Chen, but compared to Cui shimming, it was clear who was better. At least Yi Chen had won fair and square. Brother Cui, are you alright? Unknowingly, Yi Xian's tone had calmed down a lot. Cui shimming waved his hand, I was careless this time. The next time we meet, I will kill him to vent my anger. You guys listen to me, if anyone dares to leak what happened today, don't blame me for being merciless. Brother Cui, don't worry, we won't say anything. Indeed, this brat must have known the secret of the shadow cut. Otherwise, how could Brother Cui lose to him? Feeling much better, Cui shimming turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Sister Yi, you are from the Yi family, but I have to kill Yi Chen, I hope you don't get in my way. Yi Xian said. Lightly, life or death, this is the fate of warriors. Alright. After returning to the Yi family, Yi Chen and Yi Hai parted ways. For the next few days, Yi Chen did not go out and spend all his time cultivating. Although his Xianxia cultivation was much more stable than the warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm, it was not that easy for him to reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. He would have to accumulate and purify his Xianxia first, building a solid foundation step by step, then he would have to increase his cultivation level. In the dark night, the moonlight was like water. On a rockery in the yard, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, holding a low-grade spirit stone in each of his hands, placing them on his knees. His breathing was steady and powerful, and he was gradually extracting yuan qi from the spirit stones. The yuan qi from the spirit stones was much purer than the yuan qi from nature. Because it had been sealed in the spirit stones for a long time, there was a hint of spiritual qi in the spirit stones. It was something even more magical than yuan qi. After being in contact with it for a long time, people would slowly become smarter and feel refreshed, which was very beneficial to the body. As the yuan qi from the spirit stones flowed into his body through the meridians in his arms, the Zhen qi whirlpool in Yi Chen's dantian sped up as well. It was like a meat grinder, shredding everything that entered into his body into pieces and reorganizing his Zhen qi. Then, the Zhen qi whirlpool followed the rest of the Zhen qi in a big circle, purifying the impurities. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 72 circles, 108 circles, 240 circles. Yichen only stopped absorbing yuan qi when his meridians and dantian started to hurt, and his body became stiff and numb. He thought to himself, if I could absorb yuan qi endlessly, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm wouldn't be a problem. Actually, Yichen was too greedy. If other warriors at the same cultivation level knew Yichen's thoughts, they would definitely be very jealous and envious of him. It was already very rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to complete 108 circulations in his or her body. 150 circulations were almost impossible to achieve, not to mention the unbelievable 240 circulations. This was all thanks to Yichen's powerful body and soul. His body could hold more yuan qi, and his soul could be better controlled. Both were indispensable. The reason why those talented people could train faster was because their bodies were stronger than ordinary people, and their mental strength was perfect. As for those who had a great comprehension ability, their mental strength was much better than ordinary people, but their bodies were slightly weaker. Of course, this was also because of the low cultivation level of condensing reality realm warriors. Once they reached the clasping yuan realm, they would usually go into closed-door training for months. Sometimes, astral-reaching realm warriors would go into closed-door training for years. Once they came out, they would shock the world and beat all the powerful warriors in the world. Unfortunately, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. Closed-door training was for the purpose of accumulating one's essence and removing impurities. The possibility of improving one's cultivation level was very small. If one did not accumulate enough, it would be useless even if he went into closed-door training. Many powerful warriors, who could shake the world, died in their closed-door training, never to be heard of again. As time went by, people couldn't even remember their names. Putting away the soul stones that still had some yuan qi left, Yichen slowly stood up, and with only a slight movement, he arrived on top of the green water in the yard. Stepping on the water, Yichen's body moved up and down, but did not sink down. This was something that could only be done when one's movement art reached an extremely high level. Now that my Jin Qi has been completely stabilized, it is not realistic to increase it in a short period of time. From tomorrow onwards, I can officially start training the Tyrant Fist. After looking at the moon for a while, Yichen lost interest. He jumped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Days passed by. Apart from accumulating innate qi every night, Yichen spent the rest of his time practicing the Tyrant Fist. This fist art was indeed a low-tier Earth Realm martial skill. It had high requirements for the body and Jin Qi. If the body was not strong enough, the arm would be easily damaged by the force of the Tyrant Fist. If the Jin Qi was not pure enough, not only would the might of the fist be reduced, it would also cause more damage to the meridians. If it accumulated over a long period of time, it could cause blockages and damage to the qi and blood. In any case, Yichen had already crossed the threshold, and his understanding of the Tyrant Fist was deepening day by day. Finally, it was time to return to the sect. This time, when he went back, he would be able to become an inner disciple and have the right to learn top-rank mortal realm martial skills. He would also have half a year to train on his own, and after that, he would be able to take on missions from the martial institution and travel around the world. It was said that if he was powerful enough, the martial institution would even send him on missions to other countries. However, these kinds of missions were rare in the past few years, since the Windy Nation was already a big country with a lot of missions. Who would have the energy to go to other countries? Not to mention, if they were too far away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the danger would increase exponentially. It would be very easy for them to disappear without a trace, which was something that the higher-ups of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not want to see. Father, Mother, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. On the main road of Luo City, Yichen led his horse and said to Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing. Xin Yuqing nodded. If you don't have enough money, you can send a letter back, and I will send someone to deliver it to you. It's enough. Plus, there will be a lot of rewards for completing the sect missions. Yichen did not plan to ask for money from his family, as he would not be happy either. Yi Tianhao smiled helplessly. Yuqing, when Xian'er grows up, he will earn it with his own hands. As his parents, we should not worry about him. Xian'er, be careful on the road. Okay. Yichen nodded heavily. Then I will go first, you guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, Yichen flipped onto his horse, waved at the two, squeezed his legs on the horse's belly, and galloped away. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing watched Yichen leave. When they were about to reach the city gate, a rider caught up from behind. Yichen. Yichen turned his head and saw that it was Yi Hai. Where is your teacher? He is waiting for me at the nameless temple 10 miles away from the north gate. As they spoke, the two rode their horses directly out of the north gate, and the guards did not dare to stop them. The nameless temple was in the northeast, while the Sky Cloud Martial School was in the northwest. The two did not go the same way. Just a little thing for you. Taking out a blue crystal ball from his storage ring, Yi Hai threw it to Yi Chen. Catching the blue crystal ball, Yi Chen asked, "What is this?" Yi Hai had already galloped for dozens of meters on his horse. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "I don't know, but it looks pretty. I think you will like it." "Thank you." Yi Chen shook his head. He brought the blue crystal ball closer to his eyes and studied it carefully. The crystal ball was about the size of a longan. It was completely transparent and contained a blue brilliance. At first glance, one would think that the crystal ball was blue. In addition, the crystal ball was very heavy, even heavier than gold of the same size. It did not seem to be made of crystal. Since he couldn't figure out what it was, Yichen didn't care anymore and put it into his storage ring. After finding the right direction, Yichen gently pulled on the reins and sped away. Different from the cyan-maned horse he rode when he came back, this time Yichen was riding a real dark brown horse. It could travel 2,000 miles a day, it was born with great strength and was very stable. It was worth more than 60,000 silvers, there were less than 20 of them in the whole Yi family. At this moment, the dark brown horse was galloping at full speed. It was as fast as a gust of wind and lightning. The scenery on both sides was very far behind them. 6 days later, Yichen appeared at the foot of the windy mountain. After sending the dark brown horse to the horse farm, and paying this year's fee, Yichen went directly to the Inner Court Disciple Assessment site. Today was the day of the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. If he missed it, he would have to wait for another week. At the entrance of the assessment site, there were 2 Inner Court disciples on duty. When they saw Yichen walking towards them, the disciple on the left could not help but say, "Today is already the 13th person. It seems that these outer court disciples have obtained a lot of benefits when they went back. Humph, the person in front of me has weak qi. Obviously, he did not cultivate. He should have swallowed a true condensation pill. True condensation pill can help a martial artist to liquefy their qi faster. Unfortunately, the side effects are also very big. There is no possibility of improvement within a year." Walking to the door, Yichen said, "I am here to take the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. Go in. I hope you can smoothly pass." The Inner Court Disciple said lazily. Yichen did not mind it at all as he walked in. The assessment hall was very spacious. On both sides of the hall, there were 9 stone pillars as thick as a water tank. On top of the pillars, there were carvings of dragons and phoenixes. They looked very lifelike. And in the open space in front of him, there was a wooden frame. Under the wooden frame, there was a bronze bell. The bronze bell was 3 meters tall. It was dark blue in color and looked very heavy. If Yichen guessed it right, this was the first assessment to be promoted to an Inner Court disciple. Whether it was the Sky Cloud Martial School or other sects, in order to become an Inner Court disciple, one had to go through an assessment. It was not as simple as just reaching the condensing reality realm. After all, there was a big difference between reaching the condensing reality realm and using elixirs to reach the condensing reality realm. The combat power was also not comparable. In order to prevent this from happening, and to ensure that the Inner Court disciples were elites, the sects had to set up a variety of assessments to ensure that there were no incompetent disciples. The first assessment of the Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Court Disciple Assessment was held in the hall. According to Wu Zongming, the Inner Court disciple had to punch the bell 10 steps away. If the Inner Court disciple could not make a sound, then he or she would not be qualified to become an Inner Court disciple. As for Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming, they had both reached the condensing reality realm on their own. That was why they could easily become Inner Court disciples. Are you here for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment? Please register your identity here. The examiner handed over a piece of paper and a brush. Yichen nodded and wrote down his name and background on the paper. All right, go and line up. At this moment, there were 13 people waiting for the assessment. Yichen was at the very end of the line. Not long after, the exam elder arrived. Standing at the front, the exam master, who was in his 50s, glanced at the crowd and frowned. What's going on? Why is the inner court disciples Xianxia so weak? Did they use medicinal pellets to increase their cultivation? I don't care what your cultivation level is right now. If you can't make the bell ring from 10 steps away, then you will not be qualified to become an inner court disciple. If you want to take the assessment again, you will have to wait for 3 months. Then, the exam master took the information from the examiner and said slowly, the assessment begins. First, Lin Chongchong. From the front of the line, an ordinary-looking teenager walked out. He stopped 10 steps away from the bell, took a deep breath and threw out a palm attack. The sound of the wind was extremely fast. The bell did not move at all. The exam master said lightly, failed. Next, Fang Xiaozhong. Hearing the exam master, the teenager named Lin Chongchong's face fell. He walked to the side with his head down. He glanced at the second disciple, hoping that he would also fail. Fang Xiaozhong said to the exam master, "Can I use martial skills?" Yes. The exam master nodded. Lin Chongchong opened his eyes wide and yelled, "This is not fair. Why didn't anyone tell me I could use martial skills?" The examiner scolded, "How dare you? Don't make any noise in the exam hall. Didn't you ask around before you came?" Lin Chongchong was shocked, he did not dare to say anything. With your Xianxia, even if you use martial skills, you will not pass. Alright, Fang Xiaozhong, start. The exam master did not get angry. Fang Xiaozhong activated his Xianxia, his palm turned into a claw and attacked. Fierce Tiger Claw. Shoo, the green claw light was the size of a washbasin, it landed heavily on the bronze bell. The bronze bell still did not move. Failed. Next, Jiao Hu. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the exam hall changed. What is going on? Why is the exam so hard? I can't even use martial skills. Oh no, I don't think I can pass either. The rest of the disciples looked at each other, only Yichen looked calm. After Fang Xiaozhong, another 3 disciples failed. All of a sudden, the exam master's face darkened. Next, Wang Xuemei. Wang Xuemei was about 16 years old. She was not that pretty, but she had a determined look on her face. She responded, walked out of the group, and walked towards the bronze bell step by step. Looking at the girl who just walked out, the exam master's eyes brightened. Although this girl's Xianxia was a little unstable, it was much better than the previous 5. She must have trained herself, and had been through a lot of hard work. Let's start. The exam master's voice was filled with anticipation. Wang Xuemei nodded, she held her right palm in front of her chest and threw out a lightning-fast attack. The bronze bell rang once, but because it was so fast, most people did not even hear it. The exam master smiled, Wang Xuemei, pass. Phew. Wang Xuemei let out a breath of relief. She had been a bit arrogant before, thinking that she could easily shake the bell without using any martial skills. She did not expect that it would only shake a little, and even she could not hear it clearly, let alone the others. It seemed like Wang Xuemei had inspired them, for out of the next 7 disciples successfully shook the bell and passed the first test. Next, Yichen. Finally, the exam master called out Yichen's name. Without giving the others much time to think, Yichen casually walked a few steps forward. When he was still quite a distance away from the bronze bell, he threw out a punch in the air. Dong, the bronze bell shook violently, and the sound lingered in the air for a long time. It traveled all the way to the outside of the venue, and even traveled miles. The 2 inner disciples at the door were shocked. Who was this? He had just reached the condensing reality realm and he could already shake the bronze bell and cause such a huge noise. Inside the hall. Did I see it wrong? He was 15 steps away from the bell. No, at least 16 steps. What a monster. Could it be that he had already reached the condensing reality realm and had been hiding all this time? All the disciples who were participating in the test were discussing. All of their attention was on Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked calm. Shaking the bronze bell from a distance was not difficult for him at all. It would be strange if he could not shake it. The exam master paused for a second, then smiled and said, "Good, qualified, qualified." To say passed twice in a row, it could be seen how shocked the exam master was. After the first assessment ended, the second assessment officially began, and the disciples who did not pass were asked to leave. At the back of the assessment hall. This was an open-air field, about 500 square feet. In the center, there was a 20-meter wide lake. On both sides of the lake, there was a 10-meter tall wooden bridge. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a wooden bridge that had been cut off from the middle. It looked extremely strange. The second test is to test your Qigong, and Qigong is particular about the purity of your Zhenqi. Now, stand on the wooden frame on the right, and jump to the wooden frame on the opposite side to pass the test. Of course, if you grab the wooden frame with your hands, you will also pass. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked around and realized that the distance between the wooden shelves was the same as the width of the lake, which was about 20 feet, or 66 meters. A normal mortal realm warrior would feel dizzy just by looking at it, not to mention flying across it. Sure enough, except for Wang Xuemei, the faces of the others turned pale. 20 feet, that's too far. My cloud-traversing steps can only allow me to traverse 50 meters in the air at most. I can't go any further. You're lucky, you're training the cloud steps, but I'm training the tiger leap art, which can only allow me to jump 30 meters. What about the other 30 meters? Hearing their discussion, Wang Xuemei's mouth curved into a smile. She looked extremely confident. Just as the exam master was about to announce the start of the assessment, a group of inner disciples came out of the exam hall. All of them were talking and laughing. "Why are you guys here?" The exam master was a bit annoyed. "Master, you don't know that there are very few missions at the end of the year. We've been training too hard. We heard that a lot of people are going to be promoted to inner disciple today, so we came to have a look." One of them seemed to be quite familiar with the exam master. He laughed and said, "Alright, if you want to have a look, then have a look. But don't disturb their assessment, or I'll kick you out immediately." "Don't worry, when have we caused any trouble for you?" The exam master nodded. He cleared his throat and said, "First, Wang Xuemei." Hearing him, Wang Xuemei's feet touched the ground. She jumped onto the wooden shelf on the right like a bullet. She took a deep breath, ran a few steps and jumped high into the air like a swallow. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 55 meters. When she was 10 meters away from the wooden shelf on the left, Wang Xuemei used up all of her Zhenqi. Her body started to fall rapidly. She was about to fail. Wind connection art. At that critical moment, Wang Xuemei yelled. Her body once again jumped out of the air and landed on the wooden shelf. An inner disciple said, "To be able to train the wind connection art to this level is already very good. This art allows you to quickly change your Zhenqi when you use up all of it." Then it was the second disciple's turn. What he practiced was the cloud-traversing steps. When he used it, it was as if he was riding on the clouds, extremely graceful and vigorous. However, due to the limitations of his realm, when he was only 5 meters away from the wooden shelf, he fell into the lake, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, causing a huge splash. The third disciple was even more ridiculous. He only flew for about 30 meters before he fell back down, which made the crowd laugh. The fourth disciple was quite lucky. He managed to move half a meter forward at that critical moment. He grabbed onto the edge of the wooden shelf, his whole body dangling there. The fifth disciple swallowed his saliva. He asked the exam master, "Master, can I step on the water?" "Step on the water?" The exam master looked confused. The wooden shelf was 10 meters high, and jumping on the water was not easy. After all, the water was not like the ground, where one could use it as leverage. Although there is no such rule, if you can jump on it, I will let you pass. The exam master nodded in agreement. His face lit up. The disciple jumped onto the wooden shelf and jumped into the water. Shoo! 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 Like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, he stepped on the water at an extremely fast speed. His body was as light as a feather. This must be the floating body art. No wonder he suggested this. But it is not that easy to jump to 10 meters high. A lot of inner disciples saw through the movement art that the disciple was using. They were all curious, they wanted to see how he was going to pass the test. Hey! When he was 5 meters away from the other side of the lake, the disciple's right foot stomped on the water, creating a huge splash. His body shot up into the sky. It is the explosion water spell, no wonder. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. He had heard of the explosion water spell. This martial art could condense water in a short period of time, then explode it with Xianxia, creating a huge force. If that was the case, he could use the explosive force to push his body and easily jump into the sky. The exam master let out a bitter laugh. Pass. Next, Yi Chen. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was on Yi Chen, because he was the last one. Yi Chen did not feel any pressure. He stretched his body and jumped into the air like a giant bird, lightly landing on the wooden shelf. Just this move alone had shocked all the participating disciples. Let's start. The exam master nodded. Yi Chen's talent was beyond his expectation. In time, he would definitely become one of the top inner disciples. Looking at the wooden shelf 66 meters away, Yi Chen felt that it was so close. When he was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, he could already fly almost 100 meters in the air. Now that he had reached the condensing reality realm, 150 meters was nothing. If he could train a top-rank Mortal Realm art, 200 meters would only be a matter of time. With a slight whistle, Yi Chen took a step forward. His arms were wide open, just like a rock spreading its wings. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He moved very fast. Shoo! After 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen landed on the wooden shelf in front of him. The exam master yelled, "Good, pass." Brother Huang, this Yi Chen's movement art does not seem to be any weaker than yours. No, in terms of movement art, he is already better than me. My only advantage is that my Xianxia is slightly higher. Tisk tsk, the inner disciples can choose any top-rank Mortal Realm art. At that time, the only one who could compete with him in movement art would probably be the flying in the wind Brother Feng. Comparing him with Brother Feng, you guys are overestimating him. Seeing that the second part of the exam had ended, the inner disciples who were watching the exam started to discuss excitedly, each with their own opinions. The exam master looked at the inner disciples who were in the middle of their discussion with a smile. What? Besides him, don't look down on Zhang Haoran and Wu Zongming, who were promoted to inner disciples a few months ago. Their talents are 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000. That's right. I know that Zhang Haoran, half a month ago, he beat Brother Gua, who was famous for his powerful attacks. A lot of people are still talking about him. This guy is arrogant, but he does have what it takes. Soon, it was time for the third test. There was another space behind the open-air field. It was an existence similar to an ancient arena. The center of the field had been dug out, and it looked like a circular swimming pool without any water. On the rock wall at the edge of the field, there were 8 black holes several meters in size, which were sealed with iron gates. The third test is to fight with demonic beasts. Those who can last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will pass and officially become an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The exam master said to the remaining 4 people. The disciple next to Wang Xuemei asked, "Elder, may I know what level the demonic beast is?" Level 3. Ah. Rank 3 demonic beast. The disciple's face turned pale. If his opponent was an early condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid, but a rank 3 demonic beast was different. Compared to human warriors, demonic beasts were born with powerful bodies and fierce auras. Under the same cultivation situation, demonic beasts were undoubtedly more powerful than human warriors. The exam master sneered, "You are afraid." The disciple did not say anything. If I am afraid of a rank 3 demonic beast, how can I survive in the martial world in the future? You know, the scariest thing in the martial world is not the demonic beasts, not the powerful warriors, but the human heart. The evil people are 10 times, even 100 times scarier than the demonic beasts. They can kill without spilling blood. The exam master said. Wang Xuemei looked at the disciple with disdain, and said, "Elder, I am willing to be the first one to take the test." The exam master liked Wang Xuemei quite a bit. He smiled, "Since you have just reached the condensing reality realm, of course we will not use the powerful rank 3 demonic beasts. The rank 3 demonic beasts for this test are Ironclaw demonic wolf, leopard tail wolf, blood pattern bear, and black-shelled cow. Ironclaw demonic wolf, leopard tail wolf, blood pattern bear, black-shelled cow. It is indeed not that powerful, it is only as powerful as a normal early condensing reality realm warrior. An inner disciple said. Alright, the test starts now. Wang Xuemei, you are the first one. Wang Xuemei jumped down, she looked at the black hole that was sealed by the iron gate. She could feel an evil aura locked onto her. Ready? The exam master walked to the mechanism and asked. Wang Xuemei nodded. Crack. Crack, as the exam master opened the mechanism, the iron gate slowly rose up, revealing the inside of the black hole bit by bit. Oh whoa, before the iron gate was fully opened, a huge black shadow jumped out of it, carrying a horrifying demonic aura towards Wang Xuemei. Cloak blade art. Wang Xuemei did not panic, she took out 2 short blades from her waist, and threw them out in a cross shape, landing on the black shadow's body. Chin, sparks flew everywhere, the black shadow showed its real body. It was a calf-sized demonic wolf, its fur was pitch black, and its eyes were red with a hint of green. Its huge mouth was slightly open, revealing its hideous canine teeth. Right then, its front paws were on the blades, it was fighting against Wang Xuemei. Piss off. Infusing her Xianxia into the short blades, Wang Xuemei yelled in a low voice, her body suddenly twisted, the blades were spinning like a spinning top. Shoo, the iron-clawed demonic wolf was extremely agile, it jumped out of the way, then jumped at Wang Xuemei from another angle. It was sly yet cautious, but at the same time, it could not hide its natural brutality. Wang Xuemei seemed to have experience in fighting against rank 3 beasts, she did not panic, nor was she greedy. Basically, she was using the strategy of blocking when the enemy came. The 2 short blades danced in the air so that not even a drop of water could get through. She protected her body, and from time to time, her blades would collide with the iron-clawed demonic wolf's claws, creating beautiful sparks. 1 person and 1 beast were evenly matched. Soon, the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up. Wang Xuemei, you have passed the exam. Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The exam master made a gesture with his right hand, and the iron-clawed demonic wolf was grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and sent into the black hole. Then, the iron gate was closed, and the wolf could no longer come out. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Wang Xuemei was a little shocked. This iron-clawed demonic wolf had been locked up for too long, and it was even more ferocious than normal iron-clawed demonic wolves. If she had not been trained like this in her family, she would not have been able to get out alive. Luckily, she had finally made it through. Now, she was officially an inner disciple, and was qualified to learn top-rank mortal realm manuals. In the future, she would be able to take on missions from the school, and travel around the world like the other inner disciples, making a name for herself. The next one to take the exam was the male disciple who did not perform well before. His opponent was the leopard tail wolf, which was famous for its speed and brutality. Within 10 breaths, the male disciple had been scratched by the leopard tail wolf and fell to the ground. At that critical moment, the exam master had saved him, but it also meant that he had lost the chance to become an inner disciple. If he wanted to take the exam again, he would have to wait for another 3 months. Then, it was the disciple who had passed the second exam with the exploding water spell. Although his flying art was not as good as the others, his attacking power was not bad. The blood pattern bear, which was not very agile, obviously could not hurt him at all. Instead, it was hit a couple of times, but of course, it did not care at all. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the second inner disciple was born. Yi Chen, it's your turn. The exam master was not worried about Yi Chen anymore. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not he could beat the beast, or if he could survive the time it took for an incense stick to burn like the previous 2. Yi Chen did not know what the exam master was thinking, so he jumped into the air and jumped down quickly. The iron gate opened, and a majestic shadow with an extremely oppressive aura walked out. Moo, the black shadow roared into the sky. It was a demonic bull covered in black armor, with 2 horns that looked like sharp blades. The demonic bull was 2.5 meters tall, its eyes were as big as bells, and its nose was blowing out a whirlwind like air. Its hooves had sharp claws that were curved like blades, shining with a cold light. The black shell bull is the most powerful beast among the three. It was born with great strength, and its defense is extremely high. It will be very hard to beat it. I think it can only last for another 30 minutes. Obviously, the crowd did not think that Yichen could beat the black shell bull. After all, even some of the inner disciples could not break through the black shell bull's defense in a short time, not to mention Yichen, who had just reached the condensing reality realm. Different from the iron-clawed demonic wolf and the blood-pattern bear, the black shell bull did not attack immediately. It kept its right hooves on the ground, and stared at Yichen with its bell-sized eyes. It lowered its body slightly. Tat 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 tat. After charging up, the black shell bull's body suddenly emitted a dark gray demonic chi. The dense demonic chi covered it completely, only revealing its two bloody red eyes. Then it started to move its hooves, and with a horrifying pressure, it charged towards Yichen, trying to kill him with one hit. At this moment, Yichen moved. The muscles on his right arm swelled, and he clenched his fist, pointing it forward. When the black shell bull was only half a meter away from him, Yichen let out a low growl, and punched through the demonic chi, landing heavily on the black shell bull's forehead. Boom! The hard rock ground cracked open, and the black shell bull's huge body was suddenly pressed into the ground. It was bleeding from every orifice, and its limbs were twitching. Killing the black shell bull with one punch. Gasp! The inner disciples who were watching the battle gasped, they were shocked. Wang Xuemei murmured, "How can there be such a freak?" After a while, the exam master praised him, "Well done. With your potential and talent, it will not be hard for you to make a name for yourself in the future. You might even be able to compete with the geniuses from other martial institutions, and bring glory to our Sky Cloud Martial School." Yichen's face did not turn red, nor was he out of breath. Just now, he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. It could not be said to be strenuous. Hearing this, he said, "Elder, you flatter me. It doesn't matter if you've won or not. Everything depends on your own hard work. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, your achievements will be limited. In the past 20 years, I've seen many unknown disciples soar to the skies, and I've also seen many talented disciples slowly fall. I hope you're not the next one." The exam master did not know how many times he had placed his hopes on Yichen, but unfortunately, in the end, only a few people were able to fulfill his expectations. However, Yichen was one of the people he had high hopes for, and he sincerely hoped that he could grow up and take charge of his own affairs. "Alright, now that the inner court disciple assessment is over, the three of you, follow me to collect your inner court disciple waste tokens, clothing, and other things. The rest of you are dismissed." In the side hall of the examination hall. According to your body shape, each of you can pick 3 sets of inner court disciple robes. In the future, if any of them are torn, you can come here to change them. The exam master opened one of the rows of cabinets and said to Yichen and the other 2. Yichen fixed his eyes on the cabinet. It was huge, divided into 12 compartments, and in each compartment, there were 10 sets of white robes. All of them were of different sizes, and the sizes were marked on the outside. The 3 of them were very familiar with their own sizes, so they quickly picked out their robes. Then, the exam master brought the 3 of them to the armory, and let them pick out the weapons they liked. Yichen picked out a 4-feet-long greatsword, named Hidden Cloud. It was as famous as the colorful snow blade from the North Snow Martial Academy and the crystal sword from the Emerald Martial Palace. They were all extremely powerful weapons. Wang Xuemei picked out 2 dark purple short knives, named Purple Deer. The other disciple was not good with weapons, so he randomly picked out a dagger that could cut through iron like it was mud. At this moment, the exam master took out 3 dark blue-colored tags from the box next to him. They looked like they were made of wood or iron, and seemed to be a bit heavy. Remember, you can't just throw away an inner court disciple tag. It represents your identity, and it is also the proof of your training in the outside world. When you are in danger, you can show the tag, and it might be able to save you. On the other hand, if you lose the tag and get killed, the Sky Cloud Martial School won't be able to handle it. You have to remember this. The exam master warned. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. Picking up a tag, the exam master concentrated his power on his fingers, and started writing on the back of the tag. His Zhenqi rubbed against the tag, and a light cyan smoke came out. After writing on the first tag, the exam master picked up the second one. Soon, all 3 tags had been written with names, so it was useless for others to take them. Taking over the tag, Yichen subconsciously used 60% of his power, trying to test the tag's toughness. The result was out of his expectation. There was no mark on the tag at all. Yichen did not believe it. He combined all of his Xianxia with his strong power and poured it into his fingertips, and pressed on the tag. Sizzle, a thin layer of white smoke came out, but the tag was still undamaged. Releasing his Xianxia, Yichen couldn't help but admire the exam master's profound cultivation. He was able to write the names of the 3 of them on the tag so easily. If that finger had landed on his body, it would definitely have pierced a bloody hole. Now, come with me to the ranking Jade Wall. That is the place every inner court disciple has to go to. The ranking Jade Wall, the 3 of them had heard of this place, but they had never been there. The palace in the middle of the mountain was called the Floating Cloud Palace. It was the place where the inner court disciples could take on missions. Outside of the palace was a huge square that was paved with white marble. On the side of the square, there was a jade wall that was 1 meter tall and 1 meter wide. It was completely white with a hint of cyan, and there were many wooden tags hanging on it. Right now, there were a lot of inner court disciples standing under the jade wall. They all raised their heads to look at the positions of the wooden tags and the names on them. Xianxia actually climbed up another 10 places. He's now at 285th place. That Wu Zongming is not bad either. He is now 333rd. The most impressive one is still senior sister Su Jing. She jumped from 23rd to 8th among the core disciples, and finally made it to the top of the jade wall. While everyone was talking, Yi Chan and the other 2 followed the exam master to the jade wall. Greetings, Elder Tang. Are these 3 newly promoted inner court disciples? Although the exam master was only an outer court master, he was very powerful, even more powerful than the inner court masters. On top of that, he was a kind and friendly person, and was highly respected and loved by everyone. The exam master nodded, and said with a smile, "You guys have to work hard, some of them have great potential. I think they are not below the top 400. Hee, we are working hard every day, don't worry, Elder Tang." Yichen didn't care about the others' conversation, he just carefully observed the huge jade wall. On the surface of the jade wall, there were many wooden tags, roughly divided into 29 rows. Each row could hold up to 20 tags, with different names written on them. Among them, Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren were in the list. They were the 3rd on the 17th row, and the 15th on the 14th row. The 1st and 2nd rows were the wooden tags of the core disciples. They were bright red in color, bright and eye-catching, above everyone else. The 3rd row was for the top 10 inner court disciples. Their wooden tags were light red, which meant that they had the ability to become a core disciple, and replace the position of the core disciples. The 4th row was for the inner court disciples with the most number of people. Their wooden tags were dark cyan, similar to the inner court disciples' tags. The 3 of you, write your name on the empty wooden plate and hang it at the end. The exam master pointed at the last row of empty wooden plates and said. Yichen took down the empty wooden plate, and just like the others, he gathered his strength on his fingers and slowly carved 2 words, Yichen, and then hung it back. The exam master rubbed his temples and said, "The rules of the ranking, I will not talk about these trivial things. You can ask your senior brothers and sisters, they will tell you everything. If there is nothing else, I will leave for now." After the exam master left, the male disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple immediately asked, "Senior brothers and sisters, my name is Li Xing. May I ask, what is the use of the ranking, and how do we rank?" One of the inner disciples explained, "To be honest, the ranking does not have any practical use, but if you really think that it is useless, then you are completely wrong. First of all, the ranking can stimulate the competitive spirit. No one wants to be ranked lower than others, and no one can just casually get a high rank. If you want to rush to the top, you have to rely on hard work and power. Of course, there are some people who are willing to give up, but after all, it is very rare, almost negligible. After all, it is not easy to become an inner disciple, everyone knows how hard it is. Most importantly, at the end of the year, the inner disciples who are ranked out of the top 500 will lose their inner disciple status, and become outer disciples again. If you want to recover, you will have to wait for half a year, and before that, there have already been 11 inner disciples who have been removed from the ranking. What a cruel competition, Yichen thought more deeply than the others. After listening to the exam master, it did not seem like a big deal, since only those who were ranked out of the top 500 would be removed from the ranking. As long as they were not too bad, then they would definitely be able to stay on the ranking. But the problem was, the inner disciples who were not ranked out of the top 500 would definitely not be willing to be removed from the ranking, so they would try their best to climb up. When a person managed to get into the top 500, they would be afraid of being pulled down by others, so they would definitely continue to work hard and fight for a higher rank, only then would they be safe. But this way, the other people who were pulled down would be anxious. Who would want to be ranked out of the top 500? Of course not, so they would also try their best to climb up. The higher the ranking, the better. In the end, the entire list would become a chaotic battle, and only a small portion of people would be spared. Another inner disciple continued, "The rules of the ranking are very simple, you can challenge each other, but the condition is that the challengers must be in the same row. For example, a disciple in the 29th row can only challenge an inner disciple in the 29th row, and once he becomes the first disciple in the 29th row, he can challenge an inner disciple in the 28th row. Apart from that, there will be an inner disciple ranking competition in the middle of the year, and it will be a big event. The entire ranking list will be cleaned, and some inner disciples who are afraid of being challenged will have no reason to avoid it." I see. Li Xing sized up Yichen, his heart filled with envy. With Yichen's strength, it should be easy for him to make it into the top 400. It was unlikely that he would be eliminated, but Li Xing would be in danger. At this time, a rather good-looking senior sister reminded them, "I suggest that you take on a few missions from the sect first, and then challenge other inner disciples. You have to know that if you have not experienced danger or killed before, it will have a great impact on your combat power, and the inner disciples who are challenged will not show mercy." That's right, being challenged will always make people unhappy. Those with good tempers might make you vomit blood, but those with bad tempers might make you lie in bed for a while. This is very common. Suddenly, a noise came from the front of the plaza. Everyone looked over and saw two young men with blood all over their clothes, carrying another young man whose life or death was unknown. "What happened to junior brother Liang?" someone hurriedly asked. The one on the left wiped his tears. "The disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School are too much. We were the ones who found the mission first, but they snatched it away and even tried to attack us. In order to protect us, senior brother Liang was punched 3 times and kicked 4 times, he is seriously injured. F***ck, those bastards from the Purple Sun Martial School, just you wait, I will teach them a lesson when I get the chance. They are so cruel, they snatched the mission and still want to attack us." Hearing the angry voices of the crowd, Yichen started to feel the pressure of being a martial disciple. Inside the martial school, he had to fight for the ranking, but outside of the martial school, he had to face the provocations of other martial school disciples. If he was even a little bit careless, he could be killed or injured. Of course, this was not the only danger. Many of those underground martial artists had suffered at the hands of the martial schools before, and if they had the chance, they would definitely try to assassinate the martial school disciples. Seeing this, Wang Xuemei knew that she was not powerful enough. She bit her lips, turned around and walked away quietly. "Let's go to the pavilion of martial skills first." After becoming an inner disciple, he had half a year to train freely. Although he did not have to wait for half a year, he would definitely choose to train a couple of top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Even the King Kong Fist and the Golden Goose art seemed to be of a low rank. In the pavilion of martial skills. "Master, we meet again." This time, Yichen greeted the master first, and showed him his inner disciple tag. The pavilion elder exclaimed, "An inner disciple token. Good boy. Hee, I just got promoted. Now I can go to the 2nd floor, right? There is no time limit, right?" Yichen laughed. "Of course not, go ahead." After saying this, the pavilion master was stunned for a long time, then he said to himself, "This kid is a genius." He was only at Mortal Realm Stage 4 at that time. 2nd floor, standing at the entrance, Yichen thought to himself, "From now on, I can stay here as long as I want. How great!" There were not that many top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, there were only about 100 of them. But to choose one that was suitable for him, it would be a bit difficult. First of all, he would have to choose a martial art. Before, the pure yuan art had brought a lot of benefits to Yi Chen, so this time, he would still choose this type of Xianxia martial art. Although the mystic gravity spell had special effects like the mystic gravity field, it could only be used in close combat, so the overall evaluation would not be that high. 3 Purple Chi Flower Spell, a top-rank mortal realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 3rd stage, a purple Xianxia flower will appear on top of your head. At the 5th stage, 2 purple Xianxia flowers will appear on top of your head. At the highest stage, the 7th stage, Xianxia will reach the peak of the 3 purple flowers. Azure River Spell, a top-rank mortal realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 7th stage, 1 purple Xianxia flower will appear on top of your head. At the 5th stage, 2 purple Xianxia flowers will appear on top of your head. At the highest stage, the 7th stage will allow you to complete your Xianxia and gather all 3 flowers above your head. Azure River Spell, a top-rank mortal realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 7th stage, the user will be able to gather the surrounding water yuan qi and increase the power of his attacks. If trained to the 7th stage, the user will be able to increase the power of his attacks. If trained to the 3rd stage, the user will be able to use the power of thunder and lightning to paralyze the user's body. After reading 3 martial arts in a row, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed top-rank mortal realm martial arts, every single one of them was extremely powerful. They were definitely not something a top-rank mortal realm martial art could compare with. The main reason why he was able to beat Huang Bingwen was that Huang Bingwen's cultivation was not high enough, otherwise he would have already killed him. As for beating Yi Tang and Yi Xian, it was all because of his powerful physical strength. His cultivation did not play much of a role. Thinking about it, Yi Chen felt lucky. If he only had these 3 martial arts to choose from, he would definitely choose the wind and thunder art. This martial art had a great effect on his movement skills, and in the later stages, it would be able to bring out the power of thunder and lightning. In his hands, it would definitely be able to bring out its full potential. However, it was still too early to choose, there might be better martial arts that he had not seen yet. On the 2nd floor of the Pavilion of Martial Arts, Yi Chen picked up all the manuals one by one and put them back. These manuals were actually quite good, they all had their own strengths. For example, some could recover qi fast, which was good for prolonged battles, some could explode Jin qi, which was good for quick fights, some were good for defense, which was good for warriors who liked to fight head-on, and some had special effects, such as the mysterious heavy qi field of the art of martial arts, or the art of grafting. All in all, none of the manuals that could reach the top-rank mortal realm were useless. Seeing that he was about to go through all the manuals on the 2nd floor, Yi Chen finally found one that he was very satisfied with. Pure Jun Jin Qi, a top-rank mortal realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. According to the legends, it was the exclusive martial art of the Clear Stream Sword School 2,000 years ago. The first 4 stages focused on training Jin Qi, which could create sharpness, the 5th stage could create Qi Light, which could kill people within 10 steps, the 6th stage could go 1 step further, creating a protective Qi Light, which could attack and defend at the same time. The highest stage was the 7th stage, where all of the Zhen Qi in one's body could be combined into one, and one could create Qi swords with just a wave of one's hand, which could injure people from 100 steps away. Great, this is it. Yi Chen felt that there was no need to keep searching, this pure Jun Jin Qi was definitely a good fit for him. After deciding on the martial art, the next step was the flying art. The Golden Swallow art was only a high-rank mortal realm martial art, but even Yi Chen did not dare to ignore it. In other words, if he did not have the Golden Swallow art, his only trump card would be his physical strength, but he did not want to reveal too much about the pure jade body-boosting spell. Now that there was an opportunity to choose a top-rank mortal realm flying art, Yi Chen would not let it go. Moving Shadows, Flying Wind Spell, 7-Star Cloud Flying Art, Crane Shadow Steps, all kinds of movement art manuals appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes, he was almost dazzled by them. Shifting Shadows, as the name suggests, allows one to shift one's body in a very short period of time to confuse the enemy's eyes and ears. Wind riding art allows the cultivator's body to become light and strong, as fast as the wind. 7-star cloud soaring art allows the cultivator to step on the 7 stars, allowing the cultivator to travel 1,000 miles. Crane shadow steps allows the cultivator to disappear without a trace. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to choose the crane shadow steps, just like how he chose the golden swallow skill. Finally, Yi Chen picked out a fist art manual. As for the sword art, he did not need it for now. The Lone Peak of 13 Swords was more than enough, since the complete Lone Peak of 13 Swords was also a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art. After leaving the martial skill pavilion, Yi Chen went straight back to his courtyard. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early in the morning, a thin mist shrouded half of the Breeze Mountain. On a remote cliff, hissing sounds could be heard without end, dense and rapid. A gust of wind blew past, and the mist became thinner. A human figure could be vaguely seen standing there. In front of him was a huge rock, 3 meters tall, and had a black color. The sound came from the human figure. If you looked closely, you would find that the mist around him could not even get within 3 feet of him, as if there was an invisible chi shield around him. Not only that, all the mist that got close to him was shredded into strands and strands. At first glance, it looked like the steam from boiling water. The human figure was, of course, Yi Chen. Right now, his eyes were slightly closed, and he was using all of his pure Junjin Qi. After a long time, Yi Chen moved. With a wave of his hand, an invisible Qi light flew out of his hand and landed on the huge rock. Poof, stone chips flew everywhere, and a half-foot-long mark appeared on the surface of the huge rock. The edge of the mark was as sharp as a knife. Poof. 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 The first Qi ray was already extraordinarily swift and fierce, but the following Qi rays were even more powerful. Every one of them was narrow and sharp, curved like a knife, and slashed at the huge rock, cutting out countless crisscrossing cracks. It was a ghastly sight. Zhen Qi like a blade, is this the 6th level of pure Junjin Qi? Looking at the scarred boulder, Yi Chen felt a little emotional. Half a year ago, his full-strength attack was only this powerful, but now, he could casually send out dozens or even hundreds of them, and still have strength left over. If this dense Qi aura hit a human body, they would be minced into meat paste. Intending to test the power of the Qi light, Yi Chen took a deep breath and straightened his right hand like a blade, waving it in the air. Ka-cha! In the blink of an eye, the huge rock was pierced through, and a hair-thin crack quickly spread out. At the same time, Yi Chen walked towards the boulder. When the distance between the two was less than 3 feet, the surface of the giant rock slowly caved in, and the dark brown stone powder sputtered out in a spiral shape, covering the ground. A moment later, Yi Chen was almost pressed against the rock. When he stepped back and left, he saw an oval depression on the surface of the huge rock. The surface was smooth and exquisite as if it had been meticulously polished. Good, this protective Qi aura is amazing. Yi Chen let out a sigh. The so-called Qi light was actually made up of countless sharp air currents. Any object that got close to it would be shattered into pieces. If one's Zhen Qi cultivation reached a certain level, even a well-tempered weapon would not be able to get close to it, and would be shattered into pieces. However, it was not easy to train to the 6th level of pure Junjin Qi. In the past 1.5 months, Yi Chen had trained his Zhen Qi for a total of 108 times. After every training, he would break it again and again. Every time, he would be exhausted and sweating profusely. Of course, it was all worth it. The power of the pure Junjin Qi had already been demonstrated. It was way more powerful than most of the Zhen Qi, and it was only at the 6th level. If he could train it to the 7th level, he would be able to use his Zhen Qi to create Qi swords. By then, he would be able to kill his enemies from hundreds of steps away, which was way more powerful than any other martial skill. Unfortunately, the more powerful a martial art was, the harder it was to train it. Although Yi Chen's comprehensive ability was already on the top, he was not confident that he could reach the 7th level in a short period of time, not to mention the peak of the 7th level, the completed pure Junjin Qi. I should train the crane shadow steps first. According to the rumors, there was a huge mountain in the west of the true spirit continent. There were thousands of years-old spirit cranes living on the mountain. The wingspan of the spirit cranes was more than 100 meters, covering the whole sky. Every time it flew over the forest, a large number of trees would be broken. When it flew over the ocean, the waves would be hundreds of meters high, and when it flew over the desert, countless sandstorms would appear and drown everything. The 1,000-years-old spirit cranes were not demonic beasts. Some people said they were divine birds, while others said they were rare species that were raised by powerful ancient martial artists. All kinds of rumors added to the mystery of the spirit cranes. Therefore, every year, a lot of people would travel to the west of the true spirit continent, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit cranes. Whether it was true or not, the 1,000-years-old spirit cranes had been around for thousands of years. That was why they were called the spirit cranes. 200 years ago, a flying artist came to the west of the true spirit continent from thousands of miles away just like other people. After waiting for years, he finally saw the spirit cranes. Although the wingspan of the spirit cranes was less than 30 meters, it was still very magical. It could easily tear a small mountain apart with its claws, and when it jumped, it was impossible for the naked eye to follow it. With one leap, it could travel 10 miles. After being amazed, the flying artist spent years observing the spirit crane's movements every day, and finally created a powerful flying art. This flying art was called the crane shadow steps. However, no one had ever seen the spirit cranes before, so they could not bring out the essence of the crane shadow steps. This caused the crane shadow steps to decline, and eventually, it dropped to the top-rank mortal realm. Coincidentally, the Crane Shadow Steps manual was found by an inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and was stored in the Martial Skill Pavilion for his disciples to practice. This secret was heard by Yichen from the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master was one of the practitioners of the Crane Shadow Steps. According to him, with his peak-level early clasping Yuan realm cultivation, if he performed the Crane Shadow Steps with all his strength, he could reach 200 meters in one leap, which was more than half the speed of sound. However, even the Pavilion Master could not fully understand the essence of the Crane Shadow Steps, so he had to train a low-rank Earth Realm movement art called the Flowing Light Movement Art, which allowed him to travel up to 250 meters in a blink of an eye, which was 50 meters faster than the Crane Shadow Steps. 250 meters, more than 3 times of mine. Yichen thought that he was very good at movement art. He could travel 70 to 80 meters in a blink of an eye, and normal mortal realm warriors would not even be able to see his shadow. However, compared to the Pavilion Master, the difference was obvious. If the Pavilion Master wanted to kill Yichen, it would only take him one attack. Forcing a laugh, Yichen knew that he was biting off more than he could chew. What kind of cultivation did the Pavilion Master have, and what kind of cultivation did he have? The two could not be compared at all. Once he reached the clasping Yuan realm, 250 meters might not be that shocking anymore. Without further ado, Yichen took out the Crane Shadow Steps manual from his storage ring and started to read from the first page. There were 3 key points to training the Crane Shadow Steps. The first was the body movement, the second was the chi flow, and the third was the mentality. The body movement and the chi flow were not that important, but the mentality was the key. The practitioner had to imagine that they were one with the crane, that they could activate the mysterious potential in their body and increase their speed to a new level. It sounded easy. Wasn't it just fantasizing? Anyone with a bit of imagination could do it. However, fantasizing was just fantasizing. There were very, very few people who could really stimulate the potential in their bodies. There was less than 1 in 10,000, and there might not even be 1 in 100,000. It should be known that the human body was one of the most complicated objects in the world. Its mysteries could not be seen through in one's entire life. Only the 5th great realm of martial artists, the Spirit Ocean realm, could see the surface of it, understand some of the rules of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and apply it to themselves to slow down the aging process, living for hundreds of years. One more step would be the 6th great realm of martial artists, the life and death realm. Martial artists could completely stimulate the potential of the human body, reverse life and death, and break through the limit of life allowed by the world, living for more than 1,000 years. However, once one reached this realm, with every increase in cultivation, he would have to endure the heavenly punishment, such as the heavenly thunder tribulation, the wind and fire tribulation, or the Yuan spirit tribulation. Each tribulation had countless changes, and each change was divided into different levels. After passing through, one could continue to comprehend the heavenly Tao, preparing to step into the legendary seventh great realm of martial artists. Su King, Xianho, the Evil King, and the Dragon King were all martial artists who had stepped into the life and death realm. They had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the potential in their bodies had been fully unleashed. If they were to learn the Crane Shadow Steps, they would be able to master it without much effort. Unfortunately, with their status and power, they would not be interested in the Crane Shadow Steps manual. Perhaps even 1,000 years old Spirit Crane was nothing in their eyes. Of course, stimulating one's potential was only one of the profound mysteries of the human body. It was not the whole thing. After 1,000 years, one would still die completely. Let's not talk about this for now. Yichen let out a sigh when he thought about how to stimulate the potential of the human body. Although he only needed a tiny bit of it, he still sighed. No wonder so many people couldn't understand the essence of the Crane Shadow Steps. After all, they had never seen a spirit crane before, so how could they understand the habits and concept of a spirit crane? Whatever, even without the spiritual perspective of the spirit crane, the Crane Shadow Steps was still one of the best top-rank mortal realm movement art. A lot of people wanted to learn it but couldn't. After the slight disappointment, Yichen's fighting spirit was reignited. The first thing he needed to do was to master the Crane Shadow Steps to its peak. Everything else could wait. It was said that there was no sun or moon in the mountains, and it was not a lie at all. A month's time had passed while Yichen was diligently practicing the Crane Shadow Steps. Maybe it was because the Crane Shadow Steps could stimulate one's potential, or maybe it was because hardworking people tended to grow faster, but Yichen, who was only 15 years old, had grown from 1.7 meters to 1.75 meters. Although he was a little skinny, he did not look skinny at all when he took off his clothes. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and the muscles on his arms and chest were extremely strong. Just by standing there, he had an awe-inspiring aura. After a month of training, Yichen had completely mastered the Crane Shadow Steps. His pure Junjin Qi had also reached the peak of the 6th stage, and his protective Qi layer had turned from transparent to light green. Now, he could just casually use the Crane Shadow Steps to fly to the sea of clouds on the other side of the cliff, and then use his protective Qi layer to cut open a path, then turn back. It was as if he had really turned into a spirit crane, and the gravity could no longer restrict his body. Now, I can reach 100 meters in one leap, and with the protective Qi layer on the outside and the pure Jade body boosting spell on the inside, my power has almost doubled. If I meet that Chui Shiming again, I should be able to beat him within 3 attacks. But he is only a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior, he is not a genius, and most of his martial skills have not been mastered yet, so they are not worth mentioning. If I meet a peak early condensing reality realm warrior who has mastered a few martial skills, it would still be very difficult for me to beat him. Too bad I don't have the chance to test it out, otherwise I would know what my real power level is, and what my limit is. Yichen calculated in his mind, but he was still not sure. He thought of himself as a genius, but the true spirit continent did not lack geniuses. Before him, there was Xianho, who had reached the life and death realm at the age of 10, and was on the same level as Su King. After him, there were the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation. They were called the top 4 childs because they were talented in all aspects, otherwise, it would be hard to convince the public. Of course, Yichen only admired the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation, but it was not enough to move him. The Windy Nation was only a small nation in the South Shui region, and there were 24 small nations in the South Shui region, 10 medium-sized nations, and 3 large nations. Even a small nation like the Windy Nation had people like the top 4 childs. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the other nations that were bigger than the Windy Nation would be. Not to mention the others, the Rudra Nation, which was right next to the Windy Nation, did not take the Windy Nation seriously at all. They often sent out soldiers to harass the borders of the Windy Nation, or asked their soldiers to dress up as bandits to rob the caravans of the Windy Nation. Besides the national power, the Rudra Nation had always been full of geniuses. Sometimes, they even had more geniuses than most of the small nations, and could even be compared with the medium-sized nations. If it were not for the top 4 childs, the Windy Nation would have already become a laughingstock. Dang, 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 right then, a series of bell ringing came from the middle of the Windy Mountain, shaking hundreds of miles. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, only the floating cloud palace would ring the bell. For example, during the inner disciple exam, it did not count as ringing the bell, it was just smashing the bell. There was a huge difference between the two. There must be a lot of missions from the school. No matter what, I have to go check it out first. His body blurred, and the next second, Yi Chen had already flown to a big tree 100 meters away. He flashed a couple of times, then disappeared without a trace. Inside the majestic floating cloud palace, there were hundreds of disciples gathered, and from time to time, there would be other disciples arriving. Stepping into the palace, Yi Chen looked up. The palace was still empty even though there were hundreds of people gathered there. The floor was paved with green steel stones, and on both sides of the walls, there were 9 stone pillars that reached the sky. They were green with a hint of red, and each of them had a flying dragon carved on them. Inside the stone pillars, there was a jade wall every 30 steps, and the jade walls were covered with paper. Yi Chen, you are here too. A person walked in from outside the palace. It was Wu Zongming. He already knew that Yi Chen had been promoted to an inner disciple, so he did not look surprised. Yi Chen turned around and said, I have been training for 3 months, and I felt that I would not be able to make any more progress in a short period of time, so I came to have a look. Wu Zongming laughed, I can't compare to you, I had to train for 5 months before I dared to take on the mission. Oh right, this is your first time here, so you might not know much about the school missions, let me tell you about them. Thank you. Yi Chen indeed wanted to know more about the school missions. There are actually 2 types of school missions. One is the bounty missions that are entrusted to the school by other forces. For example, a small family can't do something, so they can spend a lot of money to entrust the school with the task. Then, the school will evaluate the difficulty of the mission and give it to their disciples. The other type is the school missions that are assigned by the school themselves, also known as the school missions. The rewards of the school missions might not be as high as the bounty missions, but you can get a small amount of soul stones. So if you want to know what kind of mission it is, you just have to look at the rewards. The bounty missions can only get you gold, while the school missions can get you both gold and soul stones. Yi Chen nodded, so that's how it is. Also, according to the difficulty, the missions are divided into several levels. The lowest level is the white mission, which is suitable for early condensing reality realm warriors, the gray mission, which is suitable for mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and the black mission, which is usually only accepted by late condensing reality realm warriors. As for the black mission, it is the elder mission, which is not something we can look at anymore. Now, look at the color of the jade walls, and you will know the level of the mission. Wu Zongming pointed at the jade walls in the palace. Hearing Wu Zongming, Yi Chen took a closer look and found that the 2 jade walls near the door were white in color, which meant that the missions on them should be white missions. According to the rules of the left side and the right side, the one on the left side of the door was for the school missions, and the one on the right side was for the bounty missions. Behind them were 2 gray jade walls, and behind the gray jade walls were 2 black jade walls. There were the least number of disciples standing there, only 7 or 8 of them. Most of them were at the late condensing reality realm, and there were even some core disciples among them. Clearing his throat, Wu Zongming continued, besides that, the missions of the same level are also divided into different levels of difficulty. They are 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, and the highest 5-star difficulty. With my current strength, I can only take on 3-star white missions. 4-star missions would be life-threatening, and 5-star missions would basically be a one-way trip. Yi Chen asked, can we form a team to complete the missions? Wu Zongming nodded and said, that's right. For example, I can only take on 3-star white missions. If I want to take on a 4-star white mission, I would have to find 1 or 2 inner disciples who are at the same level as me. In this way, once the mission is completed, I would be able to get more rewards than the previous 3-star white missions. Oh, is that so? Hearing Wu Zongming's explanation, Yi Chen's interest in the school missions had increased a lot. However, he did not plan to form a team with anyone yet. He would think about it in the future. Alright, I will go and say hello to a few of my senior disciples. I have teamed up with them last time. Wu Zongming saw that Yi Chen had basically understood the situation, so he did not waste any more time. Yichen thanked him again. After Wu Zongming left, Yichen first walked to the white jade wall on the right. Just as he expected, the white jade wall on the right had a bounty mission written on it. The reward was only gold, there were no soul stones. He looked down from above. On the first piece of paper, there was a black skull, and below the skull, there were words. Mission: eliminate the skeleton bandit group. Crimes: robbing passing merchants, killing people for their goods, raping women, heinous crimes. Strength analysis: the leader of the horse gang is a peak early condensing reality realm warrior. The second and third leaders are experienced early condensing reality realm warriors. They have 30 to 40 people, and dozens of powerful bows. Mission difficulty: 5 stars, reward, 30,000 gold. Suggestion: 5 peak level early condensing reality realm warriors or 2 mid condensing reality realm warriors. After reading the description, Yichen gasped. This 5-star white rank mission was way too difficult. It turned out to be eliminating a horse gang. The more people there were, the better it would be. Even if one's cultivation was 1 level higher, it would still not be enough. If one was careless, he might even lose his life. No wonder it was suggested to have 5 peak early condensing reality realm warriors or 2 mid condensing reality realm warriors. If one went alone, it would be suicide. But it was just a suggestion after all. It was aimed at the disciples who were not very talented. For a genius like Yichen, it was nothing new to challenge someone who was at a higher cultivation level. If he took this mission, Yichen had more than 90% confidence that he could complete it. But, would there be any problems if he took on such a difficult mission right from the start? After thinking for a while, Yichen decided to give up on the 5-star white rank mission for now. It was not that he was afraid of trouble, but he was just being cautious. He decided to take on a low difficulty white rank mission first. Once he had a thorough understanding of the mission's difficulty, he would then take on a high difficulty mission. This mission is mine. Suddenly, a hand pulled at the paper. With a swoosh, the mission list of eliminating the skeleton horse gang fell into the hand of the person who took the mission. Yichen turned his head and looked over. The one who took the mission was a tall teenager with a pair of thick black eyebrows. Just by standing there, his whole body was emitting an extremely oppressive aura, which made the surrounding disciples take half a step back uncontrollably. It's Senior Brother Wang. Brother Wang? Yichen did not recognize him, but the Zhen Qi vibration coming from him was very strong. He was at least a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. The tall teenager chuckled, then turned around and left. Without being affected too much, Yichen put his attention back on the jade board and looked down. The third line. Mission: kill the bloody butcher. Crimes: raping women, killing people like flies. Analysis: peak early condensing reality realm warrior. Difficulty: 3 stars, reward, 4,000 taels of gold. Suggestion: 2 peak level early condensing reality realm warriors or 1 mid condensing reality realm warrior. Yichen's eyes brightened. That's him. The bloody butcher's power was at most equivalent to a mid condensing reality realm warrior. Not to mention the current Yichen, even if he had just reached the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. To be honest, choosing this white rank mission was a bit of an overkill. After all, there was no need to rush. However, Yichen did not think that way. This was only his first mission, and he did not want to make any mistakes. He had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Once he had enough experience, he would be able to choose the more difficult missions. There were always missions, and it was not like this was his first time. There was no need to rush. Tearing down the mission sheet, Yichen did not rush to leave. He turned around and walked to the white jade board. The first line of the mission was a 4-star white rank mission. It was obviously easier than killing the skeleton bandits. The reward was 5,000 gold and 2 low-rank soul stones, which did not seem like much at all. However, accounts could not be calculated in this way. The value of a low-grade spirit stone was between 1,000 and 1,500 silvers, but the key was to have a place to buy it. Especially for an individual, it was very difficult to buy a spirit stone. You could only come across one in an auction. Therefore, this was only the normal value of a low-grade spirit stone. Most of the time, it was not normal. Sometimes, a low-grade spirit stone could be sold up to 2 or 3,000 silvers. Because of this, although the rewards of the missions were low, they were very popular among the disciples who were in need of low-rank soul stones. Every time a mission appeared, it would be taken. There were dozens of mission sheets on the first line of the white jade board. Now, there was only one left. It would probably be taken by someone soon. Yichen was not in need of soul stones, and the rewards of the white rank missions were too little. He did not want to join in the fun at all. When he walked out of the floating cloud palace, Wu Zongming happened to walk out at the same time. Yichen, what kind of mission did you take? Yichen waved the mission sheet in his hand, 3-star white rank mission. Wu Zongming laughed, just like you, I also took a 3-star white rank mission. Go to the wind chime town and kill a bloodthirsty two-tailed leopard. Two-tailed leopard, very fast. The two-tailed leopard was a rank 3 beast, it was not very powerful. It was about the same as a normal condensing reality realm warrior, but it was as fast as the wind, very hard to deal with. That's true. I need to go back and prepare. Let's talk again when we have time. Alright then. After parting with Wu Zongming, Yichen saw that it was still early and walked down the mountain. Blackstone Village, a remote village near the Blackstone mountain range. The area of the town was not large, and there were no tall buildings. It was surrounded by a simple wooden fence. Its purpose was nothing more than to guard against sneak attacks from low-level demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts frequently appeared in the wilderness. If one was not careful, they would become prey. On the road not far from Blackstone town, the youth slowed down his horse. According to the information, the Bloody Butcher came to this area 3 days ago, and within a few hundred miles, Blackstone town is the only place where people can live, unless he went somewhere else during this time. The young man was Yichen. It had been a day and 2 nights since he had accepted the mission. During this time, he had traveled non-stop and arrived at Blackstone town, which was 3,000 miles away. Whatever, let's go in and take a look first. With a slight push from his legs, Yichen urged the dark brown horse to gallop towards the entrance of Darkstone town. After entering the town, Yichen got off the horse and led it as he walked. The environment of the town was not very good. The road was full of potholes, and the shops on both sides of the road looked very old, as if they had not been repaired for a long time. Compared to the windy town, this was like a village. The two were not even on the same level. Of course, Yichen did not care about the environment. His purpose here was to kill the Bloody Butcher, and he would leave soon. In the middle of the town, there was a 2-story restaurant. Maybe this was the busiest place in Blackstone town. On the 2nd floor, there was a burly man sitting by the window. He was wearing brown clothes, and his wild hair was draped over his shoulders. The hand that was holding the wine glass was thick and had thick calluses. It was as hard as iron, and it was slightly black. As for his face, it was very scary. The crisscrossing knife scars had almost ruined his face. Only his eyes were shining, and emitted a cruel aura. After eating a few pieces of beef and drinking a glass of wine, the burly man turned around and said to a teenager in purple, "Who are you? It seems like you have been staring at me for a long time." The teenager in purple put down the chopsticks in his hand, and said arrogantly, "You are the Bloody Butcher?" "That's right." The burly man licked his lips. "It seems like my luck is quite good. Do you want to kill yourself, or do you want me to kill you myself? Choose one." Hearing him, the Bloody Butcher laughed out loud, "You are just a small peak of the early condensing reality realm warrior. How dare you say something like that? You have underestimated me. Looking at your clothes, you must be an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, right? Unfortunately, you will die here today." He had killed many people, and was often chased by disciples from different martial institutions. But he still managed to survive. But last time, he was really unlucky. He ran into an inner disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy, who was at the same cultivation level as him. His blizzard sword art was extremely sharp, which almost killed him. Fortunately, the experience of living on the edge of a knife was not useless. At the most dangerous moment, he fought back like crazy, as if he was ready to risk his life. That North Snow Martial Academy disciple was still inexperienced, so he did not plan to fight him head-on. Instead, he wanted to kill him slowly. But in the end, he was killed by the Bloody Butcher with one palm attack. The Bloody Butcher did not have it easy either. His face had been cut dozens of times by the sword light, which made him look like this. The purple-clothed youth slowly stood up. I've eaten and drunk my fill. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. I forgot to tell you that my name is Ting Yunlong, and I'm the one who's going to kill you. Hee hee. The Bloody Butcher also stood up. He did not say anything, but stared at the space behind Ting Yunlong, as if there was someone there that caught his attention. Ting Yunlong looked confused as he turned around. Little brat, you are still too young. The Bloody Butcher laughed proudly. He raised his thick right hand, which was surrounded by a bloody aura, and threw a palm attack towards Ting Yunlong. Ting Yunlong was furious. Despicable. He threw a palm attack back. Boom, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. All of the tables and chairs on the second floor were shattered. Some of the diners did not manage to dodge in time, and were bleeding from all of their orifices. After the sound, Ting Yunlong was thrown out of the second floor, and fell on the bumpy street. His clothes were torn, and his face was pale. The next second, the Bloody Butcher chased after him, and threw out another palm attack. He yelled, slaughtering you on bloody hand. The bloody Xianxia turned into a huge palm print in the air, and pressed towards Ting Yunlong, which made all of his Xianxia and qi stagnate. At this critical moment, Ting Yunlong bit the tip of his tongue, and threw out two palms filled with purple Xianxia. Zhenyang palm. Ting Yunlong's palms released a layer of purple qi, which was extremely hot. Wherever it passed, the air started to boil like boiling water. When the bloody palm and the purple qi layer collided, the air started to twist. Then, a bright purple light exploded, trying to break through the bloody palm. However, the palm was extremely solid and had the effect of destroying Xianxia. Once the purple light touched the palm, it was like snow in the sun, it started to melt. In the blink of an eye, 30% of the Xianxia layer had been destroyed, and the remaining 70% had been destroyed immediately. Puff, Ting Yunlong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. The Bloody Butcher would not give up on such a great opportunity. He chased after Ting Yunlong as he landed on the ground. He laughed arrogantly. Although my qi slaughtering bloody hand is a top-rank mortal realm martial skill, it specializes in destroying Xianxia. Plus, you did not have time to accumulate your power, you could only use 70% of your power. You are no match for me. Bloody Butcher, do you really think I am a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by you? Hearing this, a ferocious expression flashed across Ting Yunlong's face. As he retreated, he reached into his robe and took out a pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit. Its surface was crystal clear and it contained a red light that resembled a raging flame. Ting Yunlong swallowed the pellet without any hesitation. His purple robe started to flutter in the air. It was obvious that he was using all of his Xianxia. The next second, Ting Yunlong's face turned bright red, his earthworm-sized veins popped up under his skin, reaching all the way to his hair. The Bloody Butcher was shocked. Heart-burning pellet. Ka la la, the ground cracked under Ting Yunlong's feet. Ting Yunlong stopped moving backward, his body was surrounded by a faint red light, his aura was no weaker than a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. That's right, it is our martial institution's heart-burning pellet. Within 15 minutes after swallowing it, your Xianxia will start to boil, it will increase your cultivation by 1 level. Plus, the effect of the pellet will be endless, and all of your previous injuries will be suppressed. As Ting Yunlong spoke, he put his right hand 3 inches away from his dantian and slowly pulled it up, as if he was preparing for the last moment to bring the pellet's effect to its peak. Before this, there were already a lot of onlookers, some of them were lone travelers, and Yichen was one of them. I did not expect an inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School to be ahead of me. This is going to be a bit troublesome. But luckily, the Bloody Butcher is not that easy to take care of. His power is not that important, he is only as powerful as a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior, but he is very experienced, he can use his power to 120%. Even a mid-condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to do anything to him. Holding his horse and standing at the back of the crowd, Yichen thought to himself. Seeing what had happened to Ting Yunlong, and hearing the bloody butcher talk about the heart-burning pellet, Yichen realized that Ting Yunlong still had a way to save his life. The heart-burning pellet was unique to the Purple Young Martial School. They could only make less than 10 of them in a year, and each of them could be sold for more than 10,000 silvers. It was something that many warriors wanted. It seemed like Ting Yunlong wanted to kill the bloody butcher at all costs. After all, a heart-burning pellet was worth tens of thousands of silvers, and killing the bloody butcher would only be worth 4,000 silvers. It would be a waste to kill the bloody butcher. Brat, so what if you took the heart-burning pellet? Die. Ting Yunlong even had a heart. Burning pellet, he was obviously valued by the Purple Young Martial School. Maybe he had other valuable things with him. Thinking about this, the bloody butcher's aura grew even stronger, and he threw a palm attack towards Ting Yunlong. Shoo, the air was pierced through by the bloody palm attack, bringing up waves of ripples. It looked like it was going to kill Ting Yunlong with one hit. Ting Yunlong let out a long roar, and the red light around his body suddenly increased by 30%. The strong Xianxia vibration made the windows around them shake, making creaking sounds. You want to kill me? Die. Ting Yunlong did not move back, instead, he drew a half circle in the air with his right hand. A purple and red ball of qi came together and turned into a light ball, flying towards the bloody palm attack. Boom boom boom, the buildings on both sides of the street cracked open, and a shockwave that was powerful enough to kill a tiger spread out in all directions, blowing away all the people who were watching the fight from afar. The two of them each took 3 steps back, and then started fighting again. Boom 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 boom, the wind from their palms whistled, and the shadows of their figures overlapped one another. The crackling sounds of energy explosions rang out incessantly. The two of them fought from the east to the west, from the street to the rooftop of the restaurant. They fought everywhere. After a while, a shadow suddenly flew back and landed on top of a house. It was the bloody butcher. Trying to buy time? No way. Ting Yunlong sneered. He jumped towards his opponent and threw out a palm attack. The bloody butcher did not seem to want to dodge. He slightly spread his legs and straightened his right palm, taking Ting Yunlong's attack head-on. Dong, ah, after the loud sound, there was a scream. Ting Yunlong's body was smashed into the wall of the restaurant. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He said weakly, "You are so despicable. How could you hide your real power?" Hee. I had already reached the mid-condensing reality realm half a month ago. I was just afraid that I would be chased by people who were even more powerful than me, so I had to hide my real power. This way, I could live a free life, play with you so-called martial disciples, and get a lot of wealth from you. Why not? The bloody butcher paused for a second, then continued, after I get all your wealth, I will leave the Windy Nation and go to another nation, then I will change my name. By then, no one will be able to find me, ha 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 ha. At the end of his speech, the bloody butcher laughed proudly. Although he was not very powerful, he had played with a lot of beautiful women. Some of them were from big families. He had killed so many people that he had lost count. At least, he could fill up this restaurant. However, he was lucky. He was still alive, and he had more than $1 million with him. No matter where he went, he could make a name for himself. Ting Yunlong's eyes were wide open, and he breathed his last breath unwillingly. At the moment of his death, he regretted not running away, he regretted accepting this task, and he regretted encountering the bloody butcher, this evil and cunning villain. If he had a second chance in life, he would definitely choose to live on. He would not risk his life for the so-called fame. Seeing that Ting Yunlong was dead, the bloody butcher was still worried. He threw out a palm attack and shattered Ting Yunlong's chest, then walked up to him, ready to search his body. The bloody butcher is so cunning. A clear voice came from the crowd. The bloody butcher stopped walking and looked towards the direction of the voice. His face darkened. Who is it? The one who will take your head. Yichen slowly walked out from the crowd. The bloody butcher glanced at Yichen. He was wearing a white robe, with a long sword on his waist. He was about 15 years old, handsome, and had a pure qi. The bloody butcher sneered, "It seems like quite a lot of people have accepted this mission. I just killed an inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School, and now another from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Will the inner disciples from the River Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace come as well? Unfortunately, you are even more stupid than him. You know that I am a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, and you still want to take my head. You really don't know how to spell the word death. If Yichen was a late condensing reality realm warrior, the Bloody Butcher would not even think about fighting him, and would definitely run away. But judging from the vibration of Yichen's Xianxia, he was only at the early condensing reality realm, not even at the peak. Although that Xianxia was a bit strange, it was extremely pure and sharp, as if it was made up of countless tiny blades, but it was still nothing to him. Yichen's expression did not change. He said, "You are only at the mid-condensing reality realm, but you can pretend to be at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. You must have trained some kind of supplementary martial art, right? I am very interested." This kind of supplementary martial art did not have much effect on increasing one's power, but sometimes it could be more effective than one's own power. For example, one could hide one's real power and wait for the enemy to be careless, then suddenly counterattack. Or one could suppress one's own power and enter some ancient ruins with restrictions on cultivation. The Bloody Butcher frowned. Yichen's calm tone made him feel a little bit of danger, as if something terrible was going to happen. But as soon as the thought appeared, he denied it. How could it be? An early condensing reality realm warrior, even if he was a genius, he would not be able to win against me. The inner disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy was an example. No matter how talented he was, he still died in my hands. Thinking of this, the Bloody Butcher grinned and said, "Dead people don't need to know so much." Earth explosion. Before he could finish his sentence, the Bloody Butcher stomped on the ground. The ground cracked open, and a pitch-black crack extended towards Yichen's location like lightning. Then, there was a loud explosion. The pebbles were like hidden weapons, shooting out in all directions, covering an area of more than 8 zhang. The buildings on both sides were instantly riddled with thousands of holes, and the people who were close to them were pierced into sieves. They fell to the ground in terror, dying with their eyes wide open. Looking at the site of the explosion, there was a huge crater that was 1.5 feet wide and 3 feet deep, and there were no corpses or bones left. Ha ha ha. If I, the Bloody Butcher, want you dead by midnight, I won't let you live until midnight. In your next life, be more careful. It had been a long time since the Bloody Butcher had had such a good time. He had killed 2 disciples from the martial school in a row, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. The only pity was that the 2 disciples had been torn into pieces by the explosion, and the gold notes were definitely gone. After a slight heartache, the Bloody Butcher thought it through. He already had millions of gold coins, and a little more or less didn't matter. The lone travelers and the Jianghu looked at each other. This Bloody Butcher was too powerful. An early condensing reality realm warrior could not even take one attack from him, and died without even a corpse left. Luckily, he did not lose his mind, or else he would be the one dead. As the Bloody Butcher was about to bend down and search Ting Yunlon's body, a sword light suddenly enlarged in front of him. What he saw was Yichen, who was wearing a white robe. He looked like a ghost under the sun, but he also had an otherworldly aura. He flashed past in front of his eyes at an almost instantaneous speed. Swoosh, a stream of blood shot out from the Bloody Butcher's neck, shooting out 3 meters away. "You are not dead." With every word the Bloody Butcher said, a huge amount of blood came out from his neck. Standing 5 steps behind the Bloody Butcher, Yichen put his sword back into its scabbard, and said lightly, "I wanted to talk to you for a bit longer, too bad." Bam, a self-deprecating look flashed through the Bloody Butcher's eyes. His head tilted and fell down from his neck. His body fell down as well, and his blood stained the ground. Turning around, Yichen slightly shook his head. If it was a real fair fight, it would take him at least 3 attacks to kill the Bloody Butcher. After all, the Bloody Butcher was more powerful than Cui Shiming, and in terms of cunning, even 2 Cui Shimings would not be able to compete with him. However, the Bloody Butcher had underestimated him from the very beginning. Otherwise, even if Yichen's sword could hit the Bloody Butcher, it would have been blocked by his protective Xianxia. However, Yichen had forgotten one thing. After training the Crane Shadow Steps, his speed was unbelievably fast. Just when the Bloody Butcher wanted to circulate his chi, it was already too late. The bloody butcher had been cautious his whole life, but at the last moment, he had been careless. Of course, no matter how cautious he had been, the moment Yichen decided to kill him, his life no longer belonged to him. This was the absolute power, the absolute advantage, and nothing could make up for it. Those lone travelers who had not left yet had their mouths wide open, they were all shocked. All they saw was Yichen's sword attack, and then the bloody butcher's head fell off. They had no idea what had happened. Sword attack, head fall, what a clean cut, what kind of skill was this? Just like a killer hiding in the dark, if he didn't make a move, then he would definitely kill. This kid is terrifying. A lone traveler said in a low voice. Another person said, I feel like I see the shadow of young Master North Snow in him. He is also very young, and he also has the same ability to kill. However, if he wants to reach the same level as young Master North Snow, there is one person who is his biggest rival. Who? Who else could it be? The third disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Lynch. This guy is not very talented, but he can always do things that ordinary people can't. He defeated Quick Blade Wu Wanshan with only 10 attacks, cut the waterfall in half with 1 attack, and scared the red smelting bird off with his chi. The leader of the North Snow Martial Academy said that among all the disciples, he was the one who had the highest chance of learning the blade intent. Even young Master North Snow didn't get such an evaluation. Blade intent? Are you kidding me? Even blade artists who have reached the clasping yuan realm can barely learn the blade intent. In the entire Windy Nation, only the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy has reached this level. What level are you at? What level is the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy? How could he be lying? Plus, he only said it was most likely, he didn't say it was certain. That's true. But this kid is much weaker than Lynch. He still has a long way to go if he wants to compete with Lynch. All the martial artists were discussing and expressing their own opinions. Yichen did not hear these discussions, he was focusing all his attention on the bloody butcher. As a bounty criminal, he would usually carry a large amount of money with him, ranging from hundreds of thousands of taels to tens of thousands of taels. This was also the reason why the disciples of the various sects went crazy. After all, once luck came, it was impossible to stop it, and one could become a millionaire overnight. After searching all over the bloody butcher's body, Yichen did not find anything valuable, only a few hundred gold notes and some silver. Am I really that unlucky? No, this bloody butcher said that he had gotten a huge amount of wealth from the dead disciples of his martial institutions, and he also said that he would leave the Windy Nation and go to another country. There is no way that he only has this amount of money with him. Then, there must be something else. Yichen did not believe it, so he released his soul power and searched every inch of the bloody butcher's body. After a while, Yichen's eyes brightened, he reached out his hand and touched the bloody butcher's belt. Inside the belt, there was a small protrusion that looked like a ring. When he touched it, he felt a light wave of spirit chi. It's a storage ring, I see. Yichen could not help but admire the bloody butcher's cunning, hiding the most valuable thing inside the belt. If it were not for Yichen's powerful soul power, he would have missed it and lost the chance to make a fortune. There were too many people around, so Yichen poured his Jin Qi into his fingertip and quietly cut open the bloody butcher's belt. He took out the storage ring and put it into his own storage ring without even looking at it. As for Ting Yunlong's wealth, Yichen thought it would be troublesome, so he did not take it, in case the Purple Sun Martial School would blame him for Ting Yunlong's death. After searching the body, Yichen started to look at the bloody butcher's head. The head looked hideous, with countless scars on it. The mouth and the nose were indistinguishable, but the eyes were wide open, staring at Yichen. Shaking his head, Yichen took out a piece of black cloth from his storage ring. He reached out his hand, and the bloody butcher's head landed on the black cloth. Yichen quickly wrapped the black cloth and tied a knot on it, wrapping the head tightly. From the outside, only the outline of the head could be seen. With this, he could go to the floating cloud palace to collect the reward and record his score. Young warrior, you can't just leave like this. My restaurant is ruined, and so many customers died. What should I do? Thinking that Yichen was a disciple of a martial school, so he would not kill innocent people, the 40-year-old owner ran out with tears and snot running down his face. Yichen frowned. This restaurant was destroyed by the Bloody Butcher and Ting Yunlong, and most of the customers were killed by the shockwave from their battle. It had nothing to do with him. But now that the Bloody Butcher was dead, and he had all of his wealth, it would not be right if he did not pay for it. A thought flashed through his mind. Yichen took out 2 gold notes, each worth 1,000 silvers, and said, "Here are 20,000 silvers, it is enough to buy your restaurant and compensate those innocent people who died. But you have to remember, only 1,000 silvers belongs to you. If you dare to take even a single cent, the next person to die will be you." The Blackstone town was located in a remote area, the buildings were old, and the value of a restaurant was less than 1,000 silver. But it was hard to calculate the value of human lives. A rich family could not even afford a few 100,000 silver, but if it was a disciple of a big family, he would have to pay with his life. Money, they had it all. According to the law of the Windy Nation, an ordinary person who died in an accident would have to pay 500 silver to his family, which was enough for an ordinary family to live for 10 years. Now that Yichen had taken out 20,000 silver, minus the 1,000 silver from the restaurant, the remaining 19,000 silver could be used to pay for 38 families, and the number of people who died was far less than 38. Maybe it was the sorrow of the poor, but compared to the lives of their families and the 500 silver, they would rather choose the latter. At least the latter could guarantee them 10 years of peace, and they would have enough money for their children to marry, and they could even repair their houses. The owner kept nodding. "Young warrior, don't worry. There are so many people here as witnesses, I would not dare to take a single silver." "I hope so." Yichen thought about it and agreed. Handing the gold notes to the owner, Yichen was about to leave, when those Jianghu people surrounded him. "Young warrior, you are so powerful. The Bloody Butcher killed people like flies, a lot of people wanted to kill him, but they were killed by him. Today, with the death of the Bloody Butcher, I wonder how many people are grateful to you. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face." Yichen said, "You are flattering me. Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would have. May I know your name, young warrior? We all respect you." Yichen thought about the fact that the reason he traveled the martial world was for fame. Sometimes, even if he didn't care about fame, people would still respect him because of his fame. In the end, he still couldn't escape the shackles of fame, so he decided to be generous and said, "I am a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen. Young warrior Yi, I am the dual blade artist Su Shan. I am the deadly crutch Sun Ruhai. I am the iron leg Lu Wan." All of a sudden, the martial artists all announced their names. They all thought that they were quite famous in this area, and if they could establish a relationship with an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would be even more famous in the future, and people would look up to them when they went out. Yichen forced a smile. Sometimes, fame was not a good thing. It could cause a lot of trouble. When he finally got rid of those people, it was already afternoon. Riding on the dark brown horse, Yichen left. On the road with few people, Yichen took out the Bloody Butcher's spirit ring from his storage ring and sent his soul power into it. A faint vibration spread out, and Yichen saw the space inside the spirit ring. The space was 1 square meter, which was the size of a small room. It was filled with gold and silver, and the golden light made it bright. Counting carefully, there were more than 10,000 gold taels and 300,000 silver taels piled on the ground. There was also a stack of gold notes at the side, adding up to 60,000 silver taels. In total, there were more than 100,000 gold taels, which was equivalent to more than 1,000,000 silver taels. Even Yi Chen's father only had a few 100,000 silvers. Although he did not need to spend his own money, and everything was covered by his family, it was enough to prove his wealth. Besides money and other common things, there were a few martial arts manuals on the small bookshelf in the corner. Yichen moved his mind and took out the martial art manual from the top of the bookshelf. On the cover of the manual, there were 4 shocking blood-red characters, Blood Hand of Qi Butcher. He opened it. Blood Hand of Qi Butcher, top-rank mortal realm martial skill, the exclusive martial art of the rank 7 Evil Blood Martial School in Ridra Nation. The user needs to absorb the rare evil blood qi from the natural environment. The stronger the evil blood qi, the more powerful it will be. Once mastered, the user can easily break through the protective Zhen qi layer of other warriors at the same level, and take their lives. It was a martial art from the rank 7 Evil Blood martial school in Rudra Nation. Yichen was a bit confused. The Evil Blood martial school was one of the top martial institutions in Rudra Nation, and their overall power was even higher than the Emerald Martial Palace. Their disciples were extremely evil, and they would kill anyone they wanted. Yichen did not know how the blood hand of Qi Butcher ended up in his hands. On the horse's back, Yichen shook his head and put the bloody hand skill back into the ring. This kind of skill was too dangerous, and the martial institutions were most afraid of the martial arts being leaked out. Even if it had nothing to do with them, learning it would bring bad luck, and they might even lose their martial arts. Compared to the Evil Blood martial school, a single person's power was too weak. Plus, no matter how powerful the bloody hand was, it was only a top-rank mortal realm skill, not enough for Yichen to take the risk to learn it. Putting his consciousness back into the ring, Yichen took out the second skill from the shelf. Looking at it in his hand, he realized that this secret manual was actually a secret skill that had not been made public. Earth Explosion, a top-rank mortal realm skill. The user needs to pour all of his Xianxia into the soles of his feet and send it out through a special shockwave. It explodes when it reaches the designated location. There are 3 stages to this skill. The first stage allows the Xianxia to tear open the ground and rush towards the opponent. The second stage allows the Xianxia to hide in the ground and explode at a designated location. The third stage allows the Xianxia to hide in the ground and explode from a long distance. Yichen raised his eyebrows. Judging from the realm described above, the Bloody Butcher had only trained to the first realm, where his attacks were relatively obvious. If the opponent had strong senses and was fast enough, they would still be able to dodge it. The second realm was a bit harder to defend against, where his Xianxia could be hidden under the ground and appear under one's feet without a sound. If the opponent was caught off guard, he might actually be able to kill a warrior of the same level. The third realm was starting to get more insane, where he could hide his Xianxia under the ground and control it from a distance. It was like controlling a landmine. Yichen felt lucky. If the Bloody Butcher had trained the Earth Explosion to the third stage, even if he could escape, he would still be shocked. And that was only because he had a strong soul power and was fast enough. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to dodge it in time, or they would not be able to dodge it. Of course, a secret skill was a secret skill, and it was much harder to train than a martial skill of the same level. The Earth Explosion skill was definitely not any easier than a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill. People who were not talented might not even be able to reach the third stage even after 10 years. With the secret skill in hand, Yichen would not let it go. He had made up his mind to train it and make it one of his trump cards. Next was the third secret manual, which was also the last one. The Hiding Qi spell is a low-rank Earth Realm auxiliary martial art. It is divided into 2 realms. In the lower realm, at the Condensing Reality realm, you can change the vibration of your Xianxia at will and hide your cultivation level by 1 level. In the upper realm, at the Clasping Yuan realm, you can hide your cultivation level by 1 level. Beyond the Clasping Yuan realm, you cannot use the Hiding Qi spell. Note, the opposite of the Qi restraining technique is a supplementary technique called the Qi observation technique. When the 2 meet, the one with the higher realm wins. Seeing this, Yichen understood what it meant when it was said that the one with a higher realm would win. Although the Qi obscuring technique only had 2 realms, and the chances of encountering someone of the same realm was very high, as long as one's realm was slightly higher than the opponent's, it was still higher. The opponent would not be able to use the Qi observation technique to see through one's cultivation. On the other hand, if the opponent's realm was slightly higher than one's, one would have nowhere to hide. What a great Qi obscuring technique. It can be used until the Clasping Yuan realm. Yichen was very happy. With it, his chances of survival would increase greatly. As for encountering a martial artist who trained the Qi observation technique, he could ignore it for a short period of time. The world was so big, it was not easy for 2 people to run into each other, unless there was a martial institution that passed down the Qi observation technique as a common item, but only if the opponent had the Qi observation technique. Even if they ran into each other, so what? Yichen was confident that he could train the Qi obscuring technique to the peak of the upper realm. In that case, the opponent would have to train the chi observation technique to the peak of the upper realm in order to have a 50% chance of seeing through him. The dark brown horse galloped like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it had covered dozens of meters. The scenery on both sides of the road was blurred. There were no stars in the night sky. The waning moon hung high in the sky. Thick clouds were moving slowly in the sky. I guess it is going to rain in the second half of the night. I should find a place to rest for the night. On the dark path, the crisp sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Yi Chen, who was riding on the horse, thought to himself. Originally, he planned to travel through the night and arrive at the Sky Cloud Martial School by the evening of the second day. But now it seemed impossible. After traveling for a while, he saw some lights in the distance. It was a village. The village was not big. Under the dim moonlight, Yi Chen gathered his Xianxia in his eyes. He could easily see which houses had lights and which houses were bigger. After a while, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the village. Getting off the horse, he held the reins with one hand and walked into the village. The sound of horse hooves had already woken up a lot of people. Many houses had their lights lit up. It was noisy and chaotic. Obviously, they were looking for someone. As the doors of the houses nearby opened, a group of people rushed out. Who are you? Why did you come to Yellowstone Village? Don't act rashly. We are not afraid of you. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He suddenly punched a big hole in the ground. I just came to stay for the night. I will leave tomorrow. With my strength, it is too easy for me to do anything to you. You really came to stay for the night? The leader of the group was a bare-chested man with a hoe in his hand. He looked at the hole in the ground and swallowed his saliva. Yi Chen nodded. Do I look like a robber to you? You don't. The man looked at Yi Chen. He saw that he was wearing a moon-white robe made of high-quality materials. The corners of the robe could probably support him for a month. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He was handsome and refined. He did not look like a robber who would do anything. Letting out a sigh, the man said loudly, Okay, everyone go back. This guy is not a robber. Hearing this, most of the people turned around and went back to their houses. Only a few people stayed to watch the show. The man did not care about them. He said to Yi Chen, My house still has an empty room. You can come in and stay for the night. As for the fee, Yi Chen took out a piece of silver and threw it to the man. That's enough. That's enough, that's enough. Chen Hua, quickly tidy up the empty room for this young hero. The man beamed with joy and loudly scolded his wife in the room. Yi Chen looked around and did not see any house with a yard. He said, Where do you think I should tie my horse? Horse? There is a broken tree behind my house. You can tie it there. The man stared at the dark brown horse and pointed at the back of the house. Okay. He led the horse to the location. Just like the man said, there was a big tree that needed two people to wrap their arms around. However, it was broken and could not be seen from the other side of the house. After tying the rope, Yi Chen poured out a big pile of grass from his storage ring. He said to the dark brown horse, Rest well today. We still have a long journey tomorrow. Swoosh, the dark brown horse puffed out 2 puffs of air from its nose. It lowered its head to eat the grass. Yi Chen was about to leave when he saw something strange happening in the night sky. He could not help but gasp. Is it a ghost or? Above the misty night sky, a cluster of black shadow flew towards Yi Chen at a seemingly slow speed. As it got closer, Yi Chen finally saw the real body of the black shadow. 5 ghost-like human figures in white robes were carrying a huge coffin. The coffin was 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. It was completely black, and did not look like it was made from wood. Instead, it looked like it was carved from a whole black rock. It was heavy, creepy, but it also had a majestic aura. 5 white shadows were carrying a coffin, flying above the endless night sky. If a normal person saw it, he or she would have fainted on the ground, thinking that they were here to capture his or her soul and drag him or her into hell. However, Yi Chen was a martial artist, and once a martial artist reached the late stage of his or her cultivation, he or she would be able to turn the ocean upside down, go up into the sky and into the ground, reverse life and death, and control the natural law. Plus, these 5 white shadows were not ghosts. They should be martial artists who had trained some kind of special martial arts, as they were moving very fast, as if they did not have a physical body. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists, they are definitely clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Judging from that creepy and mysterious chi, they are even more powerful than the headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only slightly weaker than the leader Luo Xinglia. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful. Once he glanced at anyone, he would be able to compare them with people he had seen before, and come to a conclusion very quickly. Therefore, even though he could not see through the cultivation of these white shadows, he was still able to analyze their power through comparison. A chill ran down his spine. Yi Chen could not help but wonder what was in that coffin. Was it a person, or was it just a dead body? The latter was impossible, as it would be too much to ask 5 late clasping Yuan realm martial artists to carry a dead body. There was only one explanation left, which was that there was someone in the coffin, a powerful martial artist whose cultivation was not below the astral reaching realm. Otherwise, there was no way that a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist could carry a coffin. An astral reaching realm martial artist, Yi Chen licked his dry lips, not daring to move. It had been a long time since an astral reaching realm martial artist had come out to the Windy Nation. The leaders of the top 5 martial institutions, such as the leader of the Emerald Martial School, the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, the leader of the Rudra Martial School, and the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. These 5 people were all at the peak of late clasping Yuan realm, and were extremely powerful. However, the premise was that an astral reaching realm martial artist did not come out, otherwise, even they would have to stand aside. The sky was filled with dark clouds. 5 white figures carried the coffin and floated in front of the dark clouds. Their white robes were blown by the air currents, dragging very long. They were like the white impermanents who wanted to take someone's life, but also like a lonely and ferocious spirit. After a few flickers, the scene of the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin disappeared without a trace, leaving only the dark clouds that were still spreading. Yi Chen wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. "Young hero, what are you doing? Outside? An empty room has already been prepared for you," the man said through the window in the room. "All right." After settling the dark brown horse down, Yi Chen turned around and left. The empty room wasn't big. There was a bed, a table, and a chair inside. There was also an oil lamp hanging on the wall. The oil lamp emitted an orange glow, barely illuminating the entire room. "Rest well. Let me know if you need anything. I'll get it done for you immediately." The man standing at the door could not hide his joy. 5 taels of silver. The living conditions of Huangshe village were not high, but it was enough for his family to live for 2 to 3 months. They would rise from the ranks of being able to fill their stomachs to being rich. Yi Chen thought about it and said, "It might rain after midnight. Find some villagers to build a shed so that my horse won't get wet. Here are 10 taels of silver. Give it to the villagers who are willing to work." After saying that, Yi Chen gave him another 2 pieces of silver. Good, I'll find someone to do it right away. Only an idiot wouldn't do it." The man's eyes lit up as he respectfully took the silver from Yi Chen's hands. After the man left, Yi Chen waved his hand and the door closed automatically. Sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, he took out 2 low-rank soul stones from his storage ring. Yi Chen started his daily Zhen Qi training. In the past, although Yi Chen was very diligent in his training, and could even be said to be very hard-working, he had not reached the point of forgetting himself. The so-called forgetting himself meant that there was nothing else besides training, and everything else would be centered around training. Anything that hindered his training, he would have to overcome or give up. Before, Yi Chen didn't think much of it. He thought that his training speed was fast enough. With his powerful body, he could absorb 2 portions of Yuan Qi from the soul stones at the same time. However, after seeing the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin tonight, he felt uneasy. His instinct told him that something big was going to happen. This big event might affect the entire Windy Nation, or even beyond that. As for whether he was overthinking it or not, he didn't know. But it was better to take precautions than to do nothing. The former could help him live longer. Yichen's Xianxia started to circulate inside his body, one round after another. Late at night, there was a cracking sound. A few cracks appeared on the 2 low-rank soul stones in Yichen's palms. Slowly opening his eyes, Yichen let out a long breath. His breath was like a fog or an arrow, shooting out very far away. It even blew the wall on the other side of the wall, causing stone chips to fall down. A normal early condensing reality realm warrior consumes 1 low-rank soul stone in 5 days, but I consume 2 in 4 days. My speed is 2.5 times faster than others. But in terms of progress, I guess it's only 2 times faster. The quality of the pure Junjin Qi is a bit higher, so I need more Yuan Qi from the soul stones. Throwing away the cracked low-rank soul stones, Yichen felt even more grateful to the owner of the mid-rank storage ring. If it weren't for those 10,000 low-rank soul stones, he wouldn't have been able to absorb the Yuan Qi from the soul stones so easily. 2 low-rank soul stones in 4 days, 20 in 40 days, and 200 in 400 days. And that didn't include his breakthrough to the mid and late condensing reality realm. At that time, he would consume even more low-rank soul stones, which ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford. Of course, the Yi family could afford it, but it would be troublesome to explain. First of all, Yichen had to explain why he was consuming 2 times faster than others, and he didn't want to reveal any information about the pure jade body boosting spell yet. It was late at night, the crescent moon was covered by dark clouds, and the sky was dark. Without taking off his clothes, Yichen went straight to sleep, but he still had a little bit of consciousness. After midnight, just as Yichen expected, it started to rain heavily. The sound of the rain covered everything, washing away all the dirt on the ground. The rain didn't stop until the next morning. Unable to reject the man and his wife's enthusiasm, Yichen gave up the idea of leaving immediately, and sat down to have breakfast with them. They had a little daughter, who was only 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing simple clothes, and her eyes were big and watery. She was eating with a small bowl of food, and her voice was very cute, which was also one of the reasons why Yichen was willing to stay for breakfast. After breakfast, Yichen thought the little girl was cute, so he gave her a piece of jade. This piece of jade was not worth much, he bought it especially for the pure jade body boosting spell. There were hundreds of pieces in total, and there were still a few left, each worth less than 30 silvers. Normally, he didn't care about it, but now, it was a good gift. As the little girl thanked him in her childish voice, Yichen chuckled and walked out of the house. At the entrance of the village, Yichen jumped on the horse and rode away. The sun was setting, the bright afterglow shone on the windy mountain, dyeing it a pink color. Coming out from the horse farm at the foot of the mountain, Yichen tidied up his clothes and walked up the mountain with some inner disciples who had just finished their missions. On the way, everyone was talking about him. "Brother Miao, I heard that you took on a 4-star white rank mission, you really impressed me." "Brother Feng, you are flattering me. I only took on the most common 4-star white rank mission, I did not dare to take on anything too difficult. Compared to that Zhang Haoran, I am still far from it." "Zhang Haoran, he is a madman. The first time he took on a 3-star white rank mission, the second time he took on a 4-star white rank mission, and the third time he took on a 5-star white rank mission. I wonder if he can make it back alive. It will be difficult. Although he is a genius, and he can fight those who are at a higher cultivation level than him, but he cannot beat those who are at the same cultivation level as him. Even those mid-condensing reality realm geniuses would have to be very careful when taking on a 5-star white rank mission. If they are not careful enough, they could still die. Last year, Brother Yuan died on a 5-star white rank mission. Yeah, Zhang Haoran is indeed doomed. But if he can survive, his future will be limitless. That kind of life and death situation, that kind of opportunity to fight against the heavens, can only be found by chance. If he can survive it, the warriors will improve at an incredible speed. On the side, Yichen seemed to be thinking about something. He did not expect that Zhang Haoran, who had just become an inner disciple, would put his life on the line. It was like he was joking with his own life. This kind of person was definitely scary, because they were not afraid of death. They pursued the most primitive power, they did not care about life and death. Similarly, Zhang Haoran and Yichen could be said to be very similar in some aspects. Both of them worked hard but were not blind. The first time he took on a 3-star white rank mission, He wanted to accumulate experience and familiarize himself with the process of the mission. The second time he took on a 4-star white rank mission, he wanted to level up step by step and feel his limits. When he reached his limits, he would challenge a 5-star white rank mission, breaking through his limits and achieving the greatest transformation. Imperceptibly, Yi Chen had already placed Zhang Haoren on the same level as the 4 great young masters. This level wasn't based on strength, but talent, and willpower. Zhang Haoren's willpower was undoubtedly appreciated and recognized by Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen himself, time would prove. Arriving at the soaring cloud hall, Yi Chen headed straight for the side hall. "Deacon, I'm here to hand in my mission." There were many attendants in the floating cloud palace. These attendants were not very strong, and their main job was to help the flowing cloud sect with missions. The middle-aged deacon sitting at the table nodded. "Where's the mission form and proof?" "Here they are." Yi Chen put the mission form and the head of the bloody butcher on the table. The middle-aged deacon glanced at the mission form, then immediately opened the black cloth that was wrapped around the head. After a while, he said, "Not bad, it is indeed the bloody butcher. Congratulations on completing the mission. What's your name?" "Yi Chen." "Wait, let me see." After becoming an inner disciple, all personal information would be sent to the floating cloud palace for the deacon to look for. Soon, the middle-aged deacon found Yi Chen's information. He then took out a black leather book from the drawer and started to record Yi Chen's information and mission results. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 15. Identity, Yi family's disciple, inner disciple assessment, excellent mission result, 3-star white rank mission. Once take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it. The middle-aged deacon pushed the black leather book towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen only glanced at it and nodded, "Yes." "Okay, now let's talk about the reward. Maybe you have just become an inner disciple, so you don't know much about this. According to the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the school will take 30% of the reward for white rank missions, 25% for gray rank missions, and 20% for black rank missions. The reward for killing the bloody butcher is 4,000 gold, so after taking 30%, there will be 2,800 gold left." The middle-aged deacon put the black leather book back into the drawer and explained. Taking 30% of the reward was very high, but it was understandable. After all, the school had trained you for so long, so you should be contributing to the school. Plus, when you killed the target of a mission, you would usually get extra income, and sometimes the extra income was even more than the reward itself. After receiving the 2,800 gold notes from the middle-aged deacon, Yi Chen left the side palace. On the first day, Yi Chen did not accept any mission. The second day was the same. On the third day, the floating cloud palace became very lively. Zhang Haoren, who was thought to be dead, came back alive. He was covered in blood, and his murderous aura could be felt from far away. It attracted a lot of inner disciples to come and watch. Wu Zongming, who had already returned, had a complicated expression on his face. If this continued, he would never be able to catch up with Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren's determination had shocked even him. Wiping the blood off his face, Zhang Haoren looked around and found Yi Chen. He grinned and said, "Yi Chen, I will be waiting for you in the ranking competition." Who is Yi Chen? Why did Zhang Haoren say he would be waiting for Yi Chen? Is he that powerful? It seems like Yi Chen had just become an inner disciple. How come he made Zhang Haoren pay so much attention to him? Hearing this, a lot of inner disciples were confused. Most of them did not see the battle between Zhang Haoren and Yi Chen. Plus, they were all very busy, so they had not heard about it. However, after this battle, they just needed to ask around, and they would be able to figure it out. Yi Chen said seriously, "Of course." Time flew, and another half a month had passed. During this period of time, Yi Chen had only accepted one 4-star white rank mission, and spent the rest of his time on training. As for why he did not accept 5-star white rank missions, it was because these kinds of missions were not always available. They were either too easy, which was below 4-star white rank, or too difficult, which was a gray rank mission, which was too time-consuming. More importantly, he could feel that his pure Junjin Qi was about to break through to the 7th stage. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and the earlier he made it, the faster he trained, the later it would be a waste of time. On this day, a big event that shocked the entire Windy Nation had reached the Sky Cloud Martial School. After many interactions, Yichen also learned about the details of the event. The Evil Earth Martial School, which was located in the northwest of the Windy Nation, had been wiped out overnight. None of the 78 clasping Yuan realm martial artists survived, and over 1,000 of their disciples had died. Only a few of them managed to escape. When he heard the news, the first thing that came to Yichen's mind was the 5 ghosts coffin-carrying incident. The Evil Earth Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were both rank 9 institutions, but the latter was the most powerful among the rank 9 institutions. It was not even weaker than the rank 8 institutions. Because it was not easy to increase one's rank, it would take a long time to be verified, and that was why the Sky Cloud Martial School was still a rank 9 institution. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not be listed among the 3 great sects. After all, there were already 4 rank 9 institutions in the Windy Nation. If the Sky Cloud Martial School was not powerful enough, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not even have a chance. In everyone's eyes, the Sky Cloud Martial School was no different than a rank 8 institution. Even so, the annihilation of the 9th grade sect, the Earth Fiend sect, still left everyone dumbfounded and terrified. The Evil Earth Martial School had 24 inner masters, all of whom were above the mid-clasping Yuan realm. The leader of the school, Xianxia, had even reached the peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm. His weapon was a rare legendary weapon, the Sun Moon Wheel. With the combination of the 2 weapons, even the leaders of the top 5 martial schools would not dare to underestimate him. It would take hundreds of attacks to decide the winner, and it would be a problem if they could escape unscathed. Such a powerful martial school had been slaughtered in one night. Yichen was even more certain that the person in the coffin was an astral-reaching realm warrior, and not just a normal early astral-reaching realm warrior, because an early astral-reaching realm warrior was not powerful enough to slaughter a rank 9 martial school, even with the help of 5 late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. Shaking his head, Yichen knew that he did not have the right to worry about these things. Right now, the only thing he could do was to increase his cultivation as fast as possible, in order to protect himself in the future. The news of the Evil Earth Martial School being destroyed had not only reached the Sky Cloud Martial School, but also the other martial schools. All of a sudden, the whole Windy Nation was in a state of panic. The condensing Evil Mountain, where the Evil Earth Martial School was located, the whole mountain was covered with corpses. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, deacons, outer masters, inner masters, family members of the elders, and the family members of the leaders. All of them were lying on the ground with their eyes wide open. Their bodies looked like dried corpses, which was extremely horrifying. In the middle of the welcoming plaza, a huge human figure stood there, not moving at all. Looking closer, one would realize that he was already dead. There was a bowl-sized, bloody hole on his muscular chest. His heart had been taken out, and the blood had dried up long ago. The sticky substance inside his body had a deathly gray color. If someone with a bit of knowledge was here, they would definitely recognize that the corpse standing there was indeed Xianxia, the leader of the Evil Earth Martial School. A peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior had his heart taken out by someone else. After an unknown period of time, a red dot appeared in the east sky. The red light was getting brighter and brighter, dyeing the surrounding air into a different color. Looking over, one could see a human figure wrapped in the red light, flying towards them at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Shoo! The red light landed on the welcoming plaza, circled around the human figure for a couple of times, and then suddenly disappeared. Annihilating the entire clan in one night? Who did it? The silhouette stood with his hands behind his back. Looking closely, he seemed to be in his 40s. His joints were huge, and he looked like a tiger or a dragon. It was the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Xianxia. Among the top 5 martial institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School and the North Snow Martial Academy were the closest to the Evil Earth Martial School. After knowing the news, Xianxia came out of his closed-door training immediately. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles to find some clues, so that he could be prepared for the future. He reached out and grabbed at Xianxia's chest. Traces of deathly aura were sucked over. Chi, the deathly gray chi was extremely poisonous, as it kept corroding Xianxia's Zhen chi. Luo Xinglia sneered, as a red light appeared on his palm, burning the deathly gray qi into nothingness. Just when he was about to investigate further, Luo Xinglia suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northeast. The white clouds in the sky were cut in half. A figure shot over fiercely. Everything in his way was sliced apart by the invisible saber qi, including the formless air. Patter, a man landed 10 meters to the right of Luo Xinglia. The man was wearing a snow-white robe, and he had no facial hair. He was also standing with his hands behind his back. His saber qi was flying all over the place, shooting up into the sky with an unbelievable power. Shui Warren, your saber intent is even more powerful than 3 years ago. Luo Xinglia looked at him seriously and said slowly. The middle-aged man in white smiled lightly, the saber intent is shapeless, and it might become dull one day. Plus, your great Luo godly art is already at the 11th level. Luo Xinglia did not say anything. The man in front of him was the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Shui Warren. He had trained his qi when he was 9, reached the condensing reality realm when he was 16, and reached the clasping yuan realm when he was 28. Judging from the data, he was not talented at all, and could not even be compared to normal geniuses. However, that was the reason why Luo Xinglia was shocked. When he reached the mid-clasping yuan realm, he had learned the 1 in a million saber intent. Once the saber intent was released, even the gods and ghosts would not be able to see through him. 3 years ago, Luo Xinglia did not have the confidence to beat him. 3 years later, Shui Warren had become even more powerful. Luo Xinglia had to admit that if the two of them were to fight, his chance of winning would not be higher than 45%. Of course, he had his ace attacks, but it was hard to guarantee that Shui Warren did not. Shui Warren looked at Xianxia's dead body and asked, "Did you find anything?" Luo Xinglia let out a long breath, "I found something." There was an extremely evil qi inside Xianxia's body, and it had not dissipated even after half a month. Oh. Shui Warren's eyebrows twitched. The training method of the evil Earth Martial School was different from the other martial institutions. They mixed their Jin qi with evil qi, which was extremely aggressive. Normally, evil qi would not work on them. What was even more unbelievable was that Xianxia was the #1 expert in evil qi in the entire Windy Nation. Who could kill him with evil qi and leave it in his body for half a month? Also, look at Xianxia's expression. He was shocked, but also impressed. Obviously, he had encountered something that even he could not help but admire. Therefore, I think an old monster has come out of hiding. As a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior, Luo Xinglia was very observant. He was able to figure out the truth from the most basic information, which was very different from his bulky and aggressive appearance. Hearing him, Shui Warren's expression changed slightly. An old monster has come out of hiding, are you sure? 70 to 80% sure. Otherwise, who could kill the entire evil Earth Martial School in one night and surpass Xianxia in terms of evil qi? Shui Warren nodded slightly and sighed, if this is the case, the Windy Nation is going to change. Luo Xinglia sneered, he raised his head and said, Tu Chongshan is here. Long Bai is here as well. And, that Zhuang Qingxian did not come, but sent a master to fool us. It seems like he does not care about us at all. Shui Warren's perception was not any weaker than Luo Xinglia's. He raised his head and squinted his eyes. In the southeast direction, a golden halo pierced through the clouds and melted the air. It was like a huge fireball was shooting towards them. Thunders could be heard one after another, it was horrifying. In the south direction, the rain was pouring down. In the rain, a beautiful woman was walking on the water with an umbrella in her hand. She was moving at a very fast speed, but it looked like she was taking a stroll in the park. In the west, there was an elderly man walking on a beam of light. He looked very arrogant, but his speed was slightly slower than the other two. Shu, the first one to arrive, was the beautiful woman with an umbrella. Her hair was like a waterfall, her body was alluring. She was wearing a blue dress that looked like flowing water, without a single speck of dust on it. You two are early. The beautiful woman put away her umbrella and said with a smile. Luo Xinglia said, the South Rudra Martial School's godly water spell is indeed worthy of its name. I, Luo Xinglia, have really opened my eyes. The beautiful woman was none other than the leader of the South River Martial School, one of the top 3 martial institutions, Long Bai. She was the youngest among the 5 leaders, around 30 years old. However, her background was quite mysterious. No one knew where she was born, and no one knew where she learned all of her martial arts from. Long Bai said jokingly, no matter how powerful the godly water spell is, how could it compete with Tu Chongshan's sunlight great art? Of course, there is also Brother Luo's great river god art. The sunlight great art and the great river god art both contained fire power. The former was like a burning sun, burning everything in its path. It also had an explosive power, while the latter did not have yin and yang, it could be hard and soft at the same time. Shui Warren shook his head, you are the most mysterious one among us. Who would dare to say that they could win against you? Not to mention the others, I could not handle Brother Shui's blade intent alone. Long Bai did not know if it was just her nature, or if she was just being humble. She kept putting herself down and elevating the others. However, Luo Xianxia and Shui Warren would not dare to underestimate her because of this. Otherwise, they would die a horrible death. A few years ago, a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior from the River Nation saw Long Bai's beauty. He could not help but want to marry her. After being rejected by Long Bai, he did not know what to do and suggested a martial arts competition. If she lost, she would become his woman. If she won, he would leave immediately. 10 attacks, with only 10 attacks, that River Nation warrior had lost completely. He had lost all hope, and that was even because Long Bai did not use all of her power. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Long Bai, this mysterious woman. Ha 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 ha, I, Tu Chongshan, am here. The golden halo broke through the air and attacked towards Luo Xianxia without slowing down. All of a sudden, the intense heat filled the whole plaza, as if a huge star had fallen from the sky. Bastard, how dare you? Luo Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. His eyes were filled with anger. He reached out both of his arms, one above the other, as if he was hugging a huge ball. Boom, the whole mountain seemed to be shaking. The shockwave from the battle between the two had shaved off a layer of the plaza's surface, sinking 4 to 5 meters deep. Everything within 100 meters radius had been turned into ruins. Nothing was left, including Jiang Tianxia's body. Long Bai seemed to have expected it. She had put up her blue protective layer in advance, separating the incoming shockwave. Shui Warren was a bit annoyed. He took a step forward and a huge blade chi shot out from his body, landing right in between the two. Clang, the saber chi severed the connection between the two of them. The remaining force did not dissipate and sliced off half of the malevolent Earth Sex guest hall. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The top half slowly slid down, giving off another loud rumbling sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Xianxia and Tu Chongshan both jumped back. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Luo Xianxia said with a low voice, Tu Chongshan, are you crazy? If you really want to fight, then set a date. Hehe, after not seeing you for so many years, your great Luo Shengong has become even more profound. Unfortunately, I only used the power of 9 suns just now. If I used the power of 10 suns, you would have lost for sure. Tu Chongshan patted his sleeves, without the slightest intention of apologizing. Luo Xianxia tried his best to control his emotions and sneered, even if you have 10 suns, so what? Do you think my delusion chi is just for show? The two of them were fighting each other, neither of them willing to give in. As for when it started, they did not care anymore. It seemed like the great Luo Shengong and the sunlight great art were born to be enemies, and their cultivators had inherited this trait as well. Putting aside their disgust, the two of them were both shocked by Shui Warren's power. Although that blade chi attack was very skillful, and it landed right at the point where their chi powers were clashing, his eyesight and timing were still very impressive. Besides that, both of them knew that Shui Warren was at his best when he was holding the blade. Right now, he was not even serious. Why are you two doing this? Today is not the day to fight. Long Bai walked over and tried to mediate. Tu Chongshan chuckled, I am giving you face, but I wonder if Brother Luo would be willing to do it. After the evil Earth Martial School is done, I would like to see how powerful you are. Do you dare? Luo Xianxia was not a man with a good temper, but today was indeed not a good day. Why not? Tu Chongshan squinted his eyes. Shui Warren, who had just attacked, did not say anything. In fact, he wanted to see the battle between the two of them. People at their level would not easily fight. Soon, the elder, who was stepping on a beam of light, also arrived on the plaza. Everyone, Gao Tianhe is late. Facing the leaders of the four martial institutions, the elder did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he seemed to be looking down on them. Shui Warren frowned. Where is Zhuang Qingxian? The elder cleared his throat. Our leader is in closed-door training right now, and has no time for anything else. As for what happened today, you guys do not need to waste your time investigating. We, the Emerald Martial Palace, have already received some insider information. Hearing him, Shui Warren and the other three's expressions changed. They all stared at Gao Tianhe. Being stared at by four powerful warriors, even though Gao Tianhe was at the peak of late clasping Yuan realm, he still could not stand it. However, compared to what he was going to say next, it was not even worth mentioning. He took a deep breath, as if he had used all of his strength, and said, half a month ago, our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples were on a mission. They had seen 5 ghosts carrying a coffin in the night sky. Half a month later, the news of the evil Earth Martial School being destroyed spread out overnight. The 2 incidents had caught our attention. After careful investigation and analysis, we came to a conclusion. The 9-ghost cult, which had been destroyed 20 years ago, had once again revived. This time, it should be the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9-ghost cult. Only he likes to live in the stone coffin. Hearing him, the 4 of them were all shocked. Long Bai hurriedly said, Are you serious? Gao Tianhe nodded slowly. The 9-ghost cult is a very serious matter. How could I joke about it? But, it is not that serious right now. The 9-ghost cult has been destroyed for all to see, and the remaining forces would not be that powerful. If I am not wrong, they are currently trying to accumulate their power, so they would not dare to challenge the top martial institutions in the South River region. But, the other small martial institutions might not be the same. Therefore, for the next 3 to 5 years, we can rest easy. After that, the whole South River region will be facing a serious challenge. 3 to 5 years, who could say for sure? Once they had destroyed some of the small martial institutions and accumulated enough wealth, the big martial institutions would be the ones to suffer. Everyone knew about the horrifying power of the 9-ghost cult back in the day. It was as powerful as all the martial institutions in the whole South River region combined. If it were not for the help from outside forces, the whole South River region, which contained dozens of countries, might have already fallen into the 9-ghost cult's control. Compared to the 9-ghost cult, the Windy Nation was only a small ant, and the top 5 martial institutions were not even ants. As for that ghost corpse man, he was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9-ghost cult. His power was not that powerful in the 9-ghost cult, but in the Windy Nation, he was invincible. Since he had not done anything yet, it should be because he had been badly wounded back then, and had not recovered yet. Otherwise, it would not be just the evil Earth Martial School that would be slaughtered, but one of the top 5 martial institutions. Woo! Woo! The cold wind was blowing, and everyone's heart sank. Knight Yi Chen, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and a chi sword made of chi appeared and shot out. Swoosh, the wall was like a piece of tofu, it was easily pierced through, leaving a small hole on the wall. My pure Junjin chi has finally reached the 7th stage. The peak of the 6th stage and the 7th stage were only one small step apart, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. If the chi light was a normal sword, then the chi sword would be a real great sword. Not only could it cut through iron like it was mud, but it could also kill a mortal realm warrior from 100 steps away as easily as eating or drinking. Getting off the bed, Yichen jumped through the door and came out of the yard. Looking around, there was also a hole on the 1-foot-thick wall. Yichen did not know where the chi sword had landed, but he hoped that it did not hurt anyone. The next morning, in the floating cloud palace, there are no more 5-star white rank missions? In front of the white jade wall on the right side of the door, Yichen frowned. He was planning to take on a 5-star white rank mission to practice and earn some money. But now, it seemed that this 5-star white rank mission was very popular and rare. After thinking for a while, Yichen walked into the palace and stopped in front of the gray jade wall. Does this brat want to die? Even the top 200 inner disciples have to be careful about gray rank missions. He is only at the early condensing reality realm, and he dares to take a mission. Maybe he is just here to have a look. I don't think he has the guts to take it. A few inner disciples nearby noticed Yichen, their eyes lit up, and they started to whisper to each other. Yichen did not care about other people's opinions. With his power, taking a gray rank mission was not too much. According to the difficulty of the mission, if the condensing reality realm warriors could be divided into 15 stars, then he should be at least 5 stars. On the gray jade wall, there were quite a lot of missions. After a while, Yichen found a mission that he was satisfied with. The 4th line was the 3rd mission. Mission: protect the herb collecting team from the Ling family in the Red Blood Forest. Details: the herb collecting location is near the deep part of the forest. There are a lot of rank 3 beasts and a lot of rank 4 beasts. Difficulty: 2 stars. Mission reward: 20,000 taels of gold and 10 chi healing pills. Note: 5 temporary guards are required. Screening is required. Yichen looked to the side. Sure enough, there were 5 identical mission sheets. Someone had already torn one sheet out just now. Other than that, the other sects would definitely have similar missions. In other words, when the time came, more people would have to go through a screening process. It wasn't something that could be done just by accepting the mission. Without much hesitation, Yichen tore off the mission sheet. What? He really accepted it. That's a 2-star gray rank mission. Humph, this mission only needs 5 people. Even if he goes, he will only be humiliating himself. I hope that during the selection, he will not bring shame to our Sky Cloud Martial School. The Purple Sun Martial School and our Sky Cloud Martial School have always been at loggerheads. Whenever they have the chance, they would humiliate us to death. Plus, the Emerald Martial Palace has always been arrogant, so our chances are even lower. Under everyone's speechless gaze, Yichen walked out of the soaring cloud hall. At the bottom of the mountain, Yichen jumped onto his horse and galloped out. The Ling family was a small family in the Black Rock City. Their main business was herb collecting and medicine making. There were not many powerful warriors in the family, only 2 early clasping Yuan realm warriors and dozens of condensing reality realm warriors. Compared to the top 8 families, the Ling family was extremely weak. Because of this, the Ling family decided to hire disciples from the martial schools to protect the herb collecting team. After all, there were a lot of geniuses in the martial schools, and it was normal for them to be able to fight those with higher cultivation than them. A mid-condensing reality realm warrior was even more powerful than a late-condensing reality realm warrior from the Ling family, and his martial skills were much more powerful. However, a small family was still a small family after all. They did not have a lot of resources, so they could not afford to hire disciples from the martial schools. In the end, they decided to select the 5 temporary guards. In the afternoon, Yichen rushed to the Black Rock City and headed to the Ling family in the northern district. At this moment, the Ling family was quite lively. Dozens of handsome young people had gathered in the training field. Among them, there were inner disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace in green, inner disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy in white, inner disciples from the Purple Sun Martial School in purple, inner disciples from the River Martial School in blue, and inner disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School in white. Besides them, there were also quite a lot of inner disciples from other martial schools, more than 10 of them in total. There were more than 20 people gathered here, which made everyone in the Ling family feel quite emotional. If these people were all disciples of the Ling family could become a mid-level family within 10 years, and maybe even a big family. Unfortunately, it was just a dream, it would never come true. Everyone, our Ling family's herb collecting team will enter the Red Blood Forest tomorrow morning. Therefore, before this evening, we will select the 5 temporary guards. For those who are not selected, I will not mistreat them. You will get good food and a good place to stay here. I am sure you will be satisfied. The one who spoke was the leader of the Ling family, Ling Tianan, who was in his 40s and was at the early clasping Yuan realm. Hearing him, one of the inner disciples from the river martial school asked, "Leader Ling, what are the rules?" "Let's hear it." Ling Tiannan smiled and said, "It is not practical for us to fight one by one, therefore, I have adopted a mixed battle rule. Look at the training field, there is a white circle over there. Later on, all of you will enter it and start the mixed battle. Those who leave the circle will be disqualified, and the remaining 5 people will be the temporary guards of this herb collecting team." Clearing his throat, Ling Tiannan continued, "For the sake of fairness, during the mixed battle, no one is allowed to bully the other, it has to be one-on-one. When the others are fighting, you can only look for the other person, you are not allowed to step in. I hope everyone will remember this." Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a huge circle drawn with white paint on the training field. It was about 5 zhang wide and could barely accommodate more than 20 people fighting inside. However, when the fight started, the wind generated from the palm strikes and fists would inevitably affect others. It could be said that it was extremely difficult. "Alright, a challenge, I like it." The inner disciple from the Emerald Martial Palace, who was wearing a green robe, nodded and looked down at the crowd with an arrogant face. The inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School did not want to be left behind. "Our Purple Sun Martial School's martial arts are all about fighting, we love this kind of mixed battle the most, haha. The disciples of the North Snow Martial Academy are not afraid of anyone." The same goes for the River Martial School. When it came to the inner disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School, everyone sneered with disdain. These few disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were not even worth mentioning. The most powerful one among them was only at the mid-condensing reality realm, and they were not famous at all. It seemed like they were only here to join in the fun and raise the status of the others. Besides the top 5 martial institutions, the disciples from the other martial institutions did not have much confidence, but thinking that they might be able to take the position of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they all felt a bit more confident. 5 temporary guards, count me in." Right at this moment, a clear voice came from outside the training field. Ling Tiannan looked over, and could not help but feel a bit disappointed. What the hell is the Sky Cloud Martial School doing? They only sent some ordinary people here, and this guy is even more arrogant. He is only at the early condensing reality realm. It was indeed Yi Chen. He was not very familiar with the Black Rock City, and he did not remember any shortcuts. Therefore, he was a step behind the other inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luckily, he had asked for directions on the way, so he was able to arrive at the Black Rock City in 3 days. Seeing that the selection had not started yet, Yi Chen cupped his hands and said, "I am Yi Chen, a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Nice to meet you, leader of the Ling family." Ling Tiannan forced a smile and said, "If you were a step late, the selection would have started." Just then, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School said sarcastically, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you come or not. But, you can stay at the Ling family's house for free for 1 night. Hee, in my mind, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School always like to take advantage of others. Indeed, seeing you in person is not as good as hearing about you." Another disciple from the Emerald Martial Palace interrupted. "You." The disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were not happy. "What do you mean we like to take advantage of others? Are you sure you will win?" At the same time, they started to hate Yi Chen. "If you want to come, then come. Why are you talking so arrogantly?" The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy and the South River Martial School chose to watch from the sidelines. However, deep down, they felt sorry for the disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School and Yi Chen. As for the other disciples, they all had a gloating look on their faces. Yi Chen sneered and said, "Who likes to take advantage of others? You will find out later. Right now, your words are just bullshit. You are looking for death." Hearing this, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial Palace could not hold it in anymore. A tall teenager walked out from the crowd. He was 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, with a thick neck and a pair of arms that were thicker than ordinary people's thighs. Obviously, he was an extremely powerful warrior. A burning hot chi rose from his body, making him look like a man on fire. He walked towards Yi Chen step by step. At the same time, a teenager from the Emerald Martial Palace also walked out. He looked ordinary, but his aura was no weaker than the tall teenager's. Within a flash, he had already reached 3 steps in front of Yi Chen. His glaze-colored Xianxia was bursting out, containing an immeasurable explosive power. One on the left and one on the right, the two of them stared at Yi Chen like tigers watching their prey, wanting to embarrass him in front of everyone. Hee, this Yi Chen has angered Wang Kunyang from the Purple Sun Martial School and Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace. I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. Wang Kunyang is at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, he is only 1 step away from the late condensing reality realm. Added with his 10,000 pounds of strength, normal late condensing reality realm warriors are no match for him. And that Xiao Lai is even scarier. His speed is unparalleled. Whenever he attacks, he will either tear the body apart or break the limbs. His nickname is the body-tearing killer. I don't think they'll fight. No matter what, Ling Tiannan is still the head of the Ling family. How could he just watch this happen? Now that you mention it, you're right. Sigh, what a pity. While everyone was talking, Wang Kunyang and Xiao Lai's aura was getting stronger. They slightly raised their heads and looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Humph, just when Yi Chen was about to lose his temper and teach them a lesson, Ling Tiannan stood up. Wait, the selection is about to start. Please give me some face and don't start a fight right now. Ling Tiannan was having a headache. All of the martial disciples were extremely arrogant, and it was hard to control them. What made him speechless was that this Yi Chen from the Sky Cloud Martial School was just too arrogant. He could have messed with anyone, but he chose to mess with the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School. Everyone knew that the disciples from these two martial institutions would not let anything happen to them. Once the selection was over, Ling Tiannan was going to suffer a lot. But it had nothing to do with him. The competition between the martial disciples had always been intense, and it was not something that he could interfere with. Humph, I will give you some face for the head of the Ling family. Once the selection is over, I will make you kneel on the ground and lick my boots. Wang Kunyang spat on the ground and stared at Yi Chen. He then retracted his aura and went back to the group of Purple Sun Martial School disciples. Xiao Lai said in a creepy tone, I have to say, you are very lucky. If it were not for the head of the Ling family, one of your arms would have been broken. Shoo, Xiao Lai's silhouette quickly faded away. He had somehow gone back to the group of Emerald Martial Palace disciples, leaving only a blur behind. On the other side, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were discussing with each other in a low voice. What should we do? This Yi Chen is our disciple after all. If he gets bullied by others, we will all lose face. What can we do? It is his fault for not restraining himself. Unless our senior brothers and sisters are here, we will all be in trouble. Damn it. Why can't I be more powerful? Stop dreaming. Let's try our best to get a spot first. Yi Chen, who was about to attack, was expressionless. To be honest, he was irritated by the attitude of the two. It was the first time that he had felt how intense the competition between the martial disciples was. However, he was not like the other disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Anyone who messed with him would be beaten down by him. Dad, has the selection started? Under the intense atmosphere, a soft voice came. It was like an aureole, like a wind chime, extremely pleasant to listen to. Ling Tiannan turned his head in surprise and said helplessly, Xiaoxue, didn't I tell you to stay inside? I also want to see how good the martial disciples are. Since I am the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow, why can't I? Outside of the training field, a 16-year-old girl slowly walked over. She was very pretty, and she was wearing a pink dress. Her slim body was like a willow in the wind. Smiling bitterly, Ling Tiannan introduced her to the crowd. This is my daughter, Lin Xiaoxue. She is also the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow. Miss Lin, don't worry. With me, Wang Kunyang, protecting you, you will be safe. Wang Kunyang patted his chest and said loudly. Lin Xiaoxue raised her pretty eyebrows, smiled and said, thank you very much. Now let's confirm the 5 temporary guards. Ling Tiannan nodded, the selection starts now. Everyone, please enter the white circle. Hearing him, the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace were the first ones to enter the white circle. They stared at the others with evil intentions, as if they already had the victory in their hands. The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy were all wearing white robes. Their aura was no weaker than the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace. They were the only ones that the disciples from the two martial institutions were afraid of. The disciples from the South Rudra Martial School had always been low-key, but no one dared to look down on them. Their relationship with the other martial institutions was neither good nor bad. When it was the Sky Cloud Martial School's turn, Wang Kunying sneered and said, "What are you doing in here? You will still get the F***ck out later. But that brat has to come in, so I don't have to go find him." With their heads down, the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples still entered the circle. The other martial institutions' disciples were not targeted. After all, they were way too weak, so there was no point in targeting them. After everyone had entered, Ling Tiannan took a deep breath and said, "The selection starts now." Boom. 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 Almost at the same time Ling Tiannan spoke, the people in the circle had already started fighting. The powerful Xianxia gathered into a huge river, blowing a few people away. Lin Xiaxue turned around and asked Lin Tiannan, "Dad, you always said that the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy were powerful. Then why did you send the mission to the other martial institutions?" Lin Tiannan explained, "What we think is one thing, and what we actually do is another. We are only a small family, we need to build a good relationship with every martial institution. If we only send the mission to the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy, and some people find out, the other martial institutions would not want to be friends with us anymore. Their disciples would also hate us and cause us trouble. Therefore, you have to remember, when it comes to all the big martial institutions, you have to be fair. Do not show any favoritism." "Yes, I understand," Lin Xiaxue said thoughtfully. Ling Tiannan smiled, "Although this trip to the Red Blood Forest is dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to build a good relationship with the disciples of the sect. Some of them might even become inner elders of the sect in the future, rising up to the heavens." "Then Dad, who do you think is better?" "Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace is not bad, but he is a bit too cruel, which might cause him trouble in the future. Wang Kunying from the Purple Sun Martial School is very aggressive, but he does not know how to control himself. I can't really comment on the disciples from the River Martial School. As for the Sky Cloud Martial School, never mind, let's talk about the disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy. The disciple named Wang Feng from the North Snow Martial Academy is very good." "Wang Feng?" Lin Xiaxue looked confused. She glanced at the people who were fighting. By then, there were already 7 or 8 people who had been blown out of the white circle. Most of them were from small martial institutions, but there was also one disciple from a big martial institution, who happened to be from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Boom! In the crowd, a teenager from the North Snow Martial Academy exchanged a palm attack with a disciple from the River Martial School. The power of their palms collided and created a huge shockwave that spread out in all directions. All of a sudden, another 3 people were blown out of the white circle. What surprised a lot of people was that Yi Chen, who had the lowest cultivation, was still standing in the middle of the white circle. He did not move at all, as if the shockwave had not affected him at all. Lin Tiannan and Lin Xiaxue were shocked. Their attention was originally on the cold-looking teenager Wang Feng, but Yi Chen's performance soon caught their attention. This person was not that simple after all. Wang Kuanyang was also surprised. After easily knocking away a disciple from a small martial institution, Wang Kuanyang changed his target and rushed towards Yi Chen. He grinned and said, "Little brat, kowtow to me and lick my shoes now, then we can still talk. Otherwise, I will make you vomit 3 liters of blood today." Light yellow Xianxia exploded violently. Wang Kunying took 3 steps at a time, he flew towards Yi Chen like a thunderbolt. His right palm was hidden behind his waist, there was a yellow flame hidden in his palm. "If you survive 3 punches from me, I'll spare your life." Facing the aggressive Wang Kunying, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He had made up his mind that he would use all of his power to attack Wang Kunying. If Wang Kunying could withstand his attacks, then it would be fine. If Wang Kunying could not withstand his attacks, then he deserved it. There had been disciples who were killed in the past anyway. It did not matter if there was one more or one less disciple. The Purple Sun Martial School would not be able to punish them. Wang Kuan-yang was so angry that his three corpses jumped up. He clenched his right fist and the yellow flame merged with the tip of his fist. You are looking for death. Great Sunfire Fist. Compared to Yi Jun's Great Sunfire Fist, Wang Kunyang's Great Sunfire Fist was way more aggressive and hotter. Once he threw out a punch, it was like a huge sun that could burn everything in its path. All of the disciples who were close to Yi Chen hurried to jump out of the way in case they were caught in the fire. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. He waited until Wang Kunyang's fist was 3 feet away from his body before he threw out a punch. The blue flame on his fist was burning brightly, leaving behind a beautiful blue light tail. All of a sudden, a tiger's roar shook the sky. The blue light was like a dragon, attacking with an unstoppable momentum. Top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. The two fists clashed against each other. The yellow and blue light intertwined with each other, continuously clashing and exploding, creating a firework-like explosion. Pooh! To everyone's surprise, Wang Kuan-yang was the first one to break down. The clothes on his right arm suddenly exploded, revealing his muscular arm. Then, blood started to ooze out of his arm, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within. Wang Kunyang could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chen did not want to let him go so easily. He moved his feet and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already very close to Wang Kunyang's body, keeping the same speed as Wang Kunyang. Raising his fist, Yi Chen threw out 2 punches at Wang Kunyang's chest. Boom! Wang Kunyang's fist sank an inch deep into Wang Kunyang's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard clearly. No! Wang Kunyang puked out a mouthful of blood. He could not control his body anymore. He flew out of the white circle and crashed into the wall of the Ling family's house. The wall collapsed, and Wang Kunyang's body was buried in it. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence, absolute silence, it was dead silent as everyone stared at Yi Chen in a daze. Without giving the others time to be shocked, Yi Chen turned around and sneered at Xiaolai. Didn't you say you wanted to break my arms and legs? I would like to see the difference between your so-called broken arms and legs and my understanding. Ling Tiannan was shocked. Is this Yi Chen trying to kill Xiaolai? Xiaolai swallowed, pretended to be calm and said, You don't even know that you are in big trouble. Do you know that Wang Kunyang is an important disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School? Even if you kill him, you won't be able to live. If you admit your mistake now, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will die. Yi Chen did not care about Xiaolai's threat at all. My Sky Cloud Martial School has lost many disciples. Last year, Brother Wu was killed by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples, and Brother Fei was crippled by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Sister Miao was also turned into an idiot by the Purple Sun Martial Palace's disciples. Now, I only crippled Wang Kunyang, who has the right to criticize me. My principle is that a dead genius is no longer a genius, only a living genius. Today, you will not be able to escape from my 3 punches. If you don't die, I will let you go. As soon as he finished talking, Yi Chen performed his crane shadow steps and dashed towards Xiaolai without leaving a trace. Xiaolai lost track of Yi Chen in an instant. He felt numb in his scalp. He did not think that his attacking power was stronger than Wang Kunyang's. If Wang Kunyang could not even take 1 punch from him, then Xiaolai would definitely not be able to. The only thing he could do now was to use his speed to escape, and then find a chance to take revenge in the future. He wanted to kill Yi Chen while he was still young. Don't ever doubt his determination. The Emerald Martial Palace's disciples had plenty of ways to kill other martial institutions' disciples. Xiaolai did not care about whether he would be disqualified or not. He directly shot towards the outside of the white circle. He sneered in his mind, You want to hurt me? Dream on. Stay. Seeing that Xiaolai was about to leave the white circle, Yi Chen raised his hand and shot out 5 sharp chi swords, blocking Xiaolai's way. Swoosh! 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 The speed of the chi sword was very fast. Everyone could only see 5 thin lines flashing by. Xiaolai's chest, shoulder, waist, and abdomen were bleeding, and his body staggered. Not good, chi sword. Xiaolai was shocked. If he did not stop for a while, there would have been a few bloody holes on his body. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Clear Jade Chi Art. Very afraid of Yi Chen's Chi sword attack, Xiao Lai immediately performed a top-rank mortal realm defense art from the Emerald Martial Palace, Clear Jade Chi Art. All of a sudden, a green chi flow appeared around Xiao Lai's body, like a thin crystal. Ding ding ding, Yi Chen's second round of chi sword hit on the chi flow and made a sound of metal clashing. They could not go any further and were all bounced off. Body dismemberment hand. After successfully blocking Yi Chen's attack, Xiao Lai turned around and threw out a claw attack. Ka la la, the ground was cracked by the claw power, and 5 curved blades of chi cut through the air, trying to cover Yi Chen. Traceless crane shadow, dragon in the sky. Yi Chen's body blurred in midair, and as he avoided the claw power, he appeared in the sky in front of Xiao Lai and threw out a punch. The strong blue light was blinding, and it was accompanied by a powerful tiger roar. When Xiao Lai got used to it, a flying dragon made of blue chi suddenly appeared in front of him. It was 18 meters long, shaking its head and tail, with sharp claws, it rushed toward Xiao Lai. I will kill you. Xiao Lai's eyes were wide open, and he did not retreat. His arms were like a big ball, and he blocked the blue flying dragon's attack. Boom! 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 Every time Xiao Lai took a step back, the ground under his feet would explode. After 10 steps, his whole body was blown into the air, and the blue light around him had dimmed a lot. 2 more punches. Yi Chen did not care about the fact that the tiger roar dragon fist would consume a lot of Zhen Qi. He threw out another 2 ace attacks. The blue chi dragons intertwined together and swallowed Xiao Lai up in the air, then carried his body up into the sky, making him look like a real flying dragon. Bang! A huge blue firework bloomed and dyed the nearby air into a different color. Not long after, a shadow landed near Wang Kuanyang. Who? Yi Chen let out a long breath. The tiger roar dragon fist was a top-rank mortal realm fist art that he had chosen when he was choosing his pure Jun Zhen Qi, and he had already trained it to the peak of completion half a month ago. As for the dragon in the sky, it was one of the killing moves of the tiger roar dragon fist. It consumed a lot of Zhen Qi. Only 3 punches were equivalent to dozens of normal punches. Of course, it was also very powerful. Even if it was not as powerful as a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, it was not far from it. But then again, Xiao Lai was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior after all. He had the Jade Qing Chi art, which was a defensive martial art. It would be very difficult to hurt him with a long-range attack. If he had to blame something, he could only blame himself for not being able to dodge the first dragon in the sky, which had weakened his defense a lot. How could he block the next 2 punches? Looking up, Yi Chen noticed that many people were staring at him with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. 2 mid-condensing reality realm warriors couldn't even take 3 punches from him, am I right? So powerful. When did the Sky Cloud Martial School have such a monster? When he reaches the mid-condensing reality realm, he won't even be afraid of late-condensing reality realm warriors. Of course he won't be afraid. He had defeated 2 geniuses who were at a higher cultivation level than him. This kind of power is no longer a simple battle. The rest of the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School all had the same thought in their minds: we can't let this guy live, otherwise he will become a powerful enemy in the future. I have to go back and inform my senior brothers and sisters, and ask them to secretly kill him. We can't let him continue to grow. The only ones who were happy were the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Inside the martial school, although the competition was intense, it was not to the extent of death or disability. But outside the martial school, the competition was 10 times more intense. Many geniuses of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been killed by assassinations, which was quite a pity. But now, another inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School had risen up. How could they not be happy? After all, the more powerful their martial brothers and sisters were, the more face they would have when they walked outside, and more or less, it would be more or less a deterrent. On the other hand, it would be just like before, being laughed at by the other martial schools, but not daring to talk back. Well done, senior brother Yi. These Sky Cloud Martial School disciples did not have to call Yi Chen their teacher, but they should still call him senior brother. It would not be an insult to them. Yichen did not change his expression. He turned around and said to the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School, "Do you want to walk out of the circle yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Don't you dare." Someone could not let go of his pride, he subconsciously blurted out. Boom, that person's vision blurred, and Yichen's fist had already landed on his body, sending him flying. Seeing this, the rest of the people did not dare to say anything anymore. They all jumped out of the white circle. "Yichen, you are so dead, my martial brothers and sisters will not let you go. No matter how powerful you are only an early condensing reality realm warrior. If you encounter a late condensing reality realm warrior, you will definitely die. Someone from the Emerald Martial Palace will definitely come to take care of you." The disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace had never been humiliated like this before. They carried the half-dead Xiao Lai out of the Ling family, and said some harsh words before they left. There were only 3 disciples from the Purple Sun Martial Palace, one of them was dead or alive, one was badly injured, and the last one obviously could not take the other 2 away, so he did not dare to say any harsh words. He could only curse Yichen in his mind, and swear that he would definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Ling Tiannan's face was full of bitterness. He ordered people to carry Wang Kunyang and the other badly injured disciple to the inner courtyard. He was going to use the best medicine to cure them, otherwise, even if the management of the Purple Sun Martial School did not blame them, it would still leave a bad impression on them. In the white circle, there were only 7 people left, Yichen alone, 3 disciples from the River Martial School, and 3 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy. Yichen had a good impression of these 2 disciples, at least he did not hate them. He said, 7, there are 2 more, let's continue. No need. The tall girl was the leader of the River Martial School disciples. She said to a male disciple standing next to her, "Brother Yang, you are not as powerful, leave." Yes. The disciple did not hesitate, he started walking out of the white circle. The leader of the North Snow Martial Academy disciples was Wang Feng. He also asked one of the weaker disciples to give up. There were exactly 5 people left in the circle. The tall girl smiled at Yichen and said, "Brother Yi, you were so powerful just then, Xuemei, admire you so much." Yichen did not show any arrogance, he said, "There are so many geniuses out there, I am nothing. I am afraid that even you don't think that I am a unique genius." Yuan Xuemei paused for a second, then laughed and said, "Interesting, indeed, there are a lot of people like you, who can beat geniuses who are at a higher cultivation level than you. But you have to be careful, the Purple Sun Martial Palace and the Emerald Martial Palace disciples will not let this go easily. I heard that the blood demon from the Emerald Martial Palace is also doing a mission in this area. Do not run into him, or you will be in danger." Blood demon. Yichen slightly frowned. This guy should be an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. He even got the nickname of Blood Demon. Yichen asked, "What level of strength does this bloodthirsty mad demon belong to?" He did not ask about his opponent's cultivation level, because for geniuses, cultivation level did not mean anything. There were a lot of mid-condensing reality realm warriors who could beat late condensing reality realm warriors. What mattered most was their combat power. Yuan Xuemei glanced at Wang Feng and explained, "Brother Yi, have you ever heard about the 3 great ranks of the young generation of the Windy Nation?" Yichen shook his head. Perhaps other disciples who often roamed the Jianghu would know about this, but he had just become an inner disciple not long ago, and his network was not big, so there were some things that he did not know. "Then I'll tell you." Yuan Xuemei organized her thoughts and said slowly. Although the Windy Nation didn't have as many geniuses as the other nations, there were still quite a lot of them. Generally speaking, the truly talented geniuses would be divided into 3 groups. There were only 3 people on the first step. They were Young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace, Young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy, and Young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family. These 3 were the leaders of the young generation of the Windy Nation. They were qualified to compete with the top martial geniuses from other nations. They could also participate in the South River Region Hidden Dragon Rank competition that was held once every 3 years. There were quite a lot of people in the second group, including the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Palm Extreme Lu Wuxiang, Stone Mancher Padian, Tyrannical Blade Yu Yu, North Snow Quick Blade Lynch, Purple Sun Martial School's core disciples, Rushing Thunder Hand Ouyang Lai, Little Godly Legs Ouyang Ming, are Rudra Martial School's first sister and second brother, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian and Rain Hero Nangong Yun, and your Sky Cloud Martial School's core disciples, Hidden Fragrance Sword Zhu Mei and Hansan Child Luo Hansan. Of course, the more people there were, the greater the disparity between them. The strongest might easily defeat the weakest, but they would still be ranked in the second tier. As for the third group, there were a lot of them, and they were all core disciples of different martial institutions. Most of them were at the late condensing reality realm, and were expected to become the mainstay of the Windy Nation. Yichen frowned. Bloodthirsty Mad Demon is a genius of the third rank? Hee, that's not it. He's one of the strongest disciples below the three great ranks. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation is a little low, it wouldn't be impossible for him to enter the third rank, Yuan Xuemei explained. After hearing so much, Yichen drew a more detailed division of strength in his mind, from high to low, in an orderly manner. It was not like before, when he had a hazy understanding of the strength of the sect disciples, and he had to rely on himself to analyze it, which was a mess. As for the Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had heard about it a long time ago. The South Rudra region was the smallest region in the True Spirit continent, but it was still many times bigger than the world that Yichen came from. It had a radius of thousands of miles, and there were 3 big countries, 10 medium-sized countries, and 24 small countries like the Windy Nation. The martial artists of the major countries did not have much contact with each other. The distance between them was also too far, so it was difficult for them to completely understand the level of the martial artists of the other countries. For this reason, the 3 top countries in the South Rudra region had joined hands and set up a competition 60 years ago, which was the Hidden Dragon rank competition. The competition of the Hidden Dragon rank was prepared for young people. Any warrior who was under 24 years old and had reached the mid-condensing reality realm could participate. It was held once every 3 years, and there were 72 people who could participate. The whole South Rudra region had tens of billions of people, and it would be such an honor to be able to pick out the 72 most powerful young warriors from tens of billions of people. No one would not be tempted. According to Yichen's knowledge, in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, which was 1 year ago, young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace was ranked 68th, while young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy and young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family did not make it. Of course, this did not mean that young Master Jadeite was stronger than the other 2. After all, sometimes, if one was unlucky, it would be useless to meet an opponent who could restrain one's cultivation. A lot of information flashed through his mind. Yichen nodded to Yuan Xuemei and said, "Thank you for telling me. I will be careful." Wang Feng, who had a cold expression on his face, said, "The bloodthirsty demon does not necessarily have a weakness. As long as you can find it, you will be able to beat him with the least amount of effort." Yichen forced a smile. The disciples of the North Snow Martial Academy were the best at beating the stronger ones. They would find the enemy's weakness and attack it with all their strength, not giving them any chance to fight back. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. Even if he had a powerful soul power, it would be hard for him to attack the enemy's weakness effectively. No matter what, an opponent as powerful as the bloodthirsty demon would not be beaten by him with only one attack. Ling Xiaoxue saw the few of them standing there without any intention to come over, so she had to remind them, "Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming the temporary guards for the herb collecting team tomorrow." "Thank you." Yuan Xuemei smiled back. Ling Tiannan said, "I have already asked people to prepare rooms for the 5 of you. Dinner will be served in the lobby, and there will be someone to remind you. Also, the Red Blood Forest is very dangerous, so you all have to prepare for your own safety. Tonight, you should focus on resting." "Thank you." Leader Ling. The few of them did not dare to underestimate the Red Blood Forest. There were a lot of beasts in the forest, and rank 4 beasts were not uncommon. It would be fine if they ran into a weaker one, but if they ran into a top rank 4 beast, even young Master Emerald and the others might not be able to win. They might even die in there and become nutrients for the soil. The sky quickly darkened. After dinner, the few of them went back to their own rooms and stayed inside. The night was quiet. The next morning, The 5 of them followed the herb collecting team and the Ling family's guards towards the Red Blood Forest, which was located west of the Black Rock City. In the dead silent forest, everyone was walking quietly. Pairs of vigilant eyes were constantly scanning the dark corners of the forest. Those who had weapons were holding them tightly, while those who did not had been secretly channeling their Xianxia, preparing themselves for any possible danger. Although everyone was being extremely careful, death was still unavoidable. A member of the Ling family's guard team fell onto the ground with a green face and white foam coming out of his mouth. Xianxia frowned and hurried over. After a careful examination, the crowd discovered that there was a large bright green spider crawling on the neck of the dead Ling family guard. When it came over, it was probably hanging on a tree branch. When the crowd passed by, it then silently landed on the neck of the guard and poisoned him. It's the dark green poison dragon spider. Xianxia's face turned pale. This kind of spider was only a rank 1 demonic beast, but the poison inside its body was very strong. It could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second. It was called the Death Messenger by the warriors who frequented the Red Blood Forest, meaning that the victim could not be saved. Yichen secretly gasped. He thought that the Red Blood Forest would not be as dangerous as the Silent Hills. If he could survive in the Silent Hills, then he would definitely be able to survive in the Red Blood Forest as well. However, he was wrong. The Red Blood Forest was not only dangerous for the powerful beasts, but also for the weak ones. If that spider had bitten him, he might have died. Miss, there is no hope. Let's just keep going. The vice captain of the herb collecting team sighed and suggested. Xianxia nodded, stood up and said, "Everyone, the Red Blood Forest is extremely dangerous, accidents are bound to happen. But don't worry, the dead will not die in vain. The Ling family will compensate your family with 100,000 silvers, and the rest of you will get 10,000 each. If something happens to me, it will be the same. Miss, you are such a good person. Then we can rest assured. Yeah, as a warrior, accidents are normal. I am just worried that my family will lose their support." There were only 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the guard team, and the rest were all at the mortal realm. With their strength, even if they hunted demonic beasts every day, it would still take them a few months to earn 100,000 silvers. But that was impossible. No one could stay in a place where demonic beasts gathered every day. Normally, a normal mortal realm warrior would need at least 5 years to earn 100,000 silvers, and that was assuming that they didn't die all the time. After all, if they were unlucky, they might even run into a high-level demonic beast, and they wouldn't even be able to run away. Now, Xianxia had compensated the families of the dead with 100,000 silvers, which meant that they did not have to worry about their families anymore. Plus, if they survived, they would also have 10,000 silvers, which boosted their morale even more. This girl has the temperament of a leader. Xianxia's actions made Yichen secretly nod. The dead had already died, and the rest of the people still had to continue their journey. As they went deeper, they felt like they had entered another world, completely separated from the busy city. The Red Blood Forest was indeed worthy of its name. Along the way, they had encountered 4 waves of beasts. The first wave was 3 underground demon rats, which were rank 2 beasts. The second wave was a large group of silver ring snakes, which were rank 2 beasts. The third wave was 5 scorpion demon wolves, which were top rank 3 beasts. The fourth wave was a blind mighty rock bear, which was a rank 4 beast. Under the attacks of the third and fourth waves of demonic beasts, no one was killed or even injured. However, the first and second waves of demonic beasts had killed 4 members of the guard team and herb gathering team. If it weren't for Yichen and the rest's quick reactions, it wasn't impossible for more than half of the team to die. The underground demon rat was not very powerful. Under normal circumstances, even a mortal realm stage 7 or 8 warrior could easily beat it. But when it was hiding underground, it was a nightmare for mortal realm warriors and even early condensing reality realm warriors. Among the guards, a mortal realm stage 10 warrior was dragged into the deep cave by the underground demon rat without any resistance. His screams lasted for a long time before it stopped. The second and third underground devil rats were unlucky. They targeted Yichen and Yuan Xueme. Before they could crawl out of the ground, they were shocked to death by Yi Chen and Yuan Xuemei's Xianxia. The other underground devil rat was so scared that it ran away. If the underground devil rats had traumatized everyone, then the second wave of demonic beasts, a large group of silver ring snakes, had terrified them. The silver ring snake was a rank 2 beast. It had an oval head, and its whole body was lined with white and black rings. The white rings were relatively narrow, and its tail was long and thin. Its body length was 3 to 4 meters, and it was as thick as an arm. Its poison was slightly weaker than the dark green poison dragon spider, but once a condensing reality realm warrior was bitten, he or she would die in a short period of time. The silver ring snake's attacks were very strange. From the top of the trees, in the bushes, under the fallen leaves, it attacked from all directions. The sound it made was like a storm, it was crazy. At this critical moment, the disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Wang Feng, used his blizzard sword art. Wherever the icy cold sword chi went, the silver ring snake's speed would be slowed down immediately. Those that were close to it would be cut into pieces. Wang Feng had blocked half of the silver ring snakes all by himself. Yi Chen and Yuan Xuemei were not weak either. They both used their martial arts to kill the silver ring snakes from 10 steps away. Unfortunately, the range that they could protect was limited. One herb collecting team member and 2 guard team members were bitten by dozens of silver ring snakes. They were poisoned to death immediately, and died on the ground. Lin Xiaoxiu's face was very pale. It was not only because they were getting closer to the deeper part of the red blood forest where there were more and more demonic beasts, but also because there were too many people that had died, and the amount of compensation was too high. It was not that she was stingy, but this time, she had spent 100,000 gold and 50 qi healing pellets to hire 5 martial disciples. The total value was almost 250,000 gold, which would be 2.5 million silver. Now, 5 people had died, and the compensation was 500,000 silver, and the ones that survived would each get 10,000 silver. It would be more than 3.5 million silver. For a small family like the Ling family, 5 million silver was already a huge loss. It was easy for them to run out of money, and if they ran out of money, it would usually bankrupt a small family. Biting her lips, Lin Xiaoxue hoped that there would be a good harvest. After walking for another 10 miles, Yi Chen suddenly felt that the natural yuan qi around them had become a lot denser, and there was a faint mist in the distance. Lin Xiaoxue obviously felt the change in the yuan qi, and said excitedly, "We are almost at the herb collecting location, let's work harder." Oh! Everyone from the Ling family could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, they had been very nervous, and did not dare to relax for even a second. They were afraid that if they let their guard down, they would become the prey of the demonic beasts, and would never be able to leave the red blood forest and return to their warm homes. Luckily, there was always a reward. After they finished collecting the herbs, it should be a lot easier to go back. After a while, they came to the side of a huge basin. Looking around, the basin was several miles in size, and it was filled with all kinds of herbs, such as black ring grass, silver bell grass, gold pearl iron blood grass, star flower, centipede flower, vermilion fruit, black snake fruit, 7-star pearl grass, tricolor date tree, neverwinter date tree, and hundreds of different kinds of herbs could be found here and there. Dense spiritual energy gathered in the sky, forming a faint mist that was faintly discernible. It was like a paradise on earth, a paradise in the mist. So many herbs. Everyone in the herb collecting team's eyes lit up, and their breathing sped up. These herbs might not be worth much individually, but when there were so many of them, it would be very scary. If they could collect all of them, they would be able to sell for 1 or 2 million silvers, and if they were made into pellets, the price would be 10 times higher. It would not be a problem to make 10 million silvers. Some of the more valuable herbs would be even more expensive than that. For example, the gold pearl iron blood grass, which was used to make the qi healing pellet, was a rare herb. One of them could be sold for 1,000 silvers, which was even more expensive than a good weapon. Lin Xiaoxue looked very happy, but she did not let the excitement get to her head. She ordered, 2 of the guard team members will protect one of the herb collecting team members. Split up. If anything happens, don't do anything on your own. Report to me immediately. Yes. Along the way, the guard team members had made a lot of contributions. If it were not for them protecting the herb-collecting team members, more people would have died. However, it was all worth it. Besides the money they were supposed to get, each of them could get an extra 10,000 silvers, which was equivalent to a couple of months' income. After arranging their tasks, Xianxia also joined the herb-collecting team. From time to time, she would let out a scream. Obviously, some of the herbs were very valuable. Xianxia smiled and said, "This basin's natural yuan qi is very rich, there might be some demonic beasts here. Let's patrol around." Yichen nodded, "You're right, everyone should take care of their own areas." Alright. Since they had been paid, the 5 of them would each take a position and patrol around. Occasionally, they would pick some herbs and put them in their storage rings. Just as Xianxia had expected, there were indeed some demonic beasts hiding in the basin. There were fist-sized deadly bees, 1,000 transformation dragons that could change their skin color freely, King Kong birds that usually hid in the tree trunks and slept, and rock-armored pigs that would go on a rampage when angered. Fortunately, these beasts were not of high levels, and there were not many of them. Only a few of them were injured, and none of them were killed. At this moment, Yichen's pure Junjin Qi had shown its true power. He could attack with Qi swords from hundreds of steps away, which were as powerful as an early condensing reality realm warrior's full power attack. It could easily save people from danger, and he could also multitask from time to time, shooting out a few Qi swords to help the herb-collecting team members. Swoosh, as the last 2 deadly bees were shot down by the Qi swords, Yichen had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that the closer they got to the center of the basin, the higher the chance of beasts appearing. Those deadly bees had come from the beehives in the deepest part of the basin. They were only 1/3 bigger than normal deadly bees, and their flying speed was as fast as birds in the sky. "Everyone, let's pick the herbs in the outer part of the basin first, then we can go deeper in." Activating his Jin Qi, Yichen's voice traveled miles away, as if it was right next to their ears. Xiaoxue also said, "Warrior Yi is right. Let's finish picking the herbs in the outer part first, then gather at my place." Actually, even without Yichen's reminder, the herb-collecting team members already knew that it was not safe in the deepest part of the basin. But knowing was one thing, sometimes when they saw some precious herbs not far away, they could not help but walk towards them, completely forgetting about the danger. Xianxia's patrol area was right next to Yichen's. Every once in a while, the two would bump into each other. Right then, Xianxia suddenly said, "Don't you think the natural yuan qi in the basin is too rich?" "Yes, a little bit. Maybe the herbs and this basin have formed a yuan qi cycle, nourishing each other, causing the natural yuan qi to be much richer than other places." Yichen thought about it, but could not think of any other reason. Xianxia shook her head, "It's not the same. Places with herbs do have rich natural yuan qi, but I have seen bigger herb gardens, but they are nowhere close to this place." Yichen stared at her, "You mean, there is something else?" "I guess so. When we reach the depths, we can investigate it." Yichen nodded. If it was really as the other party said, it was necessary to investigate. Perhaps they might find something valuable. Time passed by quickly. By the time most of the herbs in the periphery were harvested, it was already close to noon. Xiaoxue put the baskets of herbs into her storage ring, then took out the food that she had prepared beforehand and handed it out. "Miss, how's the harvest?" The vice-captain of the herb-gathering team couldn't help but ask. Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Based on my initial estimation, the total value of the herbs we just obtained is more than 300,000 silvers. If we make them into pellets, we can easily earn 3 or 4 million silvers." "That's good." The Ling family's main path of development was medicine refinement. If there were more medicinal herbs, they would earn more money. If there were losses, they would also be implicated, and their lives would become difficult. They were bound together for good or ill. When they arrived at where Yichen and the group were, Xiaoxue said gratefully, "Thank you for protecting us along the way. In the future, if you need any pellets, you can buy them from our Ling family. We will give you a basic price." Actually, these were just polite words. The martial disciples were never short of money. If they were short of anything, they would only be short of a lot of money. However, that was not important. What was most important was to have a good relationship with the martial disciples, because it would help the Ling family a lot in the future. Wang Feng said lightly, "Since we have accepted the mission, we will try our best. There is no need to thank us." Lin Xiaoxue was a bit embarrassed. As a woman, she would eventually have to marry someone. She did not think highly of those rich young masters. They seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, they only had the power of their families. If they lost their families, they would be nothing. If she had to marry someone, it would be best to marry a martial disciple. For example, a genius like Wang Feng and Yi Chen. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he must be from a big family. He was not short of money, and he was very powerful. He was the ideal marriage partner for most young girls. However, on the way here, she realized that Wang Feng was very cold, and kept people thousands of miles away from him. Yi Chen, on the other hand, seemed to be kind and friendly, but in fact, he was even more ruthless. Yuan Xuemei was smart, and she was also a woman, so she could easily understand Lin Xiaoxue's actions. However, she still shook her head. Warriors and normal people would not have much in common, so it would be very difficult for them to get married. In her eyes, Lin Xiaoxue was only a mortal realm warrior after all. If there were no accidents, she would probably be stuck at the condensing reality realm for the rest of her life. When one reached the level of Wang Feng and Yi Chen, the biggest goal in life was to become more powerful. Everything else was secondary. Even when they reached a certain age, if they needed something, they would usually find a woman who was not that different from them, and rarely would they choose a normal person. Putting herself in their shoes, Yuan Xuemei would not fall for a normal person either. If Wang Feng and Yi Chen knew what Yuan Xuemei was thinking, they would probably agree with her. Indeed, for them, no matter how beautiful Lin Xiaoxue was, she was just a normal person. She would not have anything to do with them in the future. Instead of sleeping with her in the future, why would they even bother? Boom, right at that moment, the ground suddenly started shaking violently, as if something was trying to crawl out of the ground. The next second, a milky white beam of light shot out from the center of the basin. It was about 10 meters thick, and it shot straight up into the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds. The already rich natural yuan qi above the basin became even more dense, forming clouds of yuan qi fog. It was hazy and invisible, and when one inhaled it, his zhen qi seemed to grow a little bit stronger. Yuan Xuemei blurted out, "Yuan qi turned into a pillar, there is a spirit fountain down there." Hearing her, Yi Chen and Wang Feng looked shocked. They did not expect that there would be a spirit fountain down there. Normally, there would be spirit stones where there was a spirit fountain, and spirit stones were a necessity for warriors. They just did not know how big the spirit fountain was. If it was just a small one, then it would not be a big deal, but if it was a big one, then all of the top martial institutions in the Windy Nation would gather there to fight for the ownership of the spirit fountain. 10 miles away from the basin, the three men in black raised their heads at the same time. Yuan Qi turned into a pillar, the spirit fountain has appeared. Should we go back and report to Master Guijiang? After all, the top martial institutions would soon know about the appearance of the spirit fountain. No need, let's use our secret art to cover the smell of the spirit fountain first. Otherwise, even if we report to Master Guijiang, it would be too late. You are right. Let's not waste any more time, let's go. Shoo. 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 The three of them turned into strange black shadows, flying in the dark and lush forest. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and within a blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. End of chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.